The sound of a key turning in the lock echoed as the door slowly opened. A man staggered into the room, too lazy to wash up or brush his teeth, and collapsed onto the bed as soon as he got inside. Perhaps due to having drunk some alcohol, hazy fragments of memories flashed through his drowsy mind. The images were blurry, as if covered in thick pixelation, leaving him feeling utterly confused. But gradually, the scenes became clearer, and his perspective began to rise, higher and higher. Eventually, it felt as though he had become someone else, watching from a godlike viewpoint all the events of his life from infancy to adulthood. Starting from the moment he was born, scenes continuously appeared, with the child aging rapidly before his eyes. Some events he himself had long forgotten now clearly resurfaced in his mind. This frightened him a little because he'd heard that only when one is dying do past memories flood back uncontrollably. It should be fine, he thought. I only drank a few beers at the company party. How could I possibly die? Could it have been counterfeit alcohol? No way, surely not. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the vision finally froze on the moment he walked through the front door and collapsed onto the bed. His viewpoint continued to rise, the distance growing greater. Slowly, darkness began spreading inward from the edges of his vision. The scene below shrank until it became a tiny speck of light, eventually vanishing into the endless void. Yet he felt his consciousness continuing to ascend. At the instant the light disappeared, his awareness seemed to break free from some kind of constraint. It began accelerating upward, faster and faster. He didn't know how long this lasted after all. Time seemed meaningless in this pitch-black world. At the very moment his consciousness was about to vanish completely, he suddenly noticed milky white rings of light descending from above. This jolted him awake. Was he about to regain consciousness? He tried to look up to see what it was, but found he couldn't move his eyes or turn his head. All he could do was observe the changing environment below to confirm that he was indeed drawing closer to the source of that light. Since first seeing those luminous rings, the previously boundless darkness around him had gradually faded until light once again filled his vision. With a soft plop, he felt as if plunging into an ocean of light. Surrounded by milky white radiance, the warmth on his skin felt like a gentle winter sun, so soothing and tender. But the anticipated awakening didn't happen. Instead, his consciousness rapidly began to dissipate, ultimately sinking into silence within this sea of light. When he woke again, he opened his eyes to see a group of blonde, blue-eyed people staring at him. He was utterly bewildered. What's going on? Am I still dreaming? The people around him seemed to be examining him, chattering incoherently in a language he couldn't understand. Then he felt a sharp pain in his buttocks and instinctively burst into loud wails. This made him even more confused. As he felt others handling his body, he slowly realized he must have transmigrated. No way. No way. I only drank a few beers. How did I end up transmigrating? Could it really have been fake alcohol? But even bad beer shouldn't kill someone, right? He wasn't particularly bothered by the fact of transmigration. After all, as a youth of the 21st century, hadn't he seen every kind of transmigration drama imaginable? But he was deeply annoyed by the manner of his transmigration. What kind of deal was this? Dying from drinking counterfeit beer? This reeked of something seriously wrong. It was so low class, so lacking in dignity. He was embarrassing himself among fellow transmigrators. Suddenly, he remembered something. His pupils widened dramatically, and his uncontrollable crying stopped instantly. He recalled I had left in such a hurry this time. His browser history hadn't been deleted. Gone. All gone. His innocence was ruined. His crying resumed, louder and more pitiful than before. It took a long time before he recovered from that extreme sense of shame and slowly looked around. To his surprise, everyone around seemed dressed in clothing styles from the 18th or 19th century. He wondered, could he have transmigrated to a past century? Then he spotted several people dressed like priests, solemnly murmuring something he couldn't make out. This suddenly excited him. Could it be? Had he transmigrated into a world with supernatural elements? Unfortunately, many years later, he still hadn't discovered a single trace of anything mystical. This world seemed utterly ordinary, so ordinary it disappointed him. Without any mysticism, this world was simply too backward for him. The most advanced invention here was still the steam engine. The most popular forms of entertainment were opera, dancing, and horse racing. He missed his 21st century phone, computer, and Wi-Fi desperately. Suddenly, he understood why his current father was so obsessed with producing heirs. He already had 12 siblings, and now 2 mistresses were reportedly pregnant, making 14 in total. The one silver lining was that his family circumstances this time were excellent, truly wealthy beyond imagination. His father was a duke of the Holy Chris Empire, ruling his own fiefdom. Thus, he was born into privilege, no need to worry about 996 or 997 work schedules ever again. And he didn't have to fear his siblings stealing his inheritance. According to the world's laws, they were illegitimate children and thus had no right to succession. He himself was the legitimate son of the Duchess, the rightful heir to the duchy. This golden throne was welded firmly to his back, so no one could take it from him. Well, actually that wasn't quite right. Didn't he have an elder sister, same mother and father? But whatever. Did that bratty little sister really think she could challenge him? Pure fantasy. Benefiting from the transmigrator's advantage, he could fluently speak the common language of the Chris Empire by 7 months old. By age 3, his mathematical talent astounded the duchy's top mathematicians. By 5, he could offer useful suggestions during duchy council meetings. Meanwhile, what was his sister doing at that age? Oofed, that brat was probably still playing in the mud in the garden. Now his genius reputation spread throughout the entire duchy, and even people in the imperial capital knew of his brilliance. This inheritance position was absolutely locked down rock solid. Never had there been such a perfect start. The protagonist's family is the Duchy of Nos. Chapter 2, a world that might not be so ordinary. He was somewhat surprised by his own outstanding performance. Sure, a grown adult soul in a small body explained being able to fake genius-level math skills to fool ancient people. He wasn't exactly a dropout from 9-year compulsory education after all. But excelling in other areas as well was truly baffling. Head discovered his memory was phenomenal. Maybe photographic memory was an exaggeration, but remembering 70-80 after just one look was definitely accurate. This made him suspicious. Could this be a transmigrator's cheat ability? Putting aside these thoughts, today Head made a major discovery. Head found clues related to the mystical, specifically ancient mystical clues. While reading general history of the Croatia continent, he came across a passage roughly stating, after the elven race collectively departed from the Croatia continent, the era of warring states began. This war lasted over 300 years, marking the end of the Second Era and the gradual rise of the Third Era. The Croatia continent was the name of the landmass he currently lived on, and Elvis in his previous lives' knowledge were inherently tied to the mystical. They clearly weren't normal humans. A historical text like general history wouldn't fabricate an entire race, right? Unfortunately, the timelines of the Second and Third Eras were far too distant. Books recording events from those eras were extremely rare. After all, each era spanned 10,000 years, and they were currently in the 5th era. The elves had left 2 to 3 tens of thousands of years ago. Just having fragments of record from such a vast time span was already remarkable. But what puzzled him greatly was this. According to the Eros system, humanity in this world had been developing for 50,000 years, far longer than Earth civilization. So why was the most advanced invention still the steam engine? This baffled him completely. On Earth, with 50,000 years, humanity would probably have already colonized the Milky Way. Situs was tough. Still, at least Head finally found a clue. This world did have mystical elements. More accurately, it once had them. This discovery excited him. After all, what fun was there in merely living as a carefree duke in such a boring world? At this pace of progress, 5,000 years for the steam engine be the time they invented smartphones and the internet, his grave would probably be lost to history. Because of this discovery, he was in a pretty good mood today. Book tucked under his arm, humming an unknown tune, he strutted forward with an arrogant swagger. Lost in random thoughts, he was suddenly interrupted by a voice calling his name. Little Eros, have you seen your sister? Eros was his name in this life. Full name, Eros Lincoln Numbers. Eros turned to see a woman with long, silvery gold hair cascading over her shoulders. She wore a flowing white dress, her features delicate and beautiful, her eyes as gentle as water. This was his mother in this life, Isteal Eureka Numbers. The sister she mentioned was naturally Wendine Lincoln Numbers. According to the world's laws, she was his only legitimate sibling. As for the other half-siblings from different mothers, though Isteal wouldn't mistreat them, she also wouldn't grow particularly close. They were illegitimate after all. Eros shook his head. I was reading in my room earlier. Now I'm heading to the library to find a book. The brat cough. My sister didn't come looking for me today. I don't know where she is. He nearly called her bratty little sister, but quickly corrected himself. Isteal didn't notice anything amiss. She glanced at the book under Eros' arm, bent down, and kissed his forehead, praising. My little Eros is so well-behaved. Unlike your sister Maestro Barocca, just told me Wendine skipped class again today. I don't know where she ran off to. Feeling the baby talk tone of her words, Eros felt slightly embarrassed, but honestly, it felt great. Immediately, he replied, my sister is still young. It's normal she doesn't like studying. When she reaches my age, she'll surely change. Isteel gave her young son a strange look. That sounded odd. Her daughter was still young? By the time she reaches age? Her daughter was 2 years older than him. Looking at her little boy acting like a grown-up, she couldn't help but feel amused and exasperated. Straightening up, she patted Eros' head. She needed to continue searching for wind in a constantly skipping class wasn't proper behavior for a lady. Watching that tall, beautiful figure gradually walk away, Eros truly couldn't understand. Isteel was stunningly beautiful from any angle, yet his father still constantly chased after other women. Unbelievable. Sigh. He sighed and continued strutting arrogantly toward the library. But he hadn't gone far when a black shadow leapt from a flower bed and tackled him to the ground. Eros looked up to see Wendine sitting astride his waist, leaves stuck to various parts of her clothes. Now he understood. No wonder Isteel couldn't find her. She'd been hiding in the flower beds by the roadside. Wendine glared fiercely at her pinned-down brother, her tone vicious, really vicious. Admit it. Was it you who told Mom I broke her carefully trimmed bouquet, making me stand punishment for an hour? Eros looked at the sister pinning him down. Though her expression was fierce, she had perfectly inherited their mother's exceptional looks. So even when trying to be intimidating, she still looked adorable, like someone he wanted to pinch and cuddle. And no matter how fierce her tone, it couldn't hide the soft cuteness in her voice. Such a cute blonde little girl, and his elder sister. No less who could resist teasing her a little. So he brazenly declared, "Yes, it was me. Wasn't it you who broke it?" Seeing her younger brother beneath her, unrepentant and defiant, Wendine grew even angrier. She roared, "So it was you. Just wait till I'll show you." With that, she pulled a bottle of ink from her pocket, clearly intending to draw something on Eros' face. But before she could act, Eros said, "If you do that, they'll tell Mom it was you who lost her missing necklace last time. You know, the one from Grandma. Mom was heartbroken for a long time after it went missing." Wendine froze, suddenly finding the ink bottle much less appealing. But looking down at Eros, still smug and arrogant beneath her, she was so angry, so infuriated she felt like her lungs might explode. She casually tossed the ink bottle aside, placed both hands on Eros' shoulders, and shook him violently, gritting her teeth. "You damn tattletale." Though being shaken vigorously, Eros was actually in a great mood. He loved seeing her like this, desperate to get revenge, but utterly powerless against him. Chapter 3: The Quiet Library. From a distance, Estelle heard a commotion and hurried over, only to find her daughter, whom she had been searching for, riding on Eros and vigorously shaking his head. Enraged, her previously gentle visage was now marred by frost. "Wendy, get off this instant. How dare you bully your brother?" Upon hearing her mother's voice, Wendy's anger dissipated, replaced by fear and trepidation. She sprang to her feet, intent on fleeing. "Wendy, stop right there," Estelle admonished sharply as she observed her daughter's attempt to escape. Wendy froze in place, her head drooping like a defeated chick as Estelle approached with hurried steps. Looking at her daughter, whose temperament was a mystery, Estelle's ire flared. "Why did you not attend your studies today?" Wendy, eyes cast down, murmured, "Mr. Baroka's lesson was exceedingly dull." Her voice dwindled to a barely audible whisper. "Dull? And so you chose to skip class? Look at your brother, who is 2 years your junior. He has already completed his etiquette lessons without complaint. As the elder sister, you ought to set an example for him." Estelle gazed at her daughter with exasperation, feeling a deep disappointment. Upon hearing praise for her brother, Wendy cast a glance at Eros, who was making playful faces in a mock display of schadenfreude. Fury surged within her, and she was about to retaliate when Estelle's voice cut through. "Wendy, do you intend to strike him? If you continue to shake him like that, what if he gets hurt?" Instantly, Wendy withdrew her hand, her rebellious spirit quelled, and hung her head in shame. Estelle then turned to Eros with concern. "Are you all right? You're not hurt, are you?" Eros shook his head. "I'm fine, mother. Sister was just playing with me." Observing her obedient and sensible son, and then glancing at her unruly daughter, Estelle's frustration mounted. "Look at your brother, and then at yourself." Wendy turned away, feigning ignorance to her mother's words, muttering under her breath, "Tattletale, just wait until I settle the score with you." Before long, Estelle had grasped Wendy by the back of her collar, leading her away, much to Eros's astonishment. Despite Wendy's slender form, she was not without a burgeoning grace that belied her weight, that Estelle could effortlessly lift her left. Eros incredulous, though constantly interrupted by various distractions. Eros did not lose sight of his intent. With a perplexed mind, he continued toward the library, hoping for greater discoveries today. This was, after all, his first visit to their family library, and upon witnessing the vast edifice before him, he couldn't help but marvel at their financial prowess. He found it difficult to fathom how the locals of this technologically backward society managed to construct such a grand and exquisite edifice. However, he dismissed these thoughts with a playful chuckle. In the present moment, he extended his hands, intending to exert force upon the heavy door, only to discover that it swung open with unexpected ease. What puzzled him, however, was the absence of any attendants at the library's counter. Despite having heard that it was manned, his immediate surroundings revealed no one in sight. Originally, he had contemplated inquiring about the location of historical texts, but it appeared that such intentions would have to be abandoned. Thus, he resigned himself to a solitary search. With his short legs, he began to inspect the shelves one by one, gazing at the rows of books before him. Titles such as How to Attract Noble Women's Attention, How to Interact with Noble Women, and How to Win a Noble Woman's Heart left him bewildered. What on earth were these? After a thorough search, he failed to locate any historical literature, but stumbled upon an abundance of unrelated works. To his surprise, he discovered that the library housed a considerable collection of novels. Regrettably, most of them chronicled the biographies of knights. He randomly pulled a few volumes from the shelves and skimmed through them, finding that they primarily recounted tales of knights rescuing princesses, only for the princess to marry a prince, while the knights remained steadfast in their guardianship of the princess. What a ridiculous trope! Frustrated, he shoved the book back onto the shelf, fearing that his 2002-era brain might not endure much longer. Yet, upon encountering the tome titled The Treasure of Captain Solly, he felt a surge of unexpected delight. The book's introduction included descriptions of the maritime regions surrounding the Croatian continent, knowledge he had previously lacked. After all, his family's territory lay deep inland, a considerable distance from the sea, and no one had ever spoken to him about maritime matters, partly due to the lack of necessity and partly because of his youth. He had yet to complete his studies of the geography near his homeland, let alone contemplate the distant seas. Thus, his understanding of the ocean was virtually non-existent. After perusing the book's account of the surrounding maritime regions, he felt a renewed sense of vigor. The text indicated that all maritime territories connected to the Misty Sea, 500 kilometers beyond the coastline. The description of the Misty Sea painted a foreboding picture, perpetually shrouded in fog. Any life that ventured within its bounds would become lost in its depths, with a mere fraction returning alive. For millennia, countless extraordinary individuals had attempted to conquer this domain, only to meet with failure, earning it the ominous title of the sea abandoned by the gods. Eros was taken aback, for according to the book's records, it suggested that humanity along the Croatian coast possessed only 500 kilometers of maritime territory extending outward. This revelation was indeed astonishing. While fog at sea was commonplace, its perpetual presence was decidedly abnormal, especially given that it consistently maintained a distance of 500 kilometers beyond the shoreline. The force displayed here is hardly one that could belong to nature. Could this truly be the enigmatic event of this world? It is utterly astonishing. This revelation filled him with exhilaration, affirming that there exists a mysterious aspect to this world, and it lies so close to humanity. Despite his discovery, he did not impulsively rush to the fog sea. Had he not read that the odds of returning alive from within its boundaries were exceedingly slim? The world is vast, and is it not preferable to be alive? After perusing the introductory section regarding the region, Eros found little interest in the remaining content, promptly returning the book to its place and continuing his search for other related volumes. This time, he expanded his search area slightly, targeting those texts that described the fog sea. As he surveyed the rows of bookshelves, he realized that his progress was rather slow. He could have summoned the attendant stationed in the library to assist him. However, for reasons unknown, not a single attendant was in sight today, leaving him alone in the expansive library. Chapter 4. The era of the fog sea. At that moment, he faintly heard voices, the sound soft and seemingly distant. Could it be the library attendants? Without hesitation, he proceeded towards the source of the voices. As he drew closer, he discerned two figures ahead. One possessed familiar golden hair, while the other exhibited a broad, imposing silhouette. Could that be his father? But who was the woman before him? Eros glanced repeatedly, feeling a sense of familiarity. The woman, facing Eros's direction, noticed him as he emerged from the shelves. She paused momentarily before gently nudging the man before her, his father, Duke Lenkai Orikinos. She whispered to the Duke, "Someone is coming, someone is coming." Upon hearing these words, the Duke appeared unconcerned, casually replying, Rest assured, I sent all the attendants away this morning. No one is to approach the vicinity of this library today. Nevertheless, he turned to glance behind him. There stood his prodigious son, the pride of the family, the beacon of the duchy, wearing a perplexed expression. The Duke hesitated for a moment before breaking into an awkward yet polite smile, nodding at Eros. He then grasped the woman's hand and hurriedly departed. No wonder he had not seen a soul during his prolonged stay in the library. His father had sent them all away. How oblivious his father was. Did he not comprehend that the library was a place for exploration? It left Eros to search for books on his own. Fortunately, the section nearby housed precisely the historical texts he sought. The rows of shelves displayed an array of historical literature, and this discovery caused a peculiar expression to cross his face. Were they not planning to desecrate history in this very spot? What a remarkable sense of amusement. He shook his head, dispelling the chaotic thoughts that clouded his mind, and lifted his gaze towards the bookshelf, seeking a tome that chronicled the events of the previous epochs. As he perused the shelves, he discerned a pattern. The books positioned nearer to the outer edge were more contemporary, closer to the current era. Resolutely, he proceeded towards the innermost section of this area. Upon arrival, a single glance revealed the volume he sought, Chronicles of the Misty Sea. The title alone hinted at its connection to the enigmatic Misty Sea. Without further hesitation, he swiftly ascended the bookshelf and retrieved the hefty tome. As for the dust he might have sullied the shelves with, it was of little concern, even if he were to climb the shelves and perform acrobatics. Who would dare to reprimand him? The pristine condition of the ancient cover, devoid of even a speck of dust, left him in silent awe. Such an extensive collection of volumes must surely number in the millions, each meticulously polished. What vast resources and labor that must entail. He could only marvel at the sheer terror of the feudal society, yet he was grateful to now wield power. As he opened the dark gray, antiquated cover, the yellowed pages revealed densely packed passages. Perhaps due to the age of the book, the ink had faded into obscurity. Yet, upon his first glance at the contents, he knew he had found the right text. The book recounted the very incident involving the elven race that he had previously encountered, albeit in far greater detail. After the elves departed the continent of Croya, the long-standing animosity between the two most powerful empires erupted into war. This conflict engulfed the entire continent, shrouding it in smoke and death. The fallen soldiers were left uncremated, carelessly cast into the great river, hoping the currents would bear their bodies to the sea to feed the fish. However, the number of casualties was staggering, beyond count. The bloodshed stained the river crimson. The red waters flowed downstream into the ocean, creating waves of crimson. As the war raged on, these waves continued to seep into the depths of the sea. 3 centuries into the conflict, a mysterious fog began to rise over the ocean. Initially, it garnered little attention, yet it spread swiftly. Within a year, the entire sea was enshrouded in mist, and all who ventured into its depths vanished without a trace. More disconcertingly, this fog relentlessly encroached upon the land, severing all communication with coastal towns overnight. Fear gripped the hearts of the populace. No one understood the origins of this fog, nor could they predict its cessation. In a surge of panic, apocalyptic prophecies abounded, and the war was abruptly halted. The world was engulfed in trepidation, each soul anxious that upon waking the next morning, the mist would have enveloped them entirely. As the world was engulfed in an atmosphere of trepidation, the fog abruptly receded, much like its inexplicable arrival. It ultimately halted 500 kilometers off the coastline, and from that moment forth, humanity's exploration of the world was compelled to cease at that boundary. The lands once shrouded in mist lay silent after the fog's departure, with all creatures vanished without a trace. This sudden onset and equally abrupt withdrawal of the fog revealed the eerie situations in the coastal towns. The remaining nations on the continent, overwhelmed by fear, lost their desire for conflict, each retreating to recuperate and restore. Yet, the terror induced by the fog indelibly marked the minds of every survivor, leading to the era being termed the Age of the Mist Sea. The first day the fog reached the shore signified the conclusion of the Second Era and the commencement of the Third Era, the Age of the Mist Sea. Chapter 5. The elven women are beautiful, according to the rules of tomatoes. The protagonist must be of age. Eros was engrossed in his thoughts when a towering shadow suddenly enveloped him. Startled, he turned to find his father standing behind him, accompanied by a somewhat familiar woman. Upon meeting Eros's gaze, the woman smiled warmly and curtsied, addressing him as Your Highness Eros. Duke Linka appeared slightly embarrassed. gesturing towards the woman and introducing her. Lady Florica, whom you have met before. She is the mother of your fifth sister. Eros nodded, recognizing her now. However, despite being the mother of his half-sister, their encounters had been infrequent. After all, the status of a mistress was deemed lowly and they were not permitted to dine at the same table as the legitimate wife. Furthermore, although his mother never voiced her discontent, his father was not foolish enough to allow them to roam freely in the presence of his rightful spouse. Thus, these women resided in a separate courtyard, distanced from his own, as the Duke's estate was quite expansive, and he had yet to explore its entirety. Curiously observing his son, Duke Linka inquired, "What are you reading?" Eros closed the book, revealing its golden embossed title, Chronicles of the Mist Sea. Duke Linka expressed his surprise. "I did not expect you to have an interest in such matters." Eros shook his head, explaining, "I initially sought accounts of the elves, but fortuitously stumbled upon the Mist Sea, which piqued my curiosity, prompting me to peruse this book." Duke Linka, puzzled, asked, "Why are you searching for records of the elves, who have not appeared on the Croatian continent for millennia?" Eros, taken aback yet delighted, inquired further, "Father, you are aware of the elves?" The Duke replied, "Is that not obvious? Our ancestors once forged alliances with the elves through marriage. Thus, in a strict sense, we possess a portion of elven blood within us. However, the passage of time has rendered this lineage so diluted that it is likely negligible. Thus, one understands." Eros found himself momentarily bewildered. Having anticipated enduring numerous trials and tribulations to uncover even the faintest whispers of information, only to discover that his own heritage was the most significant clue. Without hesitation, he pressed further. "Do the elves possess any extraordinary abilities, perhaps the art of magic or other such talents?" While he was unfamiliar with the concept of magic, he acknowledged that the elves were indeed exceptional. Hearing this, Eros's eyes gleamed with anticipation. "Such as?" Duke Lunka stroked his chin thoughtfully. "For instance, the women of the elven race are exceptionally beautiful." Eros felt a sudden pang in his heart, realizing that he should not have harbored excessive hopes regarding his remarkable father. Duke Lunka, with a gentle smile, ruffled Eros's hair, but then, his expression turning serious, said, "I understand your curiosity, but it is perilous. Even mere knowledge carries significant risks. However, since you have shown interest in these matters, as my child, I shall not withhold the truth from you. Yet, not today. We must prepare. And once you reach adulthood, I will reveal everything." With that, the Duke turned to depart, having matters to attend to. As for what lay ahead, it was, of course, the continuation of his unfinished business. As he turned away, Lady Florica offered Eros a warm smile and a courteous bow before following suit. In that moment, however, Eros was lost in contemplation, forgetting to return the gesture, though it mattered little. He felt a twinge of anxiety. The notion that knowledge could be fraught with danger struck him as reminiscent of a certain Mr. K. Could it be that he had truly been reborn into a world where such a figure existed? No, surely not. After a brief period of worry, Eros chose to abandon his thoughts. It was ultimately a good fortune to gain access to the mysterious side of life. After so many years of traversing this realm, he would finally glimpse the world's true nature. He only needed to wait until he turned 18. As for what lay ahead, he would face it when the time came. Peace. Peace. Chapter 6. Shadows of the World. That night, beneath the high-hanging stars and moon, Aster carefully placed the sleeping Eros aside, tucking him in with a blanket. Observing her peacefully slumbering child, she let out a soft sigh. The tranquility and grace that had previously adorned her countenance had vanished, replaced by an expression of deep concern. Duke Lunka had already shared Eros's fascination with the mysterious side with her, which was the very source of her present anxiety. Typically, it is only when a child reaches the age of 18, when their mind begins to mature, that elders gradually reveal the twisted, bizarre, and malevolent truths concealed beneath the veneer of civilization. This caution arises from the understanding that young children, with their incomplete cognition, are particularly susceptible to the insidious influences of such enigmas, which could lead to uncontrollable and grotesque transformations. Although she recognizes that her child is more intelligent and mature than others, almost devoid of the essence of childhood, this does not assuage her anxious heart. Yet, what recourse does she have? The moment Eros became intrigued by the mysterious, he was already marked by it. She softly murmured the blood-stained truth known within the realm of the arcane. When you gaze into the mystery gazes back at you. When you touch the unknown, It draws closer to you. With a sigh, she leaned down and placed a gentle kiss upon Eros's forehead, whispering, "Forgive me, my child, for stifling your curiosity about the real world." Given the circumstances, to shield her child from the taint of the mysterious, she had no choice but to obscure his curiosity about the genuine world and to conceal the memories that had begun to perceive the truth. As her words faded, within an imposing and solemn temple, an enigmatic black tome quivered slightly, and a force from the depths of secrecy descended from the night sky, merging with the sleeping child. Unbeknownst to him, Eros remained blissfully lost in his dreams. At the break of dawn, Eros was roused from his slumber by Wendini, who pulled back his covers. He opened his eyes abruptly to find his mischievous sister holding the blanket aloft, a triumphant expression adorning her face. Meanwhile, Estelle, who had been sleeping beside him, had already vanished. Eros, with a resigned gaze, addressed Wendini. "What are you doing, you pesky sister?" Wendini lifted her proud little face, declaring, "At your age, you still need to be cuddled by mother to sleep? How embarrassing." Eros scoffed, a look of disdain crossing his features. "You are just a bothersome little sister. What do you know? Call me brother. Bothersome little brother. Call me sister. Call me sister. Bothering little brother." The two maids stationed outside the door, upon hearing the commotion within, realized that their young master had awakened. They promptly opened the door, one proceeding to assist Eros in dressing, while the other prepared his toiletries. Having grown accustomed to the sibling banter, the maids merely exchanged amused glances. Eros, now fully familiar with the maid's service, found himself corrupted by the vices of this wretched old society. Though he wished to resist, the allure of the maidens proved too tempting, leading to his complete moral decline. Meanwhile, Wendini, with a proud expression, declared, "I can dress myself now. Wow, Sister Wendini is so impressive. She can dress herself." Eros played along, prompting a faint blush to rise on Wendini's cheeks, causing her to shyly hum in response. "The anger that once surged within me over my younger brother's refusal to call me sister has now dissipated entirely." As I observed the scene, the two maids stifled their laughter. It was evident that His Highness Wendini was thoroughly captivated by his younger brother. Once the chores were completed, Eros stood in the courtyard, feeling invigorated as he gazed at the sunlit world, inhaling deeply the beauty that surrounded him. The life of a wealthy landowner is so unpretentious, and I find myself extolling the virtues of this wondrous journey. As the years passed by, I discovered a peculiar occurrence. My troublesome sister, Wendini, seemed to vanish for several days after reaching the age of 18. Upon her return, she appeared enigmatic and secretive. When questioned, she merely tilted her chin and smiled with pride. During that same period, my father inexplicably rewarded the household servants with a generous sum, claiming his spirits were particularly high that day. This act struck Eros as odd, not because he found it unusual for his father to bestow rewards, but because the day of the rewards coincided with Wendini's mysterious return. It was hard to believe there was no connection, and an unsettling feeling lingered, though I could not quite place it. Faced with this perplexity, Eros buried it deep within his heart. 2 years later, on a day following his 18th birthday, an unfamiliar male servant approached him, bowing respectfully and stating, "Your Highness, the Duke wishes to see you." Upon hearing these words, Eros stood frozen, as if a key had turned in a lock within his mind. Memories, both strange and familiar, began to resurface, remnants of a past he seemed to have forgotten. The visual tapestry culminated in a vague feminine voice softly uttering, "I apologize, my child, for stifling your curiosity about the true world." Snapping back to reality, Eros felt a revelation wash over him as he lifted his gaze, meeting the smiling eyes of the servant. At last, the moment has arrived. It all made sense now. This world indeed harbors mysterious powers, and our family possesses such force. It seemed that prior to turning 18, the dangers of these revelations were too great, prompting them to employ some means to erase those memories. Today, perhaps the time has come for the restoration of what was once forgotten. With everything falling into place, Eros no longer hesitated. He nodded and followed the servant. Soon enough, he found himself before his father. Duke Lunka met him with a stern nod, commanding, "Follow me." As he turned to lead the way, Eros's lips curled into a smile, and without any doubt, he stepped forward, eager to uncover the truths of this world. The two of them arrived at the small chapel within the Duke's estate, an abode familiar to Eros from his frequent visits. Inside, a statue dedicated to the deity of death and rebirth stood, a testament to the faith of his ancestors who had worshipped there. Initially, He believed that the deities worshipped by these religions were mere fabrications, much like those on Earth. However, given the undeniable existence of the mysterious realm, it seemed quite reasonable to accept the existence of these divine beings. To his surprise, the Duke of Lunka did not enter the main hall of the small chapel, but instead proceeded toward the rear entrance. Upon entering through the back door and turning a corner, they arrived at the entrance to the basement, where miscellaneous items were stored, and there he halted. The Duke turned to Eros, his expression unusually grave, and said, "Whatever you witness, do not utter a sound. Maintain an inner reverence. We are about to enter the hall of our ancestors, a sanctuary of a great one." His voice grew increasingly fervent as he spoke, and Eros, sensing the seriousness in his father's tone, straightened his posture and adopted a solemn demeanor. Observing his son's expression, the Duke nodded with determination and descended the stairs, ultimately stopping at the wall directly opposite the stairway. He extended his right hand, murmuring an incomprehensible incantation. A swirling mass of dark gray light coalesced in his palm, and upon striking the wall, the expensive stone Fade was engulfed in an inky blackness. Eros felt his pupils contract sharply as he watched his father stride into the abyss that seemed to devour all light, vanishing into the darkness. Despite the tumult of astonishment within, he remembered his father's admonition and refrained from crying out. Taking a deep breath, he too advanced toward the shadowy wall. Upon crossing into the wall, he gazed curiously down the elongated corridor, glancing up at his father. The Duke did not disappoint. He spoke, "This is the Shadow Realm, the silhouette of the world. Our ancestors crafted a segment of the world's shadow and, through alchemy, forged it into a unique realm." Eros opened his mouth, at a loss for words. Could shadows truly be tailored? Yet, to his disappointment, his father showed no inclination to elaborate further, continuing his steady pace down the passageway. Chapter 7. The Real World. After navigating several intersections, they halted before a black door intricately carved with mysterious patterns. The Duke pushed the door open and gestured for Eros to follow. As the door slowly closed, Eros curiously surveyed the spacious room. Although large, it contained minimal furnishings, merely a table, a few chairs, and the most substantial object, a bookcase leaning against the corner. Just as he leaned in to examine the titles on the shelves, he was startled to see the names transform into writhing, grotesque tendrils. They began to squirm, accompanied by a chilling whispering that echoed in his ears. Eros swallowed hard, managing to suppress a scream, when suddenly he heard a soft cough nearby. In an instant, the whispers that had once echoed in his ears abruptly vanished. Glancing back at the bookshelf, he observed an array of books, each adorned in various hues, neatly arranged as if the bizarre and twisted tendrils he had just envisioned were merely a figment of his imagination. Eros was firmly convinced that he had neither misseen nor misheard, yet the current situation perplexed him. He raised his gaze to his father, hoping for an elucidation. Duke Linka cleared his throat. "You have neither misseen nor misheard. These are the very matters I am about to unveil to you, the forbidden knowledge concealed beneath the veneer of civilization." With each of his father's revelations, Eros gradually began to grasp the arcane aspects of this world. Indeed, deities existed, and not merely one. The 9 great churches, entrenched in the Croatian continent for several epochs. Each worshipped a god who was undeniably real. These deities regarded themselves as true gods, seated upon the thrones of heaven, gazing down upon the nations of the mortal realm. Moreover, numerous lesser churches also boasted genuine deities, albeit of lesser status than the 9 supreme gods. At times, they were derisively labeled as false gods by the followers of the 9 churches, who sought to purge their adherents, subjecting them to dire fates. However, as he listened, Eros sensed something amiss. His father seemed to harbor a profound disdain for those supreme deities, bordering on animosity. This struck Eros as strange. Was not his family a devoted sect of the god of death and reincarnation? They not only donated substantial wealth to the church annually, but also conducted sacrificial rites during certain festivals to honor the deity. Could it be that these were merely superficial gestures? After some contemplation, he cautiously ventured, "Father, it appears you do not hold those deities in high regard." His curiosity was piqued, for in this divinely sanctioned realm, disrespecting the supreme gods could lead to dire consequences, even imprisonment for re-education, let alone outright enmity. Upon hearing Eros's inquiry, Duke Linka's tone turned sardonic. "They are merely a band of traitors, yet they proclaim themselves as true gods. What a farce!" Eros seized upon the crux of the matter. Traitors? Why do you deem them traitors? To whom have they betrayed? Our ancestors, the goddess of night, was once their companion, and among them, two were even her disciples. Yet they betrayed her, employing vile schemes to murder her and devour her essence, thereby becoming the most potent deities in existence. However, our ancestor was a great being and could not be so easily extinguished. Before her demise, she prophesied her eventual return. Upon learning of this prophecy, those traitors grew fearful. Thus they slandered our ancestor as a malevolent god and ruthlessly slaughtered her followers and kin, striving to obliterate her faith to prevent her return. At this juncture, Duke Lenka's voice shifted from fury to a heavy solemnity, leaving Eros momentarily speechless. Duke Lenka, suppressing his emotions, continued, for thousands of years, we have been hiding, once the most revered and noble bloodline in this world, now branded as the remnants of the night, reduced to the status of a despised outcast. Eros felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead, realizing that he had just made enemies with the 9 most formidable powers in existence. After millennia of slaughter, this enmity had become irreconcilable. What a hellish predicament this is. He found himself in a state of panic, pondering if it was still possible to be reborn. Of course, that last thought was merely a jest he entertained amidst his inner turmoil. Sensing his son's hidden anxiety, Duke Lenka reassured him, fear not, we are quite safe now. 3 centuries ago, our ancestors made a fateful decision to split the family in two. One faction willingly sacrificed themselves to secure the opportunity for the other to join a certain church. Today, this plan has unfolded successfully, and even the 9 great churches would never suspect that we have infiltrated their ranks, becoming a family force beneath their very noses. This reverse strategy is quite brilliant. It appears that our ancestor understood that the most perilous places are often the safest. Surely, the church could not have fathomed that such a blood-soaked adversary would be lurking right under their watchful eyes. Generously donating vast resources each year and hosting grand festivals during holy days, truly a model of devotion. Nonetheless, he was somewhat curious. Did the church possess no other means of locating individuals? After all, this was a realm steeped in mystery, where deities truly existed. How could there be no peculiar abilities for searching out individuals? He voiced this question, and Duke Lenka promptly provided an explanation. Our ancestors wielded hidden powers. Once our bloodline undergoes the rite of baptism, we invariably awaken a capability known as the Servant of Secrets, coupled with the artifacts left by our forebears. As long as we do not expose ourselves, the church will find it exceedingly difficult to uncover our identities. This is also the reason we have managed to evade detection for millennia. Baptism of the bloodline. Eros seized upon the key point. Oh, only through this rite can one truly step into the realm of the mysterious, and this is precisely why I have brought you here today. This place is a world crafted by our ancestors, shrouded in their powers. Even uttering the names of those traitors here would go unnoticed by them, let alone merely undergoing a baptism. Duke Lenka's expression remained stoic, though a hint of pride colored his tone. Is that all it takes? Eros inquired. Duke Lenka shook his head, stepping out of the room, indicating he would speak while walking. After the baptism, one can only attain the rank of Sequence 9, the Seeker of Secrets. To progress to Sequence 8, the Listener, or Sequence 7, the Light Chaser, one must absorb more spirits on their own. How many sequences are there in total? Eros asked. There are 10 sequences. But even the royal family of the Chris Empire possesses methods of advancement only from Sequence 9 to Sequence 4. The only entities with complete pathways for ascension, aside from those churches blessed by deities, are us. Well, it seems even a despised outcast may clutch a golden brick. He felt an even greater sense of foreboding regarding his future. Chapter 8. The Baptism of Bloodlines. Upon reflection, considering the enduring legacy of his family spanning several millennia, he couldn't help but inquire, what is the highest sequence our family possesses? The atmosphere suddenly grew hushed. The previously somewhat proud Duke of Lenka, who relished the fact that only his family and the church possessed a complete path to ascension, fell silent. After a considerable pause, he reluctantly uttered, Sequence 5, the Fire Bearer. Eros found it hard to believe that a family with such a long lineage, one that had even produced deities, could only boast a maximum of Sequence 5. This was a dire predicament indeed. The Duke of Lenka appeared somewhat embarrassed, but continued to explain, this is due to the ancient bloodline, compounded by the fact that for thousands of years, our high sequence ancestors often sacrificed themselves to protect their lower sequence kin, frequently dying in battle before they could bear purified offspring, creating a vicious cycle. However, now that stability has been restored, the family encourages procreation, hoping that a child with exceptional talent might emerge to alter our current predicament. Is this a transformation brought about by quantitative change? Eros cast a sidelong glance at his father, hoping that encouragement was a family initiative rather than his father's personal enthusiasm. The Duke, oblivious to his son's skeptical gaze, continued, "Another approach is to learn from the royalty and cease intermarriage with outside clans. Even if we do not produce gifted offspring, at least our bloodline will no longer be diluted." Eros looked at his father in astonishment. The Duke of Lunka seemed resigned. "This is a method of last resort. After all, relying solely on a few Sequence 5 individuals to uphold our family is perilously risky for us." Eros nodded, understanding the gravity of their situation, especially under the pressure exerted by some of the world's most formidable forces. With only a handful of Sequence 5 members, should their lineage be exposed, escape would likely be impossible. During their journey, the Duke of Lunka shared much, and Eros absorbed a wealth of knowledge, gradually refining his understanding of the arcane. Ultimately, they halted before an ancient, imposing, and solemn cathedral. The Duke, leading the way, pushed open the heavy door, which had been slightly ajar, and a gentle halo of light radiated outward from the hall. Inside the hall stood numerous individuals, predominantly elderly men with graying hair and beards. Some Eros recognized, while others were strangers. Among the crowd was Aster, who, upon seeing him, offered an encouraging smile, her gaze as clear and gentle as water. After observing the assembly, Eros's attention was drawn to a statue at the hall's pinnacle, exuding an aura of mystery, authority, and solemnity. He realized that it must be the effigy of their ancestor. Having conversed with the elderly gentleman, the Duke beckoned Eros to approach. He then led his son before the statue, first offering a solemn prayer, and then instructing Eros to kneel on one knee at the center of the intricately inscribed floor adorned with mysterious symbols and patterns. With a grave and serious tone, he nodded towards the assembled elders. "Let us prepare to commence the ritual of bloodline baptism." As his words fell, the elders placed the pre-prepared milky white essence along the serpentine. Mysterious patterns etched into the floor in a rhythmic manner. With each piece they set down, the enigmatic symbols inscribed on the ground illuminated one after another. Seizing the moment, Duke Lunka began to speak of the matters requiring attention for the forthcoming ritual. There was little to heed. The essence was that this was the realm of their ancestors, and thus, the baptism would pose no peril. He was to simply follow the path that would soon manifest before him, venturing forth as far as possible. Understanding this, Eros nodded, indicating his comprehension. He then knelt quietly, bowing his head in serene anticipation of what was to come. Time passed slowly, and initially, Eros felt little. Gradually, however, he sensed a warm current adhering to his skin, permeating his body through every limb and sinew. This comforting warmth lulled him into a faint stupor, his eyelids growing heavy and eventually closing. Suddenly, Eros jolted awake, realizing he was undergoing the baptism and could not afford to slumber. He mustered his energy, only to find himself in an unfamiliar place. As he gazed around, a thick fog obscured his surroundings, rendering it impossible to discern his location. The elders who had stood nearby, awaiting the outcome, had vanished, leaving him alone in this misty realm. Had he already entered the baptismal process? But where was the path? Hadn't his father mentioned that a road would appear before him? Bewilderment and confusion washed over him as he surveyed the fog-laden space. Meanwhile, not far away, the clan elders observed Eros, who had closed his eyes, entering the lineage's ancestral source. They began to converse in hushed tones, harboring great hopes for this exceptionally gifted child. They believed his aptitude for sorcery was unparalleled in recent years, yet they pondered which ancestor's mark would be inscribed in his bloodline. An elderly gentleman, with meticulously combed white hair and monocle, spoke slowly, "In my estimation, young Eros should at least be able to witness the bloodline mark inscribed by our ancestor from 5,000 years ago." The crowd gasped at this statement. 5 millennia prior, their lineage still harbored wanderers, entities of Sequence 2, transcending mortal limits to enter the realm of mythic beings. Did this imply that young Eros possessed the potential to become a mythic entity himself? Though they held high hopes for him, they questioned whether the now corrupted bloodline could truly give rise to a mythic lineage. They pondered in their hearts. It seemed almost an impossibility, even in their most ideal scenario. It would require generations of relentless effort to purify the bloodline until it was robust enough to support the emergence of a mythic essence. This, they knew, would demand considerable time and the consistent birth of sufficiently gifted children in each generation. However, the words spoken by the individual before them compelled their attention. For the silver-haired elder was among the highest-ranking individuals present. Not to mention, he was one of the last 3 members of the family to possess a rank 5 lineage. They believed that this venerable elder would not speak without purpose. Consequently, a wave of excitement washed over them. It had been many years since their family had encountered a mythical being, and while possessing mythical blood did not guarantee the emergence of a mythical life, they were undeterred by this notion. What seemed impossible for others was not necessarily unattainable for their family, which had accumulated knowledge and power over millennia. Although years of hiding had depleted much of their resources, they believed that even with what remained, as long as life persisted and talent could sustain it, they could still forge a path forward. While a single mythical being could not remedy their family's current plight, it offered a glimmer of reassurance. After all, should their existence be revealed, it was likely that none would escape unscathed. Yet, with the presence of a mythical life, there was a chance that 1 or 2 might evade capture, preserving the family's bloodline from complete extinction. Meanwhile, Duke Linka was beaming with joy. His child's exceptional talent brought him immense pride. Although Asteria did not share her husband's exuberant smile, a gentle smile graced her lips, reflecting her undeniable happiness. As time passed, the milky white spiritual essences, arranged according to a mysterious pattern, were replaced by new ones in succession. Yet, the attendees displayed no signs of impatience. Rather, their excitement and anticipation grew. Chapter 9. The silver-haired elf. The milky white essences had solidified into a tangible form, representing the energy required to activate the ceremonial array. The greater the consumption of this energy, the further the participants ventured along the path of bloodline ancestry, bringing them closer to its source. At this moment, another elderly man, his hair as white as snow, spoke with quivering lips and tear-filled eyes. The energy consumed surpasses 100-fold of what I experienced in my youth. Truly, it is the mythical bloodline. Excellent, excellent. Meanwhile, Eros stood bewildered, gazing at the fog-laden world before him. He had run a considerable distance, but still had not encountered the path his father had spoken of. Where was the road? Wasn't he promised that a path would appear? Was this a dead end? What was he to do next? Should he continue forward? He decided to proceed, for his father had advised him to venture as far as possible. Although he had yet to see the promised road, he resolved to press on. Thus, he traversed the mist, randomly moving in a direction, pausing when weary, and then resuming his run. Time passed slowly. He was oblivious to how long he had been running or how far he had traveled, as this eerie place offered no point of reference. Everything around him appeared identical, and he could not even discern if he was running in a straight line. Just then, he noticed a small point of light suddenly appear ahead, jolting him to attention as he finally beheld something other than the encroaching fog. This stirred a sense of excitement within him, prompting him to hasten towards the luminous point. As he drew nearer, he discerned that it was a floating orb of pale green light, no larger than a fist, radiating a gentle halo. To his astonishment, once enveloped by the glow of this orb, he felt a wave of comfort wash over him, banishing the fatigue brought on by his sprinting. Could this be the bloodline mark his father mentioned? Eros extended his index finger, eager to poke the orb of pale green light. Yet, the moment his finger made contact, the world around him blurred momentarily. When his vision cleared again, he found himself suspended in midair, plummeting towards the vast ocean below, unable to suppress a startled cry. But in the next instant, a vine materialized from nowhere, ensnaring his waist and pulling him in a specific direction. Once he regained his composure, a woman adorned with a floral crown and clad in an elegant pale green gown appeared before him. Eros stared at her, momentarily transfixed, his heart racing uncontrollably. Good heavens! This woman was utterly captivating. In an instant, a phrase from his past life flickered in his mind, as lovely as the peach blossoms of spring, as pure as the chrysanthemums of autumn. Wasn't this description a perfect match for her? Not to mention her flowing white hair. White hair. It was simply breathtaking. The beautiful goddess regarded the boy before her with a hint of bewilderment, unable to comprehend how he had suddenly materialized. She was equally puzzled as to why. Despite being merely a mortal, he could gaze directly at her without any apparent consequence. As she scrutinized the child, a flicker of understanding dawned within her. So this is how it is? However, Eros was jolted from his stupor by a series of eerie giggles. He instinctively turned towards the source of the laughter, only to be taken aback, exclaiming in reflex, for before him was a grotesque mass of flesh, indescribable in form, possessing a single enormous eye surrounded by a multitude of writhing tentacles. It seemed to have taken notice of him, its colossal pupil fixating on him. As if it had stumbled upon something amusing, eyes began to sprout across its exposed skin and tentacles, until it was entirely covered in eyes, all staring intently at him while emitting a continuous, chilling chorus of giggles. Hee hee, hee hee. Eros felt a chill run down his spine. Overwhelmed by the sight of those countless eyes, a wave of discomfort washing over him. If someone with a phobia of clusters were to witness this scene, they might very well succumb on the spot. He quickly turned away from the abhorrent sight, feeling an intense physiological unease. Although he had no idea how he had ended up in this predicament, it appeared that the two entities were in a standoff, and he had unwittingly inserted himself into the fray. Fortunately, his arrival placed him closer to the enchanting woman. Otherwise, he might have found himself in dire straits. Suddenly, it seemed as if he had an epiphany. Was he not in the midst of the bloodline baptism ceremony? According to his father's teachings, the bloodline baptism involved tracing the origins of one's ancestry, during which one would encounter numerous imprints left by ancestors within the bloodline. His task was to select the more formidable ancestors and awaken their blood. Yet, a question arose. Was the woman before him truly one of his ancestors? After finally feeling a stir in his heart, was he to suffer such a complete defeat? Having comprehended the child's origins and intentions, Cecilia lost interest in further entanglement with the bizarre and distorted entity before her. Casting a fleeting glance, she vanished from her position along with Eros, who was supported by tendrils. Thus, the vast expanse of the sea was left with only that peculiar, twisted being. After Eros disappeared, it directed its gaze towards the spot where Eros had suddenly materialized. Without any observable motion, the space there sprouted an abundance of tentacles, from which an incessant stream of eyeballs squeezed out from the flesh, filling that area to the brim before abruptly vanishing. Accompanied by a series of eerie chuckles, it slowly submerged beneath the sea surface, gradually fading from view. On the other side, Eros felt a momentary blurring of his vision, and then he found himself in an unfamiliar place. Once again, he was subjected to this abrupt transition. He felt he was nearly growing accustomed to it. Suddenly, a melodious and enchanting laughter interrupted his thoughts. I did not expect you to choose to awaken the bloodline of my elven kin. In that case, I shall personally conduct your baptism. Prepare yourself, little Elysia. Eros was momentarily taken aback, and only then did he notice the extraordinary ears of the gentle white-haired lady hidden beneath her floral wreath. Unlike ordinary human ears, hers were slightly pointed and elongated. Was she of the elven race? Eros suddenly recalled that day in the library when his father had mentioned that their ancestors once intermarried with the elves. This meant that the woman before him was indeed an imprint inscribed in his bloodline by his ancestors. But what of the tentacled creature? Could it also be related? Was the bloodline imprint truly like this? And who was Elysia? What did her calling him Elysia signify? While he was undeniably handsome, it should not be so ambiguous as to obscure his gender. Chapter 10. The Divine Manifestation. Eros was now filled with questions. Just as he was about to speak, a slender, alabaster finger gently touched his forehead. Once again, there was a blurring of his vision, and he found himself back in the initial murky space. Cecilia gazed at the suddenly vanished child, momentarily taken aback, then shook her head with a soft smile. So it turns out your power is insufficient. Without hesitation, her gaze followed the river of bloodlines downward, ultimately focusing on the child seated at the center of the ceremonial array. With her delicate, elongated finger, she applied slight pressure, drawing forth a wound on her pale, rosy fingertip. As he gazed at the crimson blood seeping from the wound, he extended a finger, which seemed to transcend both time and space. It pinpointed directly at the brow of Eros, situated at the very confluence of fate. In the Shadow Realm, within the grand hall of the temple, the elders, who were awaiting the outcome of the ritual, were taken aback by the sudden disappearance of Eros. Their expressions shifted dramatically, with several impatient souls eager to investigate the cause. At that moment, the silver moon disk, initially serving as an ornament behind the ancestor's statue at the forefront of the hall, emitted a faint glow accompanied by a soft hum. Those elders who were about to step into the formation were abruptly pushed back by an irresistible force before they could comprehend the unfolding events. Esther felt herself propelled backward and was about to advance once more when she was restrained by Duke Ranka beside her. He shook his head gently, whispering, "Since that esteemed individual has intervened to prevent our approach, there should be no cause for alarm." After speaking, he subtly gestured toward the now unremarkable silver moon disk. Esther's anxious heart eased slightly, for she was aware of the moon disk's origins. It was a divine artifact forged by their ancestors, which ought not to harm their descendants. Others nearby offered comfort, stating, "The formation remains active, and we are within the sanctuary of our ancestors. Nothing will befall us." As if in affirmation of his words, Eros, who had inexplicably vanished, suddenly reappeared, prompting a collective sigh of relief among the assembly. Though they were reassured, the absence of visual confirmation still left a lingering unease. Before they could fully exhale their tension, a momentous shift occurred. An indescribable aura descended from the heavens, rendering the very fabric of the shadow realm seemingly frozen in time. Everyone present felt an overwhelming tremor coursing through their bodies, as if an unseen force gripped their hearts with an iron fist. At that instant, the once ordinary silver moon disk radiated with brilliant light, shielding the gathered from the terrifying and oppressive presence. As the ominous sensation receded, they could no longer withstand the strain. Collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. Suddenly, one voice cried out in astonishment, "What is that?" The crowd turned their gaze toward the direction indicated, and to their astonishment, they beheld a finger, so indistinct it was nearly imperceptible, now poised in the air, pointing at Eros's brow. In tandem, the spectral image of an ancient tree, lush with foliage, materialized behind him. Accompanying this vision was a vibrant essence that emanated from the ancient tree's apparition, spreading outward. As this life-giving energy enveloped them, they discovered that all previous discomfort had vanished, replaced by an overwhelming sense of relaxation and exhilaration. Some elders were even astonished to find that long-standing ailments, remnants of injuries sustained in their youth, were gradually healing before their very eyes. Someone recognized the ethereal silhouette of the ancient tree behind Eros, their face etched with disbelief. The world tree. Could it truly be the world tree? And that aura from earlier, could it possibly belong to the illustrious being of the elven race? To think that this great entity would personally conduct a ceremony for young Eros. Those nearby, upon hearing this revelation, were equally astonished, their expressions a mix of incredulity and sheer joy, their eyes glistening with tears of excitement. To receive a personal blessing from such a magnificent being speaks to an extraordinary talent. Surely the ancestors have shown favor, heralding the rise of our lineage. Meanwhile, an elderly man with a grizzled beard muttered to himself, "So, it turns out our clan does possess elven blood." Upon hearing this, Duke Lunka, taken aback, interjected, "Uncle, did you not once tell me that our ancestors had allied with the elves through marriage?" The elderly man, slightly embarrassed, replied, "This is something your great-grandfather shared with me during my youth. I had always assumed it was mere boasting, as our clan lacks precise records of which ancestor wed into the elven lineage." Duke Lunka was at a loss for words, realizing that the very information the old man himself doubted was used to enlighten him. Sensing his nephew's incredulity, the elderly man sheepishly scratched his head. It appears there may be truth to it after all. It is simply hard to fathom that young Eros has captured the attention of that great being through his bloodline and has been deemed worthy of a personal baptism. Indeed, even Duke Lunka, who held immense hopes for his son, found this seem difficult to believe. Thankfully, he was not from Earth. Otherwise, he would have surely exclaimed, "This defies logic. After all, we are speaking of a great being, a deity that gazes down upon the mortal realm from the heavens." Eventually, as the silhouette of the ancient tree behind Eros solidified, a finger slowly withdrew from his brow, gradually vanishing into the void. Just when the onlookers thought the ceremony was concluding, they realized the array was still in motion, indicating that the ritual continued. However, Eros remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding events outside. At that moment, he was aimlessly wandering in a foggy space, finding little of interest amidst the monotony of the gray mist. Suddenly, a faint golden light materialized before him, accompanied by a passage of text that appeared in his mind. After reading it, Eros stared curiously at the golden orb. "Is this a spell derived from my bloodline? By my understanding, does this imply it is my skill? But how could I have comprehended it without any effort?" Regardless, he decided to investigate this skill called Divine Art, Chapter of Life. He reached out to touch the golden orb. The moment his fingers made contact, The orb transformed into a stream of light, swiftly darting from his palm into his mind. Chapter 11. Is this the skill? In the next instant, a torrent of knowledge regarding spells surged through his consciousness, and he began to comprehend that the external orb was essentially a compressed file, containing a wealth of information within. Yet, he found himself perplexed by the contents hidden within. What a collection of healing and enhancement skills this is. Is he to become a healer? Suddenly, he grasped the meaning behind the phrase from the divine art, chapter of life. Life shall be inscribed upon your fingertips. Indeed, the skills he received were all focused on healing and support, while he aspired to be a damage dealer. After all, a healer who does not deal damage cannot be considered a competent one. As if the divine was responding to his thoughts, another orb of soft golden light appeared before him. Divine art, judgment of life. The name alone suggested it was an offensive skill. Once the glowing orb settled into his mind and released its pressure, he discovered an array of offensive skills, which left him somewhat satisfied. After all, what kind of damage dealer would he be if he could not heal? Another orb materialized, but regrettably, it was a passive skill, divine art, nature's guardian. Yet, upon examining its effects, he was taken aback. This passive ability was exceedingly powerful. It meant that as long as he was in the wilderness, he would gain an enhancement to all attributes. This was splendid. Henceforth, when he ventured out to hunt, he would possess a constant boon. How remarkable it was that the elven bloodline was so potent. He was utterly impressed. However, the next orb that appeared surprised him not only due to its pitch-black hue, but also because it bore the skill divine art, judgment of eternal night. He had expected that since he had awakened his elven heritage, the skills he comprehended would all be elven in nature. Yet, it seemed that was not the case. He could only express his delight at being a hybrid. Observing the skills now residing within his mind, he nodded in satisfaction, realizing he was ever closer to becoming a versatile warrior. Similar to his elven bloodline, the dark lineage had only 3 orbs. Of the remaining 2, one was the servant of secrets, which he had heard from his father, and the other was named divine art, guardian of the night, both passive skills. The effect of divine art, guardian of the night, was as impressive as that of divine art, nature's guardian. It granted an enhancement to all attributes during the night. Did this mean he would also receive a boost in that aspect during nighttime? How extraordinary it would be to be at his strongest while venturing into the wilderness at night. This combination of skills was wonderfully outrageous. He was quite enamored. As he absorbed the 6 orbs, the gray mist of this ethereal space gradually dissipated, the space itself beginning to overlap with the external grand hall of the temple. Upon witnessing this, Eros understood that the baptism of his bloodline was nearing its conclusion. Just then, 2 pearlescent orbs suddenly appeared before him, forcefully inserting themselves into his mind. In the next moment, the space completely overlapped. Sitting within the temple hall, Eros slowly opened his eyes, shaking his slightly swollen head. Just moments ago, those 2 pearlescent orbs seemed to have been pressed down by some force, forcibly inserting themselves into his consciousness. A sensation entirely distinct from that of the previous 6 orbs he had encountered. As his mind gradually eased, he finally found the focus to investigate the 2 luminous spheres that had been forcibly implanted in his consciousness. They appeared to be 2 skills, devoid of any introduction or explanation, bearing only the names, blessing of the deep sea and breath of the deep sea. He found himself perplexed. From whence did these skills originate? His father had never mentioned them, nor had their family ever had any connection to the ocean. Suddenly, he recalled the bizarre, large eyeball he had seen upon entering the green sphere. Could it be the source? The thought of that strange entity, covered in eyes, sent a shiver down Eros's spine. He shook his head vigorously, attempting to disperse the unsettling image from his mind. Regaining his composure, he turned his gaze toward the group of elders nearby, their faces alight with excitement, anticipation, and a hint of trepidation as they hesitated to approach. Curiously, he inquired, "The ceremony must be over now, right? Am I free to move?" Upon hearing Eros's voice, the elderly men with graying hair and beards let out a collective sigh of relief. They understood that the great being had departed, prompting a throng of them to approach him eagerly. Among them, one grandfatherly figure, eyes brimming with affection, exclaimed, "Young Eros, how did you manage it? To have the illustrious being of the elven race personally bestow a baptism upon you." Before he could finish, another elder promptly shoved him aside and leaned in closer to Eros, his face equally warm. "Dear Eros, Do share with us what it felt like to be blessed by such a great presence. Before he could complete his thought, yet another person pushed him away. And as expected, those who pushed would themselves be pushed in turn. The uncle of Eros, who had been displaced, called out, "Rain, why did you push me?" The elder named Rain ignored him, grinning broadly as he addressed Eros. "Young Eros, did the great being mention when our revered ancestors might return?" At this question, the atmosphere fell into an expectant silence, with all eyes fixed intently upon Eros. He momentarily found himself at a loss, needing to gather his thoughts. In other words, the gentle, silver-haired sister he had encountered was a deity? He struggled to suppress an exclamation. Had he truly encountered an entity at the pinnacle of this world? Thankfully, it seemed the divine being was unaware of his thoughts at that moment. Surely, she could not know? Otherwise, despite his elven heritage, he would likely have met a grim fate. Yet, under the fervent gazes of the elderly men, whose hair and beards were as white as snow, Eros felt an unsettling chill creep over him. Clearing his throat, he composed himself and shook his head, stating, "I was never informed. I only just realized that she is indeed a deity." Upon hearing this, the elders expressed a hint of disappointment, but it quickly dissipated. After all, they had endured millennia of waiting and were not daunted by the prospect of further delay. However, their previous enthusiasm for inquiry seemed to wane, and one of them spoke up. "In that case, let us now beseech the artifact of the great being to conceal young Eros's fate." Upon hearing these words, the crowd nodded in agreement and gradually dispersed from Eros's side, returning to their respective positions, their expressions reverting to solemnity. Eros, however, was filled with curiosity. He surveyed his surroundings and soon spotted his father and Estelle, who had been pushed to the outskirts of the gathering, hesitant to intrude. He approached them and inquired, "Father, mother, what exactly are the legendary artifacts that the uncle spoke of?" Duke Lenka smiled and explained, "Our ancestors left behind 3 powerful artifacts for our lineage: the Book of Night, the Eternal Sleep Moon, and the Eye of Eternal Night. The reason our family has been able to endure through the ages is precisely due to the aid of these 3 artifacts. When your uncles mentioned obscuring your fate, they referred to the Book of Night. Simply inscribe your true name within it, and not even the greatest of beings can discern your whereabouts through magical means." Eros began to comprehend. This was indeed what his father had previously mentioned, the artifact that worked in conjunction with the hidden servant. Chapter 12. The tentacles that came knocking before long. Several elders entered through a side door of the temple. Among them was one who held a black-bound tome with great reverence. Approaching Eros, he wore a serious expression and spoke respectfully, "Mighty Spirit, please conceal this child's destiny." As he spoke, the dark tome in his hands suddenly levitated into the air, opening before Eros. The pages began to turn of their own accord, fluttering until they settled upon a blank page. Eros gazed at the paper, where numerous names had already been inscribed, including the true names of his father and Estelle. However, he felt a twinge of confusion. All the surnames were not Nor's, but rather Knight, and there was no pen. How could one write their name? Seemingly sensing his puzzlement, the elder explained, "Since we intend to adopt new identities and remain hidden, it would be impossible to retain our former surname. Nor's was a name bestowed by our ancestors. Our true surname is still Knight. As for how to inscribe it, simply press your finger upon the page and recite your true name." Eros understood and promptly followed suit. Soon, a name materialized clearly upon the blank page: Eros Lincoln Knight. Just as Eros prepared to withdraw his hand, a black light shot forth from the tome, piercing directly into his mind. The onlookers appeared unperturbed by this occurrence, displaying no signs of surprise. Eros felt a voice resonating within his mind after the black light entered, repeating insistently, "Be loyal to your family, loyal to your bloodline, loyal to the goddess of night. Do not defy, do not falter, do not forget." This voice echoed continuously in his thoughts, gradually penetrating the depths of his soul, as if attempting to imprint this command upon his very essence. At that moment, the statue of the solemn and enigmatic ancestor above the hall quivered slightly. Subsequently, a beam of black light shot from the statue's eyes, piercing directly into Eros's mind, shattering the incessant whisper that had been reverberating within him. The speed was astonishing, so much so that no one realized what had transpired. After the sound dissipated, Eros felt a sudden release of his soul, only to succumb to unconsciousness. His last fleeting thought before losing consciousness was that the night goddess being labeled as a malevolent deity was not without justification. Such a method of forceful indoctrination hardly seemed the act of a benevolent god. As Eros fainted, the previously open book of night slowly closed, returning to the hands of the elder. The others, observing Eros cradled in the arms of Aster, exchanged puzzled glances. Such an incident during a clandestine fate had never occurred before. However, upon checking his vital signs and finding them stable, they collectively sighed in relief, attributing his condition to the exhaustion of his soul. After all, enduring such a prolonged bloodline baptism would indeed be tiresome. Aster, supporting Eros, softly addressed the elders, saying, "Since the matter has concluded, I shall take Eros outside for a proper rest." This request was naturally met with no objections. One of the elders remarked, "Go ahead. Let the child rest well. He has worked hard today." As for the rest, they felt the need to deliberate on how to guide this child, whose extraordinary talent had drawn the attention of the Great Ones and received a personal baptism. It seemed the resurgence of their clan was not far off. On that day, the servants of the Duke's estate received an inexplicable bonus, as it was said that the Duke was particularly pleased. May the great deity above bless the generous Duke with such joy every day. Time passed, and Eros gradually opened his eyes, gazing at the familiar gray mist before him. He was taken aback, for had not the baptism concluded? How was he back in this place? Suddenly, a tentacle emerged from behind his neck, curving to reveal an eye at its tip directed toward him. Eros shuddered in terror, his heart nearly stopping. He sprang to his feet and fled, not daring to glance back, fearing he might catch sight of that enormous, tentacle-covered eye. What in the world was happening? How did the tentacled creature reappear here? Panic surged within him as he ran until his legs could carry him no further. Turning to see if the tentacle still pursued him, he noticed it had grown a small segment from thin air, rather than being the massive entity he had previously encountered. Nevertheless, even this smaller portion was frightening, being as thick as an arm and several times his height. Breathing heavily, Eros rested his hands on his knees, his eyes fixed on the tentacle. Realizing that escape was futile, he understood that this abomination was beyond his capacity to confront, for it was a being that could stand against deities. It was anything but feeble. Even if it was merely a segment of its tentacle, it was far from something a novice in the mystical realm like him could handle. But when the rabbit is cornered, it may bite. Unable to flee, it seems more prudent to fight to the death, to lash out with all its might. He fixed his gaze intently on the tentacle, which in turn held its eye, staring back at him. They were locked in a tense standoff, the atmosphere thickening with silence. Finally, Eros could no longer contain himself and exclaimed in anger, "If you intend to strike, then do so swiftly." The tentacle tilted its eye, conveying a sense of confusion. Remarkably, Eros sensed this emotion. How could he discern that a mere tentacle was expressing doubt? He too was perplexed, yet undeniably aware of the tentacle's sentiment. After a prolonged moment, seeing that the tentacle remained still, merely fixated on him, Eros cautiously probed, "You are not here to kill me, are you?" To his astonishment, he perceived the tentacle's emotion shift to curiosity. Although still vigilant, the realization that the tentacle bore no murderous intent allowed his tense heart to relax, and he slumped weakly to the ground. Chapter 13. Testing skills. The tentacle continued to swirl around him, and after several revolutions, the eye at its tip split open, revealing a mouth filled with sharp teeth that suddenly emerged, emitting a bizarre giggle of hee-hee. Hee-hee. Hee. Eros felt his face drain of color at this horrifying sight. What on earth was this? A mouth sprouting from the center of an eye. Goosebumps prickled his skin, and the eerie laughter echoed around him, filling the space with a sinister hee-hee. Hee-hee. Exhausted, Eros lay back on the misty ground, covering his ears with his hands. To his dismay, this proved futile, as the laughter resonated directly in his mind. Ultimately, unable to endure any longer, he shouted, "Could you please stop laughing? If not, then just kill me." The laughter ceased abruptly, the tentacle retracting its mouth, returning to fix its eye upon him once more. Eros surrendered to despair, lying motionless on the ground, and soon fell asleep. When he awoke again, he found himself in the familiar surroundings of Estelle's room. Lying on her bed, as he gazed at the room, a moment of bewilderment washed over him. Was the tentacle in the misty space merely a dream? Estelle, who had been watching over him, approached softly as he stirred, asking in a gentle voice, "Are you thirsty?" Looking into her clear, beautiful eyes that overflowed with affection, Eros felt for the first time that being alive was truly wonderful. He reached out his arms, wishing to embrace her, though puzzled by his sudden gesture. Estelle bent down to hug her child. Feeling the strength of his grip on her back, she assumed he must have had a frightening nightmare. Thus, she tenderly patted Eros's back, soothing him with soft words, "Do not fear, dear. Mother is here. Everything will be all right." Hearing such comforting words, Eros found himself both amused and perplexed. He recalled that he had nearly succumbed to the torment of that brainwashing voice. Suddenly, a surge of dark light had pierced through his mind, shattering that voice, and only then did he lose consciousness. He couldn't help but inquire, "How long have I been asleep?" Adele replied softly, "You have been asleep for 7 days." Eros was genuinely astonished. He felt invigorated and brimming with strength, hardly resembling someone who had just awakened after a week's slumber. As he attuned to his body, he suddenly sensed an extraordinary power coursing within him. Could this be the spirit his father spoke of? His father had mentioned that after undergoing a baptism, one would possess a spirit. And possessing a spirit marked the official entry into the realm of the mysterious. So now, was he a Sequence 9 seeker? Curiosity piqued. He eagerly wished to test his newfound abilities and began to search his mind for usable skills. Given that the skills Divine Art, Eternal Night Judgment, and Divine Art, Life's Verdict were offensive in nature, he could only select from Divine Art, Chapter of Life. He randomly chose a skill named Divine Art, Life's Benediction, and commenced its release, following the guidance stored in his mind. However, he overestimated his mana reserves. In an instant, he felt utterly drained, and the skill merely coalesced a tiny emerald light the size of a soybean at his fingertips. As he directed his fingers towards Adele, that little green light entered her body, and he promptly lost consciousness once more. Upon feeling the green light enter her, Adele found her fatigue from days of waiting evaporating completely. This startled her momentarily, and as she examined Eros, who had fainted due to spiritual exhaustion, she couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Chapter 14. Spirit. The dark-haired maiden in a haze. Eros suddenly sensed someone speaking to him. "Hey, wake up. Junior, hurry up." As Eros groggily opened his eyes, he was met with a delicate and charming face before him. Instantly, he felt a surge of energy, quickly surveying his surroundings, and realized he was still in that familiar misty space. He propped himself up with his hands and crawled backward, exclaiming in shock, "Goodness! The tentacle monster has transformed into a beautiful girl." Could that ghastly creature truly sense the innermost thoughts of others? Eros's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as he stammered, "You are that tentacle monster, aren't you? Don't think that just because you've become a beautiful girl, I will let my guard down." The dark-haired maiden wrinkled her delicate nose in annoyance, retorting, "How dare you speak to me like that, Junior? I could never be a mere tentacle monster." Eros regarded the dark-haired girl before him with skeptical curiosity. Her appearance could only be described as extraordinarily beautiful. With a delicate visage adorned by features meticulously sculpted by the creator, she donned a black dress, reminiscent of a Gothic style from a bygone era, revealing her smooth calves. Upon noticing his scrutinizing gaze, the dark-haired maiden let out a disdainful huff, remarking on his rudeness as a junior. Eros, still somewhat uncertain, inquired, "Are you truly not that tentacle monster?" With her hands on her hips, the dark-haired girl declared with an air of superiority, "Listen well, Junior. Before you stands the master of shadows, the eye that pierces through all illusions to reveal the truth. I am the supreme being capable of plunging all into eternal night, the most capable aid of the goddess of night." After absorbing this lengthy introduction, Eros felt a sense of relief. Despite the fact that his ancestors' methods of brainwashing did indeed resemble those of a malevolent deity, surely her subordinate would not harm her junior, especially one so strikingly beautiful. After all, beauty is justice. He reclined back, positioning himself at the feet of the dark-haired maiden. Just as he was about to inquire about their location, the word slipped his mind. After a few moments of bewilderment, he was abruptly sent flying by a kick from the blushing maiden, her cheeks flushed with indignation. Although Eros was perplexed by the situation, he felt a surge of defiance and chased after her, unleashing a flurry of kicks with her delicate feet while muttering, "You insolent junior, you wretched junior, you shameless junior. Stop kicking," exclaimed the dark-haired girl with a cold huff. It was only then that Eros struggled to rise from the ground, rubbing the sore spots where he had been struck, and asked, "Where exactly is this?" "Your own soul world. Why are you asking me?" she retorted, exasperated. Eros was taken aback. "You mean to say this is my soul world? What else?" The dark-haired girl rolled her eyes, and even that gesture appeared adorable on her lovely face. Eros, momentarily stunned, turned his head away, avoiding her gaze. Then how did you come here? I was in slumber when that elf suddenly appeared and roused me. I sensed the presence of my master emanating from you and planned to observe you. However, I saw that foolish tome attempting to cast a soul curse upon you. And seeing you in distress, I decided to lend a helping hand. After speaking, the dark-haired maiden leaned closer, scrutinizing Eros with a look of curiosity. It is truly strange. From where do you possess the aura of my master? Faced with her enchanting visage so near, Eros leaned back slightly, his face betraying a hint of redness as he stammered, "You are the Eye of Eternal Night?" This was an easy deduction, for she had introduced herself as the eye that sees through all illusions. Moreover, she had mentioned being the most capable aid of his ancestors, which could only refer to the 3 divine artifacts within the family. As for why an artifact would take on a human form, he mused that his past readings of numerous novels were not in vain. This dark-haired maiden was likely akin to an artifact spirit, an entirely reasonable notion. Chapter 15. The artifact of free access. The ebony-haired maiden did not respond to the inquiry, seemingly acquiescing to it. She continued to regard Eros with a mixture of suspicion and curiosity. How peculiar it is, she mused, that you exude such a potent aura of a master. This left Eros somewhat befuddled, and he questioned, is it not normal for a descendant of ancestors to carry their essence? That is not the case, she retorted, shaking her head emphatically. Your forebears do not possess the aura of a master. When I first awakened and sensed your presence, I nearly believed the master had returned. Eros furrowed his brow, and as if a thought had struck him, he cautiously inquired, is the esteemed name of your ancestor, perhaps Alicia? The maiden's eyes brightened, a look of astonishment crossing her features. The name of the master has long been shrouded by hidden powers. Few in this world still remember it. How do you know? You have indeed encountered the master. Eros fell into silence, recalling that the deity of the elven race had referred to him as Alicia. At the time, he had not fully grasped its significance, but it now appeared that the divine being had mistaken him for his ancestor. Yet, could a deity truly err in such a way? Surely not. However, he was not originally from this world, and his reincarnation bore the weight of memories. It was inconceivable for him to be the goddess of night. Moreover, his ancestor was a goddess, and he was now a man. How could that be possible? The more he pondered, the more convoluted it became. After a prolonged pause, he hesitantly replied, the elven deity spoke of this, but it seems she mistook me for my ancestor. The ebony-haired maiden's eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth agape. How could this peculiar descendant possibly be the master? That is simply unfathomable. Her expression mirrored that of someone grappling with the shock of their idol's downfall, struggling to accept such a notion. Seeing her reaction, Eros felt a tinge of embarrassment and cleared his throat. Thus, it appears she must have mistaken me. The maiden pressed her lips together, falling silent. While she, too, believed the deity had erred, she could not shake the thought that such an entity might genuinely misidentify someone. Lost in contemplation, she eventually spoke again. Hey, descendant, let us forge a contract. Eros was taken aback, a sense of joy washing over him. Was this truly an opportunity to acquire an artifact without cost? Although excitement nearly clouded his judgment, he managed to retain a thread of rationality and cautiously articulated, why would you choose to contract with me? My powers have long since diminished, consumed in the relentless pursuit of the master's whereabouts over a millennium ago. In the ensuing years, I have remained in slumber, awakening only sporadically. Though your ancestors have offered me some spiritual essence, my prolonged dormancy has allowed those 2 wretched beings to claim it, leaving me feeble. I can barely conjure a semblance of attire. As she spoke, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks, but she pressed on. I fear that it will not be long before I succumb to slumber once more. Thus, I am compelled to propose a pact with you, for it is only through such an agreement that I may acquire the spirit from you, enabling me to maintain a semblance of awareness and avoid succumbing to slumber once more. The subsequent words from the ebony-haired maiden's lips were tinged with a hint of shyness. Moreover, I wish to observe you. While I too believe that the elf may have mistaken their target, there is indeed a distinct aura of a master surrounding you. Perhaps by accompanying you, I may discover the true master. As she uttered these words regarding the elf's potential misidentification, her gaze inexplicably wandered, avoiding the piercing eyes of Eros. Chapter 16. Was it not a dream? Upon realizing that her junior had not reacted to her proclamation, she adopted a serious expression. So, Junior, do you wish to enter into this pact with me? Of course, I shall sign. How could one refuse? Eros, having regained his senses, was overjoyed. Merely a matter of observation. What could be simpler? Yet, how shall we proceed with this signing? Give me your hand. Eros obediently extended his hand, and the ebony-haired maiden pressed her delicate, pale palm against his. With fingers intertwined, she softly intoned, "By my essence, I become your eye." Upon concluding her words, a faint luminescence enveloped her form, and in the next moment, Eros felt a warmth radiating from his left eye socket. This sensation swiftly transformed into a sharp pain, causing him to jolt awake from his slumber, instinctively covering his left eye. Had anyone glimpsed his left eye at that moment, they would have observed that his once brilliant sapphire gaze had turned into an impenetrable abyss of purest black, devoid of light. The sting was fleeting, dissipating as quickly as it arrived, and soon the profound darkness of his left eye vanished, restoring its dazzling azure hue. Concurrently, the melodic voice of the ebony-haired maiden echoed in his mind, "I shall rest for a while." Following this, silence enveloped the room, and Eros sensed a subtle change in his left eye. However, he dared not experiment further, for the lingering emptiness within his body remained palpable. It seemed that the after-effects of his earlier reckless endeavors had yet to subside. The room was devoid of any presence. Eros cast a glance at the twilight sky. The sun had set, and the fading light bathed the potted plants by the window in a golden glow. It is nearly mealtime, he thought, feeling a pang of hunger and a desire to indulge in a feast. Yet, given the sensation of being utterly drained, he felt disinclined to move. Thus, he reclined once more, deciding it best to postpone his meal until tomorrow. Just then, the door creaked open, and Estelle entered, accompanied by two maidservants, who bore exquisite dishes. Upon witnessing this scene, Eros's eyes sparkled with excitement, his earlier lethargy vanishing as he exclaimed, "I dare say you are undoubtedly the best mother in the world." Estelle smiled warmly, having grown accustomed to her child's occasionally whimsical remarks. In the stillness of night, Eros lay upon his bed, gazing at Esther, who sat beside him. In a hushed tone, he confided, "Esther, today I had a dream that led me to believe I might never return to you." This time, he refrained from calling her mother, opting instead for her name, clearly shaken by the experience. He referred to the terrifying vision of the tentacled creature he had encountered during the day, which had nearly caused his heart to falter. It was the first instance he had ever felt so close to death. The sheer shock of witnessing that monstrous being overwhelming him. The colossal entity, perched upon the ocean's depths, with its eerie eyes and contorted appendages, left an indelible mark on his memory. Although he later realized that he had frightened himself, the initial dread and fear were undeniably real. After all, he was still merely an ordinary human. Despite the sum of his lifetimes exceeding Esther's years, in his previous existence, he had been just an average person. In this life, having only recently ventured into the realm of the arcane, he found himself face to face with a creature capable of confronting deities, an encounter that was, understandably, terrifying. Esther gently patted the back of Eros's hand, soothingly assuring him, "Do not fear, for Mother is here." As she continued her comforting gestures, Eros soon succumbed to slumber, the exhaustion from their earlier pact weighing heavily upon him. Chapter 17. The origin of the tentacles. Upon reopening his eyes, Eros found himself once again in the familiar gray mist. A sense of resignation washed over him as he contemplated how he had returned once more. Lying languidly on the ground, he was startled when a tentacle, adorned with an eye, met his gaze. The suddenness of this encounter momentarily halted his breath, nearly causing him to gasp. After some time, he regained his composure and, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, "Why do I keep dreaming of you, you wretched thing?" The tentacle tilted its eye, conveying a sense of bewilderment. Eros chose to disregard it, merely shifting his body to continue resting. This pattern persisted for a month. Each night, as he succumbed to sleep, he found himself in the gray mist, accompanied by the grotesque tentacle. Initially, he struggled to adjust, but eventually he acclimated. Aware that something was amiss, he considered confiding in Esther and the others, yet each time the thought crossed his mind, a vague fear gripped his heart. It felt as though speaking of it would summon unforeseen calamities, a sensation he could not comprehend. Nevertheless, he opted to trust his instinct, rationalizing that nothing untoward had yet occurred. Then, one fateful night, as he drifted into slumber, he encountered the familiar gray mist once more, lying in his usual position. Just as he anticipated the appearance of the tentacle, a dark-haired maiden materialized beside him. Eros was taken aback. Had he transitioned to an entirely different dream? What expression is that? The dark-haired girl inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Eros glanced up in surprise and remarked, "Oh, you've actually dressed up this time. Yet, judging by your attire, I expected you to don black, but unexpectedly, you are clad in white." The raven-haired maiden's complexion suddenly flushed crimson. She contemplated delivering a swift kick to him, but hesitated. As if recalling something, grinding her teeth in silence. Indeed, how could this perverse junior possibly be the master? Noticing that she had refrained from striking him, Eros felt a twinge of astonishment, not from any masochistic tendencies, but rather from the tedium of the situation, prompting him to seek some diversion. He reached out to touch the hem of the maiden's skirt and gently pinched her smooth, delicate calf, exclaiming, "The tactile sensations in this dream are astonishingly vivid." The raven-haired maiden clenched her teeth tightly, managing to squeeze out a retort, "Damn it, Junior, don't push your luck." At that moment, Eros noticed a tentacle emerging behind the maiden. Well, he initially thought today's dream had taken a different turn, only to realize they were in this together. He waved at the tentacle. "Ah, you've arrived too?" The maiden blinked in surprise. Was there something else here besides herself? Turning her head to take a glance, she gasped, "Damn it, how did you get involved with this thing?" Damn. Before finishing her sentence, she had already whisked Eros away a considerable distance. Eros, taken aback, began to comprehend. "Isn't this a dream?" The raven-haired maiden rolled her eyes. "What do you think? This isn't a dream. So what does that mean for all that touching just now?" Recalling the exquisite sensation, he felt his heart race, astonished that she had not struck him. If this were not a dream, then during the previous month's nights, had he indeed been spending time with that tentacle each evening? Yet, it seemed there was nothing to fear, as it had not made any aggressive moves. Thus, he spoke, "You can set me down. It's fine. If it intended to act, it would have done so by now. It appears merely curious about me." The raven-haired maiden scrutinized Eros, still holding him aloft, before gradually pausing her steps. Yet, she remained vigilant, casting wary glances at the tentacle trailing behind them. After some time, observing that the tentacle seemed to exhibit no further intentions, she finally exhaled in relief, though her expression remained incredulous. "How did you come to attract its attention?" Eros sighed. Offering an explanation, "It was during the bloodline baptism. I encountered a deity of the elven race who was confronting it. I'm not sure how I attracted its interest. But since the baptism, it has been present. I can only sense that it is exceedingly curious about me. Is there something peculiar about me that I fail to understand?" Chapter 18. A body full of oddities. The raven-haired maiden cast him a disdainful glance. "You are riddled with peculiarities, to say the least." "Am I?" Eros replied, somewhat bewildered. To gaze directly at a deity with a mortal form, to be ensnared by it without suffering any corruption, and to possess a body capable of harboring its avatar, doesn't that strike you as odd? The black-haired maiden, after speaking, fell into a deep contemplation. Perhaps the existence of the elven race indeed did not misjudge. This child before her might truly be her long-lost master. Otherwise, how could a mere mortal achieve such feats? It is well known that only another deity, besides mythical beings, can gaze directly upon the divine. Furthermore, only a god could embody the avatar of that entity from the depths of the ocean. Yet, it is still difficult to accept. Why has her once resplendent master now been reduced to this ghastly state? With this thought, she couldn't help but cast a disdainful glance at Eros. Eros, upon hearing the words of the black-haired maiden, was not particularly surprised. Though he was unaware of the particulars, it did not diminish his sense of inevitability regarding the situation. After all, is it not customary for a traveler from another realm to possess extraordinary abilities? It is entirely reasonable. However, seeing that the black-haired maiden seemed to recognize the nature of that tentacled creature brought him a measure of joy. For only by understanding what it is can one devise a means to escape its grasp, cannot one? It is not a golden-haired, beast-eared lowly, nor a long-legged beauty in black stockings. It is merely a tentacled monstrosity. While he had grown accustomed to its presence over the past month, he still yearned for an opportunity to extricate himself from its clutches, as its mere appearance was rather unsettling. Thus, Eros pointed at the tentacle and directly inquired, "Do you know its origin?" The response came, "It is the oldest life form in this world, the greatest anomaly. It is the beginning of all life and will also mark its end, unless someone transcends it." As she spoke the final words, the black-haired maiden glanced at Eros before turning away, no longer wishing to meet his gaze. Although she had accepted this impudent junior as her returned master, a sense of melancholy lingered. Eros, taken aback by the black-haired maiden's words, found himself astonished by the creature's lofty status. Am I then unable to escape its grasp? His tone reflected a hint of disappointment. While the tentacled creature had not wronged him in any egregious manner and had even generously bestowed upon him 2 skills, its appearance was undeniably disturbing. If it possesses such high status, why cannot it transform into a golden-haired, beast-eared lowly? You may not be able to now, but in the future, you can, the black-haired maiden imparted with a cryptic remark. Eros reclined back onto the ground, letting out a deep sigh. Ah, never mind. We shall speak of future matters later. By the way, how should I address you? The black-haired maiden, observing this scene, felt a surge of frustration and replied curtly, Barbara. It is the name my master bestowed upon me. Logically, as a weapon of the ancients, Barbara ought to inspire a sense of reverence. However, looking at the delicate figure before him, he found it hard to feel any awe. He then reached out to touch Barbara's skirt, clicking his tongue in astonishment. Did you not say that all these are mere illusions? Yet, why do they feel so tangible? Barbara took a deep breath once more, truly incredulous at how her once illustrious master had now devolved into this ghastly state. Resisting the impulse to deliver a sound thrashing to the person before her, she explained, spirits can indeed solidify into tangible forms, much like the essence you utilize in your formations, which is a solidified spirit. Chapter 19. The corruption of Wendini. After uttering these words, she bent down, lifted Eros, and, with a stoic expression, declared, from this moment forth, I shall impart to you the knowledge of mysticism. This is to enable you to swiftly reclaim your former powers and memories. However, as the words hung on her lips, they transformed into, this is to ensure the revitalization of your family. You are well aware that your family's current predicament is dire. Thus you must hasten to elevate your strength to secure their safety. Thus began Eros's grim existence. By day, he followed the elders of his clan in study, and by night, he was obliged to learn from Barbara in the realm of souls, all while tentacles discreetly observed. This was far more arduous than the grueling 996-work schedule of his past life. Yet, a modicum of solace came to him in the form of Estelle, whose gentle voice sang lullabies each night, replenishing his spirit with her energy. Though he could not fathom why a child of such age still cherished lullabies, Estelle found no reason to decline this trivial request and was instead delighted that her child adored her songs. After listening to Estelle's soothing melodies, he would venture into the soul realm, provoking Barbara's ire, delighting in her adorably flustered demeanor. Indeed, her exasperation was quite endearing. He could only wonder when Barbara might be willing to conjure a pair of black stockings. Despite eloquently describing their structure and design, she feigned ignorance, which he found utterly infuriating. It was undoubtedly an act. And so, time passed in an orderly fashion for 2 months. One fateful night, as Eros prepared to sleep after listening to the lullaby, the door swung open unexpectedly. A slender, graceful figure stood in the doorway. With the advantage of his eternal night eyes, he easily discerned the identity of the intruder. It was his troublesome sister, Wendini. However, her current state was disconcerting. Her complexion was pale, and her body trembled. Eros was taken aback, immediately grasping the gravity of the situation. Wendini had fallen victim to a strange corruption. Having undergone a period of study, he was no longer the naive child ignorant of the mystical realm. When one peers into the mysteries also gaze back. When one engages with the unknown, it draws near. Each night, souls that have encountered the arcane possess a certain probability of entering the spirit realm. Souls that traverse this realm resemble flickering candles in the darkness. Those uncanny entities wandering within the spirit realm are drawn to the luminescence emitted by these souls. Should one falter, they risk being consumed by the uncanny and transformed into a monster. Such is the price for delving into the mysteries. The elders of his clan had imparted these words during his inaugural lesson, and they had reiterated them on several occasions thereafter. However, the clan was quite intrigued by his inexplicable immunity to bizarre encroachments over the past few months, prompting a series of speculations. The prevailing theory posited that, as he had been personally sanctified by the Great One, remnants of the Great One's power lingered within him, deterring those uncanny entities. Consequently, even the occasional presence of Estelle by his side did not expose her to such strange invasions. Upon hearing these conjectures, Eros exhibited a rather peculiar expression. While it was plausible that some divine essence remained, He suspected that the primary reason lay within his own soul realm, where a certain amorphous creature had been aimlessly meandering throughout the night. Barbara had previously elucidated that the most formidable anomaly was currently entrenched within him. Who among the unwise would dare to target a prey marked by such a being? In fact, out of fear, they did not even venture close, which elucidated why those in his proximity remained untouched by the bizarre encroachments. Eros found himself uncertain whether to feel elated or anxious upon hearing this explanation. Chapter 20. My adorable little sister. Just as he prepared to rise and lend a helping hand, Wendini rushed over, and in the next moment, a cool, delicate form nestled beside him. Eros gently patted Wendini's back, whispering soothingly, "It's all right, it's all right. I'm here, there's nothing to fear." I wonder which entity would be so foolish. Such occurrences were not uncommon. After all, Wendini had been exposed to the arcane for some time. Although the frequency of bizarre encroachments varied, there were usually 1 or 2 instances each month. In the past, during such episodes, Wendini would retreat to the shadow realm for the night. However, upon discovering that she could remain by his side without succumbing to the bizarre, she ceased her visits to the shadow realm. Snuggling against Eros, Wendini softly murmured, her voice gentle and feeble, a stark contrast to her daytime demeanor akin to a spirited little wildcat. Observing this now purring kitten-like Wendini, Eros reached out to stroke her head, his tone tender as he said, "Sleep now, it's all fine." Wendini blinked her beautiful, crystalline eyes, playfully ruffling his hair, and, with a hint of discontent, asserted, "I am the elder sister." Eros chuckled, bemused, as he felt the calm figure beside him, his voice indulgent. All right, you are the elder sister." Internally, he marveled at the effectiveness of his tentacled companion. Wendini let out a soft hum, nuzzled closer, and then closed her eyes, falling silent. The following morning, a drowsy Wendini gradually opened her crystalline, clear eyes. Rubbing them, she gently nudged Eros, whose legs had unknowingly draped over her. In a soft, somewhat muddled tone, she said, "It's time to get up." Eros did not open his eyes, responding with a muffled murmur before uttering a few disjointed phrases. "I'll sleep a little longer. I'm utterly exhausted." The previous night in the realm of souls, during a sparring session with Barbara, she unexpectedly abandoned her usual defensive stance, launching a relentless assault that left him in a state of utter dismay. Only when he reached the brink of spiritual exhaustion did Barbara explain, "In future encounters with adversaries, they will not merely defend. This is to help you adapt more swiftly to the realities of combat." Despite her reasoning, Eros harbored an unsettling premonition that her intentions were simply to inflict pain upon him. Consequently, he found himself overwhelmingly fatigued. Recovering from spiritual weariness proved far more arduous than from physical exhaustion. However, Wendini remained oblivious to his plight, feeling Eros's leg draped across her. A rosy hue crept across the delicate features of the young maiden as she exclaimed in irritation, "If you don't get up, I swear I'll kick you off the bed." Eros mumbled incoherently, showing no inclination to rise. Taking a deep breath, Wendini resolved to act. With a swift motion of her long, graceful leg, she sent Eros tumbling to the floor. The sudden jolt of pain from his fall roused him slightly, though he remained dazed, bewilderedly glancing back at the bed. Morning sunlight streamed into the room, illuminating Wendini's skin, which was exposed due to her disheveled nightgown, casting an almost blinding glow. Eros squinted, his eyes struggling to adjust to the radiant figure of Wendini. With confusion, he inquired, "Why did you kick me?" Standing with her hands on her hips, Wendini retorted, "What is it to you? I felt like kicking, and it's far too late for you to be sleeping." Observing his sister, now restored to her domineering and audacious demeanor, Eros felt a sense of resignation. Though the playful, feisty Wendini was undeniably charming, he found himself longing for the tender warmth of the previous night, when she had snuggled against him like a little kitten, a sight that was regrettably rare. At that moment, a maid knocked at the door, inquiring if they required assistance with their morning routines. Having been jolted awake by Wendini's kick, Eros felt no lingering drowsiness and instructed the maid to bring in the washing supplies. Time continued to march forward, and Eros's studies progressed methodically. Initially, the elders of his clan expressed deep confusion and concern regarding Eros's pace of advancement. Despite possessing a talent that warranted a personal blessing from a great being, his accumulation of spiritual energy was alarmingly sluggish. Even after 1 or 2 months, The amount of spiritual energy within him remained nearly unchanged from the time of his initial blessing, leaving them baffled. Ultimately, Eros disclosed the matter of the dormant artifact of the clan that had chosen him and the contract of recognition he had entered into. He explained that the majority of the spiritual energy he absorbed was being consumed by the artifact, which accounted for his slow progress. Upon hearing the news, the esteemed elders were not only unperturbed by the artifact's absorption of Eros's essence, but rather elated beyond measure. First, they were favored by the Great One, who personally bestowed a baptism upon them, and then they were chosen by the artifact itself, which sought to establish a contract of allegiance. What does this signify? It heralds the resurgence of our clan, marking the dawn of a new era. On that very day, the servants of the Duke's household received an inexplicable monetary reward, reportedly due to the immense joy of the Duke's esteemed ancestors. Oh, great deities above, may the generous Duke's family find joy every day. As for Eros, he had indeed contemplated utilizing the essence to aid Barbara in regaining her strength. However, upon inquiry, he discovered that the majority of the clan's essence had already been expended during his baptism, and the remaining essence was required for various other needs. Although the elders suggested prioritizing his needs by reallocating the essence from other purposes, Eros declined their offer. He could not bear the burden of impeding the clan's operations for his own sake. He resolved to rely on his own resources, accepting the slow pace of recovery. For it was not a matter of restoring Barbara to her full strength, but merely ensuring she maintained her consciousness, a task that would not demand excessive time. Thus, it continued until Eros's 19th year, when Barbara finally declared, "I have regained enough strength to remain awake for a considerable time." Upon hearing this, Eros exhaled in relief. At last, he was freed from the obligation of laboring for Barbara. In just a few days, the essence within him reached the pinnacle of what could be amassed at Sequence 9. The clan produced the pre-prepared materials for advancement, and the ritual array was inscribed without difficulty, enabling him to effortlessly ascend to Sequence 8, the listener. However, he was acutely aware that his ease was attributed, in part, to the fact that the advancement ceremony took place within the Shadow Realm, a domain impervious to aberrant corruption. Moreover, his ally, the Tentacled One, ensured that no aberration dared to approach. Had he been in another location or accompanied by a different individual, the process would not have been so straightforward. It could even be described as a perilous endeavor, for Sequence 8 is notoriously one of the most dangerous stages. If Sequence 9, the Seeker, is likened to a flickering candle in the night, then advancing to Sequence 8 transforms that candle into a great bonfire, illuminating the surrounding darkness. Such a bonfire directly beckons the aberrations wandering in the night, proclaiming, "Come play with me. I am here." Thus, nearly everyone advancing to Sequence 8 encounters a throng of aberrations converging upon them, a near certainty unless one possesses means to repel the grotesque entities. The title listener for Sequence 8 derives from the fact that individuals at this stage, without means of isolation, are subjected to the twisted and bizarre whispers of the aberrations each night. Many lower-tier sorcerers succumb to the influence of these entities during this phase, spiraling into madness and ultimately being consumed by the very aberrations they sought to understand. However, for Eros, these concerns were of little consequence. He found himself rather fortunate that the tentacled entity had taken an interest in him. After all, witnessing the frail demeanor of Wendini, who had also ascended to Sequence 8, each night illuminated the peculiar horror of the situation. Even if the grotesque forms were not inherently terrifying, the incessant babble of nonsensical chatter echoing in one's mind every evening could drive anyone to madness. But the tentacled being was rather preferable. Ever since Eros had confronted it a year ago, it had ceased to smile and now merely observed quietly each night. It was merely unsettling in appearance. Yet that had become a trivial matter, for he had learned how to obscure his vision from it. One serene evening, as Eros entertained thoughts of a promising future, Barbara stared at him with a calm demeanor. Was there something amiss about him today? Just as he contemplated voicing this inquiry, Barbara spoke in a tranquil tone. "You ought to venture outside. Throughout history, no saint has ever been born in comfort." Eros was taken aback, realizing it was not himself that was amiss. However, Barbara's words implied that she was encouraging him to embark on a journey of experience. To be fair, he had not stepped beyond the confines of the Duke's estate in many years. His understanding of the world stemmed solely from books or the teachings of his elders, and her words ignited a curiosity about the world beyond. After all, This was a realm entirely unlike Earth, not only in its technological advancements, but also in its mystical aspects, where deities truly existed. The following afternoon, he broached the subject at the dining table, expressing his desire to explore the outside world. Duke Lunka and Estelle hesitated, offering no immediate response. Duke Lunka mentioned he would consult the elders regarding the matter. Once lunch concluded, he sought out the elders for their counsel, while Wendini leaned closer to Eros, exclaiming with excitement, "I want to go too." Estelle gazed at her children, now standing at her height and towering over her son, and sighed softly. Before long, Duke Lunka returned, striding confidently, accompanied by a throng of elders. To Eros's astonishment, the entire assembly had gathered. Upon seeing Eros, the elders immediately began to voice their concerns. "No, it is far too dangerous outside. Wouldn't it be better to remain within the family?" They expressed a multitude of sentiments, all converging on the same point. It was best to stay home. Whatever he desired, the family could provide. Why venture out at all? After all, they had only one child possessing a mythical bloodline, personally blessed by the Great Ones and recognized by the ancestral artifacts. Such extraordinary talent should not be squandered outside. What if he encountered peril? That was simply unacceptable. Eros found the situation both amusing and exasperating. Thus, he had no choice but to relay Barbara's original words. A few elders flushed with color, stammering, "Saint, saint," while many exchanged bewildered glances. Chapter 23. The Academy of the Church. After this chapter, the protagonist has reached the age of 19. It was unexpected that the esteemed spirit believed Eros possessed the potential to become a saint. Indeed, if it were not for such potential, how could the Great One personally bestow baptism upon him? And if he lacked such potential, how could he possibly gain the recognition of the ancestral artifacts? A saint, after all, is a divine being. In ancient times, they were regarded as entities akin to gods or angels, and ascending further would allow one to ascend the divine throne and achieve greatness. Should Eros become a saint? With the three ancestral artifacts and the remnants of his ancestors' shattered divine realm accumulated over millennia, it would not be impossible for him to elevate himself to greatness. He would become the second Great One aside from the ancestors, and they would witness the birth of a new great being. The thought alone made their breaths grow heavy with anticipation. After a prolonged silence, one finally spoke. "Since it is the esteemed spirit's opinion, we must comply, though we still need to deliberate on the details." Following this, they huddled together, whispering amongst themselves. One suggested, "Isn't the enrollment date for the prestigious Holy Academy in the imperial capital approaching soon? Why not?" Another agreed, "I believe this is feasible. After all, young Eros has never ventured outside. It would be beneficial for him to acclimate to a relatively safe environment." However, some expressed hesitation. But is that truly safe? After all, this is an academy jointly hosted by the three major churches. Wouldn't Eros be directly under their watchful eyes? Upon hearing this, a few nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of the concern. Venturing so close to their scrutiny seemed perilously reckless. Yet, the first speaker chuckled at this apprehension. "What is there to fear? Our entire family is already under their gaze. Remember, the most dangerous places are often the safest." Young Eros has awakened the bloodline of the elves. As long as he refrains from employing our night clan's spells in public, and with the secret of servants and the Book of Night concealing him, the church will be none the wiser. How could there be any danger? His words momentarily stunned the assembly, before they responded in unison. "Indeed. What connection does the elven bloodline have with our night clan? Even our own kin regard it as a jest, let alone those outsiders. After thousands of years, who could possibly trace our ancestors' unions with the elves? Moreover, there isn't a single elf to be found on the continent now, making any investigation futile. Additionally, the churches have long branded our ancestors as evil deities. Having repeated it so often, they have come to believe it themselves. Yet, the elves are consistently depicted in every tome of Mystique as benevolent and compassionate beings. How could one awakened with elven blood ever be linked to evil deities? It is simply impossible. One lamented with a smile. "I had previously considered this too complex and failed to see this point. Every year, families under the church's auspices send their most promising descendants to study. It has indeed been quite peculiar that we have not ventured there for so many years. Thus, let us send little Eros this time. Perhaps the revelation of his elven lineage will render our situation somewhat safer." As discussions ensued regarding the companions to accompany him, Estelle, who had been silently listening for quite some time, spoke up. Why not allow me to go? In recent years, I have successfully pilfered a blasphemous ember and have since ascended to the rank of a 6th-tier fire thief. Moreover, my former family resides in the imperial capital, so my presence would likely prove more beneficial. After pondering Estelle's words, the elders deliberated for a moment and replied, "Very well, Estelle, you shall go. However, for the sake of prudence, it would be wise to bring additional companions along. We must also visit the storeroom to see if we can uncover any useful sealed items for your journey." Once the decision was made, they no longer lingered, as they needed to search the storeroom for any items that might be of use. After the elders departed, Duke Lunka also took his leave, intending to consider which individuals would be suitable to accompany them. Before long, the grand hall was left with only the three of them. Eros felt a surge of excitement at the approval from his family to explore the outside world. However, upon noticing Estelle's silence, his enthusiasm began to wane. He recalled that Estelle had not returned to her familial home in what seemed like an eternity. In his memory, it appeared she had never ventured far. This meant she had not returned home for at least 19 years. If one were to count from the day she was married, it had been nearly 21 years since her last visit. It seemed she had been wed at the tender age of 13 and had given birth to Wendini at 14. His father had certainly acted with great decisiveness. Then, at 16, she bore him, and so the passage of time continued. To exaggerate, one could say that Estelle had, in a sense, watched him grow up. After all, he had been born with memories. How peculiar it felt to contemplate growing up alongside his mother. Eros shook his head, clearing the tumultuous thoughts from his mind, and gently addressed the seemingly distant Estelle. "Do you long for your grandmother?" In Eros's recollection, Estelle seemed to share a deeper bond with her grandmother, while her feelings towards her grandfather were likely more rooted in reverence and fear. During her early years of marriage, she had harbored some resentment towards her father, who had married her off merely for resources. Indeed, she had entered into marriage without even knowing what her future husband looked like. Estelle softly replied, "I think of them often." Eros was momentarily taken aback, but soon understood. After all, so much time had elapsed, and even the weightiest of resentments would have likely faded. Furthermore, Estelle had once mentioned that her grievances towards her father had diminished shortly after her marriage. Later, she discovered that everyone here treated her with kindness, and gradually, she accepted her surroundings, leaving no room for resentment. Meanwhile, Wendini embraced Estelle, resting her head on her shoulder with a playful smile. "I have yet to meet my grandfather and grandmother." This mention of her parents made Estelle momentarily forget her earlier gloom, although a hint of wistfulness crept into her tone. "In the pendant of my previous necklace, there were portraits of your grandfather and grandmother, but alas, that necklace is lost." Wendini's expression faltered, and her gaze began to wander. Chapter 25. "Call me brother." Then she noticed her younger brother behind her, seemingly on the verge of saying something. With a sharp glare, she released one arm from around Estelle, gesturing threateningly behind her. The message was clear: "If you dare to speak, you will regret it." Eros scoffed, curling his lips in disdain, and opened his mouth, hinting that he intended to speak. Wendini, anxious, waved her hands repeatedly, turning to form a silent plea. "Don't say anything. As long as you keep quiet, I will do anything you wish." Eros raised an eyebrow, revealing a mischievous grin, and silently suggested, "Then call me brother a few times, and I won't tell." Wendini, furious, ultimately gritted her teeth in submission. Sensing the commotion behind her, Estelle turned, her brow furrowed in suspicion. "Do you know anything about my necklace?" Eros feigned confusion, shaking his head. "I haven't seen it." Estelle then glanced at her daughter, who offered a forced chuckle. "I haven't seen it either." Although her daughter's demeanor was somewhat peculiar, Estelle dismissed the thought and stated, "Then I must prepare some personal belongings." Thus, the hall was left with just the siblings. Wendini swiftly locked Eros by the throat, prompting him to cough. "I didn't say anything." Wendini huffed, glancing around to ensure they were alone, and with a serious expression, she whispered, "Brother, I've fulfilled my promise." She added. Eros, however, appeared somewhat disappointed. "Is that it? I barely heard you." Wendini, both embarrassed and angry, attempted to tighten her grip again, prompting Eros to back away hastily. All right, you've done it." Once at a safe distance, Eros changed his tone. "However, those elders didn't say you could go out, which means you must stay home." Wendini stood frozen, her expression blank, the sparkle in her eyes fading into emptiness. Observing her desolation, Eros cleared his throat. "But, as long as I'm willing to speak." He paused, winking at Wendini. Her vacant gaze gradually brightened, and she rushed over, clinging tightly to Eros's arm, shaking it fervently as she pleaded, "My dear brother, please help me. I want to go out and have some fun." Eros coughed heavily, and Wendy instantly understood, a delicate blush rising to her charming face. Biting her red lips gently, her beautiful eyes brimmed with shyness as she softly said, "I agree, but it must wait until evening." That night, with a face full of reluctance, Wendy recited in a voice devoid of emotion, "Thank you, brother." After speaking, she let out a cold huff, her cheeks still flushed. How devoid of feeling, how lacking in sincerity, Eros remarked. Wendy, incensed, glared at him. But Eros paid her no mind, turning away to enter the realm of souls to study with Barbara. Barbara is truly delightful. Days passed, and when everything was finally prepared, a servant came to announce that they could depart. Eros felt a surge of excitement. At last, he would glimpse the vast continent of this world, curious to see how it differed from Earth in the 18th century. Wendy, beside him, mirrored his enthusiasm as they followed the servant to a vast open space in the Duke's courtyard. Chapter 26. The floating airship of another world. At this moment, a throng of people gathered, which puzzled him. "Aren't we heading to the imperial capital? Why have we stopped in the backyard?" Eros voiced his confusion. However, Duke Lunka's response only deepened his curiosity. The Duke merely said, "Just wait a moment. We shall arrive shortly." Indeed, not long after, Eros's puzzlement was resolved. A low whistle echoed from the sky, and a black dot slowly emerged at the edge of the clouds, gradually drawing closer to the Duke's courtyard. As it approached, Eros finally discerned what it was. An airship? Duke Lunka patted Eros on the shoulder and chuckled, surprised. "Are you?" "I was equally astonished when I first saw it. To think that such a colossal iron creation could soar through the heavens solely by human ingenuity, without any alchemy, it's simply unfathomable." Eros fell into silence. How should he respond? Should he feign disbelief? Yet, wasn't this just an airship? Though he had never witnessed one in person, countless images filled the internet. Nevertheless, to humor his father's boasting, he displayed a fitting astonishment. "This is truly incredible." Meanwhile, Wendy's mouth had fallen agape in awe, unable to resist. Eros gently nudged her chin to prompt her to close her mouth. Wendy, quick to react, swatted his hand away and glared at him. Eros chuckled. On the other side, Estelle looked at her two mischievous children with exasperation and cleared her throat. Enough of the antics. Only then did they compose their expressions and continue to gaze at the enormous iron marvel as it descended slowly. With a dull thud, the airship finally landed, and immediately the butler directed the servants to load the prepared luggage aboard. Duke Lunka was imparting advice to his two children on what to be mindful of upon their arrival in the imperial capital. Once you reach the capital, make sure to pay a visit to your elder brother and fourth sister. They are currently managing the family's affairs there, and should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to seek their help. I previously conveyed the news of your impending journey to the imperial capital through Shadow Crow, so the Duke's residence should be prepared for your arrival. You may settle in immediately upon your arrival. However, if you wish to stay with your mother's family for a while, that is also acceptable." Eros listened attentively to his father's lengthy admonitions and nodded, affirming, "I understand." The Duke felt reassured about his son, who had always been wise and sensible from a young age. However, noticing his daughter, who was eagerly fixated on the airship and seemingly disregarding his words, the Duke sighed, "Take care of your sister." At this remark, Wendini expressed her dissatisfaction, responding promptly, "I will look after my younger brother, so please do not worry, father." "Haha, I am certain Wendini will take good care of Eros," Duke Lunka replied with a smile, unflinchingly uttering a white lie. Eros, not wishing to embarrass his sister at that moment, merely rolled his eyes at her arrogant demeanor, muttering under his breath, "Humph, silly sister." As the last piece of luggage was loaded onto the airship, Duke Lunka realized that his fledgling was finally ready to leave the nest and soar into the skies. Chapter 27. Another freebie of divine artifacts? He fell silent, overwhelmed with sentiment. This was not the first time he had bid farewell to his children. Yet this occasion felt distinctly different. After all, Eros was the child in whom he had placed his highest hopes, the one upon whom the entire family had pinned their aspirations. Observing Eros surrounded by a throng of elders, his gaze was filled with expectation. Although it was unwise to place the weight of a family's legacy upon the shoulders of a single child so early, the family's situation was precarious. Teetering on a tightrope that could lead to ruin at the slightest misstep, resulting in the obliteration of their lineage. Thus, the entire family entrusted their dim hopes to this one child, yearning for him to bring about a turn of fortune and to mature swiftly. Even if their secrets were eventually revealed, he might still preserve a flicker of their lineage, preventing the extinguishing of their bloodline. Meanwhile, Eros listened with mild exasperation as the elderly men reiterated their warnings. Little Eros, listen closely. When faced with challenges, do not act rashly. Prioritize your own safety above all. Yes, I understand. He replied earnestly, I will act with caution. Indeed, caution is paramount. Remember, safety comes first. If you encounter danger, flee without regard for noble decorum. Preserving your life is of utmost importance. All right, I will remember. I shall strictly adhere to your wise counsel and will not act recklessly. If faced with insurmountable odds, I will run and not concern myself with any notions of decorum. Exactly so. After Eros's repeated assurances, the group of elderly men reluctantly released his hands. At last, Eros stepped onto the deck of the airship. At that moment, the vessel emitted a low hum, its propellers gradually accelerating, and the entire craft slowly began to lift off the ground, ascending into the sky. Wendy, having cast aside her earlier doubts, leaned excitedly over the railing, exclaiming, Look, we are really flying. Eros glanced over, his expression indifferent, merely uttering a soft acknowledgement, yet Wendy remained oblivious to her brother's calm demeanor, continuing to shout joyfully. As the airship climbed higher, the figures below diminished in size, and the once mighty Duke's mansion shrank before their eyes. Just then, Eros suddenly heard Barbara's melodious voice echo in his mind. It's coming. Eros momentarily froze, but in the next instant, two deep black streaks of light shot forth from the Duke's mansion, seamlessly merging into his body. Eros was somewhat taken aback, wondering what these entities were. However, as the two streams of light entered him, he sensed an inexplicable connection forming with two objects. Yet, the black light showed no signs of halting. Directly racing towards the skill orbs within him, one penetrated the orb named Secret Servant, while the other surged into divine art, eternal night judgment. He then observed that the two black orbs expanded in size, one transforming into a book with a pitch-black cover, while the other morphed into a crescent moon-like black disk. He recognized the book's design. Was it not the Book of Night? And did that other object not resemble the eternal sleep moon? Why had they come to him? Confusion washed over him as he extended a thread of his consciousness towards the Book of Night. To his surprise, the name he discerned was not the Book of Night, but Master of the Secret Arts. By its title, it seemed the skill had undergone an upgrade. After all, a servant and a master clearly indicated which was superior. The other skill remained unchanged, still called divine art, eternal night judgment. However, he was puzzled as to why an upgrade had occurred. He then inquired within his mind, asking Barbara, what is the meaning of this? She replied in a somewhat gloomy tone, as if she had painstakingly nurtured a splendid watermelon only to have two interlopers attempt to share it before she had even tasted it herself. Their lack of contribution left Barbara feeling quite displeased and somewhat uneasy. Did this imply that he had unwittingly acquired two divine artifacts? Although calling it unearned seemed inappropriate, considering they were originally his own. However, the general sentiment was such that it brought him a modicum of joy. After all, while others ventured forth with naught but a mere iron sword, he himself was armed with the formidable breaking army in dawn, adorned in the grand ensemble of three divine artifacts, instilling within him an unparalleled sense of security. Chapter 28. I shall not tell you suddenly. Eros felt a gentle push against him, snapping back to reality as he beheld his sister, Wendini, gazing at him with a face full of curiosity. What is it? She inquired, sizing him up. What was that? How did it fly into your body? Clearly, she too had witnessed the two streams of black energy enter Eros's form. Eros cast her a sidelong glance, grinning mischievously. Curious, are we? Wendini eagerly nodded yes. Tell me quickly. Eros cleared his throat, preparing to divulge his secrets. Shall I share? Wendini nodded fervently. I shall not tell you. Eros made a face at her, chuckling playfully. You. Wendini huffed, her frustration palpable, her fists clenched, suddenly feeling an urge to strike him. Sensing the tension, Eros discreetly shifted to the opposite side of the airship. Wendini scoffed, turning her back on her troublesome brother. Nightfall. Within the realm of souls. At this moment, Eros gazed incredulously at Barbara, or more precisely, at her legs. The sight of her slender limbs adorned in white silk stockings left him in disbelief. After all, He had repeated his entreaties numerous times. Each time, Barbara had firmly rejected them. What had changed today? He scrutinized her from head to toe, and Barbara, feeling somewhat bashful under his gaze, snapped back. What are you staring at? Eros regarded her with suspicion. Didn't you say you wouldn't wear them? What has prompted this sudden change of heart? Barbara retorted, her tone still sharp. It's none of your business. At that moment, two objects, one black and one silver, soared toward them, revealing themselves as miniature versions of the Book of Night and the Moon of Eternal Sleep. They circled Eros, as if assessing the man before them. Eventually, as if reaching a silent consensus, they darted toward him. But Barbara was not about to stand idly by. With a huff, she grasped Eros by the arm and, with a swift motion, sent the encroaching objects flying away. Caught off guard, Eros was toppled to the ground. Before he could regain his footing, he saw Barbara curl her legs beneath herself, forcefully pressing his head against her slender thighs. A delicate blush blossomed upon her refined features as she gestured to her long legs, now encased in white silk, her voice tinged with undeniable shyness. Junior, don't you like it? As long as you ignore those two pesky things, I shall grant you a lap pillow. Feeling the soft sensation against his cheek, he glanced at the now buzzing and visibly irate black book and silver ring. Was this a multiple-choice question? There was no choice to be made here. A mere tattered book and a broken weapon could hardly be compared to his Barbara. A moment's hesitation, even a thousandth of a second, was deemed disrespectful towards Barbara. Instead of replying verbally, he demonstrated his intentions through action. Barbara's delicate visage flushed a deeper shade of crimson, and with a disdainful glance at the increasingly agitated night book and the eternal moon, she raised her chin with the pride of a victor. The two artifacts, one black and one silver, attempted to advance, but found themselves ensnared, unable to move. They could only emit a series of frantic buzzing sounds to convey their inner fury. This was, of course, the work of Eros, who had long since transcended the naivety of a novice in the realm of the mysterious. Adeptly navigating the realm of the soul, there was no way he would allow those two entities to disrupt his moment of intimacy. Sitting upright, he enveloped Barbara in his arms, seating her upon his lap, while simultaneously dispatching a probing tendril far away, now emboldened and unafraid. As a mist enveloped the surroundings, obscuring all sight, Barbara's body stiffened slightly, her breath quickened, and her face was a portrait of embarrassment. Noticing that Barbara did not resist, Eros grew bolder still. Chapter 29. The best parents are friends with their children. Ultimately, he lowered his head and pressed his lips to Barbara's rosy mouth. After a prolonged moment, Barbara emerged from her stupor, her cheeks aflame. Unable to restrain herself, she shielded her dress with one hand to avert any potential embarrassment and delivered a swift kick that sent Eros flying, causing him to vanish from sight. In the distance, Eros picked himself up, scratching the back of his head, realizing he may have overstepped this time. He should have taken a more gradual approach. Indeed, he had acted with undue haste, yet Barbara's sweetness was undeniable. However, disappointment soon followed, for no matter how he called out for her, Barbara did not reappear, nor did she respond in any manner. Oh no, he had miscalculated. For several nights that followed, Barbara remained absent. Even when the night book and the eternal moon persistently nudged Eros, she did not emerge. This left Eros feeling somewhat disheartened, as it seemed his previous actions had profoundly affected Barbara. Meanwhile, in the outside world, after 2 days of airship travel, they transitioned to the most advanced terrestrial transport of this realm, the steam locomotive. As a duchess and the future duke, they naturally did not need to contend with others for space on a train. They had their bespoke carriage. Eros was once again astonished by the opulence of the nobility in this world, suspecting that such extravagance might be unique to his own family, as he had yet to encounter other grand aristocrats. In stark contrast to Eros's indifference, Wendini was brimming with curiosity about the steam train, or rather, she was intrigued by everything in the external world. The train chugged along, clattering rhythmically, occasionally passing another train in the opposite direction. Each time she witnessed this spectacle, Wendini could not help but exclaim, pointing at the train passing by, "It's much longer than a horse-drawn carriage." Eros nodded calmly in response. Indeed, much longer. Upon witnessing the expression on her brother's face, Wendini suddenly found her earlier excitement dissipating, leaving her languidly leaning against the window, gazing outside with a sense of ennui. Observing this scene, Astare's lips curved slightly upwards, forming a delicate smile. She beckoned Eros to rest his head upon her lap. Although somewhat perplexed, Eros complied, only to find Astaire producing an ear scoop from seemingly nowhere. Unsure of how to respond, he pondered the appropriateness of such an act aboard a clattering train. It wasn't that he doubted Astaire's intentions, but rather that this setting seemed ill-suited for such endeavors. Nonetheless, if it was Astaire's wish, he decided to acquiesce. After all, even if something were to go awry, as long as it didn't result in any brain matter being exposed, he could easily mend himself with a healing spell, rendering the presence of a caretaker quite agreeable. As the days passed, Wendini's initial exuberance had long since faded, leaving her languishing on the sofa in the train carriage. Her expression one of utter disinterest. How much longer until we reach the imperial capital? Her voice emerged weak and drained. Astaire, frowning at her daughter's slouched posture, admonished, "Sit up straight." Reluctantly, Wendini straightened herself, striving to adopt the demeanor of a proper lady. Satisfied with this, Astaire replied, "We should arrive in a couple of days." The family estate lay over 10,000 kilometers from the capital, and had it not been for recent advancements in steam train speed, the journey would have taken significantly longer. 2 more days, finally. Wendini sighed in exasperation as the train clattered along, eventually arriving at the imperial capital of the Holy Chris Empire, Indilos. Chapter 30. I thought someone was so arrogant. As the family disembarked from the train, a throng of well-dressed servants surrounded them. Eros raised an eyebrow in surprise. But the actions of the group soon clarified the situation. "I thought someone was being rather presumptuous. It turns out it's just us, nothing to worry about." The assembled servants first offered them a courteous bow, then formed a human barrier, clearing a path for them, separating them from the throngs disembarking from other vehicles. At that moment, a man and a woman approached from the opposite direction. The man, in his early 30s, was elegantly attired in a sharp suit, his handsome features complemented by an air of sophistication. The woman, appearing to be in her late 20s, was tall and slender, adorned in a flowing black gown, her exquisite visage exuding grace and composure. They were none other than Eros's half-brother, Michel Reincarnated, and his elder sister, Sylvie Reincarnated. Upon reaching Astaire, they bowed respectfully, exclaiming, "Madam." Astaire nodded slightly in acknowledgement, choosing not to speak further. Michel and Sylvie, unfazed, turned to greet Eros and Wendini with cheerful smiles, remarking, "It's only been 3 years since our last visit, and look at how tall little Wendini and little Eros have grown. Come, let us board the carriage and continue our conversation." With that, he gestured for the others and began walking towards the luxurious carriage waiting at the station exit. As the last of the passengers boarded the carriage, Michel lifted the curtain and instructed the coachman and the knights riding ahead, "Display the family banner." After delivering her command, she returned to the carriage and began to recount to Estelle the developments of their family in the imperial capital over recent years, as well as the challenges they had encountered. Eros, however, found little interest in such trivial matters and leaned closer to Wendini, gazing at the architectural marvels of the capital and the throngs of people bustling about. To be honest, Eros felt a tinge of disappointment. After all, this was supposed to be one of the most prosperous cities on the Croatian continent. Yet, the condition of the streets left much to be desired. While not entirely strewn with refuse, cleanliness was certainly not a hallmark of the surroundings. The passers-by were predominantly clad in tattered garments, hastily averting their eyes as their carriage approached. Occasionally, a few well-dressed individuals stood out amidst the crowd, but even they doffed their hats in a modest gesture of respect upon seeing the carriage. Wendini, however, seemed quite animated, exclaiming, "There are so many people here." Eros, leaning against her with a hint of boredom, replied, "It is the capital. A larger populace is to be expected, considering it is the most bustling city in the world." At that moment, Barbara, who had been absent for nearly half a month, suddenly spoke within Eros's mind. There is a surge of spiritual energy in the alley to the right. Her tone was calm and impassive. Surprised by her sudden communication, Eros instinctively turned his gaze in the direction Barbara indicated. Deep within the shadowy alley, his keen eyesight discerned a slender silhouette with wine-red hair, pinning a disheveled man against the wall with a dagger. Sensing a gaze upon her, the red-haired woman glanced in Eros's direction. Their eyes met, and an uncanny force surged from her gaze into Eros's mind. "Well, that was unexpected." She seemed taken aback as well, but Eros smirked. "How intriguing to encounter such an event upon entering the capital. It appears my days will not be dull." Yet, he felt a pang of frustration as Barbara fell silent once more after her revelation, unresponsive to his calls. Sighing, Wendini nudged him. What are you looking at? Oh, there's a red-haired woman over there. She's quite striking, so I couldn't help but glance a few more times. Wendini rolled her eyes. The carriage continued on, swiftly passing through the outer city and entering the inner city, which was evidently in far better condition. The streets were clean and orderly, and the people appeared to be well-dressed, clearly of considerable means. Before long, they arrived at their new home in the capital. Chapter 31. The disappearance of Alusha. Regrettably, after a single night's rest, they were awakened early the next morning by Estelle, who insisted on taking them to the residence of Count Bain, her maternal grandparents' home. The Earl of Bainbridge's estate had evidently received news of their impending arrival well in advance, as a throng awaited them at the entrance upon their arrival. Aster's eyes sparkled with excitement, brimming with tears after more than 2 decades away from her childhood home. Even the typically stern face of Earl Eureka softened at this moment, while his wife, the Countess, was already in tears. The gentle woman could no longer contain her emotions. She rushed forward to embrace Aster, gently patting her daughter's back and offering quiet reassurances. Witnessing this touching scene, Wendini's eyes were red and swollen, resembling those of a rabbit, as tears streamed down her delicate, fair face. Eros touched his slightly aching nose, feeling the weight of the moment. After venting her emotions for a while, Aster pulled Eros and Wendini closer, urging them to call out to their grandparents. She then pointed to the others standing nearby, introducing them one by one, occasionally faltering, as it was only natural to struggle with recognizing faces after nearly 20 years away. Fortunately, the Countess, being their grandmother, joyfully took their hands and introduced them to each relative. Eros and Wendini, obedient and polite, greeted each elder, earning a bounty of gifts in return. By midday, after a hearty meal, Aster, still stirred by her emotions, turned to her mother and inquired, "Mother, where is Alusa? Where is she now?" Upon hearing this, the Countess's expression dimmed slightly, and Earl Eureka sighed softly beside her, saying, "Allow me to address this matter." Seeing her parents' solemn demeanor, Aster's heart tightened. Indeed, Earl Eureka spoke gently. "Alusa went missing in the 3rd year after your marriage, in a place of sin within the Mardigaldan Mountains. We sought the church's assistance, but to no avail. The only certainty is that Alusa is not dead. She is merely trapped somewhere within that realm of sin. At the time, you were in labor, so your mother and I chose not to burden you with this news. In hindsight, having concealed it once, we thought it best to continue to shield you from the sorrow." The Countess wiped away her tears, her tone laced with anguish. "My poor Alusa. She was so young then. Who knows how she has endured these long years of disappearance? O great deity, I beseech you to show mercy upon my dear Alusa." In her fervor, Eros's grandmother began to pray on the spot, seeking blessings for her beloved daughter. Alusa was Aster's younger sister and Eros's aunt. As for the realm of sin, Eros understood it to be akin to a dungeon map. The faith of beings ascends to heaven, while their sins descend into the abyss. The abyss is the dwelling of malevolent deities, a world of chaos and turmoil. Thus, its spatial fabric is highly unstable, periodically ejecting fragments that manifest as realms of sin in the mortal world. Most of the alchemical materials and ritual components associated with the mysterious realm originate from the sin domain. For instance, the commonly utilized spirit essence is produced within this domain. Hence it is not incorrect to refer to it as a dungeon. After a moment of silence, Estelle resolved, "Since it has been confirmed that she is still alive, I shall personally venture to seek her out tomorrow." However, Count Eureka immediately interjected, "No, it is far too perilous. Besides, if even the church cannot locate her, what use would your search serve?" The Countess beside him hastily concurred, "Indeed, it is far too dangerous. Perhaps it is best to abandon this endeavor." After all, she had already lost one daughter and had no desire to suffer another loss. Chapter 32. Thoughts of Barbara. Every day, Estelle was not taken aback by this situation. She softly replied, "It is quite all right. My family has provided me with several useful sealing artifacts for this journey. Among them was a spatial artifact, which would allow for immediate transportation should any troubles arise. Furthermore, I have now attained Sequence 6 status and am familiar with the Sin domain near the Mardigaldan Mountains. As long as I exercise caution, I should encounter no significant issues." Upon hearing the term sealing artifacts, Count Eureka's lips twitched slightly. Indeed, the affluent are distinct. While many families struggle to gather a few sealing artifacts, you have managed to bring forth numerous ones. His astonishment deepened when Estelle mentioned her current status as Sequence 6. After all, the strongest within the entire Bane Count household was merely Sequence 7, and how young is Estelle? Alas, she now belongs to another family. After this realization, he ceased to oppose his daughter's intention to enter the sin domain. He believed that with her being Sequence 6, venturing into a low-level sin domain meant for novices would likely pose no considerable danger. Moreover, their family had diligently gathered information about that particular sin domain over the years, rendering them quite familiar with it. Given his daughter's prowess and the available information, Count Eureka found it difficult to envision any peril befalling her within the sin domain. Even in the event of an exceedingly rare misfortune, she possessed a sealing artifact for direct transportation out of the domain. With safety seemingly assured, he resolved to let her go, hoping she would indeed find her unfortunate sister. A flicker of melancholy crossed Count Eureka's eyes. That night, Estelle busied herself preparing the necessary items for her journey to the sin domain near the Mardigalvan Mountains. Elros had wished to accompany her, eager as he was to experience a dungeon for the first time, but Estelle firmly denied his request. Observing the puzzled expression on the child's face, Estelle chuckled softly. That is a sin domain belonging to the church. Do you think just anyone can enter? Even the emperor must seek permission from the church to gain entry, let alone us. My ability to enter is solely due to the fact that your Anna Lusa went missing within that domain, a situation caused by the church's negligence. Thus they have offered compensation to your grandfather's family. You may permit a member of your grandfather's household to enter the realm of sin at any time, in search of Alusha, until either she is found or her lifeless body is discovered. Upon mentioning this, Estelle refrained from further discussion on the matter and shifted her focus to the commencement of the academic term, urging them to remain at home and await the opening of the academy. Helios, feeling helpless, could only remind his mother to exercise caution. The following morning, he bestowed upon Estelle a blessing of vitality, which happened to be the longest-lasting skill within his current repertoire. The subsequent days were marked by a sense of aimlessness. Each night, as was customary, he ventured into the realm of souls, hoping to catch a glimpse of Barbara. Alas, she was nowhere to be found. On the 15th day of longing for Barbara, on the 16th, and even on the 27th, he sighed. The absence of Barbara daily left a void within his heart, rendering every activity devoid of interest and making existence feel somewhat burdensome. Finally, on the night of the 27th day, Barbara made her long-awaited appearance. It was uncertain whether she was moved by Helios's earnestness or simply exasperated by his incessant ramblings. Upon seeing Barbara, Helios was momentarily taken aback and swiftly admitted his fault. I was wrong. Barbara huffed, her cheeks tinged with a slight blush. Were your earlier words truly genuine? Upon hearing this, Helios blinked in surprise and quickly nodded. Indeed, they are true. I have lost my appetite for days. Barbara responded with a cold huff. I shall forgive you this time, you insufferable junior. Should you dare to act so recklessly again, I shall deliver a punch that sends you flying. With that, she playfully gestured with her delicate, fair fist toward Helios. Hearing Barbara's forgiveness, Helios exhaled in relief. His gaze inadvertently dropped, and he caught sight of Barbara's long legs, elegantly enveloped in white silk. At that moment, Barbara's face remained slightly flushed. Noticing Helios's gaze upon her legs, she adopted a fierce tone. What are you staring at? Come and spar with me. Thus, that evening, Helios endured a thorough beating. Though painful, he felt a sense of joy within, for Barbara had forgiven him. Days later, a pale Estelle returned, her condition indicating she was clearly pushing through her limits. Just as Helios prepared to approach her and inquire about the events that transpired, he observed a look of relief wash over Estelle's face, only for her to suddenly collapse to the ground, fainting. Helios hurriedly rushed to lift her and laid her upon the bed in the bedroom. At that moment, Barbara's words echoed in his mind. She is missing 1/5 of her soul. It appears to have been forcefully erased by some entity. Upon hearing this, Helios felt a surge of panic and urgently inquired, is there any means of remedying this? The loss of a soul is no trivial matter. In severe cases, it leads to death, and in milder cases, it results in a state of foolishness. Both outcomes are intolerable to me. Chapter 33. The Gate of the Spirit Realm. Fortunately, Barbara did not disappoint him and promptly provided a remedy. The divine art hymn of life that you have comprehended can heal the wounds of the soul. Your body, having undergone transformation by that being, can withstand the backlash of casting divine arts without facing mortal peril. Although the power you can wield is less than 1/10,000th, it suffices to mend a rank 6 soul injury. Upon hearing this, Eros did not hesitate for a moment and immediately began to invoke the hymn of life. A tiny green glimmer, no larger than a soybean, materialized at his fingertip and, following his guidance, entered Estelle's body. However, he soon succumbed to the backlash of the spell and fainted. This time, the duration of his unconsciousness was significantly longer. Previously, shortly after the baptism, remnants of the power from the elven deity lingered within him, aiding in mitigating some of the backlash. But this time, fortune was not on his side, as over a year had elapsed, and that residual energy had long since dissipated. Thus, he lay incapacitated on the bed for a month, missing the registration period for the academy. Fortunately, as members of the privileged class, they should have little trouble accessing an alternative route. Feeling the weakness that made even walking a laborious task, Eros clicked his tongue. The repercussions of employing a skill beyond his level were indeed severe. Barbara, however, appeared somewhat unconcerned, as such consequences were to be expected when casting spells beyond 1's rank. To leap even 1 or 2 levels could render a person on the brink of death, not to mention the peril of invoking divine arts. Merely surviving the encounter was already a sign of divine favor. Gazing at Estelle, who had now regained her composure and felt the warmth of her embrace, Eros thought to himself, what was a mere backlash of magic? What was a month of lying in repose? It was worth it, just moments ago. Upon waking in the room and finding it empty, he had dragged his weakened body outside, only to find Estelle seated in the living room, her expression laden with concern. Estelle, having spotted him, rushed over and enveloped him in a tight embrace. Tears cascaded from her beautiful eyes, her voice choked with emotion. Thank goodness you are safe. Thank goodness. Promise me, you must never act so impulsively again. She would rather endure harm, or even perish than see her child suffer for her sake. A month prior, upon awakening from her treatment, she had felt the restoration of her own soul, only to find Eros lying lifeless on the floor. How could she not comprehend the gravity of the situation? In that moment, her heart nearly ceased, for it was well known that the severity of backlash from magic was proportional to the levels crossed. The art capable of healing the soul surely belonged to a high rank. The backlash from such a level of magic was something a mere rank 8 like Eros could scarcely endure. Fear, dread, and despair surged within her, yet fortunately, the reality was not as dire as she had initially imagined. After a careful examination, she discovered that while Eros had indeed suffered severe backlash, he had not been robbed of life entirely. A flicker of vitality still resided within him. This revelation filled her with immense joy. The exhilaration of regaining what was thought lost compelled her to embrace Eros's unconscious form and weep uncontrollably. Meanwhile, the alchemical potion, born of a desperate procurement of healing magic, was the very catalyst that allowed Eros to awaken after merely a month of unconsciousness. Eros gently patted the still, trembling figure of Aster, speaking in a light-hearted tone. Fear not. All is well, see? I have returned to my senses. He then inquired, but what exactly happened to Mother? How could a portion of her very soul be erased? As he spoke, Eros regarded Aster with curiosity. Aster remained silent for a moment before shaking her head, her mood visibly subdued as she replied, I can hardly recall. The memories of that day vanished along with that fragment of my soul. I only vaguely remember seeing a lusha, which seemed to trigger the sealing artifact known as the Spirit Gate, and shortly thereafter, I was expelled from the Sin domain. The Spirit Gate? Eros blinked in surprise, recognizing this artifact of their lineage. Separation line. The protagonist's mother, ranked as a formidable force within the Empire, had entered a novice dungeon, equipped with detailed strategies and powerful gear, akin to a dragon rider favored by fortune. Some individuals believe that if the church failed to locate someone, what grounds did the protagonist's mother have to think she could succeed? However, that was not the case. She simply refused to yield, wanting to try her hand at the search herself. Imagine, if your sister went missing and the police could not find her, would you relinquish your search? After all, the police possess far greater strength, or would you persist in your quest, undeterred? Chapter 34. My arrival at the Academy. Even Mount Tai is only a few thousand steps. The third-tier sealing artifact has the ability to open doors to any location and allows for immediate return to the outside. The cost of its use, however, is the random loss of something from one's body, perhaps a strand of hair, an eye, or even a heart. This loss follows no discernible pattern and cannot be anticipated. It is merely because its destructive potential is limited that it has been classified as a Tier 3 artifact. After Aster finished speaking, a hint of perplexity crossed her delicate features. How did Eros discern that a part of her soul was missing? She directly inquired. How did Eros discover that Mother's soul was incomplete? After all, this was not akin to a physical injury. Eros casually responded. Did Mother forget that I possess a divine artifact? Ah, I see. As for Eros's missing aunt, although Aster was reluctant to give up, she acknowledged that their current strength was insufficient to confront the prior crisis, and thus had to temporarily set the matter aside. In the following days, due to his limited mobility, Eros remained confined to his bed. During this time, he learned that he had missed the start of school. However, Aster reassured him, it's all right. You can join later. Wendy, who had been attending the academy, returned to visit for a few days upon hearing of Eros's awakening. After listening to Wendini's account of life at the academy, Eros developed a clear understanding of the place where he would spend the next few years. The so-called First Sacred Academy of the Empire is an institution established through the collaboration of the three major churches, the Church of Reincarnation, the Ocean Church, and the Covenant Church, dedicated to nurturing sorcerers by recruiting gifted children from across the empire. However, the academy only imparts knowledge ranging from Sequence 9 to Sequence 7. If one aspires to advance further, one must join a church. Diligently working for a few years would grant the opportunity to be considered for the promotion methods the church might disclose. Alternatively, for those who choose not to join, they merely need to settle their tuition fees from those years to depart as they came. Yet, for ordinary children of commoners, that tuition fee amounts to a staggering sum. Consequently, most graduates opt to join a church, thereby becoming low-ranking workers. For many, this is not necessarily a lamentable fate, as these churches rank among the top 10 powers on the continent, ensuring generous compensation, albeit at the cost of personal freedom. In a theocratic feudal society where human rights are non-existent, who can afford to dream of freedom? Thus, few express discontent. After all, it has been this way for millennia. A month passed, and although Eros still felt somewhat weak, he could now sing and dance without major issues. Reluctantly bidding farewell to Estelle, he boarded the train heading to the first academy nestled deep within the mountains outside the imperial capital. A new chapter of life was about to begin. As the train emitted a low whistle, it gradually slowed and finally came to a halt at the foot of a mountain. Stepping off, Eros gazed at the daunting staircase that stretched from the base to the summit, feeling overwhelmed. If this were in the past, a mere few thousand steps would be nothing. But now my body isn't fully recovered. Climbing this might leave me exhausted halfway up. Eros felt a sense of helplessness. Estelle had intended for him to bring along a few servants for assistance, but he declined, reasoning that this was simply attending school. He was all too familiar with the academy's entrance, and he lamented that when Dini hadn't mentioned the multitude of steps. As his gaze wandered, he turned to the few brothers accompanying him, who were evidently students of the academy, as only they could board this train. Chapter 35. The legendary genius. He approached them, tapping their shoulders and clearing his throat with a hint of shyness. Brothers, would you mind lending me a hand when we tackle those stairs? Of course. We wouldn't let you help them for free. Once we reach the top, I'll have my dear sister, my sister, reward each of you with 50 gold pounds. Gold pounds are a form of currency used in this world, with silver shillings and copper pennies beneath them in value. In the realm of currency exchange, 1 gold pound equates to 10 shillings, 1,000 pence, or 2,000 halfpennies. Yet, his daily sustenance costs merely 5 pence. A reward of 50 gold pounds is an astronomical sum for children of ordinary households, let alone for a mere task of assisting up the staircase. However, upon observing the attire of the individual before them, it was evident he belonged to the aristocracy. Though they were somewhat tempted, a sense of unease lingered. Who could fathom the tricks these noble scions might be playing? Noticing the hesitation among the 4 sturdy fellows, Eros reassured them, "Rest assured, you shall be compensated." He explained that due to his still recovering health, he was somewhat limited in his mobility. For Eros, the sum of 50 pounds was but a trifling amount, far less than the daily interest accrued from his private treasury. Thus, it was unnecessary to be miserly in such circumstances. Should he offer less, the nobles, accustomed to extravagant garments seldom worn more than twice at formal balls, might mistakenly believe his family encountered a financial crisis. The 4 exchanged glances and assessed Eros's slightly pallid complexion. He did not appear to be a fraud. Hence, they steeled themselves and agreed. With their consent, Eros breathed a sigh of relief and led the way up the stairs. However, he overestimated his own stamina. Before reaching halfway, indeed, only a quarter of the way, he found himself exhausted. The staircase seemed interminable. Consequently, the four gentlemen took turns carrying Eros up the steps. As they ascended, the four discovered that this noble-like individual was quite unpretentious and easy to converse with, dissipating their initial awkwardness and tension. Eros learned their names. The stoutest was named Brew. The square-faced one was Newt, the brown-haired lad was Seth, and the slenderest among them was Moji. All four hailed from the outskirts of the imperial capital and had recently taken leave to assist with the autumn harvest before returning to the academy. They remarked on Eros's fortunate encounter with them, as typically, few from the academy ventured down the mountain. At last, with the benevolent aid of his newfound companions, Eros beheld the grand gates of the academy ahead, with only a few dozen steps remaining. At that moment, near the academy's entrance, a tall, fair-featured girl nudged Wendini. Her curiosity piqued. "Say, your brother is coming today, isn't he?" Wendini nodded, her delicate face alight with joy, reflecting her excitement. After all, she had never been apart from Eros for such an extended period. Now, he was finally arriving, promising their daily reunions. Meanwhile, a man, resplendent in fine attire, handsome and possessing an extraordinary demeanor, chuckled lightly. "I have long heard tales of this prodigious talent. It is a pleasure to finally witness him in person." Wendini, proud, lifted her exquisite chin, clearly delighted to hear praise for her brother. Chapter 36. The first encounter with the Empire's heir. The dashing young man found himself momentarily entranced by the radiant Wendy, whose exquisite features glimmered softly in the sunlight, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Just then, a hand reached over and patted his shoulder, accompanied by a voice tinged with displeasure. "What are you gazing at?" The young man snapped back to reality and bowed deeply to the figure behind him. "Your Highness, the Crown Prince." It was none other than Saliba, the Crown Prince of the Chris Empire, the heir to this vast realm. Leaning closer, Saliba whispered in the young man's ear, "Do not harbor inappropriate thoughts. She is mine." The young man's face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and anger, but he remained silent. Wendy furrowed her brow and questioned, "Saliba, what brings you here?" "The Imperial Prince." Saliba grinned widely, revealing a mouthful of pearly white teeth. "I have come to meet my future brother." He attempted to wrap his arm around Wendy's slender waist, but she deftly evaded his grasp. "Do not overstep your bounds," she retorted, her tone laced with disdain. Saliba, unfazed, was interrupted by a mocking laugh from the side. "What year are you in? Do you really need to be carried up the hill?" Laughter erupted among the onlookers, who had originally come to witness the prodigy renowned since childhood, only to stumble upon such an amusing spectacle. The crowd turned their gaze towards the staircase, where Eros was being carried. Eros, feeling somewhat exasperated, addressed his four older brothers, who stood frozen in place. "Ignore them. Let us proceed on our own." The four, feeling somewhat uneasy under the scrutiny of the elegantly dressed nobles, exchanged glances. It was evident that they were out of their depth, and being the focus of such attention made them feel intimidated. Saliba could not help but chuckle. Needing to be carried up a hill is indeed quite embarrassing. "Silence!" Wendy exclaimed angrily, her voice cutting through the laughter, before she dashed down the staircase. The laughter abruptly ceased, leaving the crowd in stunned silence. Upon seeing Wendy rush down, Eros patted Brew's shoulder. "Big brother, you can set me down now." Brew, momentarily taken aback, quickly complied. "Oh, right." He gently placed Eros on the ground just as Wendy approached, her tone somewhat reproachful. "Why didn't you wait for me to come and get you?" She had not anticipated her brother's early arrival. Eros shot her a sidelong glance. "How was I to know you would come down? You never mentioned that the academy had such a long staircase." Wendy's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Then she turned to Brew and the others, bowing slightly. "Thank you all." As they beheld her stunning beauty up close, Brew and his companions felt their faces grow warm, hastily waving their hands. No, it's nothing. You needn't thank us," they stammered in their flustered state. Meanwhile, Eros, with a straightforward demeanor, extended his hand over 200 gold pounds. Wendy did not inquire about Eros's intentions with the 100-pound notes. Instead, she promptly retrieved 2 banknotes, each representing 100 pounds, from her small bag and placed them in Eros's hands. Eros then handed the notes to Brew, patting him on the shoulder with the other hand. "Thank you, my brother. This is as we previously agreed." Brew glanced at Wendy and then at the 2 banknotes in Eros's hand, momentarily hesitating. This is a realm of the extraordinary, where one cannot impose the norms of a typical medieval society. Titles hold significance only in the presence of commoners or lower-tier sorcerers, much like in the realm of cultivation, where powerful cultivators disregard the titles of secular dynasties. The hierarchy stands as empire, kingdom, duchy. The royal family serves as the foremost subordinate of the church, with no other noble achieving a higher status post-joining it. Otherwise, why would they be royalty, the primary subordinates? They are the premier, the absolute. How could there be anyone superior to them? Were it not for the church's oversight, the royal family could easily subdue all nobles with a mere hand. In the face of absolute strength, titles are trivial, serving merely as tools for the royal family to govern their territories. Chapter 37. I am accustomed to it. The protagonist is indeed expressing his grievances. Eros, unfazed by these thoughts, directly stuffed the 2 banknotes into Bruce's pocket and patted his shoulder again. As agreed beforehand, no need for gratitude. I shall take my leave now. With that, Eros skillfully draped his arm over Wendy's shoulder, leaning his weight upon her. Wendy effortlessly hoisted him up, and upon seeing her do so, a charming girl approached, scrutinizing Eros. Are you Wendy's younger brother? Eros examined the girl before him, who possessed long, cool brown hair and an unexpectedly alluring figure. Indeed, I am Eros Lancarnos, he proclaimed, extending his hand. Joan Clawhorn. Joan reciprocated the handshake, a slight smile gracing her lips, her eyes curving like crescent moons. At that moment, Saliba observed Eros's hand resting on Wendy's shoulder with displeasure. Is young Eros unable to move about on his own? Eros furrowed his brow, wondering why this individual was so quick to assume a brotherly relationship. However, considering they would be classmates in the future, he refrained from addressing it and explained. I attempted to utilize a spell beyond my current capabilities, which resulted in backlash. I have yet to fully recover. Saliba nodded and then instructed his followers behind him. You too, assist my brother Eros. Wendy frowned. There's no need. I can support him myself. But Saliba countered, that simply won't do. He reached out, intending to forcibly pull Eros away. Eros narrowed his eyes, pondering the motives of this blue-haired individual. He leaned closer to Wendy's ear and whispered, let us depart. Wendy nodded, evading the hands of Saliba's 2 lackeys that sought to assist Eros, and proceeded to walk into the academy on her own. Meanwhile, Saliba's frown deepened upon witnessing Eros whispering to Wendy. The noble youths trailing behind Eros, intrigued by the departure of the trio, were eager to witness the prowess of this prodigious sorcerer, as they too were subject to the talent assessment upon enrollment. After walking a short distance, Eros, having regained some composure, withdrew his hand from Wendy's shoulder and inquired with a hint of skepticism, who was that blue-haired individual? At this, Joni chuckled softly, responding, that is the esteemed emblem of the Augustine family. It is not merely blue hair. Eros realized that blue-haired figure belongs to the royal family. Why do I sense he harbors an interest in our dear Wendy? Upon hearing the term our Wendy, Wendy's cheeks flushed slightly. Yet she grew somewhat irritable upon hearing the subsequent remark. Ignore that fellow. He is utterly bothersome. Joni, however, continued with a smile. It seems the entire academy is aware of Prince Saliba's pursuit of Sister Wendy. Eros nodded thoughtfully, but I believe I heard that the royal family forbids intermarriage with outsiders. Joni agreed. Indeed, it is said to preserve the purity of the Augustine lineage. Eros scoffed. Is he attempting to make my sister his mistress? As if. He spoke without reservation, to which Joni merely raised an eyebrow, leaning closer to Wendy to ask, are you not the elder sister? Yes. What of it? Wendy replied. Joni pressed on. Then why does he call you stinky sister? Wendy sighed. Pay him no mind. He has always called me that since childhood, and I have grown accustomed to it. Chapter 38. Entrance examination. After traversing a short distance, the 2 girls led Eros to the entrance of a small chapel, where they gently addressed the priest, clad in a cerulean robe, who was meditating with eyes closed. Father Taclida, could you please conduct the entrance assessment for Eros? Father Taclida opened his eyes, a fleeting blue glimmer passing through his pupils. He scrutinized Eros before frowning slightly at his pallid complexion. Are you the child of the Rose Duke? I have heard that you suffered backlash from casting spells beyond your level. The family crest of Eros bore a rose. Hence the moniker of the Rose Duke had spread swiftly. To his surprise, the priest was aware of his circumstances. After a moment's contemplation, he deduced that it must have been Aster who informed the academy. He let out a dry chuckle, refraining from further comment. Father Taclida, however, snorted dismissively, "Young man, you are too ambitious, unwilling to remain grounded." What more could Eros say? He could only continue to chuckle awkwardly. Noticing Eros's lack of rebuttal, Father Taclita lost interest in lecturing. He retrieved a transparent crystal orb from the side and approached Eros, stating with indifference, "Place your hand upon it." Without further inquiry, Eros complied, resting his hand on the crystal orb. In the next moment, he felt the small book of shadows in his mind emanate a faint glow, while the orb beneath his palm also shimmered, though in a verdant hue. As the brilliance intensified, the transparent crystal orb gradually transformed into a vibrant green sphere. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone present, except for Wendini, was taken aback. Why was the light green? Shouldn't it be white for a normal person? Why did your light defy convention? Father Taclita also appeared astonished, hesitatingly inquiring, "Is it not the awakening of human lineage?" Upon uttering these words, a wave of astonishment swept through the noble youths who had accompanied them. What nonsense! Not human lineage? Could it be that the Rose Duke's family possessed an otherworldly bloodline? Eros nodded, carefully divulging, as instructed by the elders of his family, "The elders have stated that I have awakened the bloodline of the elven race." The uproar grew louder, with the young nobles whispering among themselves. Noble youth number 1 remarked, "Could it be the legendary elven race?" Noble youth number 2 questioned, "Is that true?" Noble youth no. 3 exclaimed, "Impossible. The elven race departed from the Croatian continent thousands of years ago. How could any bloodline remain?" Amidst the clamor, Father Taclita furrowed his brow and commanded, "Silence." The surrounding chatter ceased, and he nodded at Eros, saying, "The elven race is too ancient for me to ascertain. Please wait here." With that, he turned and walked towards the rear of the small chapel. Before long, he returned accompanied by 2 other men, also clad as priests. However, the colors of their vestments differed from his. One wore a gray robe, while the other donned a golden yellow one, suggesting their affiliation with different ecclesiastical authorities. The 2 men approached Eros swiftly, scrutinizing him from head to toe before casting their gaze upon the verdant orb in his hand. After expressing their astonishment, they addressed Father Taclita, stating, "We, too, cannot determine the truth, as records concerning the elven race are exceedingly scarce." The 3 of them exchanged perplexed glances, uncertain how to proceed. At that moment, the gray-robed priest seemed to have an epiphany and exclaimed, "Why not consult the holy artifact for judgment?" Father Taclita and the golden-robed priest exchanged hesitant glances, still wary, but consulting the holy artifact requires the consent of several deans. The gray-robed priest, evidently impatient, declared, "I shall seek permission from the dean immediately." With that, he hurried away. The assembled crowd once again fell into a state of anticipation. Shortly thereafter, a large group, evidently high-ranking officials from the academy, approached, followed by a throng of students who were unaware of the situation but eager to witness the unfolding drama. Chapter 39. The Judgment of the Holy Artifact among the crowd. A priest who also served at the academy marveled, "An elven bloodline. How remarkable." Indeed it was. The elven race had not appeared on the Croatian continent for millennia. Little did anyone expect that the Rose Duke's family possessed elven ancestry. It was truly astonishing. Thus, the 3 deans led a multitude of priests toward Eros. Upon reaching him, they began to inspect him thoroughly, causing Eros to feel a shiver run down his spine. Simultaneously, a sense of anxiety gripped his heart. If this were to be exposed, it would spell disaster. Barbarous seemed to sense his trepidation and disdainfully remarked, "From the moment you acquired the Master of Divine Secrets, as long as you do not wish it, even deities cannot penetrate your essence. It is merely a trifling sacred artifact." Upon hearing this, Eros exhaled in relief, realizing that his skill was indeed formidable. Observing the emerald-hued orb in Eros's hand, the 3 deans exchanged glances before addressing him. "You shall accompany us." With that, they entered the small chapel, and Eros followed closely behind. When he wanted to join them, but was halted by a kindly gray-robed priest, who smiled gently and said, "The tier of the sacred artifact is too high. Given your current strength, gazing directly at it would only lead to contamination." However, Eros was unharmed, as the deans would shield him. The gray-robed priest maintained his benevolent smile. Although Wendy felt a lingering anxiety, she refrained from further insistence. Retreating to her previous spot, her head bowed, concealing her unease. Once Eros entered the chapel's inner sanctum with the 3 deans, he paused as one of the deans closed the door, leaving only 4 individuals in the room. One dean, clad in a deep blue ceremonial robe, nodded and declared, "Let us commence." He then cautiously retrieved an unremarkable small round mirror from his robe, gently infusing it with spirit, while respectfully intoning, "May the Holy Spirit emerge to adjudicate." As his words echoed, the seemingly mundane mirror began to emanate a soft, ethereal glow, slowly levitating from the dean's grasp, hovering in midair. Moments later, a flickering apparition materialized, revealing a charming young boy of about 8 or 9 years old. At the instant the boy appeared, the other two deans placed their hands on Eros's shoulders, creating a protective barrier around him to obscure his view of the child. Their intention was to shroud Eros's vision in a haze, rendering the unfolding scene indistinct. Had Eros been an ordinary person, the sight before him would have appeared as a murky blur, difficult to discern. He understood that the dean's actions were meant to safeguard him. After all, gazing directly upon a higher-tier entity without filtering could lead to physical disintegration and madness. Yet, regrettably for them, Eros was no ordinary individual. He could gaze upon deities without fear, let alone a mere sacred artifact. The dean's attempts to obscure his vision were evidently futile against the eternal night within Eros. Thus, he continued to observe the scene before him with clarity. As he beheld the young boy materializing, Eros was taken aback. Is it possible? The spirit can manifest in the real world? If a sacred artifact can do so, then, as a divine tool, can Barbara not also reveal herself? Realizing that concealment was no longer an option, Barbara reluctantly communicated within Eros's mind. "Indeed, I can. Why have you not revealed yourself before?" Eros exclaimed in surprise. Upon hearing the question, Barbara fell silent, offering no response. Do you not possess an inkling of awareness as to why I refrained from appearing? In the realm of souls, one could commit such egregious acts. What might transpire if I were to manifest? Chapter 40. The value of elves noticing Barbara's reticence. Eros found himself at an impasse and thus continued to scrutinize the young boy, approximately 8 or 9 years of age, through the luminous barrier, curious about his subsequent actions. However, his expectations were met with disappointment, for the boy merely furrowed his brow and stared back at him, devoid of further movement. After a prolonged silence, the boy finally spoke. "There is a potent essence of elven lineage. Indeed, it is unmistakably of elven blood. Yet, as I delve deeper into this lineage..." The boy hesitated, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts, for he discovered that he could not penetrate the aura surrounding this student. When he traced the lineage to its source, he encountered a veil of mist. Just as he contemplated venturing into the fog to explore further, an inexplicable sense of dread enveloped him, as if any such endeavor would summon forth an unspeakable calamity. He pondered deeply for some time before continuing. "Young one, do you know the name of the ancestor from whom your elven bloodline descends?" Eros, too, hesitated, debating whether to divulge the name of that gentle, silver-haired elder of the elven kin. Yet, at that moment, Barbara interjected. "This is neither the shadow realm nor your peculiar world of souls. Should you speak it here, the elven matron will undoubtedly sense it, and her attention will rouse the interest of the 9 great churches, though they may not discern much. Attracting their scrutiny is never beneficial. Then shall I claim ignorance?" Eros queried. Barbara rolled her eyes dramatically within the confines of his soul realm. "I just observed that the ability to detect deceit is the most rudimentary skill of this little brat before you. Were I in my prime or restored to the level of a sacred artifact, I could shield you from his detection, allowing you to deceive him undetected. But alas, I am far too feeble now. What then? To speak is forbidden, yet to lie is equally impossible. What shall we do?" After a moment of contemplation, Barbara proposed, "Simply state that it is an unnamed divine presence. Let them ponder whether it is a god or a saint. However, I surmise they would not dare to attribute it to divinity, thus arriving at an erroneous conclusion. While this will still draw the attention of the higher echelons of the church, it will at least spare us from alarming those treacherous few." As she concluded, a cunning smile graced Barbara's lips. Outside, the 3 individuals and the spirit observed Eros, who seemed to be carefully structuring his words. After a brief wait, Eros finally articulated, "Elders of my clan have informed me that it is an unnamed divine presence." The 3 individuals and the spirit were taken aback, shuddering in astonishment. What manner of existence could be deemed nameless? It is well established that the great cannot be named, and those who tread the path of greatness also elude nomenclature. A being traversing the path of greatness? That is a presence merely a step away from achieving the sublime. The three deans inhaled sharply, and the spirit of the artifact appeared somewhat bewildered. No wonder it had been unable to see through the situation. It was, after all, merely a sacred object. While the one who had bestowed that young man with his bloodline was a saint walking the path of greatness. This being was far superior to its former master, and it could even be said that its previous master was unworthy of being compared to such a figure. Contemplating this, the spirit of the sacred artifact gently nodded at Eros, proclaiming, "It is done." With that, a flicker of light and shadow occurred, and the spirit transformed back into an unremarkable small mirror. Observing their reactions, which aligned perfectly with Barbara's expectations, never once considering the divine, Eros breathed a sigh of relief. The three deans, however, still appeared somewhat dazed, clearly not yet recovered from their astonishment. After a considerable pause, the dean in gray robes finally spoke. "Now that we have confirmed the results, let us proceed outside." He then turned to Eros, saying, "Though you are a chosen one, you must still participate in the upcoming classification assessment, unless you wish to start from the first grade like those newly acquainted with the mysteries." Eros nodded, aware of this from his conversation with Wendini. The classification assessment is designed to determine which grade you should enter based on your current knowledge of the mystical arts. After all, most noble families in the realm of the arcane possess a foundation of knowledge, making it impractical for them to begin anew alongside commoners. Hence, the classification assessment exists. Wendini was currently in the 5th grade, so he resolved to aim for the same level. He then inquired of the gray-robed dean, "Esteemed dean, how may I directly qualify for the 5th grade?" The dean paused briefly, then smiled. "You need only answer 80% of the assessment questions correctly." As he spoke, he walked towards the entrance of the small chapel, where a crowd had gathered outside, eager to witness the spectacle. Upon seeing Eros emerge safely, Wendini exhaled in relief, grateful that he had not been discovered. The priests on duty at the forefront had long awaited this moment. Some, impatient, immediately approached the gray-robed dean, inquiring, "Dean Como, what is the verdict? Is it truly the bloodline of the elven race?" Dean Como glanced at Eros and quietly advised, "Given the unique nature of your bloodline and its connection to higher beings, I recommend that your identity as a chosen one be kept confidential for the time being. It would be best to wait until we report this matter to the church and receive a response before deciding whether to make it public." Sensing that Eros might misunderstand, Dean Como continued to explain, "This is also for your safety. Your current strength is still too feeble. Recklessly revealing a high-ranking bloodline could attract the attention of those with ulterior motives, unless you remain within the confines of the academy or the church after such exposure. Those coveting your powerful lineage will constantly seek to trouble you." Upon hearing Dean Como's words, Eros readily agreed, recognizing that discretion was wise given his insufficient strength. If it were to be made public, it would not be long before someone placed a sack over his head as soon as he departed from the academy. He certainly did not wish to awaken the following day only to discover himself bound by adherents of other sinister sects, preparing to be sacrificed to a malevolent deity. Anything associated with the term high status becomes a coveted offering. Upon seeing Eros's nod, Dean Como revealed a semblance of approval on his countenance, and then turned to acknowledge the priests who had inquired, affirming, "Indeed, it is of elven lineage. The esteemed spirit has personally confirmed it." Instantly, the crowd erupted into a tumultuous uproar. The realization that it was truly elven blood was remarkable, for such a legendary lineage had seemingly manifested in the world once more. Several professors of alchemy among the priests began to bid fervently, "Eros, my dear fellow, I am willing to offer 100 gold pounds, nay, 200 gold pounds, for a mere vial of your blood. I bid 250. I offer 280. The priests engrossed themselves in a bidding war. Curiosity piqued, Eros inquired within his mind to Barbara, "Is elven blood truly so valuable?" After a moment of contemplation, Barbara replied, "To be precise, every part of an elf is of immense worth. Their bodies can be utilized as alchemical materials for concocting potions or crafting mysterious artifacts." When the elven race departed the continent en masse, it was partly due to this reason. Although powerful, the leader could not constantly safeguard every member. There are always ill-intentioned humans willing to take risks, and the birth of elves is exceedingly arduous. Does this imply that I am in danger? Eros pondered, feeling somewhat overwhelmed, as it seemed he was the sole possessor of elven bloodline on the entire continent. Barbara, with a hint of schadenfreude, remarked, "Indeed, Upon discovering your elven heritage, I suspect numerous individuals will harbor designs upon your body. After all, elven blood can be used to concoct various longevity elixirs, and longevity is a perennial source of dread for humanity. Reflecting on her words, Eros fell into silence, eventually expressing relief. Fortunately, those deans are willing to assist in concealing my identity as the chosen one. Although ordinary elven blood holds considerable value, it is ultimately of a lower tier and lacks significance to higher beings. However, high-status elven blood is an entirely different matter. Noticing Eros' relief, Barbara smirked. Currently, your family is ostensibly a faction under the Reincarnation Church. They view you as one of their own, thus they will naturally keep your secrets. It is precisely for this reason that I did not allow that foolish tome to obscure your bloodline. The greater the talents you reveal, the more resources you can acquire from the church, and consequently, the safer your family will be. Upon hearing Barbara's words, a flicker of understanding crossed Eros' eyes. Note, this is an extraordinary world. If it is difficult to comprehend, envision it as a realm of cultivation. The Empire is a mortal dynasty within the realm of cultivation, and the protagonist's family is a duke of the dynasty, with the family's strongest members being at the pinnacle of the chi refinement stage. Meanwhile, the known strongest individual of the Emperor's lineage is at the golden core stage. Chapter 41. Familiar faces on the other side. Dean Como furrowed his brow and said, "You may discuss this matter privately. For now, I must take him for his assessment." With that, he turned to Eros and declared, "Let us proceed." The crowd outside instinctively parted to create a path, allowing Eros to follow Dean Como to the examination venue. Before long, they arrived at their destination. The original invigilator was taken aback by the arrival of the three deans. After inquiring with their colleagues trailing behind, they soon grasped the situation. With the presence of the three deans, the examination questions were promptly brought forth, and Eros began answering under the watchful eyes of the deans and an invigilator. Feeling the scrutiny of the four figures surrounding him, Eros felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. He had never encountered such rigorous supervision in his 2 lifetimes. Fortunately, he no longer needed to resort to cramming. Without hesitation, he picked up his pen and inscribed his answers on the paper. Remarkably, he submitted his paper with less than 1/3 of the allotted time. The three deans huddled together to review the examination paper, and to their astonishment, Eros had completed exactly 80% of the questions. This left them in a state of bemusement, especially since Eros had just inquired about how to advance to the 5th grade. It was clear to them that this was a deliberate choice on his part. However, upon reviewing his answers, each one correct, they found it entirely reasonable, as he was indeed the chosen one. Anything less would have been unusual. Dean Como nodded and said, "That will suffice. You may now collect your school uniform and choose your room. We shall take our leave, as we must report your situation to the higher authorities." Once Eros acknowledged his understanding, the three deans exited the examination room, one leading while the other two followed. As the deans and their accompanying teachers departed, Wendini approached eagerly and asked, "How did it go?" "Just barely 5th grade, I suppose." Eros feigned a look of having done his utmost. Wendini, however, was delighted, wrapping her arms around Eros's hand and enthusiastically exclaiming, "I'll take you to collect your uniform. Though, honestly, it's not mandatory to wear it, as the academy doesn't enforce it. In that case, let us go directly to my villa. You'll be living with me from now on." Outside the crowd, Saliba's brow furrowed even deeper at this scene. Addressing his subordinate, he commanded, "Relay the news of the elven bloodline's emergence back to the palace, and inquire if the elders of our clan have any interest in it." The subordinate complied and departed, while Saliba observed the retreating figures of Wendini, Eros, and Joni, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. That night, Wendini had intended to sleep alongside Eros, but with Joni having stayed over as well, it was impractical for the three to share a bed. Reluctantly, Wendini guided Eros to another room while she and Joni occupied the same one. Yet, she noticed that ever since Joni learned of Eros's awakening of the elven bloodline, her curiosity towards him had only intensified. Throughout the night, she was incessantly bombarded with inquiries regarding Eros's past, which set off alarm bells within her, leading her to regard her friend with a newfound wariness. Could it be that Joni had developed an affection for that scoundrel? The following day, Eros found himself ushered into the 5th grade classroom, where a considerable number of students had already gathered. Upon their arrival, curious glances were cast in their direction, as the events of the previous day had spread like wildfire. and most were aware of the awakening of the heir of the Duke of Roses and their elven lineage. Now, witnessing the legendary figure materialize before them, the very essence of a long-lost myth that had been absent for millennia, curiosity was only natural. As they scrutinized Eros, he too was keenly observing these potential classmates. After surveying the room, a subtle smile graced his lips as he noticed an intriguing individual seated in the far right corner. This seemingly frail boy, as perceived by others, transformed into a girl with flowing red hair in Eros's eyes. The girl's visage bore a striking resemblance to a red-haired woman he had encountered shortly after his arrival in the Imperial City, though the girl before him appeared markedly more youthful, while the woman from the alley exuded a more mature allure. Were they sisters? How fascinating it was that she had intentionally disguised herself to infiltrate the academy, evidently not aligned with the three great churches that founded it. It seemed that in the future, there would be delightful revelations to uncover. The red-haired girl, clearly intrigued by this classmate of elven heritage, turned her gaze towards Eros. Their eyes met in the air, and Eros flashed her a friendly smile. The girl, taken aback by the attention from the new student, responded with an endearing, bashful grin. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wendini waved from her seat, beckoning Eros to sit beside her. Eros shook his head in refusal and, to Wendini's puzzled expression, strode confidently to the red-haired girl's side and plopped down beside her. He then draped an arm around her shoulder and leaned in with genuine enthusiasm, asking, "Brother, may I sit here from now on?" The unsuspecting red-haired girl froze momentarily but quickly regained her composure, feigning a startled demeanor as she stammered, "Why yes, of course." Witnessing this exchange, Eros chuckled and extended his hand, introducing himself, "I am Eros Lankanos." The red-haired girl hesitated at the sight of his outstretched hand, yet ultimately offered her somewhat roughened hand, transformed by her disguise, to shake his, stammering, "I am Thomas." "Thomas, do you have a little train?" Eros inquired. The red-haired girl appeared bewildered, pondering the absurdity of the question. She had painstakingly disguised herself as a humble commoner, a fact that should have been immediately evident. Why then? Was this noble lad inquiring about her ownership of a train? Did he truly believe that everyone possessed a personal locomotive? Surely, he must be a fool. Eros was completely unaware that he had been branded a fool by the red-haired maiden. His innocuous inquiry had merely sprung from a recollection of the character Thomas the Tank Engine from his previous life. The red-haired girl attempted to withdraw her hand from Eros's grasp, but struggled to do so. Eros, still holding her hand, gently squeezed her wrist and exclaimed, "Your hands are so delicate." The incessant contact made the maiden shiver with discomfort. Unbeknownst to her, she had already revealed her unease and mistakenly attributed it to some peculiar preference of the young gentleman before her. The thought sent chills down her spine, and feeling as though her hand had been scorched, she forcefully yanked it away, only for Eros to unexpectedly release her grip. Losing her balance, she began to stumble backward. But Eros swiftly encircled her waist, steadying her. His hands roamed up and down her waist, and with a frown he remarked, "Why is your waist so slender? A grown man's waist is as slim as a woman's. Haven't you eaten enough?" Chapter 42. Potential allies feeling his hand resting on her waist. The red-haired maiden was utterly flustered, nearly breaking down. Fortunately, at the last moment, she managed to compose herself, biting her silver teeth to suppress the wave of discomfort, and feigned a bashful demeanor as she replied, "I was poor as a child." Witnessing this scene, Eros nearly burst into laughter but managed to restrain himself. He patted the red-haired girl on the shoulder and declared with bravado, "From now on, you shall accompany me, ensuring you eat well every day. Look how famished you appear." "No, thank you," she quickly retorted, incredulous at the notion of associating with this seemingly eccentric young man. "No worries. It's settled." Eros clapped her shoulder with an air of finality. It's all right, the maiden thought, her silver teeth nearly cracking with frustration. How did her straightforward undercover mission suddenly take such a bizarre turn? It was infuriating to think that she had to maintain her cover without acting out of character. Meanwhile, Wendini observed Eros conversing animatedly with a frail male classmate, perplexed by the sight. Did Eros know Thomas from before? That seemed implausible. Just then, a blue-haired figure entered the classroom. It was Prince Saliba from the Chris Empire. Upon entering, he surveyed the room before fixing his gaze directly on Wendini. Striding towards the seat Eros had left for her, seeing Prince Saliba approach, Wendini stood up, casting him a disdainful glance before making her way toward Eros. Saliba narrowed his eyes but remained silent. However, his entourage could no longer contain their dissatisfaction, voicing their discontent on behalf of their master. Wendy certainly has an inflated sense of self. Indeed, it is a privilege for her to be noticed by His Highness. Wendy gazed at Eros, who was casually draping his arm over another, and felt a surge of irritation. Her tone was somewhat brusque as she stated, "Thomas, I wish to change my seat," devoid of any suggestion of negotiation, sounding more like a command. Yet, the red-haired girl displayed no sign of displeasure. Instead, her face radiated joy as she quickly wriggled free from Eros's grasp. Praise the goddess, she thought, finally able to distance herself from this creep. The girl swiftly gathered her belongings and dashed away. Eros let out a sigh, feeling a bit wistful, while Wendy seated herself beside him, her face etched with confusion. Is there something amiss with that person? Eros saw no reason to withhold the truth from Wendy and replied, "Do you recall the red-haired woman I mentioned 2 months ago?" Wendy remembered the day she inquired about his observation, to which he had replied about a beautiful woman with red hair. However, she pondered how this related to Thomas, becoming increasingly perplexed. Of course it does. I suspect that red-haired woman is her sister. Eros stroked his chin in contemplation. What led you to that conclusion? They bear a striking resemblance. At this, Wendy seized upon the crux of the matter, noting Eros's choice of words, she. This made her feel a mixture of surprise and suspicion. Leaning closer to Eros, she whispered, "Are you suggesting that Thomas is actually a girl?" "Indeed. She must have employed some means to disguise herself as a male. I doubt she is allied with the 3 major churches of the Chris Empire. Otherwise, there would be no need for such subterfuge. Since you discerned this, why were you just now so familiar with her?" Wendy clenched her teeth in frustration, thinking that this scoundrel likely found her attractive, which only fueled her anger. Growing increasingly incensed, she playfully pinched Eros's side. Eros gasped in surprise, explaining, "I merely wished to see if I could win her over. After all, if she is not affiliated with the church, she might become our ally." He paused, correcting himself, "I meant companion." Wendy narrowed her striking eyes, her expression turning dangerous. "Isn't it because you found her beautiful that you—" "Of course not. No matter how lovely she is, she cannot compare to my sister Wendy." Eros chuckled awkwardly. Upon hearing this, Wendy huffed softly, proudly lifting her chin. "At least you have discerning taste." Eros grinned. It was easy to please Wendy, which was delightful. Before long, a priest clad in golden yellow robes entered the classroom. He surveyed the room, briefly pausing on Eros before announcing, "I shall be your instructor for the 2nd-level magic today." The priest eloquently lectured from the podium, but Eros found himself feeling rather bored. The reason was simple. The 2nd-level magic he was teaching had already been imparted to him by the elders in his family, consisting of common, run-of-the-mill spells. Not to mention, his mind was a veritable repository of skills, encompassing everything from the 1st to the 6th level, along with forbidden spells and divine arts, rendering the commonplace techniques rather beneath his notice. Feeling a twinge of boredom, he began to scan the classroom, reminiscent of his days as a student in a past life. A peculiar sense of nostalgia washing over him. As he observed, his attention was drawn to a blue-haired individual who occasionally cast glances in his direction. This piqued Eros's curiosity. He could not fathom the source of this blue-haired person's strange possessiveness. Despite Wendy's overt displays of disdain, did he not possess the wit to discern the obvious? Meanwhile, Saliba, noticing Eros's gaze upon him, turned his attention to scribbling on a piece of paper. In no time, he raised the paper towards Eros, revealing the message, "After class. Come with me." Eros stared at the words, momentarily perplexed, uncertain of the blue-haired one's intentions. Nevertheless, after class, he followed Saliba, who dismissed his entourage and led Eros to a secluded spot before stating directly, "Hand over Wendy to me, and I shall assist you in becoming the next Duke of Roses." Upon hearing Saliba's proclamation, Eros couldn't help but chuckle. "You seem to be jesting. Clearly, you have succeeded." Perceiving Eros's sardonic tone, Saliba's expression darkened, yet he maintained his composure, replying gravely, "I understand you are the legitimate heir, even without my assistance. The next duke shall undoubtedly be you." Chapter 43. The Filial Son. It is challenging for an illegitimate child to inherit a title. Yet it is not impossible. Eros raised an eyebrow, choosing silence, intrigued to hear what else this blue-haired individual might propose. Saliba, noticing Eros's reluctance to depart, felt a flicker of hope and continued, "Do not forget you have other brothers. While it is true that the Empire lacks precedent for illegitimate heirs inheriting titles, with my support, it may not be insurmountable. Eros was taken aback, then rendered speechless. Are you suggesting that if I relinquish Wendy to you, you will help me become the next duke? And if I refuse, you will employ means to thwart my succession while aiding my other brothers in their claims? Precisely. By giving me Wendy, you would eliminate a rival and gain my friendship, along with the support of the Augustine family, Saliba asserted earnestly. Eros's expression grew increasingly incredulous. Thinking to himself, is that all? How trivial. Seeing Eros unmoved, Saliba appeared resolute and declared, I have a sister, the brightest gem of our entire Augustine family. Should you be amenable, I could implore my father to arrange a marriage between you two. This is the bloodline of the Augustine family, a treasure of immense worth. Eros rolled his eyes and retorted, but I am also of the legendary elven bloodline. Doesn't that put me at a greater disadvantage? Saliba's expression momentarily faltered as he recalled that the individual before him had awakened the bloodline of the elven race. This left him somewhat speechless, compelling him to grit his teeth and utter, What do you desire? I shall grant whatever is within my power. I want your mother. Eros responded, somewhat exasperated. As he no longer wished to engage with this self-proclaimed genius, he prepared to take his leave. Yet, just as he had taken a few steps, he heard Saliba's voice call out from behind. 3 times. Eros turned, bewildered. What? He glanced back at Saliba, who wore a countenance that fluctuated between darkness and light. I can assist you in acquiring my mother, but only 3 times. Furthermore, I shall still have my father arrange for my sister's marriage to you. The final words left Saliba's lips with a hint of a grimace. However, this unexpected turn left Eros momentarily at a loss. Did this blue-haired individual truly fail to perceive the sarcasm in his earlier remark? Saliba's behavior, nevertheless, sparked a flicker of suspicion within him. Was there something about that odious sister that he was unaware of? Otherwise, why would this blue-haired fellow be so willing to part with both his mother and sister? Indeed, he resolved to conduct a thorough examination of that insufferable sister that very evening. Recognizing the oddity of the situation, Eros lost interest in further banter with the devoted son before him and waved dismissively. Forget it. Also, if you wish to assist my brothers in inheriting their titles, do go ahead. Best of luck. I have faith in you. With that, Eros departed, not bothering to glance back at the tumultuous emotions playing across Saliba's face. Upon returning to Wendy, Eros circled around her, scrutinizing her closely, which made Wendy feel somewhat uneasy, though she could not discern anything amiss. Why are you looking at me like that? Wendy inquired, puzzled. Eros shrugged, then recounted the encounter with the blue-haired youth to her. Upon learning that Saliba was willing to offer his mother and sister for her sake, Wendy was overwhelmed with goosebumps and emitted a slight sound of disgust. Therefore, you want me to scrutinize you closely tonight? While I do believe you are the most beautiful in the world, surely that blue-haired fellow wouldn't go to such lengths. Would he? Upon hearing Eros declare his belief in her unparalleled beauty, Wendy let out a small huff, her cheeks flushing slightly, yet she did not refuse. After attending several more classes, lunchtime finally arrived. As soon as class ended, Eros approached the red-haired girl with enthusiasm, saying, Come on, let me take you out for a meal. Without waiting for her consent, he grasped her arm and pulled her toward the cafeteria. The red-haired girl nearly ground her teeth in frustration, but was compelled to maintain her persona, allowing herself to be towed along by this eccentric individual. Meeting up with Wendy and Joni along the way, Wendy displayed no overt reaction. However, Joni regarded the girl being dragged by Eros with curiosity, asking, Who is she? Since Joni was not in the same class as Wendy, it was entirely reasonable that she did not recognize the commoner's daughter, given that noble ladies such as them would hardly consider befriending someone of a lower status. Eros grinned, revealing a mouthful of gleaming white teeth. I just acquired a little brother this morning. Upon hearing Eros's explanation, Joni chuckled softly, her eyes sparkling with charm. Consequently, Wendini casually squeezed herself between Joni and Eros, inadvertently separating the two. Upon reaching the cafeteria, under Wendini's guidance, they ascended to the 3rd floor and entered a private room. After a brief wait, the dishes were served, and the red-haired girl found herself momentarily stunned by the 3 portions of food before her. Eros, with a cheerful pat on her shoulder, urged, Don't be shy. Eat up. You look as thin as a woman. The red-haired girl glanced at her slender waist, and then at the abundant food, before meeting Eros's eager and encouraging gaze. Her lips trembling slightly. It was all for the sake of her persona, she thought. and thus she began to eat without further hesitation. After a strenuous effort to finish the 3 portions, she heard Eros's devilish whisper, "Are you full? If not, I can have the servant bring more." The red-haired girl forced a smile. "No, thank you." Witnessing this scene, Eros nearly burst into laughter but ultimately restrained himself, feigning disappointment. "Well then, since you're done, we should be on our way." As they exited the cafeteria, the red-haired girl quickly concocted an excuse to make her escape. Once free from Eros, she sighed with relief, grateful to distance herself from that peculiar individual. Alas, she thought, how full she felt. She had assumed this would be the end of it, but little did she know, it was merely the beginning. Later that evening, after classes, she found herself cornered by Eros once again, who insisted on dragging her to a dinner that consisted of another 3 portions. Throughout the meal, he incessantly inquired if she needed more, leaving the red-haired girl feeling utterly exasperated. She had merely been trying to remain inconspicuous, yet somehow this peculiar individual had fixated on her. Chapter 44. This cannot be spoken of. She did not consider that her disguise might be compromised, especially since even the deans of the academy were oblivious to her illusion. After bidding farewell to Joni, who had expressed a desire to stay over, Wendini curiously looked at Eros and asked, "How will we proceed with the examination?" Eros, with a mischievous glint in his eye, replied, "Lie down and remove your clothes." Wendini's cheeks flushed crimson as she raised her small fist in mock threat. "Do you believe I won't knock you away?" "Ah, well, it's fine if you don't want to undress. Just lying down will suffice," Eros quickly amended, clearing his throat. In the next moment, he composed his expression, closed his eyes, and covered his right eye with his hand, opening his left eye. In an instant, his once crystalline gaze darkened, as if it could consume the very light around him. Through his left eye, Eros scrutinized Wendini closely, mentally inquiring, "What do you see? Have you discerned anything?" Indeed, Barbara did not disappoint him. "I can see it now, so that is how it is." "And what does that imply? What seems to be the problem?" "She is an exquisite offering." After a brief silence, Barbara slowly began to speak. Eros was taken aback. "An offering?" He quickly pressed for clarification. "What does that mean?" "The blessed one. She is a blessed one. Those who possess this trait are favored by the spirit realm, and their souls are safeguarded during their journeys through it." Eros found it puzzling. What connection does this have to an offering? After a moment's contemplation, Barbara organized her thoughts and continued to elucidate. While being favored by the spirit realm, this trait is also particularly coveted by the uncanny. Naturally, the malevolent deities lurking in the abyss are equally drawn to the flesh and blood of such beings. A flicker of understanding dawned upon Eros. "So, the offering you speak of is..." "Precisely. Those endowed with this trait can be treated as offerings to the malevolent deities. In return, they will not only grant you a divine gift, but will also fulfill a modest wish of yours." Eros comprehended. It seemed that the blue-haired individual had discovered that Wendini was, indeed, a blessed one. Thus, he intended to sacrifice her to the malevolent deities in exchange for gifts. This was not difficult for Eros to grasp, for even malevolent deities are still divine beings, mighty in their own right. A small token of their generosity could be considered a grand opportunity for a mere mortal, especially when it could also fulfill a modest wish. However, what may seem a trifling desire to a malevolent deity might not hold the same insignificance in the eyes of a mortal. It was unexpected to learn that the royal family of the Chris Empire had ties to the malevolent deities. One could only wonder if this was the blue-haired individual's solitary venture or a scheme of the entire royal family. If it were the latter, and they all harbored thoughts of sacrificing the wretched sister to the malevolent deities for gifts, then was the wretched sister not in grave danger? Contemplating this, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Fortunately, he had discovered this early and could prepare accordingly. Meanwhile, Wendini observed Eros, who appeared lost in thought beside the bed, her bright eyes blinking expectantly for an explanation. After a long while, Eros clicked his tongue, looking at Wendini, who had now sat up. "Wretched sister, your current predicament is quite perilous." Wendini, puzzled and confused, gazed at Eros. Consequently, he recounted to her everything Barbara had conveyed to him, along with his own deductions. By the end, Wendini, somewhat irate, exclaimed, "Indeed, that blue-haired individual is clearly untrustworthy." Eros, grinning mischievously, replied, "Do not forget, you are also highly favored by the uncanny. If I were not by your side, or if you weren't within the confines of the academy, You might find yourself besieged nightly by a multitude of uncanny beings seeking to devour your soul. Upon hearing this, Wendini felt a twinge of distress. Indeed, the advantages of this cursed trait had yet to manifest, while its drawbacks were numerous. Observing the effect of his words, Eros displayed a cryptic smile, causing Wendini's spirits to lift. Do you have a solution? Having grown up together, she could easily discern that Eros had a plan. In truth, resolving this matter was not particularly difficult. Barbara had informed him of the reasons behind this situation. It is merely due to Wendy's insufficient comprehension of the strength of the hidden servant that she is unable to conceal her entire being. Given her lack of understanding, why not assist her by casting a spell? Ever since my hidden servant ascended to the rank of hidden master, it has transitioned from a passive ability to an active one. Moreover, with a fragment of the Book of Night projected here, I need not bear the backlash of the spell. Without further hesitation, I extended a thread of consciousness to touch the small Book of Night in my mind, while simultaneously pressing a finger to Wendy's brow. There was no immediate reaction. The surrounding darkness seemed to deepen. Shortly thereafter, a mark resembling a small booklet emerged from Wendy's forehead and gradually vanished into her body. Observing this, Eros clapped his hands in triumph, declaring, "There we go. I have concealed your spiritual body. Now, no one will discern that you are of the spiritual lineage." Wendy touched her brow, furrowing her brows in contemplation. "It seems you have left something within me." Eros' eyes twitched, and he quickly waved his hands. Such things must not be spoken of. Chapter 45. The master of the lavatory, Wendy, perplexed, wondered if she was not stating the truth. She indeed felt something had been inserted into her mind. How could she be mistaken? However, Eros offered no explanation, his smile taking on a peculiar quality. The subsequent days passed in tranquility, with daytime classes followed by meals with the red-haired girl, and evenings spent teasing Wendy or occasionally hosting Joni for the night. Meanwhile, Saliba appeared incredulous, casting furtive glances at Wendy before looking at the motionless pocket watch in his hand, his expression one of confusion and helplessness. On one occasion, while Eros was meandering alone, Saliba approached him, exasperated, and demanded, "You discovered it, didn't you? It has to be you." Eros gazed at the blue-haired figure before him in bewilderment, asking, "What are you talking about? What have I discovered?" Saliba, clearly agitated, struggled to articulate his thoughts. "The spiritual body of Wendy, where has it gone?" Upon hearing this, Eros' eyes narrowed, and his expression became more serious. Indeed, this blue-haired fellow was after that very matter. Yet, in an instant, Eros relaxed, carelessly responding, "Oh, that? It was sacrificed after discovery. Is there a problem with that?" Saliba's expression faltered, disbelief washing over him as he exclaimed, "Impossible. That cannot be. If it were sacrificed, how could Wendy still be alive?" Eros, appearing somewhat exasperated, replied, "Isn't it said that a sacrifice fulfills a wish? Did you not know? My wish was to resurrect Wendy." Saliba opened his mouth, his face contorting in discomfort, as if he had swallowed a fly. "That was an opportunity to present a wish to a great being, and you squandered it so easily." Saliba was incredulous, taking a considerable amount of time to regain his composure before exclaiming, "Are you not aware that the resurrected Wendini is no longer the same?" "I am well aware." Eros replied nonchalantly, "All I require is an obedient Wendini. Whether she is the original or not is of no consequence." With a light chuckle, Eros turned and departed. Saliba stood frozen, mouth agape, lingering in silence for a while until a fierce expression suddenly contorted his features. "Dare to seize the opportunities of the Augustine family and expose yourself before me? You are doomed, absolutely doomed." In that moment, he resolved to report Eros to the dean for secretly worshipping an evil deity. He felt no trepidation about the possibility of Eros dragging him down alongside him. After all, his family was of royal lineage, adept in the art of concealment. Even if the church came to investigate, he had nothing to fear. Eros, on the other hand, was merely a rural noble, granted recognition by the church for vanquishing remnants of the night, with no standing to oppose the Augustine family. In the dean's office, the three deans regarded the indignant Saliba with perplexed expressions. "Esteemed dean, you must believe me. Eros is utterly audacious, daring to worship an evil deity beneath the very noses of the three major churches. Such a depraved individual tarnishes the sanctity of our academy. I implore you to order their immediate judgment." The three deans exchanged glances, and seeing their skepticism, Saliba hastily declared, I swear by the honor of the Augustine family that Eros is indeed worshipping an evil deity. Wendini may very well be dead, and the one who now claims to be her is likely a malevolent spirit in disguise. The deans remained skeptical, one recalling Saliba's unrequited pursuit of Wendini and explaining this to the others. Realization dawned upon the deans, and Dean Como, with a mixture of amusement and exasperation, addressed Saliba. "Are you aware of Eros's lineage?" Confused, Saliba replied, "Yes, he is of elven descent. But what does that have to do with anything?" Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, Saliba's expression shifted to one of astonishment and disbelief. Dean Como nodded. "In our church's historical texts, the elven race is consistently praised for its benevolence, grace, and love of peace. How could a descendant of such a lineage possibly worship an evil deity?" Furthermore, he left the thought unfinished, yet the other two deans understood his implication. The elves were not without deities of their own, and among the oldest of these was a being of great significance, one whose blood Eros bore. Did he truly need to resort to the worship of an evil god? Even after exiting the building, Saliba's mind remained in a tumult, grappling with the bewildering turn of events. What in the world was going on? The fellow clearly worshipped a malevolent deity. He had indeed sacrificed Wendini. Yet why does no one believe me? Is it merely because he possesses elven blood? Yes. How could one of elven lineage possibly offer sacrifices to a dark god? Why? What is truly unfolding here? Shock, bewilderment, incredulity, suspicion, confusion, and an inability to comprehend engulfed me. In the following days, Saliba appeared somewhat dazed and ceased to pester Wendini, for to him, she now seemed nothing more than a malevolent spirit from the abyss. Meanwhile, the other students assumed that the prince had been discouraged by Wendini's repeated rejections. Fortunately, Eros was unaware that this individual had reported him. Otherwise, he would have laughed out loud. Chapter 46. The consequences of gossip. Another month passed, and Eros felt the power coursing through him, letting out a sigh of relief. He had finally made a complete recovery. The backlash from that spell had indeed been arduous, taking him a full 3 months to mend. In response, Barbara remarked dismissively, "After all, it was divine magic. If it were anyone else, even an extraordinary being would have been utterly obliterated. How could they possibly survive?" Eros could not help but gasp in astonishment. Divine magic was indeed fearsome. After a moment's contemplation of the invigorating power within him, Eros felt an urge to move. He glanced out at the night sky, contemplated briefly, and then addressed Wendini within the room. "I am going out for a stroll. These past few months of being unable to utilize my spirit have left me feeling stifled." Without waiting for Wendini's response, his left eye turned pitch black, and he stepped into the shadows. This was, of course, the power of Barbara, as she had stated. In her prime, she was the master of shadows, wielding dominion over them, though she was not at her peak now. Traversing through shadows to evade the Academy's monitoring arrays was no difficult feat. He leaped from one shadow to another throughout various buildings, and soon found himself outside the Academy. Eros glanced back at the Academy gates, somewhat astonished. That was quite swift. Indeed, a journey that usually required some time was accomplished in just a few leaps today, all while evading any monitoring spells. Barbara, somewhat contemptuous, remarked, "If I were to regain more of my strength, I could even take you to traverse the Shadow Realm directly." Eros understood that the Shadow Realm Barbara referred to was not that of their family, but rather the reflection of the entire world. Their family's realm was merely a fragment, carved from the greater whole by their ancestors. After running for a while, as he distanced himself from the Academy, Eros felt the orb of light representing the skilled divine protection of nature within his soul, glowing ever more brightly. Had he triggered a second passive skill? This was the first time he had activated this passive since acquiring it, as he had previously spent his time either at home or at the Academy. It seemed he was now in his most formidable state, with both of his powerful abilities activated. Eros felt an increasingly surging power within him, and he lamented, "Why is it that no reckless evil spirits or cultists have emerged at this moment?" Hearing this, Barbara's lips curled into a slight smirk. "As you wish." Eros was momentarily taken aback, wondering if it could truly be so. Is it real? If so, where are they? 3 kilometers ahead, there are 4 individuals, 2 of whom should pique your interest, Barbara replied enigmatically, provoking his curiosity. Could it be that there were indeed people up ahead, and 2 of them would be of particular interest to him? Eros stroked his chin, no longer hesitating, and stealthily proceeded in the direction indicated by Barbara. As for his safety, he was unconcerned. The fact that Barbara had not mentioned any danger suggested that he was sufficiently capable of handling the situation. Meanwhile, the red-haired Natalia Romans observed her daughter, who had noticeably gained weight in just a month, with a mixture of astonishment and surprise. Aisha Romans, feeling the scrutinizing gaze of her mother, bit her silver teeth in frustration. It was all the fault of that insufferable pervert who insisted on dragging her out to eat and forcing her to consume 3 times the portion at every meal, resulting in her noticeable weight gain in such a short span. Sensing her daughter's embarrassment, Natalia cleared her throat. It seems there is no need to inquire about your experiences at the academy during this time. The slightly inexperienced red-haired girl pouted, wanting to express that her time had been far from pleasant due to the persistent harassment of that pervert. Yet, this was merely a fleeting thought, and she soon composed herself, stating earnestly, "Mother, I have successfully located the position of the sealed item." Upon hearing this, the previously silent, gaunt man quickly inquired, "Where is it?" "It is still in the containment chamber. The church seems to be attempting to decipher it," she replied. Another man, somewhat sturdier in build, displayed signs of anxiety. "Have they discovered something?" Aisha shook her head, her tone tinged with frustration. "I cannot ascertain that, as the door to the containment chamber has always been guarded by the emissaries of the 3 major churches. Without the permission of several deans, no one may enter." "Forceful intrusion?" the gaunt man interjected. "The emissaries of the church are of sequence 6, and it is suspected that there are extraordinary beings stationed within the academy. Not to mention the existence of sacred artifacts. Sending a handful of us to breach their defenses would be futile." A moment of silence enveloped the 4 of them, and Natalia's expression turned begrudging. "Are we truly to give up?" The 2 men shared a look of melancholy, with the sturdier man stating, "Unless Aisha has the opportunity to enter the containment chamber, or if the church sends over a few dignitaries to assist, we likely won't be able to retrieve it with just the 4 of us." After the robust man spoke, the slender man suddenly had a flash of inspiration. "Isn't the church in the capital currently pursuing a remnant of the night? Do you think we could utilize this situation?" After the emaciated man finished speaking, the robust man stroked his chin thoughtfully and replied, "Are you suggesting that I shall apply to join this expedition against the night remnant? That is indeed a splendid idea. If she successfully vanquishes that creature, based on the church's past practices, it is highly probable that Aisha will be permitted to enter the containment chamber to select an item as a reward for her triumph over the night remnant." The emaciated man nodded, his face alight with excitement. "Precisely, that's the plan. But what of the night remnant's strength? We are also unaware of its precise location." Natalia voiced her concerns. A moment of silence enveloped the group. Indeed, they had no knowledge of the night remnant's capabilities. If it were significantly stronger than their party, encountering it recklessly would be tantamount to courting disaster. The thought left them all somewhat troubled. Ultimately, it was the emaciated man who spoke again at this juncture. "We have no alternative but to attempt it. If it proves too perilous, Aisha may abandon the mission for her own safety." After some contemplation, the others nodded in agreement. It appeared they had no other recourse. Just then, a voice suddenly emanated from a nearby tree. "Excuse me, sorry to interrupt, but could you enlighten me about the circumstances surrounding the pursuit of this night remnant?" Chapter 47. "I thought she was your sister." The 4 of them immediately turned pale, swiveling towards the source of the voice, their energies coalescing within their hands to form 4 spells, which they launched towards the sound. Eros, observing the incoming spells, felt a sense of exasperation. Initially, he had intended to remain a silent observer, but unexpectedly found himself embroiled in the situation and felt compelled to inquire. He then pointed forward and released a shadow banishment spell. He was unconcerned that using shadow magic might reveal his identity, as he currently embodied that of the night remnant. As long as he did not expose his identity as Eros, what connection could the night remnant's affairs have with his lineage of elven blood? Even if word of tonight's events spread, the church would merely learn that a night remnant resided near in Tiles. Yet, had there not always been a night remnant in that vicinity? Were they not still in pursuit? Returning to the present, as Eros executed the spell, the 4 attacks hurtling towards him vanished into thin air. Just as he prepared to call for a ceasefire, a delicate, pale fist appeared before him. In that moment, witnessing the failure of her spell, Natalia had swiftly maneuvered to Eros's front and aimed a punch at his forehead. The robust man, not to be outdone, raised his leg to deliver a kick to Eros's midsection. Observing the incoming fist and foot, Eros sighed inwardly. He seized the pale fist and, leveraging the momentum, pulled back while simultaneously delivering a kick to the robust man's chest, propelling him backward. Without delay, he employed the shadow binding technique. In the next moment, numerous shadowy tendrils, as dark as ink, emerged from the night, binding the four individuals tightly in place. Observing the entrapment of his companions, Eros sighed in exasperation. Surely, they did not engage without gauging each other's capabilities? Did they truly rush and recklessly? How audacious of 3 sequence 8s and 1 sequence 9 to confront someone like him, who possessed not only dual enhancements but also 3 divine artifacts. Yet, despite his incredulity, business must be attended to. He glanced down into his embrace, momentarily dazzled by the radiant white that forced its way out from his collar due to the close proximity of their bodies. Honestly, what vigorous young man could withstand such a trial? Unless he, Eros, could assure that this was not intentional, but rather a natural bodily reaction. Natalia, who had been struggling incessantly, seemed to sense something, her body stiffening as she dared not move again. However, her gaze toward Eros was filled with a mixture of indignation and murderous intent. Eros, observing the woman he had encountered once before, cleared his throat awkwardly, muttering an apology. Meanwhile, Aisha, bound by chains below, glared furiously at the mysterious figure shrouded by the night. Her teeth clenched as she spat through her gritted teeth. "You wretched scoundrel. Release my mother at once." Now it was Eros's turn to be taken aback. Glancing at the woman in his arms, he remarked with surprise, "I assumed you were her sister." Natalia remained silent, her icy gaze fixed on Eros. Witnessing this, Eros felt an unexpected surge of mischief. He reached out, grasping Natalia's delicate chin, lifting her gaze gently, and leaned in to mischievously lick her exquisitely beautiful face, deliberately making a slurping sound. Feeling the damp sensation on her profile, Natalia grimaced, attempting to turn her face away. After indulging in his antics, Eros cast a boisterous laugh down at Aisha, exclaiming, "Ha! Look, I want to let go. I even licked her." Strangely, he felt that his current demeanor and actions bore a striking resemblance to those grotesque villains who rarely survived beyond 3 episodes. Aisha, exasperated, repeatedly stuttered, you, yet offered no further words. Gazing at the now rounder face that he had playfully fed, Eros chuckled, "I shan't tease you any longer." With that, he tossed Natalia to the side of Aisha, though at that moment, Natalia's mind was in disarray, recalling the unsettling actions Eros had just taken, sending shivers down her spine. Eros, not paying heed to Natalia's changing expression, casually perched himself against the tree trunk, stating, "I merely wish to pose a question. Must we escalate matters to this extent?" The robust man, however, let out a scornful snort, retorting, "We shall not divulge any information to the lackeys of your church." The expressions on the faces of the other 3 were equally resolute. Eros smacked his lips and remarked, "You would not divulge information to the church's lackeys, but I am not one of them." The 4 exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily taken aback by the enigmatic figure before them, whose form and features were obscured. "You are not affiliated with the 3 major churches." Eros stroked his chin with a hint of skepticism and asked, "Can you not discern the arcane signs?" Upon hearing this, the 4 took a moment to carefully perceive the inky tendrils entwined around them, their expressions shifting drastically. "You are a remnant of the night?" Eros narrowed his eyes. He was somewhat averse to the term remnant, yet he smiled amiably and replied, "Correct. But there is no reward for your answer." The 4 shared glances, their faces clouded with discomfort. They had only recently decided to eliminate the remnants of the night, and now they found themselves ensnared by one, even plotting against him under his very nose. To say it was awkward would be an understatement. The burly man straightened his neck and inquired, "What do you want?" "I merely wish to inquire about what you mentioned earlier regarding the church pursuing the remnants of the night," Eros stated. The 4 were momentarily stunned. Was the church not hunting you? Why do you come to us with questions instead? Since they were not disclosing anything confidential and could potentially inconvenience the church, they felt no need to withhold information. After listening to their account, Eros grasped the situation. It seemed the events had transpired roughly a week prior. In a city not far from the imperial capital, it appeared that a certain clansman had revealed his identity for some reason, leading to a pursuit, and that this individual had now fled to the vicinity of the capital. Once the burly man finished speaking, Eros narrowed his eyes. Ordinarily, unless one possessed absolute certainty of escape, fleeing would not lead one to a place where other clansmen resided. Unless, of course, There was a message or item of utmost importance that compelled him to risk dragging others into peril to deliver it. With this thought, he lost interest in lingering with these individuals. Casually plucking a leaf from a nearby tree, he flicked it towards Natalia while saying, "I find your scheme to steal the sealed object quite intriguing. Should your group find itself short-handed, do consider bringing me along for the excitement. I might be of assistance. As for how to communicate, simply infuse the leaf with essence, and I shall discern your location and come forth. That will suffice for today. My neighbor's wife is about to give birth, and I must hurry back." Chapter 48. Pursuit. With that, Eros leaped into the shadows and vanished, leaving the four to exchange perplexed glances. Was he not going to harm them? Not only had he spared them, but he had also provided a means of contact and offered to aid in reclaiming the sealed object. This left them bewildered and confused. Was not a remnant of the night a malevolent descendant of a dark deity? They were all prepared for certain death, merely voicing the matter to vex the church. How does this differ from the tales of the remnants of the night? Furthermore, what relation does the birth of the neighbor's wife bear to you? Must you return swiftly? The peculiar expressions of the two men prompted the mother and daughter to exchange a silent scorn. Natalia, holding the leaf that had fallen from her bosom, felt a twinge of skepticism. Could this simple object truly connect them? She had witnessed the mysterious figure casually plucking it from a tree. It was merely an ordinary leaf. Was she being deceived? Meanwhile, Eros inquired of Barbara within his mind, "Do you possess any means to discern the location of that kin?" No sooner had he spoken than Barbara caught a glimpse of the small book of night attempting to escape Eros's consciousness. With an unwavering demeanor, she gracefully lifted her delicate hand and, with a swift motion, retrieved the small book. In the next moment, she vanished, only to reappear beside Eros, holding the book of night. Taken aback by Barbara's sudden presence, Eros felt a surge of excitement and joy. "You have finally chosen to emerge." Barbara glanced at the small book in her hand, which emitted a disgruntled hum from being overlooked, and a slight smile graced her lips. Rather than responding to Eros's inquiry, she extended her fair hand, presenting the book of night with a clear voice. "Every member of our kin has inscribed their true name within this book, and it bears their soul imprint. To ascertain their whereabouts, simply inquire of it." Eros immediately turned his gaze to the book of night in Barbara's hand. The book quivered slightly, breaking free from her grasp, and hovered before Eros, flipping its pages with no breeze to aid it. Simultaneously, a series of small light points appeared in Eros's mind. Most were situated at a considerable distance, but one glimmered not far behind him. That must be his troublesome sister, Wendini. A cluster of light points gathered to his left front, likely the Duke's mansion in the imperial capital and Estelle's group. Additionally, there was a small point much closer, approximately a couple of 100 miles ahead. That must be the kin who was being pursued. Upon noticing this point, a name abruptly emerged: Irina Lincolnite. Eros paused momentarily, his heart tightening. His fifth sister? Indeed, it was the daughter of the grand, no, immaculate Lady Florica. Without hesitation, he summoned his inner essence and raced towards the location of the light point. Meanwhile, a tall and graceful figure traversed the forest outside the imperial capital, weaving effortlessly through the trees. Through the ethereal mist that obscured her visage, one could discern a face reminiscent of Lady Florica. Yet, at this moment, her charming countenance bore no trace of color, appearing exceptionally pallid. Irina bit her crimson lip lightly, slightly turning aside to evade an encroaching spell from behind. Her toes propelled off the trunk of a nearby tree as she veered towards a direction devoid of pursuers, continuing her frantic flight. She relentlessly urged the essence within her, pressing herself to hasten even more. Only in this manner could she elude the pack of hounds from the church trailing her. It was imperative that she successfully relay the information regarding the location of a fragment of her ancestral divine realm back to her family. For millennia, they had steadfastly believed that if they could reunite the shattered divine dominion of their forebears, their ancestors would return from the annals of time. Thus, the fate of their clan would be rewritten, liberating them from a life of constant evasion, allowing them to choose the lives they desired freely. Generations had toiled for this purpose, and now, with news of a divine fragment rediscovered, how could she allow herself to perish so easily? Faster, faster still. If she could just reach the imperial capital, the message could be transmitted. "Abandon your struggle, remnant of the night. You cannot escape," a voice echoed from behind. Irina paid no heed, merely bending slightly to evade an incoming attack, focusing solely on her flight. Observing this, The man in black who pursued her smirked, turning to his subordinate and inquiring, "How prepared is the team ahead?" The subordinate, sporting a hint of a smile, replied, "Captain, rest assured, she cannot escape. The encircling teams number far more than 10. This night, the remnant of the dark will find no refuge." Upon hearing this, the man in black furrowed his brow. "So many? We must hasten. We cannot allow this prize to fall into the hands of another team." Yet, his subordinates appeared troubled. "But Captain, you previously instructed us to capture her alive. Thus, the spells we employed are not particularly potent, rendering them ineffective against this remnant of the night." The captain fell into contemplation, understanding that capturing a remnant alive would yield far greater accolades than slaying one. After all, the church had not succeeded in capturing a remnant alive for centuries. Historically, once those remnants realized escape was futile, they would sacrifice everything to the shadows, leaving nothing but emptiness behind. After a moment's reflection, the captain finally spoke. "If we can capture her alive, that would be ideal. If not, we must strive to eliminate her before she can consummate her sacrifice." At this command, the potency of their spells intensified. Meanwhile, Irina sensed that the spells now hurled at her were markedly stronger than before, leading her to understand that the adversary likely intended to leave no survivors. The perilous situation she faced was about to escalate further, once again evading a spell that assailed her from behind. Before she could catch her breath, a second incantation closed in upon her. Irina strained to twist her body in an attempt to evade it, yet she was struck on her shoulder, sending her hurtling through the air, rolling several times upon the ground. Chapter 49. Positioned gazing at her mangled shoulder, Irina clenched her teeth and leaped back to her feet, racing forward once more, though her speed had significantly diminished. The man in black, witnessing this scene, displayed a gleeful expression, hastily urging his subordinates to quicken their pursuit, relentlessly casting spells towards Irina's frail back. With another muffled grunt, Irina was hit once more by the spell. Her body was propelled back, crashing heavily onto the ground. Attempting to rise, she could not contain the torrent of blood that gushed from her mouth. After several futile attempts to stand, a flicker of unwillingness shone in her beautiful eyes. Was this truly the end? The message had yet to reach her kin. As she observed the approaching pursuers, a bitter expression crossed her face, soon transforming into a mocking smile, though it quickly gave way to another spout of blood. The man in black, nearing her, was taken aback by the sight. "Damn it, she's sacrificing herself. Hurry, interrupt her." Before his words had fully escaped his lips, several more spells were unleashed, racing towards Irina, who was struggling to prop herself up. With a series of explosions, her body was blasted away like a tattered rag, rolling upon the ground until she finally came to a stop. Irina lifted her gaze towards the man in black standing before her, her tone laced with mockery. Too late. The man, gritting his teeth as he looked down at the figure lying on the ground, whose features remained obscured by the darkness, muttered vehemently, "You damn filthy rats from the sewers. One day, I will drag all of you out into the light." Hearing this, Irina scoffed, a hint of disdain in her demeanor. She then lay quietly on the ground, feeling her body and soul gradually consumed by the encroaching shadows. Points of light began to escape from within her, rendering her figure increasingly translucent. At that moment, a figure shrouded in mist came racing towards her from a distance. Out of the corner of her eye, Irina caught sight of this and felt a flicker of surprise, soon igniting a glimmer of hope. Perhaps the message could indeed reach her clan. Eros, observing the dissipating Irina sprawled on the ground, felt a pang of sorrow. He had exerted himself to reach her as swiftly as possible, disregarding any concern for his own spiritual depletion, even continuously tapping into Barbara's power, yet he was still too late. He looked at the group standing beside Irina, and their faces reflected a mix of shock and joy at his arrival. The man in black wore an excited expression. "Another one has arrived. This time, the credit should be enough for all of us to advance further." Upon hearing their captain's words, the expressions of the several team members brightened with joy, prompting one to exclaim, "We must be cautious this time. We cannot allow this remnant of the night to sacrifice itself again." A wave of agreement swept through the group, and they prepared to unleash their spells in a preemptive strike. Meanwhile, Eros observed this scene, pursing his lips as he murmured softly, "I suddenly feel an urge to kill." "Then do it," Barbara responded in a calm tone. Eros often pondered the irony of his family's situation. They had committed no heinous acts, instead continuously performing good deeds. earning the affection of the subjects within their domain. Yet, this very family was forced to live in the shadows, for exposure would bring catastrophic consequences. Indeed, this world does not show mercy simply because one possesses a kind heart. A self-deprecating smile flickered across Eros's face, his gaze instantly turning cold. Having made his decision, he would no longer harbor any hesitation. As he watched the spells hurtling towards him, Eros lowered his eyelids and softly intoned, "Judgment of the moon." With the final syllable uttered, the great moon in the heavens plummeted fiercely. The group of cloaked figures gazed up in terror at the massive silver orb descending upon them. Their faces contorted in horror. No longer did they cast spells at Eros. Instead, they fled in panic. Yet all was in vain, for the silver moon descended with an unmatched might. In an instant, that contingent was reduced to mere dust, the earth itself carved into a vast, deep crater. Only Irina, in her position, seemed to be shielded by an unseen force, untouched by the devastation. Witnessing this scene, Eros felt an overwhelming lightness, as if shackles had been shattered. He glanced at his hands, murmuring softly, "Is this the sensation of taking a life? So be it." Today marked his first instance of killing. Influenced by his past life and the benevolent atmosphere of his family, he had previously harbored a strong aversion to taking lives. However, upon witnessing Irina's plight and recalling the trials his family had endured over millennia, his murderous intent surged uncontrollably. Sometimes, certain matters could only be resolved through bloodshed. Remembering Irina, he swiftly darted to her side, gazing at her delicate form, still radiating faint glimmers of light, his lips trembling. "I'm sorry. I've come too late." Initially, Irina had felt a flicker of hope upon seeing a formidable ally, but her expression shifted drastically upon realizing that it was Eros who had arrived. She hastily removed the necklace from around her neck and thrust it into Eros's hands, her voice tinged with urgency. "Don't worry about me. You must leave, quickly." Her life was of little consequence, but Eros was the most gifted sorcerer in their family in thousands of years. He had even been personally blessed by a great one and recognized by the ancestral artifact. The elders believed Eros was the key to the family's resurgence. The current state of the family could not withstand the blow of his demise. Seeing this, Eros gently reassured her, "It's all right. The church is still quite a distance away." After speaking, he carefully tucked the necklace that he had concealed in his palm and swiftly scooped up Irina, dashing into the depths of the forest. Behind him, the eternal moon, having reverted to a small crescent, wobbled as it followed Eros. Moments ago, Eros had employed the eternal moon to effortlessly obliterate that group of individuals. Although it was merely a fragment of a divine artifact, it was still a divine relic, far beyond the capacity of mere low-tier beings to withstand. As he ran, Eros inquired, "Is there any way to save her?" Barbara did not disappoint him and quickly provided an answer. "Yes, you only need to invoke the divine technique you used before. It can interrupt the sacrificial ritual and restore the part of her that has already been sacrificed." Eros leaped onto a large, leafy tree ahead, his fingertips lightly tapping the trunk as green vitality seeped from his fingers into the bark. In the next moment, countless branches and leaves surged around him, obscuring all visibility from the outside world. He carefully laid Irina upon the thick trunk and was poised to cast the divine technique when Barbara interjected. "While using the divine technique now could indeed save her, do not forget that you will suffer a backlash from the spell, and there are quite a number of church squads searching the vicinity." Eros fell silent. Although Barbara did not state it outright, he comprehended her implication. Even if he were to use the divine technique to rescue Irina, the ultimate outcome would still see her burdened with an unconscious Eros, unable to escape the church's relentless pursuit. He lowered his gaze upon Irina, whose form was increasingly translucent, clearly aware that time was running out for him to decide. Should he choose to watch Irina perish before his eyes, or should he save her, knowing that both of them might face death together? Irina seemed to sense Eros's emotional turmoil. She tugged at the corners of her mouth, offering a faint smile. "Do not be sad. You should be happy. For I have found a fragment of the ancestral divine kingdom. I have recorded its location within the necklace I gave you. If you bring it back, then everything will be worthwhile. Eros, you can do it, right?" Eros remained silent, merely gazing at the fading shadow of Irina before him. He yearned to disregard everything and use the divine technique to save her, yet reason restrained him. If he were to be discovered by the church due to his fainting, it could spell disaster for his already precarious family. An overwhelming sense of desolation welled up within Eros as he faced the impending loss of a loved one. He could save her, yet was powerless to act, forced only to watch her gradually dissipate before him. Perhaps there is still a way. Suddenly, after a prolonged silence, Barbara spoke again. What method? Eros abruptly raised his head. She chose to sacrifice everything to the shadows, while I, as the vessel of the shadow's authority, possessed the ability to temporarily distort this ritual, allowing you to embody the concept represented by the shadows, transforming the offering into one made to you. However, it seemed that Barbara hesitated as the ritual progressed, for only mythical beings and deities could accept such sacrifices, and only a deity could embody the entirety of the shadow's essence. This thought remained unspoken by Barbara. She cast a glance at Eros, her eyes fleetingly revealing a hint of inscrutable emotion. Eros, oblivious to Barbara's subtle change, felt a tremendous weight lift from his heart upon hearing that there were alternative methods. Realizing time was of the essence, he dared not linger and eagerly pressed on. But what? Barbara gathered her thoughts, lowering her gaze and speaking with a calm demeanor. However, you currently lack a divine realm. Even if the sacrifice were accepted, it could not be stored, and thus, she would still fade away. Fortunately, her present state has become a mere wraith, which allows her to merge into your reflection, thus becoming your shadow and sustaining her existence. Yet, once she assumes the role of your shadow, she will be forever bound to your location, unless you ascend to the divine throne in the future, at which point she could be separated. Upon hearing Barbara's words, Eros paused momentarily, but soon made his decision. Survival was paramount, and he could no longer afford to hesitate. He directly addressed Irina. I have a way to save you, but this method will bind you as my shadow, preventing you from straying far from me. At this juncture, Eros paused again, his gaze serious as he looked at Irina, articulating each word with deliberation. So, Irina Lunka, do you wish to become my shadow? Irina was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that there might still be a chance for salvation. Observing Eros' earnest expression, devoid of pretense, her lips curled into a radiant smile as she replied, word by word, I am willing. Regardless of whether this method would ultimately succeed, the sight of Eros, who refused to abandon her until the very last moment, filled her heart with joy. As Irina's declaration of willingness echoed, it felt as though an unseen contract had been forged. In the next instant, Eros' left eye turned pitch black, as Barbara successfully assumed control over his body. Dark patterns began to emerge from within Eros, forming obscure sigils that enveloped the surrounding space. Irina, who had been radiating light, suddenly transformed into a beam of darkness, slowly seeping into Eros' shadow. After a while, once the dark essence of Irina had fully integrated, the inky blackness in Eros' left eye gradually receded. Simultaneously, he heard Barbara's faint voice in his mind. This has drained too much energy. I shall slumber for a time. With that, Barbara fell silent. And no matter how Eros called out, there was no response. He felt a sense of helplessness. Initially, he had intended to pose several inquiries, but it appeared that he would have to await the next opportunity or perhaps navigate his way through the uncertainties alone. Just then, two teams from the church abruptly intruded upon his perception. Eros exhaled a sigh of resignation, realizing that the church's agents had arrived in search of something. In that case, they must perish. Ever since he had personally taken the life of that group, Eros had grown increasingly desensitized to the act of killing. After all, this world was undeniably brutal. If one did not eliminate their foes, they would inevitably seek to eliminate you, with no room for leniency. Had it not been for Barbara's formidable support, Irina would likely have already met her untimely demise. Reflecting on this, he harbored no compassion for the two church teams that encroached upon his awareness. Stealthily, he approached, and with a swift motion reminiscent of the moon's descent, he unleashed the eternal slumber, scattering their ashes before they could even react. Following this, Eros prepared to return to the academy, having rescued those in need. There was no further reason to accompany the church's search teams in their futile endeavors. However, Barbara had fallen into a deep slumber, leaving him without her assistance in scouting the surrounding area. Consequently, he encountered several church search teams along the way, forcing him into combat. Although his perception range was considerable compared to others of his rank, it was evidently insufficient in this instance. Fortunately, perhaps due to Irina's relatively modest strength, the church had dispatched search teams primarily of rank 8, with only the captains reaching rank 7. Additionally, With two powerful allies and several divine artifacts at his disposal, he stood a chance of escaping this encirclement. Upon his return to the academy, the horizon was beginning to blush with the first light of dawn. After a night spent evading danger, he was utterly exhausted. He glanced at the still slumbering Wendini in the room, but chose not to disturb her. Instead, he made his way to another chamber, too weary to wash up, and collapsed into bed. Chapter 51. No, it cannot be after a night of relentless travel. Coupled with the extensive energy expenditure required for the eternal slumber and the necessity to supply some of his essence to aid Barbara in her swift recovery, he was utterly drained. He even felt disinclined to attend his classes the following day, as he was merely going through the motions to maintain his identity. Especially considering that the academy's curriculum consisted of material that he had already learned within his family. The Church's establishment of such academies primarily aimed at cultivating more foundational manpower, commonly referred to as cannon fodder. Thus, they would not impart too much profound knowledge. To delve into advanced studies, one must first join the Church and dedicate themselves to its service. Only after accruing sufficient contributions could one use those to gain admission to the Church's internal academy for further education. In Eros's view, the current academy resembled an elementary school in his past life. If one wished to continue their education into middle school, high school, or even university after graduating from elementary school, they would need to work for the Church until they earned the necessary tuition. Of course, those possessing exceptional talents might be eligible for special advancement. As for the specific talents required for exceptional training, there is no precise definition. Perhaps one might be favored due to their pristine appearance and an alluring demeanor, catching the eye of a significant figure within the Church, thereby receiving such privileged training. While this may prove arduous for others, it is a different story for Eros. Since his identity as the Chosen One was confirmed and conveyed to the higher echelons of the Church, once he passes the identity verification, he is essentially guaranteed a smooth path ahead. This knowledge has led several deans at the academy to treat Eros with considerable deference, particularly the Dean Como from the Reincarnation Church, who displays genuine warmth towards him. This is hardly surprising, as Eros's family is affiliated with the Reincarnation Church, placing them within the same faction. Given Eros's promising future as the Chosen One and their shared affiliation, fostering a good relationship could prove advantageous in the future. Thus, the dean turns a blind eye to Eros's unwarranted absences from class. Meanwhile, Wendini is quite curious about her brother's whereabouts the previous night. Suddenly, she recalls the weary expression he wore upon seeing him that morning, as if his very essence had been drained. Lost in thought, she finds herself blushing slightly, murmuring, "That rascal, could he have?" Just then, a similarly delicate hand waved in front of her, and in the next moment, Joni's inquisitive face leaned in closely, asking, "What are you thinking about so intently?" "Huh, nothing at all. What nonsense are you talking about?" Wendini snaps back to reality, hurriedly shaking her head while casting a suspicious glance at Joni, silently contemplating. That rascal doesn't seem to know many girls at the academy. Could it be Joni? Yet, she appears perfectly fine at the moment. Noticing Wendini's occasional furtive glances, Joni becomes puzzled, wondering what's up with Wendini today. She straightforwardly asks, "Why do you keep staring at me? Your gaze is quite peculiar." Wendini forces a laugh, feeling embarrassed at the thought of voicing her suspicion that Eros was out with another woman, who she might think is Joni. How could she bring herself to say that? So, she simply chuckles, pretending to be nonchalant, and says, "Not at all. I just thought you looked particularly radiant today, which is why I glanced at you a few times." Joni, not giving it much thought, beams and replies, "You noticed? I just did my skincare last night, and I thought the results weren't very noticeable." Wendini's smile falters slightly, and her expression becomes somewhat strange. Joni remains oblivious to Wendini's subtle change, continuing animatedly to describe how refreshed she felt upon waking up and how splendid her skin looked. Watching the exuberant Joni, Wendini internally grits her teeth. "Truly, you little vixen." She silently scoffs, but is soon overwhelmed by curiosity, her cheeks flushed as she softly inquires, "So, what was that like? What does it feel like?" Joni mistakenly believed that Ventini was inquiring about her feelings during maintenance. After contemplating for a moment, she replied, "I cannot quite articulate it. It is simply a sensation of immense comfort and relaxation." Pausing briefly, she then gazed at Ventini with a mischievous smile and asked, "Shall we indulge together tonight?" Upon hearing Joni's final remark, Ventini's face flushed crimson, with wisps of steam seemingly rising from her head. She hastily waved her hands, stammering, "And no, that is not permissible. We cannot." With that, she fled in distress. Watching Ventini's retreating figure, Joni felt a mix of bewilderment and confusion, sensing that they were perhaps not discussing the same matter. That evening, Eros observed Ventini, who consistently averted her gaze and intentionally avoided any physical contact with him. Puzzled, he sat beside her and, without hesitation, pulled her back as she attempted to rise, asking with a look of bewilderment, "What is the matter with you today? You seem rather peculiar." Ventini, her face still crimson, stuttered, "And no, it is not acceptable. You should seek out Joni instead. I will not impede you." Eros, now even more baffled, inquired, "What do I need to see Joni for?" As Ventini hesitated, she could not bring herself to elaborate, repeatedly insisting, "I will not go. Do not involve me. I was not with Joni last night." Upon hearing this, Eros began to grasp the situation. It appeared that his mischievous sister believed he had spent the night with Joni, leading to her present demeanor. While he had indeed entertained such thoughts, it was unjust to be accused of impropriety. Amused yet exasperated, Eros retrieved a necklace and presented it to Ventini, stating, "Take a look at this." Ventini examined the necklace closely and, with astonishment, exclaimed, "Family cipher?" Eros nodded, observing her expression transform from surprise to shock, indicating she had comprehended the message contained within the necklace. Thankfully, he had ventured out the previous night. Otherwise, Irina might have perished, and this critical information would have been lost. Eros proceeded to recount the events of the previous night in detail, leaving Ventini speechless for a considerable time. Indeed, had Eros not whimsically wandered outside and fortuitously encountered Aisha and her party, he would not have overheard the church's pursuit of the remnants of the night. It was likely that Irina would have already merged with the shadows. Even if they ultimately succeeded in rescuing Irina, it would have come at a significant cost. Ventini pressed her lips together, her spirits dampened. "So, does this mean that Sister Irina has now become your shadow? If she cannot distance herself, does that not strip her of her freedom?" Eros reassured her. "It is not that she can never escape." Eros stroked his chin thoughtfully and remarked, "Did you not say you could not be far removed from me? That is merely due to my current lack of strength. Once I ascend to greatness and become a deity, Irina shall naturally regain her freedom." Upon hearing this, Wendini rolled her eyes at her audacious brother. Nonetheless, she refrained from voicing her objections. After all, given Eros's innate talent, it was not entirely implausible that he might indeed ascend to a grander realm in the future. She glanced at the necklace in her hand and softly inquired, "Mother should still be unaware of the shards of the divine realm, correct?" It was likely true. Otherwise, Irina would not have fled towards the imperial capital. She probably intended to enter the city and relay the news back. However, Eros chose not to elaborate further on this matter. Wendini could discern the implications without further explanation. Her identity had been exposed, and she had been intercepted on her journey. Had it not been for a series of fortunate coincidences orchestrated by Eros, not only would the leads regarding the divine realm have been severed, but Irina's fate would have been jeopardized as well. After a moment of silence, Wendini finally spoke, "We must convey this news back." Eros shrugged, saying, "It seems I shall once again bear the burden of these weary legs tonight." As for why he did not simply request leave from the academy during the day, Eros expressed his desire to do so. However, since the news of his awakening to the elven bloodline had spread, Barbara had detected a multitude of peculiar individuals near the academy. These were old men seeking to procure some of his blood for the concoction of longevity potions. But they were thwarted at the gates of the academy. This group approached with blatant intent, showing no signs of concealment. Yet Barbara had also sensed the presence of a few old codgers lurking in the nearby thicket. Clearly, this latter group had no intention of engaging in trade. Rather, they harbored designs of acquiring what they sought for free. However, as long as he remained within the academy, they dared not make any rash moves. After all, facing the might of the divine church that dominated the continent, they must have felt somewhat intimidated, choosing to keep their distance. Yet, under Barbara's vigilant scrutiny, they were far from hidden. Among them were a few individuals who piqued Eros's interest, as Barbara detected a similar aura emanating from them as that of a certain unnamed blue-haired prince within the academy. It was evident they hailed from the blue-haired lineage. After their previous confrontation, the blue-haired prince had ceased to pursue Wendini, leading Eros to believe he had given up. But now, it seemed he had shifted his focus onto Eros himself. How amusing. For these reasons, Eros was reluctant to return during the day. Nightfall was his domain. and it was only under the cover of darkness that he felt confident in evading detection by these individuals. By day, he could only muster an 80% assurance, which, when rounded, equated to nearly zero, a perilous gamble that contradicted the cautious teachings of his elders. Eros glanced at the sky outside, feeling that the time was ripe, and then stood up to say, "I shall deliver the message now. As for the slander you have directed at me, we shall settle that upon my return." Wendy's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she let out a couple of soft hums. Eros accepted the necklace offered by Wendy, and in an instant, his left eye turned pitch black, enveloped in a thin veil of gray mist. With a slight shimmer, his figure vanished from the room. The academy was not too far from the imperial capital, situated just outside the city. Compared to the arduous journey of hundreds of miles the previous day, this was a considerably lighter task. Thus, before long, the imposing walls of the capital came into view. With unceasing strides, he leaped and swiftly passed through the thick walls from the shadows. Upon returning to the Duke's residence in the inner city of the capital, Eros surveyed the current arrangement of his home with some surprise. What is the meaning of this? Why are there so many patrollers now? Estelle, intrigued by Eros's sudden return, inquired, "What brings you back?" "Well, I missed you." Eros chuckled. Estelle looked at the boy she had not seen for nearly a month and playfully scolded. "You're such a mess. Now, tell me what is the matter? And first, enlighten me about what has transpired at home. Why are there so many more patrolling guards than before?" Upon hearing this question, Estelle paused momentarily but did not conceal the truth, recounting the events of the past month. After listening, Eros was somewhat taken aback. "Are you saying that during the nights of this past month, there have been some clandestine figures sneaking in?" Eros felt somewhat speechless, evidently having underestimated the old fellow's instinct for self-preservation and the rarity of elven bloodlines. Estelle, however, was not surprised and merely chuckled lightly. "The family had anticipated such a situation long ago, which is why they instructed me to bring along 3 temple guards." Upon hearing the words temple guards, Eros sighed in relief. He had heard of these ancestral guardians. It was said that when their ancestors were still in their prime, they ventured into the shadow realm to capture shadow lords, subsequently crafting these guardians through alchemical secrets. Each possessed the strength of sequence 4, but unfortunately, the power of the Knight lineage was overwhelmingly formidable at the time. Consequently, these guardians were nearly rendered useless, eventually relegated to mere custodians of the temple. Following the fall of the Knight goddess and the relentless pursuit of the Knight lineage by several major churches, the high-ranking members of the family suffered grievous losses. This calamity elevated those custodians, who had previously been on the fringes, to the forefront. Moreover, due to the difficulty in eliminating these temple guardians, who could not die unless their source was destroyed, provided sufficient spiritual essence could render them immortal. As far as Eros knew, their source seemed to be Barbara, for she bore the authority of shadows. In other words, to utterly eradicate those temple guardians, one would first have to destroy Barbara. And to obliterate an artifact, well, one might as well wish for the impossible. Thus, even after enduring relentless pursuit for tens of thousands of years, the number of temple guardians remains undiminished. However, due to a deficiency in spiritual essence, a significant portion has succumbed to silence. Yet, with an ample supply of spiritual essence, they can be awakened once more. Chapter 53. Fragments of the Ancestral Divine Kingdom. Now, it is your turn to explain the reason for your sudden return. Noticing her son remained silent even after she had finished speaking, Aestir, wearing a serene smile, took the initiative to inquire. Eros chuckled and, without further ado, revealed the purpose of his unexpected homecoming. "I have received news regarding the whereabouts of a fragment of the Ancestral Divine Kingdom." "What did you say?" Aestir gasped in astonishment, her disbelief evident. After all, her son was within the church academy. How could he have obtained such information? Could it be that the church had discovered something and intentionally released a bait? Contemplating this, Aestir's expression grew increasingly grave. Seeing Aestir's demeanor, Eros understood her concerns and recounted the events in detail. As he spoke, he retrieved a necklace inscribed with the family's secret symbols and handed it to Aestir. As Aestir read the information encoded within the symbols, she listened to her son's narrative. Upon grasping the context, she expressed her surprise. "So, you mean to say that Irina has now become your shadow? I have never heard of such a remarkable transformation, but given it is the work of a spirit master, it is indeed understandable." With this thought, she glanced down at Eros's unchanged shadow, curious about what it meant for a person to become a shadow. "Eros, aware of his mother's musings, smiled and said, I can sense Irina's current state. She remains in slumber and has yet to awaken. Aestir nodded, then refocused her thoughts on the matter of utmost importance. According to Irina's information, the fragment of the ancestral divine kingdom she discovered lies within a rift of sin outside Kayam City. Eros was familiar with Kayam City. It was located south of the imperial capital, Dintiles, and could be reached by steam train in approximately 3 hours. Will we notify the family through Shadow Crow to send someone to handle this? He inquired. Aestir pondered for a moment before shaking her head. No. That would be too time-consuming. Waiting for the family to receive the news and then dispatch someone would take far too long. If the rift closes in the meantime, or if the church destroys it, the fragment of the ancestral divine kingdom will be irrevocably lost. Eros, somewhat taken aback, asked, Are you suggesting that we should proceed to address this ourselves, and then have the family send someone to the capital to retrieve the fragment? Aestir nodded, sighing softly. At present, this seems to be the best course of action. However, without the aid of the ancestral artifacts, retrieving a fragment of the divine kingdom solely with the family's resources in the capital may prove quite troublesome. Upon hearing this, Eros cleared his throat and, noticing his mother's lack of response, coughed again, more emphatically this time. Esther directed her gaze towards her young son, Eros, who replied with a hint of exasperation, Mother, have you forgotten that I possess a divine artifact? Naturally, Esther was aware that her child had gained the acknowledgement of an ancestral relic and that a divine artifact accompanied him. However, she had never considered involving her child in such matters, especially since the fragment of the divine realm lay within the Sin domain. Retrieving it would necessitate entering this perilous territory, which, even with her personal protection, bore significant risks. The thought of exposing her child to danger was inconceivable to her. Yet, should the ancestral divine fragment be housed within an artifact, the retrieval process would become considerably simpler. Torn between the ancestral relic and her child's safety, she found herself in a quandary. Observing her hesitation, Eros interjected, As you said, if we delay, unforeseen circumstances may arise. The church has already traced Irina's whereabouts, and it won't be long before they discover the rift in the Sin domain. Although he left the remaining thoughts unspoken, Eros knew his mother understood his implications. After a moment of contemplation, Esther closed her eyes and sighed deeply, yielding to reason. Eros smiled reassuringly, saying, Once we enter the Sin domain, I will heed your commands. Besides, my strength is formidable. I shan't encounter any mishaps. With a decision made, further deliberation seemed futile. Esther admonished him, You must stay close to me once we enter. Eros nodded in agreement. Satisfied that the matter was settled, he exchanged a few more affectionate words with Esther before preparing to return to the academy. He needed to request leave for the following day. While the academy would not suspect anything amiss, it was prudent to exercise caution. Thus, Eros hurried back to the academy on foot. Upon reaching his room, he noticed Wendy still nestled under the covers, fast asleep. A smile crept across his lips. He extended his chilly hand, chilled by the night breeze, towards Wendy's neck. Startled awake, Wendy shuddered and opened her eyes, only to find Eros grinning mischievously before her. Are you trying to scare me to death? She exclaimed in indignation. Her outburst drew the attention of the night watch maid stationed outside, prompting her to knock and inquire. Your Highness, is there something amiss? Eros cleared his throat and preemptively replied, It's nothing. I was merely joking with her. Joking at this hour? The maid was perplexed, but since her young master insisted all was well, she refrained from questioning further and responded, If you require anything, Your Highness, please do not hesitate to ask. Eros acknowledged her, then turned his gaze to the now sitting Wendy, whose expression was still one of irritation. Observing her graceful form, he remarked playfully, Here I am, running about in the dead of night, while you enjoy a peaceful slumber. At his words, Wendy's earlier indignation seemed to dissipate, and she muttered softly, I can't perform Shadow Leap. Then why can't you wait for me? Eros replied, Are you not concerned that I might inadvertently reveal our whereabouts? Eros extended his hands, pinching Wendy's delicate cheeks, shaking her playfully as he spoke with mock irritation. This was indeed a flimsy excuse, but teasing his troublesome sister was simply too delightful. Observing Wendy's diminished vigor, Eros could not help but chuckle inwardly, deciding to cease his teasing as he slipped under the covers. Wendy gasped, You haven't changed your clothes. Eros shrugged nonchalantly. After such a tiring journey, I couldn't be bothered to change. This will suffice. You truly lack any sense of propriety. Wendy muttered. Heh, come here and give me a hug. Let me dirty you too. With that, Eros attempted to embrace Wendy, though her face was scrunched in distaste. She nevertheless huffed and nestled into his arms. Chapter 54. Do you know other methods? The room was enveloped in the sound of their breaths. After a while, Wendy nudged Eros's chin with her forehead and whispered, What did Mother say? Eros casually recounted what Esther had planned. Upon hearing this, Wendy pouted. I want to see the Sin Domain too. Eros shot her a disapproving glance. It's not a picnic. The Sin Domain is perilous. I haven't been to the Sin Domain either. I've only heard tales of its dark and twisted nature, Wendy murmured, burying her face in Eros's shoulder. Eros rested his chin atop her head and replied softly, It should be just as described. The Academy organizes practical assessments in the Sin Domain every year, doesn't it? Wendy nodded gently, then added, It's September now. They usually hold the assessment in November at the Martigalden Mountain Sin Domain. Eros echoed the name, feeling a sense of familiarity as if recalling something significant. Isn't that where Anna Lusha went missing? Yes, Anna Lusha disappeared during her first-year assessment. Eros realized the practical assessments could indeed be dangerous. Remember to stay close to me during this year's assessment. Wendy responded obediently, and their conversation faded into silence, leaving the room once again tranquil. The following day, after washing up, Eros prepared to visit the principal's office to request leave. Upon arrival, he discovered the office was bustling with activity. The 3 principals and several high-ranking priests and lecturers were present. To his surprise, a few individuals donned the same attire as the pursuers he had encountered that fateful night. They appeared to be the watchers of the Reincarnation Church. What could they be here for? Surely it was due to the events of the previous night? As Eros entered, all eyes turned to him. The lecturers recognized him and greeted him with warm smiles and nods. This display elicited surprise from the watchers. At present, it appears that the mid-level faculty within the room are all familiar with this student. Is there something particularly special about him? At this moment, Director Como smiled as he introduced the student to the Vigilant Guardians, saying, This is Eros Lonkinos, the heir of the Duke of Roses. Upon hearing Director Como's introduction, the Guardians displayed expressions of realization, indicating they had indeed heard of this surname. After the introduction, Director Como turned to Eros with a smile and inquired, Is there something you need? Eros, glancing at the Guardians with a hint of reluctance, steeled himself and articulated his request for leave. Director Como was somewhat taken aback by Eros's request. Noticing this, Eros promptly presented the justification he had prepared. I believe I am on the verge of ascending to Sequence 7. I need to return to Indilos to prepare for the promotion ceremony. In truth, he was not lying. Just the night before, after taking a life himself, he had felt a sudden surge within him, reaching a threshold that satisfied the requirements for promotion. This return was not only for his advancement, but also to accompany Estelle in retrieving fragments of the ancestral divine realm. With the presence of that tentacle, his promotion ceremony could be completed swiftly. The primary challenge of the promotion ceremony lay in repelling bizarre intrusions, of which he had none daring to invade him. Thus, it could be concluded rapidly, unlike others who might take days to prepare. Of course, he alone was privy to this knowledge. Others were unaware that taking several days to ascend was considered quite normal. It was not that the breakthrough itself required days, but rather that time was needed to set up various protective or mitigating ritual formations against bizarre intrusions. These preparations were the most time-consuming aspect, while the actual breakthrough could occur in a matter of moments. Naturally, if one were confident in their willpower to withstand bizarre intrusions, they could forego the ritual formations altogether and attempt a direct breakthrough, which he was prepared to do, thus requiring little time. The reactions of those present, aside from the 3 directors, were of astonishment upon hearing Eros's words, especially considering his young age. It is noteworthy that most of the instructors within the academy were only at Sequence 7. However, to the 3 directors, this seemed entirely normal, perhaps even expected. After all, he was a chosen one, and not just any chosen one, but one who had awakened the bloodline of a saint walking the path of greatness. Therefore, after a moment of contemplation, Director Como approved the leave. Initially, he had intended to suggest that Eros could simply ascend within the academy, as there were designated spaces for such ceremonies. Yet, recalling that Eros bore an elven bloodline rather than a human one, he was uncertain of the efficacy of the academy's human-centric ritual formations on elves, leading him to abandon the idea of having Eros ascend within the academy. Upon successfully securing his leave, Eros exhaled in relief and prepared to take his leave. At that moment, Director Como seemed to remember something and remarked, "Archbishop Anthony will be visiting the academy to meet with you at the end of this month." Upon hearing Dean Cuomo's words, the faces of all present, except for the two other deans, displayed expressions of astonishment. They were well aware of who Archbishop Anthony was, and it was precisely this knowledge that rendered them so incredulous. He was the cardinal archbishop stationed in Inditalis for the Cycle Church, a figure of such stature that he warranted a seat at the ecclesiastical round table, a leader among leaders. The notion that such a prominent individual would voluntarily deign to meet with a mere student was nothing short of astounding. While the other lecturers acknowledged that Eros had awakened the elven bloodline, they found it hard to believe that this would compel His Excellency the Archbishop to pay him a personal visit. There must surely be other underlying circumstances. The thoughts of those in the room diverged in myriad directions. Eros had certainly heard of the Cardinal Archbishop. To be frank, he felt a twinge of anxiety, for he understood the purpose of the Archbishop's visit. It was likely to confirm his identity as the chosen one. He was taken aback that the church would send a Cardinal Archbishop in person. It spoke volumes of their regard for him. Recalling what Barbara had said, that as long as he remained unwilling, even the gods themselves could not see through his disguise, he found a measure of relief. Taking a deep breath, Eros bowed to Dean Cuomo to signal his understanding and then turned to leave once more. However, another voice broke the silence. This time, it belonged to one of the night watchmen. He turned to Eros, a smile appearing on his corpse-like face. Yet, to the others, this self-assumed benevolent smile appeared rather sinister. "Wait a moment. I shall have a squad of night watchmen escort you back. The vicinity of Inditalis has been rather unsettled lately, with remnants of the night lurking about. I fear they may seek vengeance upon learning of your identity." Eros blinked, perplexed. Were the remnants of the night truly capable of avenging themselves upon him? Did it mean he would be retaliating against himself? He suppressed the urge to voice his sarcasm. He bowed to the speaking watchman, expressing his gratitude. Although he did not fear the remnants' reprisal, having a squad of night watchmen escorting him would certainly mitigate numerous inconveniences, such as those loitering outside the academy seeking to procure his blood, or those lurking in the shadows harboring ill intentions. Seeing that Eros did not refuse his offer of goodwill, the watchman's smile broadened unsettlingly. He rose and approached the adjacent door, knocking gently. The door opened promptly, and the man who answered greeted him respectfully. "Is Deacon Amando ready to depart?" The man named Amando shook his head and addressed the doorkeeper, "Joshua, you will lead a small team to escort His Highness to Inditalis and then return to the academy." Joshua did not inquire further. With a respectful affirmation, he retreated into the room. Shortly thereafter, 5 individuals clad in black trench coats, 3 men and 2 women, emerged from within. Observing this, Amando smiled and nodded at Eros before returning to the dean's office. At this moment, Joshua approached Eros, speaking with an air of respectful confidence. "Your Highness, when shall we depart?" Unbeknownst to him, he was unaware of Eros's true identity. He merely adopted the title upon hearing it from the deacon, Amando. However, the title of Your Highness is typically reserved for royal offspring or the progeny of dukes. Observing Eros's hair color, it was evident that he did not belong to the Augustine family, suggesting he might be the heir of some duke. Joshua pondered the implications of Amando assigning his team to escort a duke's son. Upon hearing Joshua's inquiry, Eros replied without hesitation, "Let us set off at once." With that, he turned and strode towards the academy's exit. After taking a few steps, he suddenly overheard a conversation emanating from the dean's office. "Esteemed deans, based on the events of the past few days, it appears that the night remnant we were pursuing has been rescued by her accomplices. Given that the night watchman teams failed to send out a distress signal, it is evident that her allies are of considerable rank, likely at least sequence 6, and possibly even sequence 5. This poses a significant danger. I recommend dissolving the student-led expeditionary teams. They are ill-equipped to confront such formidable foes before they have even graduated. I understand the Academy's desire to hone their practical skills, but this surpasses the bounds of training, essentially sending them to their demise." At that moment, a somewhat familiar voice resonated, belonging to the Dean of the Covenant Church. "This is indeed a miscalculation on our part. We did not anticipate that the Night Remnant would have such a powerful accomplice. We shall cancel the operation against her at once." As Eros distanced himself from the dean's office, The voices within grew fainter until they vanished entirely, accompanied by the night watchman team. Eros was not bothered by the would-be purchasers as he exited the academy, arriving smoothly at the steam train station at the foot of the mountain. Once aboard the steam train returning to Entiles, Eros glanced at Joshua, who sat across from him with a serious expression, and, noticing the empty carriage that accommodated only 6 passengers, curiously inquired, "It seems that this academy steam train consistently carries so few passengers. Is this not a waste of coal? An occasional instance may be acceptable, but if it persists, the academy's daily expenditure on coal must be quite substantial. While I am aware of the church's financial prowess, such extravagance seems unwarranted. Yet, perhaps I lack the standing to criticize, as my own private train also transports only a handful of individuals. However, unlike the academy's train, which is said to operate around the clock." In response to Eros's question, a woman with flaxen hair sitting beside Joshua smiled and replied, "I have heard that this academy steam train does not burn coal. Rather, it utilizes a forbidden substance." Eros felt a sense of surprise. Could a forbidden substance truly replace coal? Upon witnessing the astonishment etched upon Eros's face, the woman with flowing flaxen hair continued, "It appears that 2 third-level sealing artifacts were employed, one known as the Eternal Flame and the other as the Endless Spring. However, I am uncertain as to how these artifacts enabled the steam locomotive to function. Is that so?" Eros mused, slightly bewildered. No wonder it operated incessantly for 24 hours. He had not anticipated that such sealing artifacts could possess such remarkable utility. Could this be considered an alternative form of energy? Noticing that Eros seemed to grasp the concept, the flaxen-haired woman blinked, pondering if she was perhaps lacking in intellect. Why did others comprehend the principle so readily? She turned and gently nudged Joshua on the shoulder, whispering, "Captain, do you understand the principle?" Joshua remained silent. The woman sighed in relief, realizing that her confusion was not due to her own shortcomings. The train rattled along its course, and within an hour, the distant silhouette of Daitalis emerged. Soon after, the train successfully came to a halt at the platform. Alighting from the steam locomotive, Eros signaled for a public carriage, and the 6 of them boarded, making their way toward the inner city. This vigilant team of night watchmen did not turn back until they had escorted Eros to the entrance of the Duke's residence. Upon stepping inside, Eros stretched languidly, alleviating the stiffness that had settled in his body from prolonged sitting. As for the elegance and decorum associated with nobility, it mattered little. With sufficient status and rank, one could indulge in even the most unrefined behaviors without incurring disdain. Status and rank serve as the finest filters, and it was evident that Eros possessed both in abundance throughout his life. "Your Highness." "Greetings, Your Highness." The calls from the maids and guards echoed as Eros entered the inner courtyard, where he soon encountered Estelle, adorned in a delicate golden court gown, her demeanor as serene as a gentle stream. Gazing at Estelle, Eros grinned. "I am about to break through to sequence 7. Estelle paused, her expression one of surprise. After all, it had not been long since Eros had advanced to sequence 8. How could he be on the verge of sequence 7 so swiftly? Chapter 56. Departure. Noticing Estelle's astonishment, Eros chuckled and shared his conjecture regarding the rapidity of his breakthrough. "It must be that after Irina became my shadow, a portion of the spirit within her merged with mine, thus saving me a significant amount of time in accumulating spirit." Estelle, somewhat dazed by this revelation, pondered the implications. Is that truly possible? Yet, she quickly gathered her thoughts and addressed Eros. "Let us proceed to the basement. I shall have preparations made for the ritual array and the advancement materials." "Very well. However, there is no need for the array. Simply prepare the materials," Eros casually replied. Upon hearing this, Estelle felt a twinge of concern. Although she understood that her child was not under threat from any strange intrusions for certain reasons, the process of advancement was distinct from the ordinary. What if something were to go awry? Eros approached Estelle from behind, placing his hands gently on her shoulders, playfully guiding her toward the basement while reassuringly stating, "It will be fine. There will be no strange intrusions, and setting up the ritual array would consume too much time. We need to act swiftly, do we not?" Esther, who was being gently urged forward, clearly had more to say, but her words were interrupted by Eros. "Fear not, mother. Do not forget that I possess a relic of our ancestors. Should any issues arise, the spirit within will surely make them known. Furthermore, achieving a breakthrough to sequence 7 will undoubtedly enhance our subsequent endeavors." Esther was persuaded, unaware that the spirit her child mentioned had already succumbed to slumber. While being led along, she summoned her devoted maid to gather the materials necessary for advancing to Sequence 7 and deliver them to the basement. Soon, everything was in place. In the basement, Eros swiftly consumed the potion crafted from the advancement materials. Although Esther stood by, reassured that no mishap would likely occur. A flicker of concern still shone in her beautiful eyes. In no time, Eros successfully harnessed the essence released from the potion and ascended to Sequence 7, just as he had claimed, with no incidents to speak of. In this regard, the reliable Eros offered a comforting smile to Esther, who visibly relaxed. "When shall we set forth?" he inquired. "Everything is prepared. We need only don our disguises and depart. But remember, this time you must heed your mother's words." "Understood. Understood," Esther replied, leading Eros to change into the modest attire of an ordinary citizen, which would not betray their identities. Seated before the mirror, Eros observed Esther applying makeup, inhaling the subtle fragrance emanating from her hair, and remarked with a hint of exasperation, "Is this truly necessary?" Esther shot him a pointed look and replied, "Of course. Though your acquaintance with the social circles of Intalas is limited, it is prudent to exercise caution. Come, lean in closer. I shall apply your contact lenses." Once all was prepared, Eros gazed at the reflection of a youthful scholar, with brown hair and dark eyes, appearing to be around 23 or 24, and marveled, "Truly, the art of makeup is remarkable. This is no sorcery. It does not involve invoking malevolent deities or any form of fleshly sorcery. And remember to wear those glasses. Along with the holster and pistol, you can distinguish between purification bullets and exorcism rounds, correct? Do not mix them up." Eros sighed at Esther's continuous reminders. After a moment, he glanced at the mirror once more, seeing Esther now adorned with her own brown hair and dark eyes, and then at his own reflection, enhanced by gold-rimmed glasses. "I dare say, if we were to stand before Wendini now, she would scarcely recognize us." Upon hearing her child's somewhat exaggerated statement, Esther's eyes softened, her lips curving into a gentle smile. Thus, Eros followed Esther into the underground passage beneath the Duke's estate. He was not surprised by the existence of such a tunnel. After all, one must always prepare a contingency plan. Should the Duke's residence be compromised, this passage could very well serve as an escape route. Following Estelle, Eros navigated through a series of concealed doors, ultimately descending into the sewers of Intiles. Indeed, the sewers. After traversing a short distance within, they pried open a manhole cover in a secluded area, emerging into an uninhabited alleyway in the outer city of Intiles. Eros surveyed his surroundings, carefully organizing his thoughts before tentatively suggesting, "If the intention is merely to evade detection from those outside, I could lead you into the shadow world for a brief period." After ascending to Sequence 7, his command over the Eye of Eternal Night had significantly enhanced. While at Sequence 8, he could only utilize the Eye to execute a singular shadow leap. Now at Sequence 7, he could traverse the shadow world, albeit for a limited duration. Given his current capabilities, he could sustain this stealth for a maximum of 5 minutes before the depletion of his spiritual energy would forcibly expel him from the shadow world. However, considering his present speed, 5 minutes would allow him to cover considerable distance, suggesting they need not resort to the sewers at all. Estelle turned to gaze at her son in silence. Eros chuckled awkwardly before shifting the subject. "Are we the only two on this mission?" With a sigh of relief, Estelle, no longer wishing to engage with her troubling offspring, clarified, "There are 5 others besides us, but I instructed them to disperse earlier. We shall regroup outside Kayam City." Eros nodded in understanding and inquired, "Shall we take the steam train now?" Estelle softly affirmed. On the steam train, Eros positioned himself with his hands on either side of Estelle, shielding her from the throng of passengers. This scene evoked a sense of nostalgia akin to the crowded rush-hour subway, perhaps even more congested. It resembled the trains he had seen in videos from his previous life, where every available space was filled with people. For instance, directly outside the window, several gaunt men clung to the train's seams, resembling geckos as they adhered to the exterior. Eros felt a pang of concern for their safety, wondering if they might fall during the journey. His worries, however, proved unfounded, as these men displayed remarkable strength, managing to hold on until the train reached its station. It was later that Eros discovered that in this era, steam trains offered not just seated and standing tickets, but also hanging tickets. Indeed, tickets for those who clung to the exterior for a mere fifth of the seated fare. As for the train's roof, that was reserved for standing tickets. Chapter 57. A turmoil in the Sin domain. Upon arriving in Kayam City, Estelle successfully reunited with the 5 members of the Night Clan who had set out earlier. The group of 7 navigated through various modes of transportation before finally reaching the location of the Sin domain rift recorded by Irina in her necklace. In a remote forest, perhaps due to the presence of a rift to the realm of Sin, not a single beast or bird could be found nearby. Eros gazed at the rift ahead, an irregular, elongated abyss of darkness, standing at the height of a man, quietly hovering about 20 to 30 centimeters above the ground. The mouth of the rift appeared profoundly deep, as if it yearned to consume one's soul, with dark, twisted whispers emanating from within, suggesting a congregation of devils lurking inside. Indeed, the entities dwelling within the realm of Sin could rightly be termed as demons. Asteria produced a luminous crystal orb radiating a soft white light. Eros recognized it as the star crystal utilized by the Night Clan to locate shards of their ancestral divine kingdom. This crystal glowed in proximity to the divine fragments, growing brighter the closer it drew. Observing the brilliant white light of the orb, a hint of joy graced Asteria's features. The shards of the ancestral divine kingdom were indeed contained within. At that moment, she retrieved a tin box from a black leather case brought by another companion and extracted a brass doorknob. Eros recognized it as a Tier 3 sealed object, the gateway to the spirit realm, intended for entry into the realm of Sin. While Eros pondered this, Asteria produced 7 peculiar dolls, each the size of a palm, from another cloth bag. Noticing her child's bewilderment, Asteria gently explained, these dolls had absorbed the essence of a Tier 1 cursed object from their family. By binding a strand of her hair to each doll, they would trick the gateway into believing these dolls were themselves, allowing the cost of using the gateway to be borne by the dolls instead, as these dolls were merely transformed by the essence rather than being true sealed objects. Their connection to Eros and Asteria was not particularly strong, thus the burdens they bore would not be transferred to them. Eros suddenly realized, and as if struck by inspiration, inquired, "Are you suggesting that these peculiar dolls can help us bear the cost of the sealed object? If indeed this were true, it could be considered a miraculous artifact." Asteria shook her head, a hint of regret in her eyes. Tests have shown that these peculiar dolls can only deceive certain Tier 3 sealed objects, and each doll may only be used once. "I see," Eros replied, somewhat disheartened. Yet upon reflection, he considered it rather unreasonable for a mass-produced item to deceive all sealed objects, so some limitations were only to be expected. Asteria distributed a peculiar doll to each of them, binding Eros' hair to his before redirecting her attention to the tin box. She grasped the brass doorknob and pressed it against the dark rift of Sin, slowly twisting the handle, causing an ethereal door to materialize in the air. Upon witnessing this, Asteria released her grip and turned to the others, nodding, "It's done." Upon hearing her words, the other 5 members of the Night Clan stepped forward without hesitation, their faces a mixture of reverence and exhilaration as they entered through the doorway. Within lay fragments of their ancestral divine realm, a prospect that filled them with both excitement and awe. Once they had all entered, Asteria took her child's hand and, accompanied by Eros, stepped into the luminous portal. Inside the Sin domain, the view was bleak. A somber sky loomed overhead. The ground was drenched in a deep crimson hue, and grotesque, unnameable plants twisted in unnatural forms. Not far ahead, a figure resembling a human silhouette stood. Just as Eros was about to inquire, a sudden buzzing sound resonated around them. In the blink of an eye, the 5 clan members before him vanished, along with Asteria who had been holding his hand. Was this the activation of the spiritual realm's return mechanism? Simultaneously, a presence within him, Barbara, seemed to awaken from the sound, whispering weakly in his mind the words "extraordinary escape," before lapsing back into silence. Sensing the urgency of the situation, Eros instinctively sought to harness the power of the spiritual realm to return. However, to his astonishment, the connection he had established with the portal had inexplicably vanished, as if severed by an unseen force. A bitter smile crept across Eros's lips as he surveyed his surroundings. It appeared they had inadvertently stumbled upon something formidable. Would he truly meet his end here? It felt too abrupt. His promising life had scarcely begun. Realizing he could not escape through the portal, Eros resolved to flee, distancing himself from the shadowy figure. Yet, to his shock, he found his body immobilized, and instead, he was inexplicably lifted into the air, drifting toward the enigmatic shape. This was it. The end was nigh. Eros sighed inwardly. As he drew nearer, the gray-white mist enveloping the figure became clearer. Upon discerning its features, he gasped, "Mother?" Yet, he quickly comprehended that this figure was not Aestir. The reason was evident. Its size did not match. The silhouette appeared even smaller than the Aestir he had first seen at birth, reminiscent of her as a child. It was rumored that certain bizarre entities could transform into the visage of one's deepest longings. Did this mean he was gazing upon the manifestation of his own heart's desire? Was he, then, a connoisseur of youthful innocence? I reflect. I repent. I am guilty. I truly deserve this fate. Moreover, why was she unclothed? Did this strange being possess no sense of modesty? Was this truly something he could behold? As Eros grappled with his tumultuous thoughts, he found himself hovering beside the diminutive figure. The closer he drew, the more the girl extended her delicate, pale arms, so unlike the living, and seized his shoulder before lunging toward his neck with an open mouth. Warm blood gushed from the wound, flowing forth to be consumed by this mysterious entity, leaving Eros in a state of bewilderment and dismay. Feeling the vitality within him ebbing away, Eros began to comprehend the intentions of the enigmatic figure before him. She was attempting to devour the life force residing within him. Just as Eros sensed that his essence was on the verge of depletion, a shadowy silhouette of a sprawling world tree manifested behind him, from which surged an overwhelming surge of life energy that filled his once feeble body. Were it not for the inappropriate circumstances, he might have almost let out an involuntary burp of satisfaction. After several exchanges of this peculiar energy, Eros noticed a growing soreness in his neck from its prolonged suspension in the air. Chapter 58. Who taught you how to consume life force? Just as Eros anticipated that this strange interaction would persist until the shadow of the world tree behind him withered, the bizarre girl stirred. She lifted her head from his neck, and another resonant hum echoed through the air. Eros blinked, gazing at the delicate, pale figure before him, and observed the strange girl's face, which bore the faint traces of color, likely a result of feasting on his vitality. Truthfully, the sight of her drinking his essence with that countenance provoked an inexplicable sense of discomfort within him. It was truly bizarre. The girl's dark, expressionless eyes scrutinized Eros, as if contemplating the most efficient means to extract the life force from her prey. Though he was aware that most entities in the realm of sin lacked the capacity for communication, being fixated upon by such indifferent and soulless eyes sent a chill down Eros's spine. He chuckled awkwardly and ventured, "Hello there. If you drink enough, will you let me go?" The strange girl paid no heed to his words, continuing to gaze intently at him. Suddenly, a flicker of pink appeared in her dark eyes, and an eerie force began to spread across Eros's body. Eros was taken aback. Was she attempting to taint him with her power? He immediately scrutinized his own form, discovering that aside from a slight warmth, there was no other anomaly. However, it was not entirely without consequence. As his garments began to decay and fall away under the influence of that strange power, it dawned on him why the girl was entirely unclothed. It seemed that utilizing her powers would erode any clothing worn. As Eros grappled with the embarrassment of his nudity, a sudden pain shot through his back, forcing him to the ground. He was pushed down, and although he wished to resist, his body betrayed him. In the next moment, it felt as if the life force within him had found an outlet and surged forth uncontrollably. Eros was left in shock. Who taught her to absorb life force in such a manner? Who could withstand this? As Eros stood frozen in disbelief, the strange girl, hindered by her stature from reaching his neck, opted instead to bite down forcefully on his chest. As if he had bitten into a major artery, blood surged forth like a fountain, yet the enigmatic girl consumed every drop with an eerie precision. Eros's physical condition resembled that of a dam that had opened its floodgates. And not just one, but two. His life force was wildly escaping, and just as he felt he might be drained to a husk, the spectral image of the world tree, sprawling across the ground due to his prone position, began to glow. To be precise, one of the 9 nodes that constituted the apparition of the world tree illuminated, and boundless vitality emanated from this node. The once crimson and tainted soil of the sin domain unexpectedly sprouted lush greenery. In an instant, the landscape was cloaked in verdant splendor. Saplings burst forth from the earth, rapidly transforming into towering trees, and in mere breaths, a forest emerged in this dark and twisted realm. Sensing the sudden influx of inexhaustible life force within him, Eros blinked, and the strange girl, too, appeared to perceive the shift in their surroundings. She lifted her head, her dark gaze still fixed intently on Eros, though now he could discern an unmistakable greed reflected in her obsidian eyes. Wisps of dark energy began to emanate from her petite form, intertwining and burrowing into Eros's being. Upon entering him, these shadows swiftly spread towards his soul. Were they intent on devouring it? Witnessing this, instead of alarm, Eros felt an unexpected thrill. He made no attempt to resist as the dark essence surged into his soul's sanctuary. A tendril, resembling an eye, suddenly extended from his soul space. Curiously inspecting the uninvited guest, a piercing and terrified scream reverberated through Eros's mind, and intricate cracks began to appear on the delicate, pale form of the enigmatic girl, multiplying as if she were about to explode into a mass of flesh and blood. Observing this scene, Eros felt a twinge of concern that he might soon be showered with her disintegrating remnants. At that moment, he sensed an undercurrent of servile desire emanating from the strange girl, as if she yearned for his favor. A sudden clarity dawned upon Eros. It seemed that by merely consenting to this subservient emotion, the enigmatic girl would become his possession. Momentarily taken aback, he did not respond, yet the insistent desire intensified, and the cracks on her form proliferated. Just as this yearning shifted into fear and despair, Eros's consciousness ventured to connect with the feeling of desire. To his astonishment, the girl atop him transformed into a swirling mist of gray and white, which began to condense inward, ultimately forming a gray-white ring that floated in midair. Was the force that thrust itself upon him merely a ring? Had the ring come to life? Or was the strange girl merely the spirit of this ring? Yet, could a spirit also bleed? Eros gazed at the splattered bloodstains on his body, perplexed by the sight. He reached out to grasp the gray-white ring that hovered in midair. And the moment he held it, he sensed a pulse of life emanating from within. It felt as though he were not merely holding a ring, but rather a living entity. What could this mean? Before he could ponder further, Eros felt an unusual stirring from his shadow. He glanced down to observe a figure emerging from it. First the crown of the head, then the head itself, followed by the neck and shoulders, bit by bit. The figure of Irina began to materialize from his shadow. Was she awakening from slumber? Yet as he continued to watch, Eros noticed something amiss. Irina too was unclothed. Wait, why did he say too? Oh, it dawned on him that he was also bare, and in an instant, he instinctively covered himself with a hint of embarrassment. Irina, taken aback by the sight of Eros's nakedness, quickly became aware of her own state. Having just emerged from the shadow to the waist, her face flushed crimson, and she retreated back into Eros's shadow, leaving only her head peeking out as she curiously assessed his form. Yet her current appearance, just a head protruding from the ground, was undeniably eerie. Where are we? At last, Irina spoke, her gaze flicking between Eros and their surroundings. The dim sky before them resembled that of the Sin domain, but how could such a lush, vibrant forest possibly exist within it? Chapter 59. The Enigmatic Object. The sin of bearing life. It was not that forests could not exist in the Sin domain, but rather that none could thrive with such vitality. Everything within the Sin domain manifested in a twisted and grotesque manner, regardless of its nature. Hearing Irina's question, Eros cleared his throat, turning his back to her as he replied, "This is the Sin domain coordinate you provided. Have you never ventured here before?" Irina shook her head softly, responding, "I was alone before, so I did not dare to enter through that rift to the Sin domain. I only confirmed the presence of fragments of the ancestors' divine realm through the crystal of stars, and I intended to send word to my family. However, on my way, I was inadvertently discovered by the Watcher, and the events that followed are as you know." Eros nodded, a flicker of realization crossing his face. Indeed, had Irina entered at that time, she would likely have met her demise. No one would have anticipated that the entrance to the Sin domain would lead directly to the presence of an extraordinary being. Fortunately, that being had focused its attention on him, allowing Aster and the others to successfully activate the return mechanism of the spirit realm and escape to the outside world. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. While his body could withstand the taint of an extraordinary being, Aster and the others could not. Reflecting on this, he felt a mix of relief and trepidation. Noticing that Eros grasped her meaning, Irina blinked her beautiful eyes, curiosity glimmering within them as she inquired, "Did you not relay the news to the clan?" In Irina's perspective, it seems that Eros has not conveyed the news of discovering the fragments of the divine realm back to his clan. Otherwise, how could the family allow him to venture alone into the Sin domain? Given the current circumstances, It appears he encountered an unexpected attack from a malevolent spirit, which is likely why his garments have vanished. Although Eros has concealed himself quite thoroughly, she inadvertently noticed the bloodstains at the edge of his thigh, not anticipating that the malevolent spirit would attack him in such a vulnerable area. He should be unharmed there, for the family possesses only this one mythical bloodline. If this injury were to hinder the continuation of a high bloodline offspring, it would certainly pose a significant problem. A flicker of concern crossed Irina's eyes at this thought. Upon hearing Irina's inquiry, Eros revealed a bitter smile. I told them I was actually accompanying Lady Estelle and her group, but an unexpected incident occurred along the way. Thankfully, the matter has been resolved now. Irina sighed in relief upon learning that Eros had been with Lady Estelle, as she was certain that the lady would never allow her child to face danger. The reason for not seeing Lady Estelle now must be that Eros, in his current state of undress, is too shy to be in her presence. Although Irina found it somewhat surprising that Eros referred to Lady Estelle by her name, she soon dismissed it as a trivial matter. At that moment, a petite figure gradually emerged beside Eros, revealing none other than the previously slumbering Barbara. When Irina noticed the sudden appearance of a stranger beside Eros, her pupils dilated, and she exclaimed, "Be careful." Without a moment's hesitation, she leapt out from Eros's shadow to stand protectively in front of him, her demeanor alert as she regarded Barbara with suspicion. Barbara cast a glance at Irina, her gaze inadvertently sweeping over Irina's prominent bosom, making her already austere expression grow even colder. With a disdainful huff, she turned her attention back to Eros. A mere look was enough for Eros to grasp Barbara's intent. After clearing his throat a few times, he proceeded to explain Barbara's identity to Irina. Upon learning that the girl before her was the spirit of the divine artifact, the Evernight Eye, Irina's fair face was instantly filled with reverence. However, recalling her earlier offense of mistaking Barbara for an adversary, a flicker of trepidation crossed her features, causing her to lower her head in shame and avoid Barbara's gaze. Noticing Irina's reaction, Barbara waved her hand dismissively, her tone indifferent as she remarked, "It's nothing." With the spirit's forgiveness granted, Irina visibly exhaled in relief, only to become acutely aware of her current state, her cheeks flushing deeply. Yet, as the spirit did not permit her to leave, she dared not return to the shadow of Eros and could only stand aside, her head bowed, enduring the embarrassment within. Eros, oblivious to Irina's internal turmoil and unaware of the reverence that the people of this world held for divine artifacts, cast a surprised glance at Irina, who remained still and silent, somewhat taken aback by her lack of pretense. Until Barbara coughed softly, Eros's gaze shifted towards her, curiosity evident in his voice as he inquired, "What has caused you to awaken so swiftly this time?" Barbara cast a fleeting glance at the grayish-white ring in Eros's hand and replied in a calm tone, "I consumed her spirit. Fortunately, her attempt to devour your soul allowed me to exploit that faint connection and reclaim the spirit within her." In other words, the enigmatic girl, upon entering her own spiritual realm, not only encountered the tentacled entity, but was also unwittingly devoured by Barbara through that intangible link. How tragic. Do you know what she is? Eros asked, intrigued. Barbara responded with a melodious clarity, an anomaly. Eros turned to inspect the grayish-white ring in his grasp, his expression one of confusion. What is an anomaly? This term was unfamiliar to him, as his family's elders had never imparted such knowledge. Unfazed, Barbara continued to elucidate in her sweet, ringing voice. An anomaly exists as an alternative path to divinity. They are neither human nor truly bizarre. They occupy a space between the two. An alternative path to divinity, Eros echoed softly. Indeed, they choose to bear the world's sins to attain godhood, which is why the corruption they bring exceeds that of malevolent spirits. While similar beings might merely suffer contamination from encountering a malevolent spirit, encountering an anomaly could cause one's body to disintegrate into a monstrosity. Your mother and the others were contaminated simply by glancing at her from a distance. Noting the unmistakable anxiety and concern etched on Eros's face, Barbara coughed gently before continuing, "Do not worry. They are unharmed. This anomaly's attempt to steal your souls roused me, and I sensed a fragment of the Master's divine realm within this space. With the residual power of that divine fragment, I interrupted the soul theft, cleansed their corruption, and even triggered the return mechanism of that sealed object. Once they emerge, they may merely lapse into unconsciousness for a time, but they will be fine." Eros sighed in relief upon hearing that Aster would be safe, yet a tinge of resentment crept in. If she could send them all away, why not include him? Barbara caught a glimpse of Eros's forlorn expression and continued in an unwavering tone. I know you wish to ask why I cannot send you as well. It's not that I don't want to, but that sealed object lacks the capacity. It is merely a tier 3 artifact, and the disparity in levels is too great for it to carry you. That is precisely why I left you a message to flee swiftly. Eros's lips twitched slightly. He was merely a sequence 7, unable to escape from an anomaly of such extraordinary caliber. The term extraordinary denoted a being that transcended mundane boundaries, in some respects. Such entities could be regarded as demigods. Only those of sequence 4 or 3 could truly be termed extraordinary. How could he, a sequence 7, hope to flee before an entity of at least sequence 4? Chapter 60. Some knowledge carries contamination. Aware of the unreliability of her own words, Barbara turned her face slightly, feeling a twinge of guilt. After clearing her throat a few times, she forcefully shifted the topic. Do you need clothes? Can you really get clothes? Eros's face lit up with joy, and Irina, standing obediently beside him, also displayed a glimmer of hope upon hearing this. For Eros, having learned that Estelle was safe, his most pressing dilemma now was the lack of clothing. Irina could retreat back into his shadow, but he found himself in a predicament. Would he really be expected to venture out in the nude? Barbara remained silent, merely waving her small hand in the direction of Eros and Irina. In the next moment, an ethereal garment began to materialize on their bodies, gradually solidifying. There you go. However, you must refrain from absorbing the spirits woven into these clothes. If you do, they will vanish, she cautioned. Upon hearing Barbara's words, Eros quickly contained the stirring spirits within him. He certainly did not wish to remain unclothed. Irina, clad in a simple black dress, touched the fabric of her gown and exhaled a sigh of relief. Although the new dress constricted her chest somewhat, at least she was no longer exposed before Eros. Seeing that one of his greatest challenges had been resolved, Eros redirected his attention to the grayish-white ring in his palm, and finally posed the question that had been on his mind. What does it mean to bear the sins of the world? Previously, he had set this question aside out of concern for Estelle's situation. Now, with the matter of clothing addressed, he felt it was an appropriate time to inquire. After contemplating for a moment, Barbara spoke, as if carefully choosing her words. The faith of living beings ascends to the heavens, while sins descend into the abyss. These sins are categorized into 7 types: pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, and lust. Eros's expression turned contemplative at this revelation. He possessed a basic understanding of the 7 deadly sins, and Barbara's sudden mention of them sparked a realization within him. Casting a glance at Eros, whose brow furrowed in thought, Barbara continued in an unchanging tone. To bear the sins of the world refers to shouldering these 7 original sins. As he had suspected, a smile crept onto Eros's lips. Initially surprised by Barbara's notion of the world harboring sins, he had only come to comprehend her meaning when she spoke of the 7 deadly sins. It dawned on him that the sins she referred to were those generated by the living beings within the world. Had she articulated it this way from the outset, it would have clarified matters significantly. He nearly entertained the idea that the world he inhabited was sentient, for only living entities could engender sins. This suggested that this alternative path to divinity was indeed a route to becoming a malevolent deity of the abyss. Not at all. Barbara shook her head. Eros was taken aback, for throughout his upbringing, he had been taught that the malevolent deity of the abyss was an amalgamation of the 7 deadly sins. Now, however, a path to divinity required one to bear these 7 sins. Was this not akin to aspiring to become a manifestation of the abyssal evil? Do you know how to acquire the spiritual essence? Barbara suddenly interjected with a remark entirely unrelated to the topic. Indeed, by vanquishing a malevolent spirit, certain lingering traits within it coalesce into spiritual essence. Thus, to obtain this essence, one must slay a malevolent spirit. Although Eros found Barbara's abrupt question somewhat peculiar, he answered earnestly, as it was a rather simple concept, something one would learn in introductory courses. Upon hearing Eros's response, Barbara's delicate lips curled into a slight smile. Then do you know how malevolent spirits come into existence? They are born from the original sins. As soon as Eros uttered those words, he abruptly paused, astonishment etched across his face, as if he had grasped Barbara's implication. Barbara gazed at Eros, whose expression was one of bewilderment, her beautiful eyes sparkling with delight. Precisely. Malevolent spirits are birthed from original sin, the foulest of vices. Yet they give rise to the purest of essences. I comprehend your meaning now. To bear the world's sins is indeed this. Extremes beget opposites. Barbara softly repeated the phrase, taking a moment before articulating. That description is quite vivid. Eros chuckled, this idiom having been localized in his understanding. Meanwhile, Irina blinked after overhearing their conversation, having acquired new knowledge. Barbara cast a glance at Irina, cautioning her, do not speak of the previous dialogue concerning the path to divinity with outsiders, as such knowledge is inherently tainted. The reason you remain untainted by this knowledge is that you have now become his shadow, sharing a fragment of his authority. Irina shrank back slightly, nodding vigorously. Rest assured, I promise not to mention it to anyone. Was their conversation truly tainted? Eros felt a twinge of disbelief, as he sensed nothing amiss. Barbara shot him a reproachful look. That pertains to the path to divinity. How could it not be tainted? Ordinarily, only those who reach the mythic tier are privy to such matters, for only at that level can one withstand the corrupting influence. What happens if one becomes tainted by this knowledge? A lower-tier individual would lose control immediately. Even if they do not spiral out of control, they would inevitably attempt to bear the weight of sin, ultimately being consumed by original sin and transformed into a monstrosity. Then how is it that those aberrations can withstand it? Wasn't that strange girl just extraordinary? That is a characteristic of their race. Ah, I see. Very well. Chapter 61. The soul ring. Without further hesitation, Eros slid the ring onto his finger. Having experienced the preceding events, a premonition arose within him. This peculiar artifact was now rightfully his. Sure enough, as he adorned the ring, a profound understanding blossomed in his heart. Name, Soul Ring. Category, Cursed Artifact. Skill 1, Soul Theft. Enables the extraction of a designated target's soul. Skill 2, Soul Devour. Allows the consumption of the stolen soul to enhance one's power. Note, excessive soul consumption may lead to cognitive impairments in the cursed artifact, gradually accumulating madness, ultimately resulting in a complete loss of control and transformation into a monster. Current number of consumed souls. 1. Skill 3. Soul Herding. Facilitates the herding of stolen souls, transforming them into malevolent spirits for personal command. With a maximum herding capacity of 5, currently 0, replaceable. Skill 4. Pride Judgment. Successful judgment amplifies the inner pride of a designated target. Skill 5. Envy Judgment. Successful judgment amplifies the inner envy of a designated target. Skill 9. Lust Judgment. Successful judgment amplifies the inner lust of a designated target. Note, the success rate for sin judgments against targets of a lower sequence than the cursed artifact is 100. The success rate against targets of the same sequence is 50. The success rate against targets one sequence higher is 25, decreasing sequentially thereafter. Skill 10, Transformation, allows for free switching between life forms. Cost of use. The bearer will gradually be tainted by the cursed artifact, ultimately transforming into a creature that craves flesh and life. Note, the cost of use may be waived. Description: a fortunate young cursed entity that has acquired 1 in 10,000 soul authority. After digesting this revelation, Eros paused, astonished that it even came with a manual. Beside him, Barbara seemed to have guessed what Eros was pondering, tilting her chin in a playful manner and huffing. You should be grateful to me. I helped you identify this information. So that's how it is, he thought, sighing, believing that cursed artifacts would inherently come with instructions. However, upon reflection, it was clear that such a notion was improbable. With entities burdened by original sin and dealing with it, it was already commendable that one was not tainted. How could they possibly provide a manual for their own usage? Observing Barbara's adorably smug expression, Eros smiled and praised. Barbara is the best. Hearing this compliment, Barbara feigned indifference with a light huff, yet a closer look into her beautiful eyes revealed an undeniable happiness. Eros, well aware of Barbara's personality, found this scene amusing. Indeed, Barbara is truly charming. Once the matter of the cursed artifact was settled, Eros's gaze fell upon the ethereal visage of the world tree behind him and the surrounding environment. What is going on here? He knew that his life force was abundant, which was likely why that mysterious girl had fixated on him, intending to drain his vitality. Yet, this scene before him was utterly extravagant. An endless expanse of grassland and forest stretched as far as the eye could see. Let us not forget, this was still within the tainted domain of sin. In the domain of sin, Creating such a scene is far more challenging than in the outside world. Thus, Eros found himself somewhat skeptical. Could the life force within him truly be the cause of such a transformation? However, Barbara dismissed his concerns with a nonchalant air, stating matter-of-factly, "The shadow of the world tree behind you is painted with the blood of that elf." Moreover, at the culmination of the baptism, he sealed 9 drops of his blood within that shadow as a support. Originally, these would gradually be unsealed once you reached the mythic level. However, when that strange entity siphoned your life force, it inadvertently triggered one of the drops of blood, causing a faint essence to leak out, which led to the surrounding changes. Eros gasped, astonished that merely a trace of essence from the blood could bring about such a transformation. Was this the might of a deity? Was this the power of the great? It was truly terrifying beyond imagination. By the way, try to communicate with the shadow of the world tree behind you, and see if you can reclaim the dissipated power. As Eros remained in awe of the deity's grandeur, Barbara suddenly spoke these words. Eros paused, somewhat perplexed by Barbara's intention. Yet he complied and began to reach out with his consciousness toward the shadow of the world tree. In the next moment, the surrounding environment began to shift. An endless array of green light particles began to emerge from the plants, swiftly converging before Eros. Within mere breaths, he found himself enveloped in a sea of green luminescence. After approximately 5 minutes, the once boundless green forest had withered away, reduced to mere dust. Eros, the catalyst for this phenomenon, now stared at the luminous green orb before him, momentarily dazed. It seemed that the expelled power could indeed be reclaimed. Barbara glanced at the orb and calmly remarked, "The essence of the elf has been filtered through those flowers and trees, and it has now completely vanished. Thus, it currently exists as a sphere purely composed of life force, devoid of any contamination, making it suitable for anyone to utilize." Upon hearing this, Eros joyfully accepted the orb, recognizing it as a remarkable treasure. Upon returning, he would have a bathhouse constructed in the backyard, where he could immerse this life sphere, thus subtly enhancing his constitution, achieving beauty, and extending his lifespan. Although he might not require such benefits himself, Estelle and the others would surely appreciate it. After safely tucking the life sphere away, Eros turned to Barbara and inquired, "Can you sense the fragments of the ancestral divine realm?" Despite the numerous unexpected events along the way, he had not lost sight of his primary objective, to recover the fragments of the ancestral divine realm. With all the surprises now addressed, was this not the ideal moment to reclaim them? Although he was uncertain how to proceed, Barbara was present, was she not? "Right beneath us," Barbara replied, casting her gaze upon the crimson soil beneath their feet, her eyes deepening with contemplation. Eros also glanced down, but alas, he could discern nothing. Suddenly, Barbara spoke with a tone of surprise. "Here, indeed, lies a convergence of 2 realms of sin. Moreover, it appears that someone has attempted to contain this fragment of the divine kingdom before." Irina, who had been standing quietly nearby, felt a jolt of shock at Barbara's words. Who could have attempted to contain the fragment of the ancestral divine kingdom? The fragment is of paramount importance concerning the return of the ancestors. If it were to be tainted by anyone, leading to complications with this divine fragment, it would spell trouble. Chapter 62. Collecting the divine kingdom. While the divine kingdom of a deity is not easily tainted, one must always be wary of the unforeseen. In her haste, Irina interjected before Eros could speak. "The fragment of the ancestral divine kingdom has not been affected, has it?" Noticing that Irina had voiced the very question he had in mind, Eros remained silent, standing by to listen to Barbara's response. Although he shared the belief that a deity's kingdom would not easily fall into disarray, verifying the situation was prudent. Barbara shook her head, her tone tinged with disdain as she said, "I believe I have discerned the situation." Eros raised an eyebrow, awaiting her elaboration. Without further ado, Barbara composed her thoughts and, with a crisp voice laced with condescension, continued, "Generally, entities that retain some semblance of humanity possess a degree of rationality and can communicate. From my observations, the burden of sin carried by that entity has not driven her to madness. I had previously been perplexed. If the weight of her sins did not plunge her into insanity, why then had she succumbed to such thorough madness? Moreover, she displayed a reckless disregard for the lingering essence of your ancestor within you, seeking to drain your vitality, even attempting to consume your very soul. It was only upon witnessing the traces left upon the fragment of the divine kingdom that I comprehended the source of her madness. Are you suggesting that the strange girl was attempting to contain the ancestral divine kingdom? With Barbara's clarity, it was evident to Eros, who realized that he had not grown up in vain. Indeed, Barbara nodded, a smirk of disdain curling at her lips. A mere transcendent being, daring to intrude upon the realm of deities, even if it is but a fragment, is far beyond what she, as a mere transcendent, can endure. The reason she did not immediately transform into a monster likely stems from the infinitesimal fragment of soul authority within her. That portion of authority alleviated much of the pollution she faced. However, even so, it would not be long before she succumbed to her monstrous transformation. Had she not encountered you, she would have likely endured only a few more days before fully warping into a grotesque abomination. Following your encounter, driven by her frenzied instincts, she sought to siphon your vast and pure vitality to combat the uncontrollable madness within her. This proved effective, allowing her to regain a modicum of rationality. Had she refrained from attempting to devour your soul, perhaps the madness within her could have been mitigated by the essence of life left within you by the elven lineage. Alas, there are no what-ifs. The madness within her only magnified her greed. Knowing that the essence of that being lingered within you, she still dared to attempt to devour your soul. Then, she confronted him directly. At this, Barbara let out a derisive laugh, mockery dripping from her tone. I had thought the strange girl's subsequent transformation was a result of your soul's consumption of hers. Eros appeared somewhat astonished. Barbara shook her head. Although I managed to influence her by consuming the spirit within her, it would not yield a significant effect on her. The true factor affecting her was that direct gaze. Had you not accepted her sacrifice at the last moment, she would have likely exploded into a mist of blood, utterly perishing. Sacrifice? Barbara nodded. Indeed. Driven by her instinct for survival, she offered herself as a sacrifice to you. The sudden feeling that arose within you at that moment was, in fact, her offering to you. As you accepted her sacrifice, the cost of her direct gaze fell upon you, which is why she survived. However, her prior attempt to contain the madness accumulated by the sovereign of her domain did not vanish. It merely lay dormant, masked by her current weakness. A flicker of realization crossed Eros's face, as he comprehended that the feeling which had suddenly overtaken him was indeed the strange girl's offering. One must wonder, was the damage inflicted by that direct gaze truly so severe? Even as an extraordinary being, the strange girl nearly faced obliteration from but a single glance. Yet, Eros encountered that gaze nearly every day, his eyes almost growing weary from it, yet felt nothing extraordinary. Initially, it had been unsettling, but he had since learned to obscure his vision, rendering himself impervious to its effects. Nearby, Irina listened to this exchange with a look of utter confusion. What was this essence? What was this sacrifice? What was being confronted? She was genuinely at a loss. Although she could not grasp the entirety of their conversation, she did catch the most pertinent point. According to this esteemed spirit, the fragments of the ancestral domain had not exhibited any abnormalities. How reassuring. Irina let out a small sigh of relief. Her subtle actions did not escape Eros's notice. However, he was genuinely surprised to discover this endearing side of his fifth sister. Perhaps it was her alluring figure that had led him to a misperception, suggesting that his fifth sister was, in truth, a refined woman with a youthful heart? Ahem. What am I thinking? Eros cleared his throat, reining in his wandering thoughts and redirecting his focus to the matter at hand. After hearing Barbara's account, he had long anticipated that no anomalies would arise within the ancestral domain, considering it almost a foregone conclusion. The mere essence of a single drop of blood from the elven deity had the power to cultivate an endless forest within the realm of sins. How much more so the domain of a god? Thus, his thoughts did not linger long on the strange girl's endeavor to encompass the ancestral domain. The peculiar girl's descent into madness is merely a side note. His primary objective on this journey remains the retrieval of the fragments of his ancestral divine realm. Thus, after contemplating briefly, he turned to Barbara and inquired, "What must I do to recover the fragments of my ancestors' divine realm?" Upon hearing this question, Barbara redirected her thoughts to the matter at hand, regarding her previous discovery as mere diversion. Not to mention, that peculiar entity had already become the possession of Eros. Regaining her focus, Barbara glanced down at the ground and replied nonchalantly, "Having consumed the essence of that strange being, my strength has been partially restored. Therefore, there is no need for additional rituals. I can collect the fragments of my master's divine realm alone." As her words resonated, before Eros could respond. A profound shadow began to emanate from beneath Barbara's feet, spreading in all directions until it reached the limits of Eros's vision. In the next moment, the ground trembled, escalating from a slight quiver to a violent quake, as if some ancient beast beneath the earth was stirring from slumber. This phenomenon persisted for approximately 10 minutes, after which the shadow beneath Barbara gradually converged, ultimately transforming into a fist-sized, pitch-black cube suspended in the air. Is that the fragment of the divine realm? Before Eros could voice his inquiry, Barbara exclaimed in alarm, "This domain of sin is about to collapse." Chapter 63. The charming contrast of Estelle without hesitation. Barbara seized Eros by the collar and raced towards the fissure in the domain of sin. Simultaneously, several shadowy tendrils shot forth from Eros's shadow, swiftly dragging Irina back into the depths of Eros's shadow before she could react. Thus, the question Eros had been poised to ask was abruptly stifled. With a flash before his eyes, he was pulled through the fissure by Barbara, returning to the realm of reality. In the following instant, a thunderous roar erupted from the fissure, which, accompanied by a resounding crash, slowly sealed itself, vanishing into nothingness under Eros's astonished gaze. Eros stood there, bewildered, staring at the spot where the fissure had been, and after a considerable pause, he murmured, "What on earth just happened? How could a domain of sin simply disintegrate?" Barbara glanced at the dark cube in her hand, her voice calm yet assured, "If I am not mistaken, the reason the two domains of sin did not collapse upon overlapping was likely due to the fragment of your divine realm acting as an anchor, stabilizing the two domains in the void, allowing only the overlapping portions to intersect. As I extracted the fragment, the domains lost their anchor as support and thus collided, resulting in their simultaneous destruction. Is that so?" A look of realization illuminated Eros's face. Barbara had elucidated the matter clearly. It was akin to removing the second floor from a 3-story building. Its collapse would be inevitable. However, what perplexed Eros was how such a small, pitch-black square could contain two pieces of the realm of sin. Although it was a fragment of a divine kingdom, it seemed rather minuscule. As if she could read his thoughts, Barbara shot him a glare and replied with a hint of annoyance. "This divine kingdom fragment appears this way because I have reduced its size using magic. If it were to fully expand, it would be approximately half the size of Entiles. To put it in perspective, Entiles, the capital of the sacred Chris Empire, one of the 3 great empires of the Croatian continent, boasted a vast area." Eros was unaware of the exact dimensions, having never bothered to learn, but he understood it was significant. The fragment of his ancestors' divine kingdom was already half the size of Entiles. One could only imagine the magnitude of the entire kingdom. Just as Eros marveled at the might of the divine, Barbara unexpectedly tossed the fragment in his direction. Instinctively, he reached out to catch it, but halfway there, he recalled its immense size. How could he possibly handle something that large? He withdrew his hand and took a half-step back. "Are you serious about that retreating motion?" Barbara remarked, her lips twitching in mild exasperation. "Rest assured, you can manage it." "Really?" Eros still harbored doubts, considering it was half the size of Entiles. "Absolutely." Barbara gritted her teeth in frustration. Upon hearing her reaffirmation, Eros tentatively reached out to grasp the floating black square before him. It felt cool to the touch, with a weight comparable to that of an equally sized stone. Seeing Eros successfully catch the fragment, a glimmer of satisfaction crossed Barbara's eyes as she pursed her lips, her expression becoming somewhat complex. However, she quickly masked her emotions, ensuring Eros remained oblivious. Then, she tilted her head back and let out a small huff before vanishing from the spot, leaving her voice echoing in the air. "They are awakening." Upon hearing this, Eros set aside his examination of the divine kingdom fragment, pocketing it hastily before striding over to Aestir. As expected, just as he reached her side, the unconscious Aestir let out a soft moan and slowly opened her eyes. Eros extended his arms to support Aestir as she leaned against him, struggling to stand. Although he had already learned from Barbara that Aestir was unharmed, he couldn't suppress his concern as he softly inquired, "Do you feel any discomfort in your body?" With half of her body nestled against Eros, Aestir appeared somewhat dazed, as if she had not fully emerged from her stupor. Observing her condition, Eros wasted no time and cast a healing spell on her, ensuring he extended the same to the other 5 clan members. After the healing, Aestir looked significantly better than before, her brow furrowed as she spoke in a somewhat dazed tone. "What has transpired?" "I recall we had entered the domain of sin. yet I find myself unable to remember anything. At this moment, Aster seemed to emit a faint sound of discomfort. Observing this, Eros promptly cast a soothing spell, reassuring her. If you cannot recall, do not dwell on it. The mission has concluded, and the fragment of our ancestors' divine realm has been successfully retrieved. Aster suddenly questioned if she had misheard. She had yet to recollect her actions, so how could the mission be over? Was this a dream? She appeared somewhat dazed. Eros, watching Aster's bewildered expression as she gazed up at him, found the situation amusing. His mother, in such a state, possessed an unexpected charm, a delightful contrast. After a considerable pause, as Aster regained her composure, she murmured in disbelief, "Has the fragment of the ancestors' divine realm truly been recovered?" "Indeed. Allow me a moment to gather my thoughts," she replied, massaging her temples, grappling with the surreal nature of recent events. The other 5 tribe members, who had been listening to their conversation, wore expressions of confusion. They had yet to undertake any actions, so how could it all be over? After a prolonged silence, Aster could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired, "What exactly is happening?" Eros shrugged and selectively recounted the events, omitting any mention of being pushed by a mysterious entity. Upon hearing that they had encountered an extraordinary malevolent spirit immediately upon entering the domain of sin, even Aster could not suppress a shiver of fear. Fortunately, the spirit of the artifact had intervened, ensuring their safe exit from the domain. Had the artifact's spirit not been present, it was likely none of them would have survived the encounter with such a formidable foe. Upon learning that it was Barbara who had intervened, their doubts about Eros's assertion that the mission had concluded dissipated entirely. For them, it was entirely reasonable that the artifact, governed by their esteemed ancestor, could accomplish such feats. However, the extraordinary malevolence was but a fleeting concern. Observing the dawning realization on their faces, Eros sighed internally, knowing the true cost he had paid in this encounter. His cherished innocence, preserved for over a decade, had been lost just like that. How tragic indeed. Chapter 64. The status of the divine realm, by the way. How shall we address this? Eros, as if struck by a sudden thought, retrieved the fragment of the divine realm from his pocket. As he held the obsidian square, one of the tribe members, who had remained silent, queried with a hint of confusion, "What is this?" Now it was Eros's turn to be taken aback. Seeing the genuine perplexity on the tribe member's face, he scanned the group, realizing that none seemed to recognize the object in his hand. "This is the fragment of the divine realm." Eros pondered in bewilderment. "What?" Upon hearing Eros's words, the 5 clan members swiftly advanced to stand before him, their expressions transforming in an instant to one of reverence and exhilaration. This was indeed the celestial realm of the Great Ones, though merely a fragment. It did not diminish its stature. Moreover, this was the heavenly domain of their ancestors, and now, having gathered another piece, they felt a step closer to their forebears returning from the endless river of time. However, this fragment of the divine realm appeared distinctly different from those they had encountered within their family. Even when reduced in size, the fragments within their clan revealed the architectural splendor within, yet the one in Eros's possession appeared to be an unremarkable cube. To be precise, it was not entirely devoid of uniqueness. It bore an unusually dark hue, as if enshrouded by the essence of shadows. Though they were astonished by the appearance of this divine fragment, they did not suspect Eros would jest regarding such matters. Without hesitation, one individual promptly opened a leather case he carried, revealing a jet-black wooden box adorned with intricate, arcane patterns. As he carefully held the box, he explained to Eros, "This is the blood heir box, crafted from the blood of our family members and the shadow wood from the shadow realm, using a specialized alchemical method. It is specifically designed to store fragments of our ancestors' divine realm. Only with the blood heir box can we effectively isolate the spiritual essence of our ancestral domain for extended periods. Our life levels are too low. Without this isolation, once the temporary sealing ritual expires, we would be unable to wield it." As he spoke, he cautiously extended his hand to receive the divine fragment from Eros. Upon seeing that he had grasped it, Eros relinquished his hold. In an instant, the man, who had previously worn a pious expression, felt a sudden weight on his wrist and was abruptly pulled to the ground by an unimaginable force. This fragment of the divine realm was not sealed by any ritual array. The man who fell emitted a gasp of astonishment. Hearing his words, the remaining individuals gazed at Eros in disbelief. They could not fathom how Eros could manage to handle a divine realm unbound by a sealing ritual. Eros himself was somewhat bewildered, contemplating the situation. Observing her child's apparent confusion, Estelle softly clarified, even a shattered divine realm belongs to the Great Ones, maintaining an equally exalted status. Without a sealing ritual, we, as low-tier beings, cannot handle or dare to touch it. For us, an unsealed divine realm is an immense source of pollution, irrespective of its former owner being our ancestor. At that moment, Eros heard Barbara's voice resonate in his mind. Your mother speaks the truth. In the past, our family would always establish a ritual before reclaiming the Master's divine realm fragments. Through the ritual and the bloodline connection, the hidden powers of that foolish tome would be invoked from afar, temporarily concealing the pollution and status of the Master's divine realm, allowing it to be stored within that special box to achieve the isolation effect. However, you need not isolate it to manipulate it. Thus, on this occasion, I merely shrouded its contamination in shadows to prevent it from affecting others. Eros sighed deeply, bending down to retrieve the cube while placing it into the box, remarking, "It has indeed undergone confinement, though only its pollution has been sealed. As for my ability to handle it, that is attributed to the artifact." When faced with the inexplicable, he conveniently shifted the inquiry to Barbara, indifferent to whether they believed him, knowing they had no means to verify. Judging by their expressions of bewilderment, it was evident they accepted Eros's explanation, for it was the only logical account. Otherwise, would they be expected to believe that Eros's status was equivalent to that of the Great Ones? Such a notion was absurd. After carefully placing the box of bloodline and organizing the suitcase, the man glanced wistfully at the spot where the rift of sin had vanished, lamenting, "It is a pity this domain of sin has collapsed. Otherwise, our family could have clandestinely developed this area, significantly increasing our yield of spiritual essence and providing us with greater resources." Upon hearing this, the man beside him retorted, "Do not entertain such thoughts. The family is far removed from here, and do you think the church's members are blind? I was merely expressing a sentiment. Let us depart. Since the task is complete, we must leave swiftly to avoid attracting the church's hounds." Thus, the group began to disperse as they had arrived, with the sole distinction being that Eros now carried the suitcase containing the box of bloodline. After Barbara regained some of her strength, he undoubtedly emerged as the strongest among them, rendering it safest for him to bear the item. Furthermore, should the need arise, he could seamlessly slip into the shadow realm, ensuring his security. Thus, Eros and Estelle returned to Intilas as per their meticulously devised plan. At that moment, they found themselves in an uninhabited alley. After glancing at the manhole cover on the ground, Estelle turned her gaze towards her child. Sensing Estelle's scrutiny, Eros cleared his throat and instructed, "Take my hand." As Eros closed his eyes and then reopened them, his left eye had transformed into an abyssal black. Taking a deep breath, he grasped Estelle's hand and slowly stepped into the shadows of the wall. Upon their return to the Duke's estate, Eros summoned the butler, who, intrigued by the sudden request from his future master, listened intently. He was soon presented with a peculiar demand. His future master asked him to find some craftsmen to construct a bath in the backyard. The butler, perplexed, pondered the purpose of this bath. Was the washroom inadequate? Though uncertain, he diligently set about fulfilling the instructions given by the young master. Estelle, too, found herself questioning her child's intentions, but Eros remained tight-lipped, merely stating it was a secret. What secrets could possibly lie within a bath? Due to the brevity of this task, which commenced in the morning and concluded by afternoon, Eros chose to linger at home for a few more days before returning to school, in an effort to render his absence more justifiable. Within the academy, Aisha, masquerading as a man, felt quite buoyant after not having encountered a certain pervert for several days. It was during this time that a hand draped over her shoulder, bringing a most unwelcome face uncomfortably close. Indeed, it was the very pervert, Eros. Suddenly, Eros sniffed the air and uttered a phrase that caused the red-haired girl, Aisha, to freeze in her tracks. "Brother, you smell delightful." Upon hearing this, Aisha was beset by goosebumps. She began to question whether she had neglected to eliminate any lingering fragrance while disguising herself that morning. Yet, her memory unequivocally assured her that she had indeed masked any scent. If that were the case, male preference. The thought struck her, causing her pupils to constrict sharply. She had long been aware of the decadent private lives of the aristocracy and understood that same-sex relationships were not uncommon within noble circles. However, She had never anticipated that she would find herself embroiled in such a scenario. Heavens! The male persona she had crafted was nothing more than a thin, rough-hewn, utterly unremarkable commoner, an Eros. While she harbored a strong dislike for this pervert, she could not deny that Eros was remarkably handsome, arguably the most striking man she had encountered in many years. Yet, how could such a distinguished-looking young gentleman from an esteemed lineage be attracted to men? Was this not a flagrant waste of potential? Furthermore, if he preferred men, why was his taste so peculiar as to be drawn to the very fa Aisha had assumed? One would think that after indulging in fine delicacies, he would seek a change in flavor, yet here he was, fixating on her guise of a coarse wild boar. Suddenly, Aisha recalled their initial meeting, during which Eros had seemed rather hands-on. Indeed, all of this had been foreshadowed. Observing the red-haired girl, now standing frozen and trembling, Eros could not suppress a slight smirk. He reached out and playfully patted her posterior, feigning a look of confusion as he inquired, "What is the matter?" Feeling the sudden motion at her rear, Aisha gasped. Snapping back to reality, her face flushing crimson. Struggling to contain her indignation and revulsion, she adopted a timid demeanor and stammered, "No, it's nothing." Witnessing her flustered state, Eros fought back the urge to laugh, responding in a gentle tone, "That's good to hear." Aisha's petite chest, concealed beneath her loose uniform, rose and fell dramatically as she endeavored to suppress the tumult of emotions churning within her. Had it not been for the hearsay regarding this individual taking leave to ascend to sequence 7, had it not been for the inability to contend, had it not been for the sake of maintaining her persona, and had it not been for the mission at hand, she would have genuinely relished the opportunity to deliver a decisive blow to the head of the person before her. Everything was for the mission. Everything revolved around the mission. If her cover were to be blown now, all would be in vain. She repeatedly urged herself to endure. Just then, a melodious voice drifted from a distance. "Eros, what are you doing over there?" "I'm coming." Upon hearing Wendini's call, Eros responded loudly. Aisha nearly welled up with tears upon listening to their exchange. In that moment, Wendini, standing gracefully afar, appeared to her as an angel sent by the goddess to rescue her, radiant and pure. This perverse fellow was finally departing. But before she could fully exhale in relief, she heard Eros turn and cheerfully say to her, "I'm heading off now. I'll find you during dinner." Aisha's expression froze, her mind momentarily blank. Eros, suppressing a laugh, nodded at the red-haired girl before turning to leave. At that moment, a young man clad in an ornate robe emerged from behind a nearby flower bed. He glanced at Eros's retreating figure and then at the red-haired girl masquerading as Thomas, a contemplative expression crossing his face. He had merely been passing by, yet stumbled upon such an intriguing scene. To his astonishment, the heir of Duke rose, the bearer of elven bloodline, and a renowned prodigy could possibly be a kindred spirit. How delightful! In the distance, Wendini cast a skeptical glance at her brother, who often vexed her. "What were you just doing?" "Teasing a little girl," Eros replied with a smirk. Upon hearing this, Wendini narrowed her beautiful eyes, her expression growing perilous as she gritted her teeth. "You scoundrel, have you taken a liking to her?" Eros stole a sidelong glance at his obnoxious sister and declared with feigned solemnity, "How could that be? She doesn't hold a candle to how beautiful you are. In my heart, you shall always be the most exquisite." In an instant, Wendini's face flushed crimson, stammering incoherently, "What nonsense are you spouting? I can't understand a word." "Enough, stop talking." With that, she hastily quickened her pace to walk ahead of Eros, not glancing back. Witnessing this, Eros smirked. His annoying sister was easily amused. She was still so young. A while later, Joni approached as well. She reached Eros, first glancing at Wendini's retreating figure before turning to Eros with sparkling eyes. "I heard you took leave to prepare for the promotion to Sequence 7 ceremony? How does it seem that everyone is aware of this?" Eros responded with surprise. Joni smiled coyly, her lips parting slightly. "After noticing your absence from class, that prince inquired with the teacher, who shared the information." She continued, "When did you and that prince become so close that he would concern himself with your whereabouts?" As they reached the conclusion, a hint of curiosity flickered across Joni's face, her beautiful eyes unwaveringly fixed on Eros. Upon hearing this response, Eros was somewhat taken aback. He did not believe that the blue-haired individual inquired out of genuine concern for him. What, then, was his true intention? According to Barbara's observations, it seemed that a certain royal sorcerer was lurking outside the academy. If that were the case, He might have discovered my departure shortly after I left, perhaps merely unaware of my purpose. Was his inquiry regarding my whereabouts an attempt to ascertain what I was up to? After all, I had been accompanied by the church's sentinels at the time. As Eros contemplated this, clarity began to dawn upon him. The blue-haired individual had previously revealed his intention to sacrifice his detestable sister to a malevolent deity in exchange for a wish. Was he concerned that I would inform the church about him, thereby implicating the royal family? Eros smirked. The blue-haired fellow was indeed a creature of anxious concern. Logically, if he were truly motivated by fear of exposure, why would he involve the informant? It was not as though they were facing each other directly. Moreover, why would he jeopardize himself by reporting the royal family? Was he, a remnant of the night, willing to contribute to the church's stability? He would rather see the royal family and the church at odds, as the royal family posed little threat to the church. Yet, any trouble he could cause would solidify their bond as brothers. Of course, this was all contingent upon not provoking him. Chapter 66. The Anomaly. As they walked ahead, Wenini noticed that Joni had not approached her, but had instead made a beeline for that insufferable wretch. Instantly, her demeanor shifted to one of vigilance. Casting aside her embarrassment, she halted and waited for the two to draw nearer. When they did, she subtly interjected herself between them, successfully separating the pair. Nonchalantly, she inquired, "What are you discussing?" Having pieced together the situation, Eros chuckled. "We were discussing the sudden concern that blue-haired fellow seems to have for me." Wenini was taken aback. What on earth? Seeing her friend's bewildered expression, Joni smiled and reiterated the topic she had just been discussing with Eros. Once Joni finished speaking, Wenini began to comprehend the underlying significance. She was aware of the reasons behind the blue-haired individual's previous pursuit of her, and in an instant, the implications became clear. She promptly turned to glance at Eros, and upon seeing the corners of his lips curl upwards, she was convinced that there was indeed a deeper meaning at play. Since this insufferable wretch had refrained from voicing it directly, it indicated that it was not an opportune moment to discuss it. As for why it was inconvenient, Wenini surreptitiously peeked at her friend, raising her chin and letting out a soft hum. Wendini's subtle gestures did not escape Eros's notice. Observing the way the detestable sister's steps had become lighter and her mood noticeably brighter, he felt a sense of confusion. After continuing their journey for a while longer, they successfully arrived at their intended destination, the training grounds. Upon entering, Eros immediately heard voices nearby. "Lament, are you really all right? You seem a bit off today. Perhaps we should postpone for now? Let us practice combat another day, for there remains a considerable span of time before the year-end practical assessment. And there is no need for haste." At that moment, a voice, tinged with fatigue, echoed, "It's nothing. I merely slept well these past few nights. It does not affect my combat capabilities. In fact, the battle invigorates my awareness. Come on, Kleber." The two individuals, Eros recognized, were classmates, presumably also preparing for the impending practical evaluation. Turning his gaze, Eros beheld the man named Raymond, whose pallor and darkened circles spoke of sleeplessness. After a fleeting glance, he redirected his attention and strode to the wall of the training ground, retrieving a large sword and positioning it before him, hands extended upon the hilt. With a smile, he addressed the two ladies. "Who wishes to go first?" Having just returned to the academy, Eros was drawn by Wendini to engage in cold weapon combat practice, also in preparation for the year-end assessment. Although firearms and artillery now existed in this world, when confronting corporeal malevolence or aberrant entities, one might find alchemical enchanted weaponry far more effective. After all, purification bullets and exorcism rounds are finite, and one cannot possibly engage in close combat with such entities indefinitely. Setting aside the concern of contamination through physical contact, the disparity in physical prowess alone could prove overwhelming. As for the choice of the large sword, what else would a healer wield? The great sword epitomizes the romance of masculinity. Upon hearing Eros's words, Wendini nodded and retrieved a hefty cleaver from the wall. Wait, a cleaver? Joan found herself slightly bewildered at this spectacle. It was her first time witnessing Wendini and Eros in cold weapon combat. And before it had even commenced, she was left astounded. Eros, with his slender physique, wielding a large sword was already a peculiar sight, but now this? She could hardly fathom a delicate, fair-skinned noble lady brandishing a cleaver in battle. The imagery was too exquisite for her imagination to grasp. Truly, these two were a testament to the adage that kindred spirits find their way together. Nearby male classmates stared in astonishment at Wendini's display of strength as she seized the cleaver, unfazed by the gazes of onlookers. Wendini took a deep breath and launched herself towards Eros with great speed. Eros, maintaining a serene demeanor, lifted the great sword in a defensive stance, knowing that his primary role was to serve as a sparring partner for the two ladies. In a genuine confrontation, even his obnoxious sister and Joan combined would hardly present a challenge, as Eros effortlessly parried Wendini's relentless assaults with one hand wielding the massive sword. Those engaged in other training paused to observe the unfolding spectacle. Despite the sword's robust appearance, it seemed to dance gracefully in Eros's hands, exuding elegance and ease, captivating the watching female spectators. After deflecting another attack from his sister, Eros chuckled and beckoned to Joan. "Why don't you join us?" Upon hearing this, Joni found it hard to believe that Eros actually aimed to challenge both of them. Was he truly so audacious? However, considering that Eros had now reached sequence 7, she thought perhaps it was not so unreasonable after all. Without further hesitation, she seized a slender sword from the wall and joined the fray. Eros, effortlessly countering the attacks of the two women, was well prepared. After all, he had spent countless nights honing his skills in the soul space with Barbara. His combat techniques were forged through innumerable trials, and neither the sequence 8 Joni nor her sister, a sequence 9, could even compel him to exert half of his strength. Moreover, the benefits derived from his elven bloodline significantly augmented his prowess, endowing him with extraordinary strength. This led him to ponder whether the legendary image of the elves had been excessively romanticized. Perhaps, while they appeared to be a race of elegance, kindness, and beauty, they might also possess the brute strength to crush skulls with their bare hands. How else could one explain such formidable physical power? At that moment, Eros sensed something amiss to his left, causing his brow to furrow slightly. Suddenly, a cry pierced the air. "Raymond, what has happened?" Eros raised his hand to halt the sparring, then turned towards the source of the alarm. There, the previously pale Raymond was now kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath. His face a ghastly shade of blue and purple. His legs writhed involuntarily, and his eyes bore a hint of sinister green. To Eros's horror, Raymond appeared to be sprouting illusory tentacles from his entire body. Witnessing this, Eros's pupils dilated, and he shouted, "Be careful." At the same time, he hurled his great sword towards Raymond. Unfortunately, it was too late. In the blink of an eye, Raymond had undergone a grotesque transformation. Before anyone could react, a tentacle pierced the chest of the unfortunate Klebe. The next moment, the great sword flew by, severing the tentacle, but it was already too late. Klebe's heart had been impaled. He had been tainted, the source of the corruption so insidious that it eluded his scrutiny, though this may also have been due to his lack of careful observation. Hearing Barbara's melodic voice nearby, Eros's expression grew increasingly grave. Chapter 67, The Unfathomable Malice. Even Barbara seemed momentarily caught off guard by the high-ranking source of corruption. It was evident that Raymond, now tainted by such a potent force, would not be easily dealt with. Furthermore, having previously engaged in combat without saving him, Eros realized he needed to protect his companions. The creature before him was clearly formidable, and given that he could not employ the spells of the Night lineage, it would be wiser to bide his time and wait for reinforcements from the academy. As Eros discreetly retreated, he recalled that he was, at present, the heir to the elven bloodline. According to legend, elves held a profound disdain for malevolent entities. Would it not be incongruous for him to linger in the shadows, merely observing? Just as Eros grappled with his indecision, a monstrous roar erupted from the distant creature, a transformation of Raymond. In the next instant, the tentacle that Eros had severed from Klebe's chest morphed into a torrent of murky liquid, surging forth from Klebe's thoracic cavity, slowly flowing back into the creature. The tentacle was restored to its original state, seemingly unaffected by the earlier blow. The creature let out another bellow, its 3 crimson eyes piercing through the crowd, fixating on Wendini, who stood not far behind Eros. Eros's pupils constricted. He had initially believed the creature's attention was directed at him, given that it was he who had cast the earlier sword. However, Barbara's voice echoed in his mind, revealing that the monster was indeed focused on that insufferable sister. Why her? Amongst so many, why would it single out the bothersome sister? Could it be due to her spiritual affinity? But had he not concealed her spiritual essence with his arcane authority? What was truly transpiring? Was it possible that his hidden power had faltered? Eros pondered silently. Barbara's expression shifted oddly. No, The hidden authority still envelopes her. Then, why would the creature fixate on her? Perhaps this was a manifestation of the creature's innate intuition. Barbara offered, albeit uncertainly. Eros felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. This troublesome sister truly seemed cursed. Taking a deep breath, Eros turned to face the creature charging towards him with its 6 legs, realizing he had no choice but to act. Fortunately, the creature's current behavior suggested it was targeting him, and few would connect its aggression to Wendini. After all, many had witnessed the sword he had thrown, making the creature's pursuit of him entirely reasonable. Having resolved to intervene, Eros no longer hesitated. As the creature approached, he called out, "Guardian of the forest." Once the verdant light enveloped his hand, he thrust a powerful punch towards the creature's chest. Instead of the anticipated hardness, he was met with an unsettling, viscous sensation. Akin to striking a quagmire, his fist sank deep into the creature's body, and it appeared utterly unharmed, swinging its tentacle towards Eros with reckless abandon. Eros extended his left hand to block, and tendrils of vine erupted from his sleeve, coalescing before his arm to form a protective shield. He always carried seeds of plants with him, as many elven spells required them for casting. Thus he kept a reserve for unforeseen circumstances. A resounding crash echoed as the tentacle struck the vine shield, the tremendous force propelling Eros several steps backward. As he stumbled and flung his arm, Eros squinted slightly. From the force of that single blow, he could ascertain that the creature before him possessed a strength that undoubtedly reached sequence 7. It was no wonder that this source of corruption had managed to elude Barbara, transforming a sequence 9 anomaly into a monster of sequence 7 prowess. Behind him, Wendini, upon witnessing her brother engaged in combat with the creature, instinctively sought to rush to his aid. Eros turned his face slightly and commanded, "Hand me the sword. And keep your distance." Wendini hesitated, biting her lip as she hurled the heavy cleaver towards Eros. Although she was unaware of the reasons behind her brother's insistence on her keeping away, she had unwavering faith in his judgment. Eros caught the thrown cleaver and, after adjusting to its weight, regarded the creature before him, which seemed to become agitated at Wendini's proximity. His gaze deepened as the battle truly commenced. Eros drew his left hand across the blade, allowing the sharp edge to slice into his palm, blood oozing forth and trailing along the blade. This cleaver was merely a mundane weapon, devoid of any alchemical enhancements, thus incapable of inflicting significant damage upon such a creature. In light of this, he resolved to imbue the blade with his own blood. Pure corruption could erode life, but conversely, pure life could equally wear down corruption. His blood was, without a doubt, a manifestation of pure vitality, a delicacy and poison to such pollutants. The monster charged once more towards Wendini, yet Eros skillfully manipulated his position, making it appear to onlookers as though it were aimed at him. With a single, decisive swing, he carved a gaping wound into the creature's chest, blood from the blade seeping into the injury, eliciting a wretched scream of agony from the beast. All 8 of its tentacles lashed out towards Eros. Just as he intended to evade this strike, a man clad in knightly armor suddenly leaped forth, brandishing a long sword and exclaiming, "Prince Eros, I come to your aid." Eros narrowed his eyes. He recognized this individual, Baron Larawat, the son of Count Zyber, and a fellow classmate. However, he was perplexed. When had he ever offended him? The reason for his confusion lay in the fact that while Larawat's sword appeared to be aimed at the creature, it was, in reality, obstructing Eros' escape route. Should Eros attempt to dodge, he would surely be struck by that very blade. Eros was convinced this was intentional. What motive could there be for Larawat to approach him with a mere ordinary weapon and to strike in such a calculated manner? If Eros had been an ordinary sequence 7, he might have found himself either ensnared by the creature's tentacles or struck down by Larawat's sword, subsequently falling victim to the monster. But alas, Eros was no ordinary sequence 7. He simply found himself bewildered by Baron Larawat's intentions. Did he truly believe that Eros' performance had shown no flaws? Did he truly believe that his excuses for attacking the monster would deceive the church, when in reality, he was merely striking at himself? Or did he think that his demise would somehow benefit him? Should he perish, his family would suffer the church's retribution, compounded by vengeance from his own kin. So what was his true intent? Chapter 68. The source of corruption. As Eros' thoughts swirled, the monster's tendrils lunged towards him. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Eros hastily gathered his thoughts and murmured, "Life prison." Remarkably, He chose not to evade but to withstand the monster's assault. Countless vines erupted from the ground, intertwining to form a prison that ensnared Eros within. There are no regulations stating that controlling skills can only be directed at foes. A resounding crash echoed as 8 tendrils struck the prison with ferocity, severing a significant portion of the vines, anchoring it to the earth. Fortunately, the prison remained intact. Eros swiftly dispelled the prison spell, pivoting to deliver a powerful kick that sent Baron Lavavat flying across the training ground until he collided with the wall, halting his momentum. The monster's chest bore an anomaly. Something resided within, likely the source of corruption, and he needed to seize the opportunity to acquire it. Suddenly, Barbara's voice resonated in Eros's mind. He imperceptibly nodded, maintaining a serene expression. If he wished to obtain that object, time was of the essence. The Academy's personnel responsible for such matters must be en route. Thus, he resolved to act swiftly. Once more, he pressed his left hand against the blade, slicing it open. The wound that had previously healed now reopened, blood gushing forth. Observing the blood-soaked axe, Eros lowered his gaze and softly intoned, "Flame." In the next moment, as his words faded, emerald flames erupted from the blade he wielded, ignited by the essence of his own blood. No longer holding back, he charged at the monster. Axe raised, while chanting continuously, "Forest entwined, vines bound, thorns pierced, wrath of nature." He unleashed a relentless barrage of spells upon the monster, each incantation cascading down in succession. With the axe, now engulfed in green flames, he struck the creature repeatedly. The flames spread down the blade, gradually engulfing the monster in their inferno. The creature shrieked in agony, its cries sending chills down the spines of the students who cowered at a distance, unsettled by the horrifying sounds. Gradually, the howls diminished as Eros manipulated the vines, unnoticed by all, to extract an object from within the monster's form. Instead of grasping the item, he directed the vines to deposit it upon the shadow at his feet. In the blink of an eye, the object sank into his shadow, unnoticed by anyone. Just then, the Academy's response team arrived at the training ground. All members donned deep blue uniforms, indicating they belonged to the Ocean Church's enforcement squad stationed at the Academy. The captain of the squad first glanced at the swirling emerald flames in the training ground, then cast his gaze upon Eros, who stood nearby with a slightly pallid complexion. He waved his hand, signaling his team to maintain control of the situation, and then approached the flames with deliberate steps. As he drew near, the expression on his face shifted from one of tranquility to one of grave concern. Previously, he had received word of a Sequence 9 student undergoing a transformation. He had not given it much thought at the time, considering it merely as Sequence 9. How formidable could a mere monster be? However, as he stood close to the creature, taking in the remnants of its aura, he immediately comprehended that the matter was far more complex than it appeared. From the essence and pollution levels he sensed, it was likely that this creature possessed at least the strength of a Sequence 7. The notion that a Sequence 9 could be transformed by such a potent pollutant was troubling, not to mention the mystery of how such a source of contamination had found its way into the Academy. Taking a deep breath, the captain spoke in a low voice. "Oro, you must immediately go to the Academy's containment facility and request the Level 3 sealed object, the Heart of the Sunfire. John, investigate how many individuals departed from this place after the emergence of this creature and whom they encountered afterward. Bring them all here." After issuing these commands, the captain turned to Eros and, pointing at the creature's corpse, exclaimed in astonishment, "You killed it?" Eros nodded calmly in affirmation. "Are you the heir of the elven bloodline from the Duke of Roses?" The captain inquired again. Eros nodded once more. "I have heard that you recently took a leave of absence to prepare for the Sequence 7 Ascension ceremony. Does that mean you are now a Sequence 7? Eros nodded for the third time. Remarkable. To have just ascended to Sequence 7 and yet be capable of single-handedly vanquishing a Sequence 7 creature. Such is the might of an aberrant bloodline. The captain's expression reflected a mixture of awe and admiration, though he clearly attributed Eros's prowess to his elven heritage. Eros chose not to clarify this misconception. It was perhaps better for him to be misunderstood. Soon, a large group of individuals entered the training ground, their expressions betraying a hint of panic. They were those who had discreetly fled when the creature first appeared, now rounded up by the members of the punitive squad. Moments later, Oro returned from his errand, carrying a box of an indeterminate material into the training ground. The captain glanced up briefly and, with a grave demeanor, instructed, Have those students who directly witnessed the creature remain within the effective range of the heart of the sunfire for 5 minutes to purify any potential contamination. Then use the mirror of the manifest to check for any residual pollutants. The team members complied, and the training ground soon became abuzz with activity. The captain surveyed the still-burning corpse of the creature and pondered for a moment before turning to Eros and asking, "Can you expedite the purification process?" Eros hesitated for a moment, then nodded affirmatively, "Yes." After speaking, Eros picked up a machete and made a cut on his wrist, allowing his blood to flow into the green flames below. As Eros's blood mingled with the flames, they surged in intensity, multiplying several times in size. Observing the spectacle, the captain suddenly remarked, "I have heard that your blood fetches 350 gold pounds per small cup, yet you refuse to part with it? How much gold are you wasting with this action?" As he spoke, a look of sympathy crossed the captain's face, as if the flames below were consuming his own gold. Eros, remaining silent, did not respond. Noticing his reticence, the captain chuckled awkwardly and ceased further conversation. With the infusion of Eros' blood, the monster's corpse was swiftly incinerated, leaving behind only scattered pure white solids and a yellowish-brown crystal. Eros gazed at the pure white solids in astonishment, realizing that even tainted humans could produce spiritual marrow. The captain, observing this scene, furrowed his brow. He crouched down to pick up the yellowish-brown crystal, pondering aloud. If the pollution is only to this extent, he should not have transitioned from sequence 9 to sequence 7. What could possibly explain this? Eros remained contemplative, observing quietly. After a moment of reflection, the captain turned to one of his team members, instructing, "Investigate what this student has recently encountered in terms of people or events. If any peculiar circumstances arise, do not act recklessly. Return and inform me first, then we shall determine how to proceed." Once the team member acknowledged the order, the captain turned back to Eros, continuing, "Although you have now reached sequence 7 and are unlikely to be contaminated by a creature of the same rank, we must follow the necessary procedures to ensure all is well. After all, the source of this monster's pollution remains unknown, and it is always prudent to exercise caution." Eros nodded in agreement, preparing to remain within the effective range of the third-level sealed object, the heart of the inferno, for 5 minutes. However, after taking a few steps, he suddenly recalled the previous incident and halted, turning back to the captain to recount the actions of Baron Larawat. The captain listened, somewhat astonished. "Such a thing occurred? Rest assured, we shall investigate thoroughly. If it is indeed as you say, the church will impose a penalty upon him. Once the investigation is complete, could you share the results with me?" His curiosity was piqued, as he did not recall any grievance with Baron Larawat. Understanding the reason behind this would facilitate a targeted strategy, alleviating concerns over an unexpected attack from a madman. Though Baron Larawat's strength was negligible to him, what if next time he approached with a Maxim gun in hand? Contemplating this, the captain concluded that the Baron could not be allowed to remain at large. Yet, having reported his actions to the church, would it be too conspicuous to eliminate him? It is prudent to first ascertain the motives behind his actions before deciding on a course of action. Upon hearing Eros's words, the captain chuckled heartily, stating, "Even without your inquiry, we shall disclose the findings of our investigation, as it is your right to know." With this reassurance, Eros felt at ease and stepped into the effective range of the sealed object, allowing himself to be purified by the artifact from the domain of the sun. After 5 minutes had elapsed, a member of the enforcers approached Eros, wielding a mirror that was rounded at the top and adorned with a silver gemstone. He swept the mirror back and forth in front of Eros. Observing this, Eros sighed inwardly, relieved that he had chosen to conceal the contaminated item within the shadows rather than carry it on his person. Otherwise, it would have been directly exposed in the reflection of the mirror. The act of secretly harboring a contaminated object could lead to significant complications, albeit it could be viewed as a minor infraction. Once the inspection by the mirror of the revealed was complete and cleared, Eros exited the training ground, where he immediately spotted Wendy and Joni, who had already finished the process and were waiting outside. Upon seeing him emerge, Wendy let out a small sigh of relief, her face brightening with a gentle smile. Joni, on the other hand, gazed at Eros with sparkling eyes, clearly impressed by his earlier feat of single-handedly defeating a formidable monster. Approaching them, Eros expressed his mild exasperation. "I had intended to dedicate today to training with you, yet unforeseen circumstances have arisen." Upon hearing this, Joni's beautiful eyes crinkled with delight as she playfully replied, "Honestly, I feel that I could forego training during the practical assessment in the Sin domain. I can simply stay close to you, and those vile creatures shouldn't be able to harm me." As she spoke, Joni paused, a shy blush gracing her cheeks as she looked up at Eros with a glimmer of determination. "You will protect me, won't you?" The moment her words reached Wendy's ears, her previously cheerful demeanor faltered, and alarm bells rang in her mind. Oh no, it seemed Joni truly had feelings for this scoundrel. What was to be done? It was all this rogue's fault for being so exceptional. What a predicament. Eros, taken aback by Joni's slightly anxious inquiry, was momentarily speechless before breaking into a warm smile. "Of course, I shall protect you. However, it is also essential for you to strengthen yourself, as I cannot always be by your side." Joni's eyes gleamed even brighter, a rosy hue spreading across her delicate features. Taking a deep breath, she shyly murmured, "Well, then I could." A series of deliberate coughs abruptly interrupted their increasingly tender exchange. As both turned their gazes toward her, Wendy, maintaining an air of nonchalance, remarked, "I just recalled that there is something I must attend to. I shall handle that matter now. Joni, we shall reconvene at mealtime." With a casual glance at Eros, she added, "Rogue, you are coming with me." Without waiting for Eros's consent, she turned and walked away. Eros offered a polite smile of apology to Joni before following in the wake of his troublesome sister. Joni paused for a moment, responding with a couple of hesitant ohs. Having mustered the courage to speak so boldly moments ago, she now found herself overwhelmed by a profound sense of embarrassment, rendering her reluctant to follow. Once their figures vanished around the corner of the flower bed, Joni gently touched her flushed cheeks, recalling her earlier audacity, feeling an acute sense of shyness wash over her. Eros, observing the slightly upturned lips of Wendini ahead, leaned closer and whispered playfully, "Silly sister, were you jealous just now?" Upon hearing this, Wendini's cheeks flushed crimson, and without a moment's thought, she vehemently denied, "Impossible. I did not. You are speaking nonsense. How could I possibly feel jealousy over you, you dog?" TSK. Watching his sister's animated reaction, Eros's amusement deepened. After a while, Wendini seemed to realize her response was somewhat excessive. Clearing her throat, she attempted to regain her composure, asserting, "In any case, I am not jealous, so don't think too much of it. It's truly upsetting. I went to great lengths to slay that monster solely out of concern for you." Eros feigned heartbreak, sighing dramatically. Wendini paused, puzzled by the connection between her feelings and the monster's demise. Wasn't it the dog's sword that had provoked the creature? Noticing the confusion on her face, Eros recounted the details of the encounter. Upon learning that the monster had indeed come for her, a flicker of surprise crossed Wendini's features. Yet, realizing that this dog had acted on her behalf brought a sweet sensation to her heart, causing her to hum contentedly, "Now that's more like it." Eros sighed again, feigning a melancholic expression. Wendini glanced around, noticing that no one was nearby, and quickly wrapped her arms around Eros's, shaking him gently as she playfully pleaded, all right. Don't be sad anymore. I misjudged you." Chapter 70. Seeking forgiveness. As Wendini clung to his arm in a playful manner, the sorrow on Eros's face dissipated, replaced by a smile. The two continued their stroll through the academy, and Eros refrained from inquiring about the unresolved matter his sister mentioned earlier, fully aware that it was merely an excuse. After meandering through the academy for a while longer, Eros and Wendini returned to their standalone villa within the campus. However, not long after, a knock echoed through the door, leaving Eros surprised. Who could be seeking him at this hour? Joni? Upon opening the door and seeing the visitor clad in a marine blue uniform, he was taken aback to find it was the captain of the enforcer squad. Had the results of his investigation finally come to light? Indeed, just as he had surmised, the captain had come for that very matter. Upon hearing the results of the investigation, Eros bore a somewhat peculiar expression. He could scarcely believe the absurdity of the situation. The captain, observing Eros, wore a bemused smile as he explained, "The truth is that Baron Larawat wishes to ensnare you because he has discovered that his fiancée, Miss Safria, seems to harbor a great fondness for you. During your training sessions with those two ladies, his fiancée was secretly watching you, completely disregarding him. Consequently, when you were engaged in combat with the monster, he could not contain his malevolent thoughts, which led him to act in such a manner. After comprehending the sequence of events, we contacted the Punisher squad of Entiles, who informed Viscount Shibois of the situation. Upon learning of this, Viscount Shibwa was willing to offer a substantial compensation of 200,000 gold pounds in cash, along with 2 estates outside the city of Entiles valued at over 60,000 gold pounds, and a garment factory located in the western district of the outer city, all in hopes of securing your forgiveness. At this point, the captain could not help but express his astonishment, considering that his annual salary was merely 520 gold pounds. This amount could afford him a rather decent living in the imperial capital of Entiles. Viscount Shibwa's offer was indeed generous. These nobles are truly affluent. Sophia Yulia Kenfeld, the daughter of Viscount Kenfeld, Eros recognized her as a classmate, though he had not anticipated the situation would unfold in such a manner. Alas, this damned, uncontainable charm of mine. Nonetheless, the compensation from Viscount Shibwa was undeniably substantial. When totaled, it was likely around 300,000 gold pounds, which, based on his knowledge, represented about a third of the Viscount's assets. To lose a third of one's fortune. One could only imagine the repercussions Baron Larawat would face upon his return. Whether he would be punished at the entrance or suspended from the ceiling remained uncertain. Eros smirked slightly and nodded, saying, "I can accept his apology. As for the division of assets and the transfer of the factory, since my mother, Estelle, is currently not in Entiles, he may contact my elder brother, Lord Mitchell, to handle this matter." The captain nodded in understanding, indicating that he comprehended. "I shall not disturb you any further." With that, he offered a courteous farewell to Eros and prepared to take his leave. After seeing the captain out, Eros returned to the hall, elated at the prospect of his newfound wealth. He had previously conducted inquiries and confirmed that 1 gold pound of the Holy Chris Empire was roughly equivalent to 1,000 soft currency from his past world. In other words, had he just gained a staggering sum of 300 million? Remarkable. How delightful. He hoped for more such fortuitous events in the future. In the living room, Wendy, seated on the sofa, regarded the cheerful Eros with a curious blink of her lovely eyes. Her attention was not on the wealth Eros had amassed. Rather, she was preoccupied with another matter. "Isn't Mother currently not in Entiles?" Eros nodded and casually remarked that a few days ago, she had returned to her family with 2 temple guards escorting the fragments of the ancestral divine realm. Wendy, after acknowledging this with a soft "oh," fell silent. The 2 lingered in the villa for a while longer, only departing as dinner time approached. Eros instructed Wendy to head to the dining hall ahead of him, and with a cheerful gait, he made his way to the dormitory of the red-haired girl, Aisha, to retrieve her. It had been several days since he had fed her, and the thought of her becoming emaciated was concerning. Aisha, concealed beneath the visage of Thomas, wore an expression of despair. She had considered evading him, but the reality of her disguise as a commoner made it clear that defying a command from a top noble heir of the empire would be utterly inconsistent with her role. Thus, for the sake of her persona and the mission at hand, she bore the humiliation of dining daily with this eccentric and accepting his offerings. Eros, perceptive to the forlorn expression hidden beneath Aisha's guise, felt a mischievous delight at the sight. Turning to the girl who trailed behind him, he smiled and inquired, "How about coming to my home tonight, dear brother?" Aisha shivered, her face betraying a flicker of terror. The implications of such an invitation from a male acquaintance were unmistakable. Noticing her tense demeanor and her reluctance to respond, Eros feigned disappointment, saying, "If you're unwilling, then let it be." Aisha's heart finally eased at these words. The tension had been overwhelming, and now, in her moment of relaxation, she felt a wave of exhaustion wash over her. Had he pressed the matter, she would have been at a loss. After all, her persona dictated that she could not refuse a prince. This meant that if he were to persist, her fate would boil down to 2 possibilities: to reject him, which would likely incite his wrath and could lead to forceful actions on his part, exposing her true identity and jeopardizing her mission, possibly even resulting in her capture by the church. Alternatively, she could acquiesce, using her disguise to shield herself from suspicion, and endure the indignity for the sake of her task. At that moment, Aisha found herself longing for her mother. This mission was fraught with peril. She had contemplated abandoning it, yet the significance of the sealed object to their organization was unparalleled. Should the Academy transfer the artifact to a cathedral of the Church of Entiles, their chances of obtaining it would dwindle to nothing. Thankfully, he had relented, and for that, she was grateful. Chapter 71. Who elevates the divine throne? Observing the myriad expressions flitting across Aisha's face, Eros smiled and decided not to tease her further. mindful of maintaining the right balance. He playfully patted her backside and urged, "Let us hasten. They are all awaiting our arrival." Upon reaching the dining hall, Eros escorted Aisha upstairs into their exclusive private room. The meal was enveloped in a profound silence. Keone, feeling bashful, had lost her usual vivacity, while her obnoxious sister remained mute, merely bowing her head and focusing on her dinner. Within the private room, the only sound that resonated was Eros feeding Aisha. After finishing a dinner meant for 3, the 4 of them departed to their respective abodes. Once back in his room, Eros completed his evening routine and sat on the edge of his bed. In the next moment, a tall and graceful female figure materialized from his shadow. Seeing this figure, Wendini was momentarily astonished. "Sister Irina?" she exclaimed. She was aware that Irina had become a part of Eros's shadow. Yet she had initially assumed that the shadow merely referred to the one cast on the ground, never anticipating this particular situation. She reached out to touch Irina's form. The sensation was identical to that of a living person, even exuding warmth. Thus, when that vile creature spoke of Irina becoming his shadow, did it imply that Irina had taken residence within his shadow? Or were there details of which she remained unaware? Irina smiled at Wendini and extended her hand toward Eros, revealing a copper-green metallic ring that lay quietly in her palm. Eros reached out to take the ring. Observing the peculiar patterns engraved upon it, he counted 7 distinct designs. "Can you discern what this is?" Eros pondered within his mind. In the next instant, his left eye deepened into an inky blackness, revealing remnants of the power of a sequence one saint. "No wonder I was caught off guard." Eros's expression shifted to one of astonishment upon hearing this revelation. Was this object of such high standing? It bore a connection to a sequence one saint. What precisely is it? He inquired once more. "It bears the essence of original sin, and there are 7 varieties. I believe I can surmise its purpose," Barbara replied with a grave tone. Eros's demeanor also grew solemn at her seriousness. "What is its intended use? Do you recall the path to divinity I previously spoke of?" Barbara did not respond directly, but instead began discussing other matters. "To bear the sins of the world," Eros contemplated before responding. "Exactly. To aspire to divinity is to bear the sins of the world. This object is closely related to that. It is a ritual prepared by a saint to achieve godhood." Barbara articulated each word deliberately. Eros's pupils constricted sharply. Divinity. Someone was attempting to elevate the divine throne and achieve greatness? Yet, he suddenly thought, this is absurd. Why would an object meant for a saint's ascension be in the possession of someone like Remat, who merely held sequence 9? It was not that he underestimated Remat. It was simply too ludicrous. "Huh." Barbara chuckled softly. "Who told you there is only one of these objects?" Eros was taken aback. "Is the burden of the world's sins so easily shouldered? This artifact serves to filter the pollution of sin. Once someone acquires this ring, they become tainted by it, losing control over their ability to bear the original sin. Then, this ring will, in some manner, transfer the divine characteristics inherent in original sin into the body of that saint, while leaving the pollution within the host. This is also the reason I mentioned that there is more than one of these artifacts. The sins required to elevate a divine throne cannot be amassed by merely 1 or 2 individuals. I must admit, this is indeed a clever and intricate scheme, retaining the pollution externally while absorbing only the pure characteristics, thus avoiding the contamination of sin that could lead to the failure of the ritual and a descent into the abyss. However, such a method likely demands the sacrifice of many, countless lives." Eros, upon hearing this, fell into silence, and at that moment, he sensed someone drawing closer. Turning around, he found it to be his insufferable sister, Wendini. At that instant, she was staring vacantly at the ring in Eros's hand, inching ever closer. She was irresistibly drawn to the ring. Those of a lower sequence find it exceedingly difficult to resist the allure of such an object, inevitably gravitating towards it. Once one possesses it, the absorption of spirit within the body accelerates, multiplying the accumulation of spirit several times over. Thus, even if someone were to perceive its oddities, they would likely be reluctant to part with it. As Eros listened to Barbara's explanation, he reached out, tugging at Wendini's cheeks, pulling her face apart and shaking it slightly. Feeling the pain on her face, Wendini snapped back to attention, glaring at Eros with indignation. "What are you doing?" Eros shrugged and cast a reproachful glance at his annoying sister, retorting, "Shouldn't you reflect on what you were just doing?" Wendini paused, then carefully recalled her previous actions, her face suddenly displaying a hint of fear as she murmured, "What just happened to me?" Eros shook the ring in his hand, saying, "You were influenced by this object." Simultaneously, he pondered in his mind, "I am holding it now, so why do I not feel the spirit within me accumulating faster? And why is Alina not attracted to it?" Barbara rolled her eyes. "Are you not aware of your own uniqueness? It's merely a remnant of the power of a sequence one saint, not even a sacred artifact. What right does it have to affect you? As for Alina, I mentioned before, after she became your shadow, she shared a portion of your authority, rendering her immune to such a degree of influence. It is precisely because this object cannot affect you that it continues to emit that allure. If someone susceptible were to grasp it, that attraction would vanish. Which is why I initially failed to notice it. I see now." Eros nodded in understanding. "This implies that Raymond has become a sacrificial offering for some existence striving to elevate a divine throne, and the number of such offerings is likely considerable. Which being is attempting to elevate a divine throne? It cannot be the Church. They have no reason to bear the world's sins to attain divinity, as they already possess a complete path to divinity. If not the Church, then it must be some other clandestine organization. It seems this might be the first instance in several millennia of an entity preparing to raise a divine throne. The world seems poised on the brink of chaos. However, for our family, this may prove advantageous. The gaze of the Church will likely be diverted by this entity, potentially improving our situation." As Eros sank into contemplation, he felt an unusual stirring from the ring adorning his left hand. Before he could fully comprehend the phenomenon, he found himself abruptly pinned to the bed by a petite figure that had appeared out of nowhere. Chapter 72. A Traitor Among Us. In the next moment, a grayish-white mist began to envelop the room, causing his nightgown to dissolve instantaneously. Eros's pupils contracted sharply, and he instinctively called out in his mind, "Barbara." Upon hearing his plea, Barbara replied calmly, "Do not worry. The moment she appeared, I shielded you from the contamination she carries. It will not affect your sister." Eros thought to himself, was that truly her intention? He had meant for Barbara to restrain this enigmatic girl, preventing her from causing any disturbances, especially with others present. How embarrassing it would be to have such a scene unfold in plain sight. Alas, it was too late for regrets. With a bitter expression, he pondered who, in truth, was the rightful owner of this body. Wendy's eyes widened at the sudden turn of events. In her view, Eros was now confronted by a creature cloaked in shadows, its form barely discernible, casting an overwhelming impression that momentarily halted her thoughts. Meanwhile, Irina gaped at the small face resembling that of Lady Estelle, her own astonishment rendering her speechless. Thus, the room fell into an eerie atmosphere. After a long pause, Eros weakly spoke, "Could you perhaps step back or turn away?" Wendy jolted back to reality upon hearing Eros's words, not fully grasping what he had said. Instinctively, she rushed to the bedside, determined to push the shadowy figure away from Eros. After all, such a bizarre presence could not bode well, especially as Eros was being drained of his vitality. Tears began to well in Wendy's bright eyes as she sniffled, her voice a mixture of fear and concern. "Do not be afraid. I will drive this monster away." With that declaration, she unleashed a scythe of night towards the strange girl. However, just as the shadowy scythe was about to reach its target, a surge of grayish-white mist emerged, consuming the weapon entirely. Seeing Wendy take such decisive action startled Eros, prompting him to shout, "I'm fine. Do not attack. She is not an enemy." As he uttered those words, his lips twitched slightly, filled with helplessness. His concern was not for the peculiar girl, but rather for his troublesome sister, fearful she might get hurt. Despite the fact that Barbara had absorbed most of the girl's essence, the extraordinary nature of the being was still far beyond what his sister, merely a sequence 8, could contend with. Had it not been for Barbara's shielding of the pollution, one glance at this bizarre girl, with her extraordinary and eerie traits, would have sent Wendini, this wretched sister, spiraling into chaos. As it stands, Barbara now clearly finds herself in a spectator's role, seemingly disinterested in intervening unless a life-threatening situation arises. Regarding myself, although I am now the master of this peculiar entity, the strange girl before me has evidently succumbed once more to a state of uncontrollable madness, beyond my complete dominion. I can only ascertain that she poses no threat to my safety and intervene in her actions to a limited extent. Eros's loud exclamation halted Wendini's movements. Observing that Eros appeared relatively unscathed, she sniffled slightly, her voice tinged with a hint of sobbing as she inquired, "What on earth is happening? What is this thing?" It was now Eros's turn to grapple with the situation. He carefully organized his thoughts, articulating in a manner comprehensible to Wendini, devoid of any taint of pollution, the events he encountered while recovering fragments of the ancestral divine realm. Upon hearing Eros's explanation, Wendini regained her composure. Her earlier turmoil had stemmed purely from concern. Had she scrutinized Eros's condition more closely, she would have discerned that her unfortunate brother, aside from feeling a modicum of embarrassment, was otherwise unscathed. Are you saying that you acquired something akin to a sealing object in that cursed domain, but it is a living entity? Wendini summarized Eros's words and query. Eros nodded affirmatively. And the cost of donning this object is the consumption of the host's life force? Is that how it works? By the end of her question, a faint blush crept onto Wendini's delicate face. Eros nodded once more, affirming her conclusion. After a prolonged silence, Wendini finally spoke again, her voice barely above a whisper. Is there truly no way to avoid wearing it? She cast a glance at the dark, indistinct silhouette, then observed its method of siphoning life force, and in that moment, she felt a pang of sympathy. The brother she often bullied had silently borne such immense suffering for the sake of their family and the resurrection of their ancestors. This was a creature whose form was merely a vague shadow. Her heart swelled with compassion. Upon hearing Wendini's words, Eros sighed inwardly. Without wearing it, devoid of his life force's influence, the bizarre girl would soon be consumed by the madness within her, ultimately distorting into a grotesque monster. Should she metamorphose into such a creature, the entity would be rendered utterly useless. This was an existence of extraordinary caliber, despite her current half-mad state. She remained a being of exceptional potential, a valuable asset to the family. Allowing her to transform into a monster before my very eyes would render all my prior efforts futile. Such a sunk cost was too significant to bear. Furthermore, the strange girl was not unattractive. On the contrary, she possessed a certain beauty, thus I would not find myself at a loss. Initially, I had intended to discreetly accompany her in consuming life force once she regained consciousness. Who would have thought that the peculiar girl, ensnared by Barbara and consumed by a spiritual slumber, would awaken so abruptly, plunging into a state of frenzy right upon her return? A subtle conjecture began to take shape within him, suggesting a connection to the newly acquired ring. After all, this enigmatic girl was a being burdened by original sin, much like the ring, which was crafted to bear such transgressions. Perhaps it was the ring's influence that precipitated her premature awakening, leaving him utterly unprepared. Reining in his scattered thoughts, Eros recalled the question Wendy had posed earlier. With a resigned sigh, he fabricated a seemingly sound explanation. It has already bonded with me. Even without wearing it, it remains effective. But fret not, I am fine. I can endure this. Chapter 73. Guess what? Beside him, Irina silently observed the unfolding scene. Initially taken aback by the girl's appearance, she quickly regained her composure. As Eros's shadow, she was acutely aware of his physical state and perceived the profound connection between him and the girl. From the outset, she understood that Eros would be unharmed, thus avoiding the panic that had gripped Wendy. Only after hearing Eros's explanation of the girl's origins did Irina feel a dawning realization. No wonder Eros had appeared in such a manner upon her awakening. It turned out that he had been affected before. As for the girl's striking resemblance to Lady Estelle, Irina had her suspicions. She had heard tales of peculiar entities capable of transforming into the forms of those most familiar to others. Perhaps this girl belonged to such a category. However, gazing upon her visage felt profoundly dissonant. After Eros reassured them not to worry, Wendy pursed her lips, refraining from further speech, though her eyes brimmed with compassion and concern. Under the weight of her empathetic gaze, Eros felt an inexplicable surge of guilt. Clearing his throat, he awkwardly inquired, "Are you able to leave? Is everything truly all right?" "Really?" Wendy pressed again. "Indeed," Eros replied, somewhat exasperated, aware that his troublesome sister was merely anxious for his well-being. Just as Wendy was about to voice another question, Irina suddenly grasped her arm and led her towards the exit. Thus, Wendy was drawn away, glancing back repeatedly until the door slammed shut behind them, sealing Eros within the room alongside the intensely focused girl. Eros exhaled deeply, allowing his body to relax. Simultaneously, he pondered in his mind, what on earth is happening? Though he had formed a few hypotheses, the truth could only be discerned after consulting Barbara. Barbara retracted her gaze from the outside world and lowered her eyes to her chest. After a few moments of silence, she replied in a tone devoid of emotion, The malevolent aura emanating from the original sin copper ring had stirred her. Following the previous incident, she had, in fact, regained a semblance of rationality. However, the allure of the copper ring also affected her, and her remaining sliver of reason was evidently insufficient to resist this attraction, leading her to become lost. Once reason was lost, madness naturally took precedence, resulting in the current scene. Indeed, it aligned with her suspicions. She had possessed the copper ring for some time now, so why had there been no prior disturbances? He promptly voiced his confusion, to which Barbara replied in her unruffled manner, "Your shadow has shielded it from its aura." Was it due to her unique nature? Eros displayed a thoughtful expression. Fortunately, he had cast it into the shadows as soon as he acquired it. Otherwise, if that bizarre girl had acted against him in public, he would have been utterly humiliated. Regaining his composure, Eros glanced at the enigmatic girl before him and issued a command through his consciousness. Suddenly, the girl's movements halted, and seizing this fleeting opportunity, Eros watched as the strange girl, having absorbed enough vitality, transformed back into a ring and returned to his fingertip. Leaning comfortably against the headboard, Eros began to ponder the essence of life. After a lengthy pause, he suddenly seemed to recall something and inquired within his mind. By the way, since this object known as the soul ring lacks the ability to alter its appearance, how could she take on such a form? Her body was originally shaped that way. Barbara replied with a calm demeanor. Outside, Irina glanced at the still worried face of Wendini, her own expression reflecting deep contemplation. Judging by Wendini's demeanor, she must not have seen the girl's visage. Otherwise, her expression would surely mirror Irina's shock and astonishment. So why was it that she could see the girl while Wendini could not? Could it be because she had now become Eros' shadow? That seemed the only possibility. Should she confide in Wendini? After some deliberation, Irina abandoned that thought, realizing that such matters were best left unspoken. Late at night, after refreshing herself and changing rooms, Eros had just settled into bed when Wendini entered and sat by his side. Eros was momentarily taken aback before responding with a hint of exasperation. "I truly am fine." Wendini leaned her forehead against Eros' shoulder, her voice somewhat muffled. "Not even the Spirit Lord can resolve that monster?" "Monster? What monster?" Eros paused for a while before finally understanding that the monster Wendini referred to was something entirely different. He twitched the corner of his mouth, suddenly curious about the peculiar girl shrouded in shadow within Wendini's sight. What kind of visage could elicit such a reaction from this insufferable sister? Suppressing his bemused emotions, Eros rolled his eyes and sighed. "The Spirit Master has stated that as long as my life is not in jeopardy, there is no need for concern. After all, the vitality it demands from me is akin to plucking a hair from a nine-headed ox, utterly inconsequential." Barbara interjected. Wendini pursed her lips, her tone tinged with complaint. "How can the Spirit Master be so indifferent? That is a monster. How can you continue to engage with it in such a manner? I shall take a leave of absence tomorrow to return to Indielos and inform my family of your predicament, to see if they possess any solutions." Eros cleared his throat and quickly responded, "That would be futile. It is an extraordinary being, currently. There is not a single extraordinary individual within the family, aside from those few Spirit Masters. I fear the rest would be of no use. What shall we do?" Wendini lifted her head. "Fear not. For the sake of the family and our ancestors, I can endure. If you truly wish to assist me, then help me cleanse my eyes." "Cleansing the eyes? How does one do that?" "It is the act of beholding something exquisitely beautiful immediately after witnessing something profoundly terrifying," he explained. But where shall I find something extraordinarily beautiful for you?" A hint of difficulty crossed Wendini's face. Then she noticed Eros's gaze fixed intently upon her. Wendini froze for a moment, then seemed to comprehend Eros's implication. Was he referring to her as the extraordinarily beautiful thing? Upon realizing this, her cheeks flushed crimson. Chapter 74. The Archbishop approaches. The following day, Eros returned to the classroom. As he entered, he felt the penetrating gaze of the blue-haired prince, Saliba. Eros turned his attention towards the prince, deliberately offering him a smile laden with meaning. Saliba felt a tightening in his chest, a flicker of doubt igniting in his mind. What is he smiling about? Does he know something? How much does he know? Thoughts swirled in his head, rendering him increasingly alert and uneasy. Eros, of course, was blissfully unaware of the prince's overactive imagination. He had merely been in a playful mood that morning, wishing to tease the devoted son. Meanwhile, Saliba remained ensnared in his own turmoil, likely to remain in this state of confusion throughout the day. On the other side, Joni had spent the night recuperating and had restored her vivacious and lively demeanor. However, her gaze towards Eros now carried a certain softness, a realization that left Wendini feeling quite conflicted. Eros glanced past the devoted son and surveyed the entire classroom, only to discover that Baron Laravat was absent today, presumably at home, facing repercussions. As Eros's gaze wandered, it settled upon a young lady with flowing, light golden flaxen hair, Miss Shafreya Yulielkenfeld, the fiancée of Baron Laravat. It was evident that Miss Shafreya sensed Eros's attention, as a delicate blush crept onto her fair cheeks, and her beautiful eyes shyly met his gaze. Eros smiled gently and nodded in acknowledgement to Miss Shafreya, a simple greeting. He then moved on without hesitation, taking a seat beside the red-haired girl he had been feeding. Aisha trembled slightly, but endeavored to maintain an appearance of calm, her gaze fixed ahead. Eros raised an eyebrow, leaning closer to her neck and inhaling deeply, remarking, "My dear friend, you seem to exude an even more alluring fragrance today." Aisha's body quivered more intensely at his words, yet Eros, stifling a laugh, refrained from teasing further. Sensing that this peculiar individual had no intention of crossing any further boundaries, Aisha subtly exhaled, allowing her racing heart to settle. During the lesson, Eros did not disturb the red-haired girl beside him, instead preoccupying himself with his own endeavors. This brought Aisha a sense of relief, albeit accompanied by a tinge of disappointment. For Eros had often playfully disrupted her focus in previous classes. His sudden restraint left her feeling somewhat unsettled. A surprising thought crossed her mind, one that startled even her. Had this eccentric developed an affection for another man? As soon as this notion arose, Aisha swiftly quelled her thoughts, chastising herself. What concern is it of yours whether he fancies another? Why ponder so excessively? Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to regain composure, adopting the demeanor of a diligent student. After class, just as Eros intended to tease his little sister, Wendini, a hush fell over the classroom. With keen intuition, Eros turned his gaze toward the door, where he beheld Dean Como approaching. As he walked, the dean signaled for the students to exit, until soon. Eros found himself the only pupil remaining. Dean Como reached Eros, a warm smile gracing his face as he spoke kindly. "Your Excellency, the Archbishop wishes to meet with you tomorrow morning at the Academy. I have come to remind you to prepare yourself for an audience with one of high esteem." Eros's expression conveyed a blend of reverence and apprehension as he replied, "Understood, Dean Como." The dean nodded in affirmation, gesturing to his chest in a sign of blessing. "May the divine watch over you." Eros mirrored the gesture, solemnly declaring, "Praise the divine. Praise the divine." Dean Como acknowledged him with another smile and nod before turning to leave the classroom. After a considerable time had passed since Dean Como's departure, a student tentatively entered the classroom, followed by the others who gradually returned, filling the space with lively chatter once more. During lunch, Eros casually fed Aisha while conversing. "Tomorrow, His Excellency, the esteemed Cardinal Anthony from the Church of Reincarnation, will visit the Academy." Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the room seemed to pause for a few seconds, enveloped in an unusual silence. Eventually, it was Wendini who broke the stillness. "Was Dean Como here this morning regarding this matter?" Eros glanced at Aisha, who had stiffened, her delicate face betraying a hint of panic, and gently wiped the crumbs from her lips, replying nonchalantly, "Yes. The Cardinal's purpose in coming is to meet me." Wendini silently ground her teeth, frustrated. Why hadn't he mentioned this when she had asked him previously? He had called it a secret, yet now spoke of it so casually. Sitting across from them, Joni remarked, "A cardinal, the absolute upper echelon of the church. A true exalted one. What an honor it is for such a figure to visit the Academy solely to meet Eros." She paused, her beautiful eyes turning to Eros in a teasing manner. "I dare say, if this news spreads, those noble ladies would do anything to force themselves into your room." Eros, with an amused smile, met Joni's gaze and replied, "Would you be among them?" "If it were you, Joni, I certainly would not refuse." Joni's cheeks instantly flushed crimson, as if she wished to bury her face in her bosom. Ahem. Wendini coughed heavily, interrupting the flirtatious exchange. Chapter 75. The Cat That Can Perform Backflips. Eros winked at Joni before directing his attention back to the red-haired girl beside him. Upon receiving a wink from Eros, Joni's face turned even redder, and she quickly lowered her head, focusing intently on the food before her. Once more, Eros offered a piece of dessert to the red-haired girl, who mechanically opened her mouth to accept it. At this moment, Aisha's heart was a whirlwind of confusion. She was utterly startled by the news she had just heard. The cardinal of the Church of Reincarnation, the Exalted One. Each word represented absolute power, unparalleled strength. Could a mere rat from the sewers like herself maintain her disguise and not have her identity unveiled before such an existence? Aisha questioned herself, knowing it was utterly impossible. Her facade could deceive only a few extraordinary beings at best. How could it possibly obscure the perception of an Exalted One? Unlike the artifacts in the Academy, which could be easily tricked as long as one avoided certain locations, the Exalted One was a different matter altogether. Fortunately, she had received the news in advance, allowing her to prepare for the impending encounter. Though this peculiar individual is rather irksome, one cannot deny that it was indeed thanks to his indiscreet tongue that such vital information was inadvertently revealed to her. Suddenly, Aisha felt an unusual taste in her mouth, and as she snapped back to reality, she realized she was unconsciously sucking on Eros's finger. Instinctively, she wanted to tilt her head back and expel the finger from her mouth, followed by a series of spitting actions. However, just as she was about to act, she recalled her own persona and found herself momentarily frozen. Earlier, Eros had been taken aback when he observed the crimson-haired maiden mechanically devouring the delicacies he offered. A sudden impulse surged within him, prompting him to extend his finger towards her. As expected, this oblivious girl, lost in her thoughts, opened her mouth and accepted his finger without hesitation. Eros was momentarily stunned, an odd sensation washing over him. The girl seemed to sense something amiss, yet for reasons unknown. She refrained from spitting it out. With an expression of calmness as if nothing had transpired, Eros withdrew his finger and continued to feed her. Joni watched this scene with a mix of astonishment and peculiarity, glancing at Wendini beside her, only to find her maintaining a serene demeanor, seemingly oblivious to the earlier anomaly. A flicker of suspicion arose within Joni. Could it be that Eros, upon further reflection, this behavior seemed rather common in noble circles, yet how could it manifest in Eros? No, she must correct him, making him understand that women are indeed the rightful ones. As for how to assist him, Joni felt her cheeks warm with a blush. The four individuals, each engrossed in their own thoughts, concluded their lunch. Afterward, Joni followed Wendini to their solitary villa for an afternoon rest, while Aisha returned to her single dormitory. After classes resumed in the afternoon, Eros keenly noticed Aisha's absence, but he felt no surprise. With a smile, he casually selected a seat. Shortly thereafter, a delightful fragrance wafted towards him, prompting him to turn his head. To his surprise, Miss Sifri, with her long, pale golden hair, was seated beside him. Noticing his gaze, Sifri smiled gently and asked, "May I sit here?" "Of course. It is my honor to have a beautiful lady beside me," Eros replied, his eyes sparkling with mirth. Hearing herself addressed as a beautiful lady, Sifri's lovely hazel eyes curved into crescent shapes as she replied, "To be praised by a noble prince is indeed my privilege." Eros chuckled. "I sense that if we continue this flattery, it could go on indefinitely." "Indeed," Sifri softly concurred. The atmosphere suddenly turned a tad muted, and confronted by the tenderness in her gaze, Eros found himself at a loss for words. Fortunately, it was not long before the professor of mystical knowledge entered the room, prompting Eros to gather his thoughts and focus once more. As the class progressed, a note was suddenly slid over to Eros from the side, evoking a wave of nostalgia within him. How familiar this scene was. He turned to glance at the enchanting Shafreya beside him, her eyes sparkling with eager anticipation. Eros picked up the note and read, "Can I stay by your side during the practical assessment in the Sin domain at the beginning of November? I've heard that there have been some issues in the Sin domain of the Mardigaldan Mountains, and this year's assessment might take place in an unfamiliar Sin domain, which makes me rather anxious." After a moment's contemplation, Eros inscribed a response. Of course. After all, it was not a daunting task for him. However, he was taken aback to learn that the Sin domain managed by the Academy had encountered problems, possibly due to unstable spatial conditions. Where might the assessment be relocated? Surely it wouldn't be overly perilous? The objective of the assessment was for students to survive within the Sin domain for 15 days, with their performance evaluated based on the materials they collected. If it were a high-risk Sin domain, would it not be akin to delivering takeout to the malevolent spirits? Yet, even a seemingly ordinary Sin domain could harbor dangers unnoticed by the Church. For instance, his Aunt Alusha had been missing for some time now, with the Church unable to locate her. Reeling in his wandering thoughts, Eros returned the note to Shafreya. Upon reading his answer, a delightful surprise lit up her lovely face. Moments later, another note was passed to Eros. Thank you so very much. I am at a loss as to how I can adequately express my gratitude. Eros replied, there is no need for thanks. It is as simple for me as raising my hand. After writing, he handed the note back. No. Having participated in the sin domain assessment, I understand the inherent risks involved. It is by no means a trivial matter. I am willing to offer you a substantial reward for your support. Eros, feeling somewhat helpless, pinned another note. Do you have time this evening? I would like to invite you to visit my apartment at the academy. Upon reading this line, Eros's expression turned to one of astonishment. Observing his bewildered reaction, Shafreya lowered her gaze and wrote another line on the note. The cat I have been raising learned to do a backflip yesterday. No one other than myself has witnessed it, so I would like to invite you to come see it. If that is agreeable? Eros's lips twitched. There was something oddly amiss in her words. Yet, he was indeed curious about a cat that could perform backflips. He promptly wrote back, is that true? I have never seen a cat do a backflip. If given the chance, I certainly would not miss it. After finishing, he passed the note to her, and Shafreya's already beautiful face blossomed into an even brighter smile. That night, as Eros lay in bed, he gazed at Shafreya, whose smooth shoulder rested against him, and remarked with a peculiar expression, I never imagined you had not experienced this before. This was something he truly had not anticipated. Who could have imagined that such a bold move would come from a noble lady who was, in fact, an untouched maiden? He had initially thought this was merely a pastime for the nobility, as the world of aristocrats was indeed rather chaotic behind closed doors. Thus, he conformed to the local customs. Moreover, given that Shafreya was undeniably beautiful, especially since she was the fiancée of Baron Larry Watt, who had previously sought to eliminate him, was it not reasonable for him to seek a form of retribution? Consequently, he proceeded to her door. Upon arrival, he hesitated, for he had never engaged in such activities before. Yet, he reasoned that since he was already there, he might as well go through with it. And thus it unfolded naturally. However, he genuinely did not expect this audacious noble lady to have no prior experience, which left him in a state of dismay. Was this akin to embarking on a venture only to meet an untimely demise? What should he do now? He felt a sense of urgency as Barbara's mocking laughter echoed in his mind. Upon hearing Eros's words, Shafreya turned to face him, nestling into his embrace with a light laugh, as if she could read his thoughts, and said, Do you think I am bold? That perhaps I am quite open? Eros found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Shafreya's eyes twinkled as she smiled and continued, Is it possible that I am only bold and open with you? Eros was taken aback by this statement. Although he had previously heard from the captain of the punishment squad that Baron Larry Watt wished to murder him because of his fiancée's affection for him, he had assumed Shafreya's feelings were merely an appreciation for beauty. After all, his visage was often likened to that of a deity's meticulous craftsmanship, making it entirely natural for others to admire his appearance. It was akin to encountering a handsome man or a beautiful woman on the street. One might admire them without desiring anything further. Yet, now he sensed that the situation was beginning to veer into unfamiliar territory. After a lengthy pause, Eros managed to utter a single word. Shafreya, undeterred, pressed her lips together and rested her face against his chest, speaking to herself. You know, affection is a peculiar thing. From the moment I laid eyes on you, an inexplicable emotion surged within me. It is not merely your handsome visage or your noble lineage that captivates me, but rather a certain force within you that continually draws me in. Fortunately, my skills have proven effective, allowing me to attain you. I can perceive that your experience in this realm is rather limited, if not entirely absent. It appears you do not engage in reckless pursuits like other noble scions who rely on their esteemed status and looks. What are you saying? I am quite experienced. It is you who lacks experience. How dare you cast such slurs? Eros interjected, abruptly denying her claims with fervor. What a preposterous notion. Would he sacrifice his pride? That was intolerable. Shafreya was momentarily taken aback, but soon covered her mouth with a suppressed laugh. After a while, she smiled gently and remarked, All right, I suppose I misspoke. Hearing her tone, reminiscent of someone soothing a child, Eros felt a tad uncomfortable, yet he replied with a slight hum. Of course. Following his remark, a brief silence enveloped the room until Shafreya broke it a few minutes later, saying, I must be your first woman, right? Eros averted his gaze, his expression somewhat awkward as he replied, Not at all. In truth, the first in a meaningful sense was that peculiar girl. Sophrea paused for a moment, but did not dwell on it, continuing, "Then I must be your second, or perhaps your third. In any case, it can't be too many." Eros's lips twitched. Did her words not imply his lack of experience? How infuriating. When would he finally rise to the occasion? Nevertheless, he did not contradict Sophrea's statement. Noticing Eros's silence, which clearly indicated acquiescence, a smile graced Sophrea's face. Just as Eros was about to declare his intention to take responsibility for her, Sophrea preempted him, saying, "Rest assured, I do not require you to take responsibility. I understand that my identity and talents do not match your noble lineage, so I do not need you to be accountable for me. I only wish for you to keep a small place for me beside you. Just a tiny spot will suffice. I won't demand that you stay with me all the time. I merely hope that when you are in need, you will think of me, no matter what that need may be." Eros opened his mouth in astonishment. Sophrea's words truly left him astounded. What on earth was going on? Sophrea tilted her face and kissed the corner of Eros's mouth, continuing, "As for my engagement to Baron Larry Watt, if you disapprove, I can ask my father to annul it. Conversely, if you prefer my current status, I could marry him, but rest assured, I shall not allow him to touch me. I belong only to you." Eros felt the urge to cover his face. What was this all about? The events of the night had him questioning whether he was dreaming. Never mind. Why overthink it? As the saying goes, there will always be a way when the cart reaches the mountain, or the boat will naturally straighten out upon reaching the bridge. Enough of this. Time for sleep. With that thought, he pulled the blanket over both of them. The following day, Eros, having had no sleep, exited the apartment where Sophrea resided, full of vigor. As for Sophrea, she would likely miss class today. Upon returning to his standalone villa, Wendini, observing her brother as he entered, calmly inquired, "So, where did you go last night?" Eros shrugged nonchalantly. "You know, the cardinal from the church is coming to see me today. He is at least a sequence 2 exalted being, so I must prepare accordingly." Barbara, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback, but after contemplating, she realized that her brother was not mistaken. It was prudent to prepare when facing an exalted being. Thus, her expression softened slightly. Although she still huffed, "What preparations require secrecy from me?" Eros merely smirked. Of course, he needed to keep certain things from her. Chapter 77. The great are great because of their greatness. Regaining his composure, Eros cast a disdainful glance at the insufferable sister before him and boldly proclaimed, "How could a mere sequence 8 like you comprehend the arrangements of a lofty being? I possess a divine artifact that protects me from the taint of such high-level powers. What do you have? You lack an artifact, and a mere glance might result in you suffering grievous repercussions. I withhold this information for your own good, and yet you dare to express anger towards me?" Upon hearing his words, Wendini's confidence plummeted, her once defiant demeanor now faltering. Although she was unaware of what Eros meant by grievous repercussions, she could only surmise that anything associated with high-level power must be exceedingly fearsome. Taking a deep breath, she rose from the sofa and approached Eros, a hint of embarrassment flickering in her gaze. Eros blinked in confusion, unsure of her intentions. In an unexpected moment, Wendini clasped his arm with both hands, playfully shaking it as she sweetly implored, "I was wrong. I misunderstood you. Please forgive me." "One to you?" Please. Her enchanting eyes, filled with a pleading innocence, were utterly captivating. Eros felt a shiver run down his spine, his body covered in goosebumps. After a prolonged silence, he managed to stammer out, "Where on earth did you learn this?" Meanwhile, his mind was in turmoil, exclaiming, "Oh my heavens! How can this insufferable sister be so adorably charming? Who could possibly withstand such a display?" Calm down. Calm down." Wendini's cheeks flushed at Eros's question, her gaze drifting away, unwilling to respond. Could she possibly confess that she had meticulously studied a book titled 10 Ways to Capture a Man's Heart the previous night? That would be far too embarrassing. And she was certain that this insufferable creature would take full advantage of that knowledge. Noticing her reluctance to answer, Eros chose not to press further. After regaining his composure, he smirked and said, "If you want to speak, then so be it. Now, you ought to attend your class, and I must prepare myself with a bath and a change of attire. Also, have the maid prepare a suitably grand outfit for me. It is the most basic courtesy when meeting a lofty being." With that, Eros withdrew his arm from Wendini's grasp and strode toward the washroom. Wendini pouted slightly but took his words to heart, diligently relaying his instructions. After all, meeting a lofty being required meticulous attention to detail. In the washroom, as Eros luxuriated in the bathtub, He let out a contented sigh. After a while, he casually inquired, "Have you discovered any issues?" After a brief silence, Barbara's crisp voice resonated in his mind. "Indeed, there exists a peculiar force within her that resonates with you." Eros was taken aback. Could there truly be a problem? His previous inquiry had been regarding Sophrelia. As for why the inquiry is being made only now, it is because he was preoccupied with pressing matters at that time, rendering it inconvenient to ask. This is not born from any suspicion regarding Sophrelia, but rather because the situation is rather peculiar. Primarily, Sophrelia has offered in abundance, and remarkably, it has come at no cost to him. However, that assertion is not entirely accurate. In truth, he has invested quite a bit himself. Yet, this is not the crux of the matter. The essence lies in the fact that Sophrelia's generosity is unparalleled. Such fortuity is simply unheard of in this world. Unless she is indeed besotted with love. Even if she were to be enraptured by love, exercising caution would not be unwarranted. For he bears the weight of his family's fortunes upon his shoulders, leaving no room for recklessness. Should he later discover that he has misjudged her intentions, he would certainly make amends. After all, how could he fail to cherish a true benefactor? Yet, he did not anticipate that there would genuinely be an issue. She resonates with a power akin to mine. Why do I feel nothing? Eros voiced the doubts swirling in his mind. Perhaps it is due to your uniqueness. Thus, that resonance may be unilateral, Barbara mused thoughtfully. Very well, it seems to be due to my own circumstances. Can you discern the nature of that power? Barbara shook her head, her tone tinged with confusion. I cannot ascertain its specifics. The essence of that power is of a high order, beyond my perception. I only sense a vague familiarity, yet cannot recall its source. Perhaps my current state is too compromised. Once I have regained my strength, I may discern what it truly is. I see. Eros felt a flicker of disappointment, but it quickly dissipated as he posed his most pressing concern. Are you implying that Sophrelia's affection for me is influenced by that power? Furthermore, does that power pose any detriment to her well-being? After a moment's contemplation, Barbara replied in a calm voice, her affection for you is a choice born from her heart, and that power merely amplifies your influence over her. As for whether that power is harmful to her, based on my current perception, there is none. In fact, it appears quite beneficial. With that power, she will be shielded should she venture into the spirit realm or other mystical domains. Additionally, you might inquire whether she has recently encountered anything unusual or entered any peculiar places. The duration of that power's presence within her has not been long. Perhaps knowing about her recent experiences will allow me to perceive more. Understood. Eros nodded without hesitation, recognizing that understanding the specifics of that power would benefit both her and himself. Meanwhile, on the other side, a middle-aged man clad in a pitch-black robe adorned with gold embroidery leaned against a high-backed chair. Before him on the long table lay an unremarkable small round mirror, quietly resting. At the far end of the table, Dean Como and two other heads of different churches stood with bowed heads, reverently awaiting, too timid to glance even once at the head of the table. This is a reverence for a being of exaltation, even if two among them belong to other congregations. The exalted are revered for their sublimity, and the great are esteemed for their greatness. Such awe is independent of the forces behind it, deriving solely from the intrinsic nobility of the individual. The middle-aged man lightly tapped his fingers upon the table, his gaze as tranquil as a still pond, and calmly spoke, "Pray speak." Chapter 78. Above the divine as his words resonated, a small circular mirror on the long table before him suddenly illuminated, casting a tapestry of light and shadow that morphed into the figure of a young boy. Upon his emergence, the boy nodded respectfully to the man seated at the head of the table, addressing him with an air of neither subservience nor arrogance. "I have the honor to meet your eminence, Cardinal." In rank, he was not inferior to the exalted one across from him. Thus, he referred to the other by title rather than name. Implicitly, he acknowledged that his respect was directed towards the position held within the church rather than the person's stature. "Good morning, Lord Solicito," the cardinal greeted, nodding in acknowledgement with a placid tone. Solicito was the name bestowed upon this spirit in the form of a young boy, said to have been given by his first master. "Good morning, Lord Anthony Turan." Solicito reciprocated the greeting. "Now, please elaborate on what you have observed." With pleasantries concluded, Anthony did not linger on formalities and directly inquired. Solicito nodded and recounted all that he had perceived that day. After listening to Solicito's account, Anthony furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke. The white mist that pervades the upper reaches of the bloodline river? When you sought to delve deeper, your spiritual instincts warned you that further exploration would invite grave terrors and dangers? Indeed, Solicito affirmed with a nod. A prudent approach. If that boy is indeed a holy child nearing greatness, then the potency of that mist likely approaches that of the great ones. Such proximity to divine power is perilous. To intrude recklessly could draw the attention of that being, who might very well perceive you as a threat and obliterate you. The elven race embodies kindness and purity, yet that does not preclude them from taking lives, especially when you are not one of their own. Anthony expressed his approval of Solicito's caution. Solicito shook his head, prompting a hint of surprise from Anthony, who raised an eyebrow with interest and inquired, "What is it? Do you believe my assessment to be flawed?" "Not at all," Solicito replied, "but rather, I sense that the mist resembles something from the sea." Gathering his thoughts, Solicito articulated the details he had discerned. Mist over the sea is commonplace. Yet for Solicito to highlight it signifies it is no ordinary fog. Therefore, there remains but one possibility. He was alluding to the disorienting mist that enshrouds the entirety of the Forsaken Sea. In an instant, the eyes of Cardinal Anthony, the exalted of the Reincarnation Church, widened in alarm, his posture straightened, and his expression grew profoundly solemn. At that moment, he addressed the three deans, who stood with bowed heads at the lower end of the long table, their expressions clouded with confusion. "You may leave now." The tone was imbued with an undeniable authority. Once the three deans had exited the conference room and closed the door behind them, the cardinal turned to the young boy before him, adopting a serious and solemn demeanor. "Are you certain?" "I cannot say for sure, as I am not entirely convinced that the two are of the same origin," the boy, Ocito, replied, shrugging his shoulders with a hint of distress. "Then why was this discovery not mentioned in the report that was submitted?" Anthony narrowed his eyes at the boy. "I only realized it upon reflection, and by that time, I had already learned that you would be coming in person, so I thought it might be more convenient to discuss it face to face," Ocito explained, his tone somewhat innocent. A silence enveloped the room, and after a considerable pause, Anthony sighed deeply, leaning back into his chair. With a voice tinged with an inexplicable significance, he spoke. "If the two are indeed of the same origin, then there exists a being capable of manipulating that mist and extracting it to place elsewhere. I trust you understand what I am implying, correct? Many can manipulate that mist, including you and me, but to extract it requires divine power beyond doubt. In other words, either the being that granted that boy his bloodline has ascended to the divine throne, or it was the original entity of the elven race that intervened. If it is the former, we may need to alter our nomenclature. We can no longer refer to that boy as the saint, but rather as the divine son. If it is the latter," Anthony paused, gathering his thoughts before continuing, "our records on the original entity of the elven race are scant. We know only that it is the embodiment of the world tree, one of the oldest deities in this realm. Yet, even from those sparse fragments, one can deduce its stature. There exists a tome that recounts this passage. The saint stood beside the god, speaking humbly and devoutly. Great God, those ignorant and self-debasement lambs dare to question your greatness, believing you are not the most exalted being in this world. Such absurdity, laden with original sin, brazenly appears in your pasture. Therefore, I beseech your permission to deliver divine retribution upon these blasphemers." The god replied, "The lost lambs ensnared in sin have not spoken falsely. There exists that which surpasses the divine, a being greater than the greatest." The saint trembled, humbly kneeling to listen. The god continued, "Firstly, the pillar of the world, Lord of life. Secondly, the primordial chaos, Lord of the deep sea, and the half-lord of the night." After reciting this account, Anthony sighed softly. The pillar of the world, Lord of life undoubtedly refers to the world tree of the elven race. The latter pertains to the being of the deep sea, and it is due to its awakening that the mist now shrouds the entire world. As for the half, it refers to the dark god of the night, though the reason it is termed half remains unspoken by the divine. The body of the young boy, formed from the light and shadows of Solet Ocito, suddenly exploded into a myriad of luminous fragments, only to reconstitute into a humanoid shape after a considerable interval. The youthful visage was etched with astonishment, and the form trembled slightly, overwhelmed by the revelation of such profound secrets. The divine beings were already incomprehensibly majestic to it. Yet above the deities existed entities even more grandiose, a concept beyond its grasp, indeed beyond its capacity for thought. With a resounding pop, its newly formed body shattered once more. After several such occurrences, it finally regained its composure. The secret unveiled today had resolved many of its lingering questions, such as why the 9 righteous gods, when united, were unable to entirely dispel the fog over the sea, merely managing to keep it at bay 500 kilometers from the shoreline. This was because that elusive mist emanated from an existence more formidable than the deities themselves. How enlightening indeed. After a prolonged pause, it recalled the earlier discussion with Anthony and, calming its mind, consoled itself. It is said that the elf race deeply cherishes its kin. Perhaps it is for this reason that it would seize a fragment of the mist and embed it within the child's bloodline to prevent prying eyes. Chapter 79. The Divine Son, however, upon uttering these words, it sensed an anomaly. In the realm of the mysterious, it was an established axiom that seeking to peer from a lower order into a higher one was tantamount to courting death. And that child, whether he was a holy son or a divine son, undoubtedly possessed blood of an unequivocally elevated lineage. In other terms, the mist served to shield them from scrutiny, paradoxically acting as their protector. Contemplating this, Soleto Cito could not help but exclaim in admiration, "Truly, a deity renowned for its benevolence and kindness." Anthony evidently reached the same conclusion, yet the ultimate truth required his personal verification. The entirety of this premise hinged upon whether the other party genuinely bore the bloodline of the elf race. If indeed he did, even if he were not a divine son, the church would accord him such esteem. The reason was simple. Since he bore the mist orchestrated by the divine, it indicated that he was under divine observation. Under such circumstances, even if he were merely of ordinary elven blood, he would still be regarded as a divine son. Perhaps this heralded the return of the elf race to the Croatian continent, or perhaps it signified an opportunity for an alliance between the church and the elves. Anthony gathered his thoughts, calming himself. He was unexpectedly filled with a tinge of nervousness for the upcoming meeting. As a being of exalted stature, he had not experienced such a sensation in many years. Perhaps it was merely excitement. If the other party truly belonged to the elf race and was indeed under the gaze of that esteemed entity, then history would unfold anew on this day. At this moment, through his hands. Just then, a knock resounded at the door, accompanied by the voice of Dean Como announcing, "Your Excellency, His Highness Elros Lancarnos has arrived." Taking a deep breath, Anthony regained his former tranquility, responding in a calm and natural tone, "Please let him enter." The door to the conference room creaked open, and Eros, clad in an opulent suit, inhaled deeply as he stepped inside. If he could successfully navigate today's proceedings, he would gain the church's unwavering trust, ensuring his family's safety like never before. After all, the church sought to eradicate the remnants of the night, not to concern themselves with the heirs of his elven lineage. Once he entered, the grand door closed behind him, leaving only 2 individuals and a spirit in the room. The spirit was familiar to him, indicating that the figure seated at the head of the long table was none other than His Excellency, Cardinal Anthony, the representative of the Reincarnation Church in Intilis. As he felt the piercing gazes of both the individual and the spirit upon him, a flicker of anxiety stirred within Eros. However, the passive skill known as the Master of Secrets bolstered his confidence, allowing him to quell his nerves with relative ease. Eros took a few steps forward, preparing to pay his respects to the cardinal. Yet, to his astonishment, he found himself rendered immobile. This revelation caused his pupils to constrict, and a swift thought surged through his mind. Had his identity as a member of the night been exposed? Quickly dismissing this notion, he reasoned that if it were true, he would not be standing there unharmed. What, then, was the cause of this phenomenon? His gaze instinctively turned towards the exalted cardinal at the head of the table. It was then that he noticed the cardinal's eyes had transformed into a golden hue, fixated upon him as if attempting to see right through him. With a mere glance, Anthony confirmed that this boy indeed possessed elven blood. Following the lineage of his bloodline, he soon discerned the mist spoken of by the spirit, Osito. It bore a striking resemblance to the fog of disorientation at sea. Drawing a deep breath, he began to recite a prayer in his heart. "O ancient lord of the underworld, sovereign of the river of reincarnation, you are the redemption of the living, the sanctuary of the departed, the peace of countless souls. I, Anthony Talon, beseech your protection and your gaze." Upon concluding his prayer, he disregarded the warnings of his spiritual intuition and boldly directed his gaze into the mist. Yet beyond the mist lay only more mist. In the next instant, a surge of formidable power severed his sight. Golden blood trickled down Anthony's cheeks, yet he remained undeterred, whispering a prayer. "Thank you, O benevolent Lord. Praise be to the merciful Lord." Just moments ago, the deity he revered had bestowed a fragment of divine power to sever his vision. Had it not been for this intervention, his gaze might have traversed the mist, confronting the unfathomable entity lurking in the depths of the sea. While his status might have shielded him from death in such an encounter, who could predict whether that entity would follow the link of his gaze into his very mind? Given his current standing, he could not withstand a fragment of that being's presence. Thus, as he prepared to ascertain the source of the mist, he had preemptively offered a prayer to the divine, seeking their watchful protection. Now he can confirm that the mist located upstream of the Eros bloodline indeed shares its origin with the lost fog that envelopes the seas. The uncertainty lies in whether it was orchestrated by the new deity of the elven race or by a more formidable existence. He tends to lean towards the latter hypothesis, as it seems no one has successfully ascended to the divine throne in the past few millennia. Had a new god been born, their deity would undoubtedly have bestowed a divine oracle. However, the 9 great churches have received no such revelation, thereby providing robust evidence to support his earlier conclusions. Eros gazed at the cardinal archbishop, whose eyes wept golden blood, feeling somewhat dazed and perplexed by the unfolding events. He hesitated to inquire of Barbara, fearing that this exalted figure might sense his curiosity, leading to potential complications. Yet, he harbored a faint suspicion that the cardinal archbishop had undoubtedly attempted to peer into his being through some method, only to have failed. Yet, he was merely a sequence 7. It seemed improbable that such failure would result in injury. Could it be due to his peculiar nature? Or was there something he did not comprehend? As a cascade of conjectures flooded his mind, the dignified Anthony, seated at the head of the assembly, spoke in a calm and soothing tone. "Your bloodline is equally noble. Thus, there is no need for you to pay me homage." Bloodline? Eros pondered, realizing that the cardinal had just attempted to scrutinize his lineage, which had been bestowed upon him by the elven deity. This suggested that he might have indeed glimpsed the elven god, and in doing so, suffered a backlash. This theory seemed plausible. Regaining his scattered thoughts, Eros allowed a hint of astonishment to grace his features as he inquired, "Do you refer to my elven bloodline, my lord?" Anthony nodded with a smile. "Upon my confirmation, you are undoubtedly a son of the divine rather than a son of holiness. Your lineage consists of devout followers of our Lord, and you shall become a son of our church. However, I must apologize, for certain reasons. We cannot publicly declare your divine status and can only promote you as a mere inheritor of elven blood. Rest assured, the church will provide ample compensation for you and your family. This meeting concludes here. Remember, do not disclose our conversation to anyone. You may leave now." Eros felt somewhat bewildered. Was that it? It seemed rather unclear, yet perhaps it was for the best, as speaking too much often leads to missteps. Chapter 80. Alas, I am an undercover agent. Upon exiting the conference room and walking a considerable distance, Eros quietly mused in his mind. Is that truly all? Did they not verify anything? They simply granted me the title of divine son? What if I were a false believer or an undercover agent? Indeed, he was both a false believer and an undercover agent. But was the church truly so cavalier? It seemed unlikely, if such were the case. The church would have long been deceived by the followers of the god of fraud to the point of losing everything. Moments ago, a deity had cast its gaze upon him, presumably that of the traitor Raoul Breton from the Reincarnation Church. Barbara calmly uttered the most shocking words. Eros, upon hearing this, displayed a flicker of astonishment and disbelief. "Are you implying that he has observed me?" he inquired. "Indeed," Barbara elucidated. "It is precisely for this reason that the esteemed archbishop has circumvented numerous requisite steps. Is it not true that if God himself has deemed it acceptable, one might question whether your discernment surpasses that of the divine? Who, then, is truly divine, yourself or me? This implies that your political scrutiny has been favorably passed, and moreover, it has been sanctioned by the very deity revered by that church. Should anyone dare to challenge your identity in the future, it would equate to questioning the authority of a god. Who would be audacious enough to do so? Who possesses the audacity to question?" Eros gasped. The clandestine power is indeed fearsome. A figure of such grandeur has personally scrutinized without detecting any irregularities. Upon hearing this, Barbara cast a sidelong glance at the now animated book of the little knight beside her and let out a light scoff. This is closely tied to your upbringing. Having recited his prayers alongside your family since childhood, even if you are a mere nominal believer, the act of invoking his name imbues you with a modicum of faith strength. Though it pales in comparison to that of a devout follower, it accumulates over time. While the hidden authority plays a predominant role, it is not solely reliant upon it. Your swift passage through the examination is also connected to the faith energy that intertwines with you. Eros was enlightened. So this was what it meant to consider oneself a follower of him. With no discernible issues in ideology, coupled with a noble lineage, and most importantly, being a believer in his essence. If you are not the Son of God, then who is? All three elements are indispensable. While the title of Son of God is ostensibly honorary and does not pertain to the Church's governance, it undoubtedly grants one many privileges within the Church and occasionally represents its dignity. If one were to appoint someone with ideological flaws or inadequate faith as the Son of God, the Church's reputation would be irreparably tarnished should this be revealed. However, the fact that I, of elven descent, could be acknowledged as the son of the Church is perplexing. Shouldn't the Church's son be a descendant of the deity they revere or one of his divine emissaries? Eros found this notion somewhat perplexing. He had previously assumed that once the Church validated his identity, they would only recognize him as the holy son of the elves. He was taken aback to discover that the esteemed Archbishop Anthony had conferred upon him the title of Son of the Church. Although his ideology had not been found wanting, and his faith was barely sufficient, and he indeed belonged to a noble lineage, one should not overlook that he was not a descendant of the deities worshipped by the Church. By rights, this alone should negate all previous assertions. There is a significant distinction between being the holy son of the elves and being the holy son or son of God within the Church. The former may receive acknowledgement of their noble status and some privileges to a certain degree, but ultimately, they remain outsiders. Conversely, being the Son of God in the Church means being part of the inner circle. Though one may not partake in governance, the authority is substantial. Many church matters become accessible if he so desires. Have I inadvertently infiltrated the upper echelons of an opposing force? This appears to herald a new game. Barbara mused after a moment of contemplation. A game? Indeed, the 9 churches are not a monolithic entity. They are divided into factions that form 3 distinct alliances, each governing the 3 mightiest empires on the Croatian continent and possessing the greatest number of anchors. While they appear harmonious on the surface, beneath lies a fierce competition for the acquisition of more anchors. Your arrival may be perceived by them as a new opportunity. Barbara voiced her conjecture. Is it due to my elven lineage? A thoughtful expression crossed Eros's face, indicating he too had formed some hypotheses. The resurgence of the elven bloodline, long vanished for millennia, on the Croatian continent is hard to ignore. Could it signify the elves' return to this land? Eros interrupted Barbara, continuing with his own speculation. It follows that they would elevate my status, aiming to establish a connection with the elves through me. After all, the elves possess their own great figures. Should the elves truly return, and I, as the heir to the elven bloodline, happen to serve as a divine Scion within the Church, it would naturally foster an alliance. Conversely, if the elves do not return, they would still benefit, as henceforth the only family on the Croatian continent with elven blood would belong to the Church. Of course, this all hinges on the premise that I am not an undercover agent. The machinations of this scheme were audible from afar. However, alas, he is indeed an undercover agent. With this thought, a pleased expression emerged on Eros's face. Noticing that time was still ample and feeling reluctant to attend class, Eros resolved to visit Shafreya, hoping to engage her in a discussion on the meaning of life. Meanwhile, Anthony cleaned the blood from his face, and once the burning sensation in his eyes subsided, he walked slowly out of the conference room. He cast a glance at the 3 deans standing outside the door and inquired in a calm, unruffled tone, "What lies beyond?" The 3 deans followed Anthony's gesture and, upon seeing, one of them respectfully replied, "Your Grace, that is the Academy's training ground." "Very well, take me to see it." Anthony nodded slightly, his voice composed and serene. "Yes." The 3 deans acquiesced, puzzled by the Archbishop's interest in the training ground. What could be so remarkable about it? Was there a deeper significance that eluded their understanding? An exalted figure would not casually visit a training ground filled with low-tier students. Or was there some unusual occurrence at the training ground? Yet, there had been no significant disturbances in recent days. The only incident involved a low-tier student infected by an unknown contaminant, for which there were currently no leads. Could this warrant the attention of an exalted figure? It seemed improbable. After all, such mutations among low-tier students were commonplace at the academy, and they had long since become accustomed to such occurrences. Thus, they had not considered it at all. Chapter 81. Daydreaming upon reaching the training ground. The students who had already begun their training looked on with curiosity at the arrival of the group. On ordinary days, the three formidable and austere deans appeared almost servile as they trailed behind a man. Who was this man? Was he a notable figure from the church? What purpose had brought them here? Anthony surveyed the training ground before making his way directly to a specific location. If Eros were present, he would undoubtedly recognize that the cardinal was headed to the spot where the body of Remant lay after his demise. With a steady gait, Anthony approached the site, his head bowed as if in deep reflection or contemplation. The three deans exchanged bewildered glances, having only heard reports from subordinates without having witnessed the scene themselves. Thus, they were unaware that this location was where the body of the tainted low-tier student was found. After a lengthy pause, Anthony spoke in a calm tone. The residual aura is faint, yet I can still perceive its elevated essence, tainted by the filth of original sin. Pray tell, what transpired here recently? The deans were taken aback, realizing that the matter was indeed connected to the low-tier student. A transformation occurring at sequence 9 had drawn the attention of a being of higher stature. What further intricacies lay hidden from their knowledge? Suppressing their astonishment, one of the deans recounted the details he had gleaned from the report. Upon learning that Eros had resolved the issue, the cardinal nodded slightly and turned to leave. The deans were momentarily stunned. What was happening? They had assumed the cardinal had come to address the disappearance of the contaminant. After all, he had previously remarked on the elevated nature of the residual aura. Why, then, did he suddenly depart without taking action? Yet, they dared not inquire, trailing behind him as he retraced his steps. Once outside, Anthony abruptly halted, turning his head slightly to say, "Draft a report on this matter and submit it," indicating that it may involve a mythic being of at least sequence 2. Furthermore, issue a warning to the rodents lurking outside the academy, stating that Eros Luncanos is now under my protection. With that, the cardinal vanished without awaiting a response from the deans. In the spirit realm, atop a towering high-backed chair that belonged to a skeletal giant, a middle-aged man materialized, clad in a robe of deep black, adorned only with a few golden embroidery. He leaned back and surveyed his retinue with a detached yet authoritative tone. "Let us proceed." As his words fell, the procession of skeletal giants began to move slowly. The bizarre, distorted, and indescribable entities along the way scattered in fright at the sight. Back within the academy, the three deans stared at the spot where the cardinal had disappeared, taking a long time to recover from their astonishment. They could hardly fathom how a sequence 9 trainee's contamination could involve a being of at least sequence 2, a mythic life form. This situation was utterly absurd, more outrageous than a beggar on the street having connections with the emperor of the empire. As for the second statement, they found it comprehensible. After all, it was quite reasonable for a holy son to be under the protection of a high-ranking individual. The three deans exchanged bittersweet smiles before heading to their respective offices. They needed to draft reports for their churches, as the implications of this matter were far too significant. On an intricately patterned, ancient long table, a fair hand clutched a fountain pen, swiftly inscribing on a blank page, "The review of that child has concluded. His identity has been confirmed by me and observed by the Lord. He possesses the most exalted and noble bloodline of this world, along with a heart devoted to my Lord. The Church ought to grant that child the status and identity of a divine son. This may serve as an opportunity for the Church to establish a connection with the elven race, and I trust you understand my intent. Lastly, I must emphasize, do not attempt to pry into that child's affairs or seek to divine his fate. Confidentiality level, Church Regional Bishop, Senior Deacon of the Watchers." As the final word was inscribed, the pristine hand folded the paper and placed it into a specially crafted envelope. He casually extended the envelope with 2 fingers, and in an instant, a pale skeletal hand appeared from thin air to receive the letter. "Deliver it to His Holiness the Pope." Upon uttering those words, the skeletal hand vanished along with the envelope. Arriving at the entrance of the apartment where Sophrea resided, Eros retrieved a key from his pocket, unlocking the door and stepping inside. As he approached the bedroom door, a cautious feminine voice emerged from within. "Who is it?" "It is I." Upon recognizing Eros's voice, The tone softened and became languid. Darling, forgive me for not being able to rise to greet you at this moment. Not a problem. I shall open the door myself. Saying this, Eros turned the handle. Inside the room, Sophia lay on the bed, her fair shoulders exposed. Seeing Eros in his formal attire, she appeared taken aback. Which ball are you preparing to attend? No, I have come solely to see you. I felt that my attire last night was too casual and lacked sufficient respect for you. Thus, after leaving this morning, I specifically instructed the maid to prepare a suitably formal garment. I do not know if this belated expression of respect will earn your forgiveness, but it is what I most desire to do at this moment. Sophia's beautiful eyes widened slightly, and crystalline tears cascaded down her lovely face. She threw aside the covers and stumbled towards Eros. As she leaped into his embrace, tightly holding him, Eros contemplated for a moment and placed his hands gently on her delicate back. Sophia clung to Eros, sniffling slightly, and with a hint of sob in her voice. She said, I am so happy, I am truly happy. Does this mean you are willing to forgive me? Eros softly inquired, caressing Sophia's back. Sophia remained silent, instead rising onto her toes and presenting her alluring kiss directly. As their lips met, they drifted closer to the grand bed, until with a muffled gasp, Sophia found herself falling back onto the bed. Chapter 82. Sophia's anomaly. After a prolonged moment, Sophia nestled closely against Eros, her heart pressed against him. Eros rested his chin atop her head, inhaling the delicate fragrance of her hair, and gently inquired, How do you feel? Does it still hurt? A sweet smile graced Sophia's lips as she replied, Thanks to your care, the pain has dissipated. If you desire, I am more than willing now. Eros leaned down to place a soft kiss on her cheek, his tone tinged with exasperation. Do you truly perceive me as such a ravenous and insatiable individual? Sophia shyly returned the kiss on his cheek and admitted, Actually, it is I who feels that way. After a brief, nervous pause, she timidly asked, Would you despise me for this? Of course not. I am utterly captivated by you. Everything about you enchants me, Eros exclaimed in admiration. Hee. A joyful smile illuminated Sophia's charming face. With a twinkle of mirth in his eyes, Eros reached out to caress Sophia's silky hair and, seemingly casually, inquired, Will you be staying at the academy this weekend? Every weekend, the academy grants its students a 2-day respite, allowing them to unwind. For the esoteric and twisted nature of the knowledge imparted can be mentally taxing. Without time to recalibrate, students may easily encounter psychological issues, which could lead to uncontrollable transformations. During this brief holiday, some students choose to remain at the academy, indulging in its ample entertainment facilities, while others seize the opportunity to visit home, like Eros and Wendini, who typically return to their family estate in Entiles each weekend. Upon hearing Eros's question, Sophia, without suspicion, beamed a sweet smile. I also return home on weekends. Did you do the same last week? Eros inquired, somewhat surprised. Yes. Last week was my 18th birthday, and my parents hosted a grand ball at home to formally introduce me to the upper echelons of Entile society, Sophia replied cheerfully. In this world, noble offspring typically join social gatherings only upon reaching adulthood. Such events had also been held during his and Wendini's family gatherings, designed to showcase him, the heir, to the many ministers and officials of the duchy, signaling that the throne would be succeeded. Though his reputation had long been established, it had not been so formally acknowledged until now. Therefore, upon hearing Sophia's words, Eros was not taken aback, but rather complained, I was in Entiles last weekend as well. Why did you not extend an invitation to me? Sophia's delicate face broke into a shy smile, and a hint of embarrassment colored her voice as she spoke. Your father is a distinguished duke, and our families have not previously interacted. Hence my father dared not intrude upon the Duchess. Eros let out a light snort, replying, Yet now there is contact, and we are indeed intertwined. Should another ball be held in the future, feel free to seek me out directly. Upon hearing Eros's words, Sophia's smile blossomed even more sweetly, and she wrapped her arms around Eros, affectionately murmuring, At your command, my dear prince. Eros, with a touch of indulgence, patted Sophia's smooth back and, with a hint of curiosity, remarked, I have yet to attend an Entellus social ball. I wonder how entertaining it might be. Sophia pouted slightly and complained in a hushed tone, not enjoyable at all. There are always some presumptuous individuals who approach me, eager to invite me to dance. Their gazes still evoke a sense of distaste when I recall them. Eros chuckled softly, as the most radiant gem of the ball. You ought to be the focal point of everyone's attention. Therefore, be sure to summon me next time, so I may be your knight." Cyphere's enchanting eyes glistened, and she nodded vigorously, letting out a sweet, drawn-out from her nose. Eros smiled and casually inquired, "And what follows the ball?" At the mention of what comes after, Cyphere's demeanor brightened, and she tilted her face upward to gaze at Eros, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. "Did you know? Our family was once an extraordinary lineage. I had never heard my elders mention it until I came of age, when my father finally revealed our family's past glories." Eros's eyes narrowed slightly, yet his expression remained unchanged, still carrying a smile. With curiosity, he asked, "Was it merely an introduction to your family's history?" Cyphere shook her head, her tone still buoyant. "On the morning following my birthday, my father took me to tour the family chamber, where we beheld 2 level 2 sealed artifacts passed down through generations." Eros's pupils flickered momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure. For, if it were merely the level 2 artifacts, they would not have eluded Barbara's perception. This indicated that the issue did not lie with those 2 artifacts. Gathering his thoughts, Eros expressed his surprise. Level 2 sealed artifacts? Indeed. Only pollutants of extraordinary existence could forge such items. Cyphere nodded, affirming, "It is precisely for this reason that I believe my father's words to be true. Our family was indeed once extraordinary." Eros continued to inquire, "And what transpired after you viewed the sealed artifacts?" Since it was not the 2 artifacts that instigated the issue, it was plausible that Cyphere had encountered something or someone else after her visit. Alternatively, could the inexplicable power she now possessed have manifested the week prior? This seemed unlikely, as Cyphere had not been as proactive before yesterday, suggesting that the change had indeed occurred last week. What happened next? Cyphere pondered for a moment, her tone tinged with a hint of embarrassment as she spoke. "After viewing the sealed artifacts, my father and I proceeded to the restaurant for dinner. That evening, I consumed far more than usual. Fortunately, it was merely that one dinner, or else I would have undoubtedly gained considerable weight." Upon finishing her statement, Cyphere offered a shy smile. "Wait, dinner? Did they not enter in the morning? How could they have observed 2 sealed artifacts from dawn until dusk? This raises significant concerns. Is it a case of cognitive manipulation or perhaps mental hypnosis? Could these 2 secondary sealed artifacts be the cause?" Chapter 83. Aisha is truly adorable. Yet, how could mere secondary sealed artifacts possess such profound power that even Barbara cannot discern? Perhaps there exist other explanations. Maybe the distance from their home to the family's secret chamber is considerable, and the journey took longer than anticipated, allowing them to return just in time for dinner? But even that seems implausible. If that were the case, Cyphere would surely recognize that her increased appetite was due to skipping lunch, yet she appears unaware of this fact. Contemplating this, Eros organized his thoughts and inquired, "Is your family's secret chamber far from your home?" "No, it's just in the basement." "What is the matter?" Cyphere replied, somewhat puzzled. Eros's gaze flickered as he took a deep breath and cautiously asked, "Did you spend a lengthy time in the chamber?" "Not really. Perhaps only around 30 minutes, Cyphere responded, bewildered, uncertain of Eros's sudden line of questioning. Eros's lips twitched. They had entered the family's underground chamber in the morning and emerged only 30 minutes later for dinner. Moreover, Cyphere evidently had not yet realized the inconsistency in her narrative. After a moment of reflection, Eros prompted, "What about lunch? What were you doing at noon?" Upon hearing this question, Cyphere stared blankly for a while before responding in a dazed manner. "Noon? Noon? I seem to have no recollection of that. Not a trace of memory." Suddenly, Cyphere groaned in pain, clutching her head with both hands. "My head hurts." Eros embraced her gently, murmuring, "If you cannot remember, do not dwell on it. It's all right." With Eros's soothing reassurances, Cyphere gradually regained her composure, though her complexion appeared more haggard than before. Eros tenderly kissed her forehead and softly urged, "You should rest well." Cyphere responded with a faint, delicate and looked up at Eros with hopeful eyes. "Will you stay with me?" "Of course, I'm right here." Eros replied with a gentle smile. A sweet smile broke through Cyphere's pale face as she nestled against Eros's chest, slowly closing her eyes. The effort to recall those fleeting moments seemed to have drained her energy, and before long, she fell into a peaceful slumber. Once she was asleep, Eros's eyes deepened with intensity as he contemplated. "Have any discoveries been made?" I just glimpsed into her soul and discovered that a significant portion of her memories regarding that day lies in a vast emptiness. Perhaps we should seek an opportunity to visit that secret chamber, Barbara calmly stated. Eros cast a worried glance at the sweet girl sleeping in his arms and asked, could such a void in her soul cause her any harm? Barbara replied with certainty, no, had she continued to reflect on it. She would have soon succumbed to exhaustion and fallen into a deep slumber, only to awaken with no recollection of her previous attempts and continue to overlook that peculiar afternoon. Eros sighed softly, expressing, I have an unsettling feeling that this matter is directed at me. Upon reflection, there are indeed many inconsistencies. For instance, the power within Sophrea resonates with me, subtly influencing her to draw closer. Consequently, I found myself inexplicably impulsive around her. When she invited me to watch her cat perform acrobatics, I agreed without a moment's thought. As if sensing Eros's thoughts, Barbara's expression turned peculiar, and she burst into laughter. Eros's face flushed with embarrassment, and he cleared his throat, admitting, I concede that I am somewhat lecherous, but I am not so desperate. You had better not be. Barbara retorted with a cold laugh. Eros forced a chuckle and muttered, what good is a man if not lecherous? Knowledgeable, perhaps? Ignoring him, Barbara stood in Eros's soul space, gazing downward with a perplexed expression, lost in her thoughts. Eros, cradling Sophrea's delicate form, soon drifted into slumber, neglecting the afternoon's class. He slept soundly until evening, and after savoring the dinner prepared by the noble Lady Sophrea, he contentedly departed the apartment. If he didn't return tonight, that troublesome sister of his would surely be upset. Strolling leisurely, Eros made his way back to his solitary villa at the academy. Upon entering, he found his bothersome sister sitting calmly on the sofa. Before she could speak, Eros preemptively announced, I have become the divine son of the Reincarnation Church. Indeed, Wendy's attention was instantly diverted, her face filled with astonishment as she asked, what is going on? Eros quickly approached her, nudging her aside, and recounted, with embellishments, the process of his review by the Cardinal Archbishop. As he spoke, Wendy listened, wide-eyed, forgetting her original intent, her expression shifting to one of concern for Eros. Finally, he remarked, this review was truly perilous. Had I not been sufficiently clever, cautious, and perceptive, you might not have seen me now. Wendy pursed her lips and softly replied, you have endured much. It is indeed a review presided over by a cardinal archbishop. How treacherous it is. Thankfully, this wretched fellow passed. She patted her chest, exhaling gently. Eros smiled lightly and said, for the family, and for you, I must persevere and conceal my identity. Upon hearing the phrase for you, Wendini's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as she mumbled, who asked you to do that for me? Despite her words, it was evident that her heart brimmed with joy. Observing this, Eros let out a sigh of relief within, thinking how endearing his little sister was. The next day, as Eros entered the classroom once more, his gaze swiftly fell upon the red-haired girl disguised as Thomas. Seated in the corner, Eros raised an eyebrow, pondering whether she had learned that the cardinal had departed. It seemed that the news among that group of heretics was quite well informed. Without a moment's hesitation, he strode directly to Aisha's seat, wrapping an arm around her shoulders with a smile, and inquired, why weren't you in class yesterday? Aisha's petite face contorted in distress, yet she maintained the timid demeanor of Thomas as she replied, there were some issues at home, so I requested leave from the teachers. Do you need assistance? He asked, while inhaling her scent near her neck. Aisha's delicate, fair neck instantly broke out in goosebumps, and finding it amusing, Eros lowered his head to plant a kiss upon it. Aisha gasped, nearly leaping from her seat, but Eros held her firmly in place. Her face flushed crimson as her body trembled uncontrollably. This pervert, had kissed her neck. What was happening? A wisp of white mist seemed to rise from Aisha's head. Chapter 84. Whose letter is it from the noble miss? Nearby students were drawn to Aisha's inadvertent exclamation, casting curious glances in their direction. Eros narrowed his eyes slightly at the onlookers, causing them to turn away in shock, lowering their heads in fear of further scrutiny. A wicked smile crept across Eros's face as he leaned close to Aisha's ear, whispering, good brother, you wouldn't want our affair to be revealed to the entire class, would you? Aisha trembled even more, her small face flushed as she stammered, and no, please don't. So obedient, Eros mused, glancing at her glistening, rosy earlobe, which he promptly took into his mouth. It was clear that her protestations were meant to urge him to cease his lewd behavior, not to encourage him further. Her eyes, resembling precious emeralds, brimmed with tears from embarrassment. Feeling that he had toyed enough, Eros finally released the little rabbit, Aisha. As the lesson progressed, Eros's familiar antics repeatedly reminded her of her mother. It was not until the long class concluded and Eros was beckoned by Wendini to play cards that Aisha exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful that it was finally over. To evade the return of Eros, Aisha stepped out of the classroom, seeking a refuge to hide until it was time to return for class. Feeling that while she could not confront him, she could certainly elude him. As the second class approached its commencement, Eros returned to his seat, his gaze falling upon an envelope partially concealed beneath a stack of books, an expression of surprise gracing his features. Turning to the small, curled-up figure of Aisha beside him, he pointed at the suddenly appeared envelope and asked, laced with curiosity, "Do you know who placed this here?" Aisha shook her head vigorously, her voice a timid whisper. "I wasn't in the classroom during the break." Eros picked up the exquisitely crafted envelope, and an alluring fragrance wafted towards him. A mere whiff revealed the high quality of the perfume. Observing the petals of Hebrew daisies affixed to the seal, his intrigue deepened, prompting him to open the letter without hesitation. The contents were brief, inviting him to a private gathering organized by students at the academy this weekend. Eros stroked his chin, his expression contemplative. It seemed that a noble young lady was captivated by his presence, and he pondered her invitation to an event of, ahem, how thrilling. The nobility of Entiles truly indulged in extravagant pursuits. This place was indeed the right choice for him. Regrettably, however, he had to return to Entiles for the weekend. And by now, Estelle should be nearing her return from her family estate. While he was lost in thought, Aisha, with her wide eyes, subtly shifted her position, attempting to steal a glance at the letter's contents. Eros quickly discerned her intentions and chuckled, "You can't see it." Frustration flickered across the girl's face, though she maintained an outwardly demure demeanor, hastily waving her hands in denial. "I am not. Would you like to see it?" Eros asked with a mischievous smile, his tone laced with temptation. Aisha nearly nodded instinctively but quickly caught herself, continuing to shake her head. "And no, I don't." Eros clicked his tongue but chose not to pursue the matter further, slipping the letter back into the envelope and placing it in his pocket. After lunch, he produced the letter once more, laying it on the dining table. With a boastful grin directed at Wendini across from him, he proclaimed, "Look at how popular I am among those noble ladies." Wendini paused, momentarily taken aback, and upon seeing the envelope, alarm bells rang in her mind. Could this be a love letter from one of those noble girls? Sitting beside Wendini, Johnny was initially stunned, but as she recognized the style of the letter, her expression transformed into one of peculiar intrigue. Wendini, noticing her best friend's unusual reaction, turned to Johnny and, with a hint of irritation, asked, "Johnny, do you know who sent this letter?" Johnny shook her head, her expression still oddly contemplative. "I don't know the sender, but I recognize this letter." Eros, intrigued, shared a glance with Wendini, while Aisha, who was being fed tidbits of the conversation, perked up her ears in secret. As all eyes turned towards her, Johnny cast a peculiar glance at Eros, taking a moment to gather her thoughts before tentatively speaking. "This letter originates from a clandestine gathering within the academy known as the Daisy Society, which is signified by a petal of the Hebrew cardoon daisy affixed to each envelope." At the mention of this society, Johnny hesitated, seemingly embarrassed to continue. After a brief pause, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, she managed to utter, "Within this gathering, there exist men with rather unconventional inclinations. When they invite others to join, they present this very letter." "Wait, let me take a moment." Eros rubbed his forehead. "Men with unconventional inclinations? What does that even mean?" Daisies, oh my. Men who love men. I have been targeted by these gentlemen, and no less than a whole group of them." Eros's face turned pale with disbelief. Wendine, too, was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks quickly reddening as she comprehended Johnny's implication. Unable to contain herself, she burst into laughter, disregarding her ladylike demeanor. Johnny, displaying a look of concern, gazed at Eros, hoping to rectify his orientation before it veered further astray. Aisha buried her small face in her food, her mind consumed by a singular thought. This fellow is indeed a man who loves men. How else could he be invited to such a gathering? The very name made Aisha's face scrunch up in distaste. In Eros's mind, Barbara was also laughing heartily, her melodious voice echoing incessantly in his ears. How unfortunate, truly unfortunate. Eros's lips twitched as he swiftly seized the letter, applying slight pressure to tear it into shreds. Observing the fragments of paper, he still felt a twinge of irritation. Snapping his fingers to conjure a vibrant green flame that reduced the remnants to ash. Witnessing this, Joni felt a slight relief. It seemed Eros's inclinations were not too far askew, and she was confident she could guide him back. Throughout the afternoon, Eros remained somewhat taciturn, while Aisha, sitting nearby, felt a mix of relief and melancholy, unsure of her own emotions. Shaking her head to dispel the chaotic thoughts, she refocused on the lesson. Recognizing the value of the knowledge imparted by the Academy, each piece learned a glimmer of hope for survival amidst the shadows of this world. Chapter 85. Conspiracy in plain sight. Eros's gloom persisted into the evening, exacerbated by Wendine's teasing. Upon seeing him, she exclaimed, "Look how adored I am by the noble ladies." With a burst of laughter, Wendine could no longer contain herself, her smile radiating with brilliance. Eros's expression grew increasingly conflicted. In a moment of frustration, he snatched the cup of Chilton tea from Wendine's hands and gulped it down, then rose to stride outside the villa, declaring, "Humph, I shall take a stroll." Ignoring him, Wendine continued to revel in her merriment. Eros had scarcely stepped out of the villa when the voice of Barbara echoed in his mind, informing him that a certain little white rabbit had stealthily escaped from the Academy. He paused momentarily, then realized whom Barbara referred to as the little white rabbit, prompting him to ask, "How do you know?" Almost immediately, he recognized the redundancy of his inquiry. The night belonged to the realm of shadows, and as a former bearer of the power of shadows, Barbara undoubtedly thrived in the darkness. Monitoring the shadowy domain of an academy should be an effortless task for her. As expected, Barbara responded with a hint of irritation, "I saw it with my own eyes." Eros chuckled awkwardly and turned back, returning to the villa where Wendine, observing his swift return after such a brief absence, inquired with confusion, "Didn't you say you were going for a stroll?" Eros merely huffed, snatching the freshly poured cup of red tea from Wendine's hands and gulping it down. In the next moment, his form was enveloped by a shroud of shadows. With a step forward, he seamlessly transitioned into the shadow of the sofa, re-emerging outside the academy. Surveying his surroundings, he remarked with mild surprise, "It seems my night vision has failed to detect those hidden individuals." Indeed, they've all vacated the vicinity since yesterday, Barbara confirmed with a nod. Yesterday? Eros pondered, suspecting this must have been the directive of the Cardinal Archbishop. After all, having been designated as the son of their church, it would be rather inappropriate for a throng to keep watch over him. No wonder she dared to venture out tonight. She must have known that the people outside had retreated. Did she possess her own means of perception? Or perhaps those who previously lurked outside were also members of her organization. This was indeed a possibility, for they were planning to pilfer from the Academy's repository. It would be unthinkable to let a mere little white rabbit venture in alone. Surely, having support outside was to be expected. He resolved to investigate their intentions. If he could cause some inconvenience to the church, he would be more than willing to assist. In the woods, Natalia gazed upon her increasingly round and adorable daughter, a gentle smile gracing her lips. "Mama," Aisha softly called out to the alluring red-haired woman before her. Natalia nodded in acknowledgement, while a gaunt man standing beside her could not restrain himself from asking, "Aisha, I recall you mentioning that the Cardinal Archbishop of the Reincarnation Church suddenly visited the Academy to meet the heir of the elven bloodline. Did you uncover anything today? For instance, why would the Cardinal Archbishop wish to meet a duke's son? Is it solely because of his elven heritage? Yet, if it were merely due to that, there would be no need for the Cardinal to personally intervene. Or is there some more significant and secretive information at play? Did you not mention that the heir of the elven bloodline seems to harbor a certain fascination for you? Did you glean any details from him earlier?" Aisha took a considerable time to digest this series of questions, her cheeks flushing crimson as she replied, "Uncle Richie, I never said he is infatuated with me." The lanky man waved his hand dismissively, casually remarking, "Close enough. Didn't you mention he has been persistently pursuing you?" Aisha wished to refute this, but a robust man interjected, "All right, enough of that. Let us discuss the news. Has Aisha obtained any information? For instance, was he present at the academy today, or did he exhibit any peculiar behavior?" Peculiar behavior? Does caressing his neck, nibbling his earlobe, or touching his backside count? As these thoughts crossed her mind, Aisha's face reddened once more. After some time, she managed to calm herself and ponder whether Eros had displayed any unusual behavior during the day. After a while, she found no remarkable differences. He remained as insufferable as ever. The only peculiarity was that he had received an invitation to a gay party today. Could that be considered noteworthy? Perhaps that gathering was a clandestine organization? However, he had burned the invitation, indicating that it was not an enigmatic society. Should she even mention this? After some contemplation, Aisha shook her head and said, he was at the academy today and did not exhibit anything out of the ordinary. Upon hearing this, the others appeared somewhat disappointed. After a brief silence, the lanky man spoke again. Regardless, that individual undoubtedly harbors significant secrets. It is inconceivable that a cardinal from the church would visit otherwise. If we could extract some information from him, it might prove beneficial to our organization's endeavors in Intele and throughout the empire. Aisha, in your forthcoming actions, while gathering information about the sealed artifact, you should also allocate some effort to probe into him. Aisha pouted, somewhat reluctant, but eventually nodded in agreement. I will do my best. Suddenly, the robust man interjected once more. The Academy announced yesterday that the heir of the elven bloodline is under the protection of that cardinal. It seems he holds considerable importance in the eyes of the church. Upon hearing this, the other three nodded in affirmation of this hypothesis, turning their gazes toward him, eager to hear his thoughts. Seeing that everyone concurred with his speculation and was looking to him for insight, the robust man wore an enigmatic smile. Initially, he intended to keep them in suspense, but the graceful Natalia urged, Onig, just share your thoughts directly, don't dawdle. The man named Onig chuckled awkwardly, cleared his throat, and stated, given his significance to the church, might we consider devising a plan to capture him and use him as leverage to exchange for the sealed artifact? My plan is as follows. First, let Aisha lure him out. Then, we will pounce upon him and bind him. This way, not only can we interrogate him regarding the intentions of that cardinal, but we can also use him as leverage to obtain the sealed artifact. Is this not a twofold gain? The other three remained silent, while Eros, who was secretly enjoying the spectacle from a branch, blinked in curiosity. Chapter 86. Not missing any trap, how did he end up being ensnared himself? Intrigued, he pondered what strategies this group might employ to capture him. A beauty trap? If that were indeed the case, it would be troublesome. As a man from Dongma, I would never fall for the allure of a beautiful woman, let alone two. Double the pleasure. Eros looked expectantly at the group below, eager for them to propose their cunning plan. Natalia silently regarded the man named Onig for a long while before. Seemingly at a loss for words, she finally spoke. Aisha mentioned earlier that the Duke's son is currently at sequence 7 and possesses an unusual bloodline. As for us, 3 at sequence 8 and 1 at sequence 9. Unless we report to the organization for assistance, I believe that any attempt at abduction would be nearly futile. The others nodded in agreement, while only Onig stubbornly retorted, we are launching a surprise attack, not engaging in open combat. We merely need to strike from behind, incapacitate him, and bind him, correct? At that moment, the lean man named Richie stroked his chin thoughtfully and remarked, a mere ambush might indeed be feasible. But how do we draw him out? Upon uttering these words, Richie turned his gaze towards Aisha, as did Onig. Finally, Natalia, sensing a glimmer of possibility in the situation, also looked toward her daughter. Under the scrutiny of 3 pairs of eyes, Aisha trembled slightly, her delicate face reflecting her reluctance. The role I play is that of an ordinary commoner, while he is the heir of a great noble. I seem to possess nothing that could entice him. Perhaps it is due to having been bullied for so long that she has developed an aversion to such plans. Thus, when Aisha heard her mother's scheme, she felt an overwhelming sense of resistance. She intentionally portrayed the task as insurmountable, hoping to dissuade her mother and the others from pursuing the idea. After listening to Aisha's words, the group fell silent again. After a considerable pause, Natalia sighed and said, in any case, we will do our utmost. This approach is at least simpler than attempting to steal the artifact from the Academy's repository. As for whether we will succeed in the end, Natalia fell silent, drawing a circle over her heart and softly intoning, may the goddess bless us. The other 3, witnessing this, followed suit and drew circles over their hearts, chanting in unison, may the goddess bless us. Given the circumstances, Aisha pouted and softly murmured, I will do my best, mother. Perhaps we should indeed seek some assistance from the organization, Rich pondered aloud. Eros, perched upon a tree trunk, raised an eyebrow and smirked, a conspiracy right before my eyes? How intriguing. His interest piqued, Eros interjected after Rich concluded, by the way, may I partake in this endeavor? No sooner had Eros spoken than the individuals beneath the tree turned sharply towards him, exclaiming, "Who goes there?" Simultaneously, they were not idle. They unleashed a barrage of spells directed at the tree where Eros resided. Eros's lips twitched in irritation. Were these ruffians perpetually this reckless? Had they learned nothing from their previous encounter? With a mere flick of his wrist, he dispelled the incoming spells and effortlessly caught Natalia's fist, which she had aimed at his head, pulling her into an embrace. In the next instant, tendrils as dark as the night emerged from Eros's shadow, ensnaring Natalia tightly and rendering her immobile. Casting a glance at Natalia, Eros raised an eyebrow. The manner in which the tendrils bound her was undeniably provocative. With a snap of his fingers, he summoned two shadows to blindfold the two men below, who were similarly ensnared by shadowy tendrils. Such a scandalous scene was not one they should witness. Feeling increasingly self-conscious as the bindings accentuated her figure, Natalia's cheeks flushed, suppressing her humiliation. She glared at the man who had subdued them all. A moment of recognition struck her as she beheld the figure cloaked in shadow. It was the very individual who had mentioned needing to return home for his neighbor's wife's imminent childbirth. Eros chuckled softly, lifting Natalia's delicate chin with his finger, his tone laced with mischief. "Madam, I see you possess an enduring charm." At his words, a wave of unease washed over Natalia, her voice faltering. What do you intend to do?" Could it be that he was revealing his sinister intentions? Did he mean to target her? Indeed, he was a scion of the dark god. As for why this progeny of darkness had spared them last time, she mused that it was hardly surprising for someone of his ilk to act in such a capricious manner. Perhaps he had merely found their previous encounter amusing. As she stood before Eros, his gaze was captivated by the ample skin revealed by the constraining tendrils. Realizing her current predicament only deepened Natalia's embarrassment, confirming her earlier suspicions. Eros clicked his tongue, leaning closer, and continued in that ambiguous, playful tone. "What do you think I desire, dear lady? Surely, you must know." Natalia sighed inwardly, realizing that there was no escaping this predicament. She closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, her tone had transformed into one of tranquility. "Very well. As long as you release them, I shall acquiesce to your demands." Eros raised an eyebrow, a wicked amusement dancing in his heart as he remarked, "It appears that even if I chose not to release them, you would find yourself powerless to resist." Natalia pressed her lips together, gritting her teeth as she replied, "If you set them free, I will willingly cooperate, allowing you to experience unparalleled ecstasy. I refuse to be like a lifeless fish, subject to your whims. I believe if I were to behave as such, your interest would wane rather swiftly, wouldn't it?" Chapter 87. Has the jest gone too far? Eros withdrew his hand from under Natalia's chin, stroking his own as if contemplating her words. "That makes sense. Let us proceed as you suggest." With that, Eros released the bindings of the three individuals on the ground. Of course, he did not forget to cast a veil of shadow over Natalia, for such an exposed scene should not be witnessed by those two loathsome men. As soon as Aisha found herself unbound, she rushed forward, intent on rescuing her mother. Out of the corner of her eye, Natalia caught this movement and shouted fiercely, "You must go. Do not concern yourselves with me." Upon hearing this command, Aisha halted abruptly, her delicate teeth biting into her lower lip, her beautiful green eyes brimming with tears, her exquisite face etched with sorrow. Observing this, Eros mused to himself, feeling as though he were the villain in a grand tale. "Hurry," Natalia urged once more, hearing her repeat the command. Rich and Onyx's faces were etched with indignation and humiliation. Their teeth clenched tightly, hands balled into fists, veins protruding on their arms. At that moment, Eros cleared his throat and provocatively added, "If you wish to remain and witness the unfolding events, I would not mind in the least." Upon hearing his words, Rich and Onyx's eyes blazed with fury, yet their rationality quelled the tempest of emotions within them. Taking a deep breath, they turned to Aisha, who stood resolutely before them, and whispered, "Let us depart. This is an opportunity your mother has sacrificed herself to provide." Aisha sniffled, emitting a small, tearful sound before resolutely turning away and sprinting into the depths of the forest. Two glistening tears cascaded down her cherubic face, splattering onto the ground below. Rich and Onyx exchanged one last, profound glance at Natalia before they too pursued Aisha's fading silhouette without a backward glance. Eros reached out, catching the two tears suspended in shadow before they could touch the earth. He suddenly questioned whether his jest had been excessively cruel. Indeed, it seemed rather harsh. Perhaps he should make amends with that little white rabbit tomorrow. After securing the 2 crystalline tears, Eros released the shadowy tendrils enveloping Natalia. He settled back onto the trunk of the tree and gestured beside him with an air of indifference. Sit. Natalia gazed at the shadowy figure before her, whose sudden disinterest in the night was perplexing. After a moment's contemplation, she began to unfasten her garments. Eros turned to observe this scene, neither voicing a reprimand nor urging her on. Ultimately, under the silvery glow of the moon, Natalia's graceful form was fully revealed to him. Noticing Eros's continued stillness, she took a deep breath and boldly nestled into his embrace. As she felt the moonlight accentuating her skin, Eros appeared somewhat taken aback and inquired, "What are you doing?" This question left Natalia momentarily speechless. Was it not his desire for her to act thus? Why was he now questioning her? Seeing her dazed expression, Eros spoke innocently. "I merely wish to inquire about some matters. What are your thoughts?" Natalia opened her mouth in disbelief, thinking, "How can you discuss such things when I have shed my clothing?" Furthermore, was that theatrical display merely to gather information? A surge of frustration welled within her, and she thought of striking him if only she had the strength. Her chest began to rise and fall rapidly. Clearing his throat, Eros, somewhat awkwardly, remarked, "It seems my previous actions led you to misunderstand my intentions." Gritting her teeth, Natalia managed to squeeze out, "Can I put my clothes back on? Let us not bother with that. It would be a waste of time, as my time is quite precious. There are 60 seconds in a minute," Eros casually replied. Natalia scoffed, retorting as though everyone's minute were not comprised of 60 seconds. She quickly reined in her emotions, suppressing her inner indignation, and coldly asked, "What do you wish to know?" "No rush. Let us sit properly first," Eros said, lifting Natalia's thighs and positioning her to sit upon his lap. As they were perched on a tree trunk, there was no support behind her, prompting her to instinctively wrap her arms around Eros's neck to prevent herself from falling. Even at such proximity, his features remained indistinct to her. Taking a deep breath, she repeated, "What do you wish to ask?" Since resistance was futile, she resolved to comply with his inquiries. After a moment of thought, Eros asked, "What organization do you belong to?" "The Silver Moon Temple." This was not a question she hesitated to answer. "Never heard of it," Eros replied after searching his memory. Frustration bubbled within Natalia, her chest heaving once more. After a pause, she let out a huff and asked, "Have you heard of the Moon Worshippers?" "Oh, is that the group trying to prove that the Earth is round?" "What?" Natalia was bewildered by his response, pondering the absurdity of his words. "Is the Earth not inherently round? Can a sphere be anything but round?" "No worries. Just a mix-up," Eros said dismissively. Eros smirked faintly, then began to delve into his mind for information regarding the moon worship sect of this world, and indeed, a memory surfaced. "Are you adherents of the malevolent deity, the Silver Moon Goddess?" Eros was somewhat taken aback. "The goddess is not a malevolent being." Natalia glared fiercely at Eros. "Furthermore, how dare you, a remnant of the night, refer to the goddess as a malevolent entity? Are you not aware that for countless millennia, the foremost malevolent deity of the Croatian continent has been your ancestral kin?" "Ahem. My apologies. It is the church that propagates such notions. I cannot be held responsible." Natalia huffed dismissively once more, but shortly thereafter, her delicate face flushed crimson, her beautiful eyes filled with a mix of shame and indignation as they bore into Eros. Observing Natalia's flushed and outraged expression, Eros cleared his throat, feeling a twinge of guilt, and shifted the topic. "What is it that you wish to pilfer from the academy?" "A matter of utmost importance to the temple." Natalia suppressed her inner turmoil and reluctantly squeezed the answer through clenched teeth. Since her response did not delve into specific details, she felt no need to conceal it. "Given the significance of this matter to your moon worship sect, why has your organization only dispatched a few of you of Sequence 8? Eros was indeed curious, for in his view, a mere team like this attempting to steal from the academy would essentially be a futile endeavor. Chapter 88. The God-given child. Natalia remained silent for a considerable time upon hearing this, before finally stating with indifference, "The remainder of the temple is engaged in a far more critical operation in Intellis. Do you know what this operation entails?" Eros inquired with curiosity. "I do not," Natalia replied succinctly, and then, as if fearing Eros might doubt her honesty, added, "The confidentiality of that operation is exceedingly high, far beyond what someone of my Sequence 8 could comprehend." Eros nodded, "Meaning there are still a group of unknown conspirators lurking in the shadows of Intellis?" It seemed he had no right to label others as cultists. Are you aware of their specific capabilities? Eros asked again. Understanding their precise strength would provide insight into the magnitude of their conspiracy. If the rest of their faction in Intellis comprises only a handful of weaklings, then their plans cannot be of great significance. However, if that is not the case, it would indeed be intriguing. Upon hearing Eros's second question, a glimmer of reverence appeared on Natalia's beautiful visage. The operation is being led by one of the 3 high priests under the goddess, the Exalted One, Lady Lusagri, who commands 3 extraordinary priests beneath her. Eros's pupils dilated sharply, barely restraining himself from exclaiming, with such a formidable assembly. He would not doubt that they were preparing to sacrifice the entirety of Intellis. 1 Exalted One, 3 extraordinary beings. Has the depth of Intellis's waters reached such profound levels? Coupled with the cardinal archbishops of the 3 major churches stationed in Intellis, there are already 4 Exalted Ones publicly acknowledged. These are all entities of at least sequence 2, beings that in ancient times could be referred to as angels. This is still what is currently known to him. There may well be more beneath the surface, especially since this is the capital of one of Croatia's 3 great empires. Their audacity to orchestrate significant actions under the watchful eyes of the 3 esteemed figures of the church suggests they possess means to restrain them. This implies that, at the very least, there lurks another celestial ally of the moon worshippers in the shadows. What, after all, are those followers of the moon aiming to achieve? Are they truly prepared to sacrifice the entirety of Intellis? Eros suddenly felt an ominous sense of foreboding. Realizing that he must inform his family to abandon Intellis at the first sign of trouble. After a moment's pause, Eros suppressed his tumultuous emotions and smiled at Natalia, saying, "Madam, you have truly astonished me." Natalia remained silent, and Eros, undeterred, continued, "I surmise that your recent endeavors will cause considerable inconvenience for the church." He paused again, gently lifting Natalia's delicate chin. "So, might you consider being my companion?" Huh. Natalia was momentarily bewildered, pondering the disjointedness of his words. How did the temple's actions relate to becoming his companion? Confusion enveloped her as she had initially contemplated whether this remnant of the night intended to join the church's opposition. The revelation left her speechless. It was not the church he was targeting, but rather her. Had Eros been privy to Natalia's thoughts, he might have scoffed. Aware of his own precarious situation, with merely a few cats at his disposal, engaging in such high-stakes endeavors would likely result in immediate obliteration. Thus, it was wiser to discreetly reap some benefits while developing in the shadows. Observing Natalia's dazed expression, Eros leaned down and pressed a kiss upon her soft lips, continuing to chuckle lightly. "Previously, we discussed matters of business. Now, it is our private time. From the moment I first beheld your beauty, I was captivated. I shall not speak falsely. I am indeed enamored by your appearance, and I am rather shameless." Snapped back to reality, Natalia felt her cheeks flush at Eros's candid admission. Struggling to find her voice, Eros then placed a gentle kiss on the corner of her mouth, raising an eyebrow. "What say you, my lady?" Natalia turned her face away, attempting to evade the lips of this enigmatic remnant of the night. Eros remained unperturbed, his smile unwavering as he awaited her response. After an extended silence, Natalia, her voice low and hoarse, asked, "If I decline, will you let me go?" "Absolutely not," Eros replied with a smirk. "Then why utter such words?" Natalia glared at him. Eros chuckled, "Because it is entertaining. Given your response, I shall take it as your consent, shall I?" Natalia said nothing, her expression a complex tapestry of thoughts. Eros then lifted her effortlessly and leapt down from the tree trunk, causing Natalia to instinctively gasp in surprise. After a considerable interval, Eros observed Natalia, who was dressing beside him, and with a tone of surprise, posed a question he had long wished to ask, but had been preoccupied with other matters. "Madam, your experience is unexpectedly scant. It seems rather immature." Indeed, her experience was surprisingly less than his, making her seem unlike a woman who had borne a child. Natalia halted her actions and cast a fierce glare at Eros. Having previously engaged in amicable discourse, she felt less intimidated by this enigmatic remnant of the night. Eros shrugged, nonchalantly stating, "I merely speak the truth." Natalia scoffed, remaining silent until a considerable time had lapsed, when she awkwardly admitted, "Today marks my first time doing this." Eros was taken aback. "But you already have a daughter, don't you?" Upon hearing Eros mention this, Natalia's expression transformed into one of reverence. "Aisha is a child bestowed upon me by the goddess. Eros was momentarily bewildered, bestowed by the goddess? How so? This matter was not one she felt the need to conceal, so Natalia did not mind Eros knowing. 19 winters ago, the high priest approached me, declaring that I was chosen as a beloved of the goddess and should follow her to receive her grace. Upon reaching the temple, I joined other favored ones in prayer to the goddess, and we received her response. She granted us her favor. Months after departing the temple, I suddenly discovered a new life growing within me. When I inquired with the high priest, he explained that this was the bloodline gifted to us by the goddess, a true symbol of her grace. As she spoke, Natalia's fervor intensified, her expression more devout. Thus, Aisha has no father? Oh, now there is one. Though the operation of the silver moon goddess strikes Eros as peculiar, novels and films he had previously encountered suggested that this was indeed unusual. Chapter 89. Sustaining one's woman with the church's resources, yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts, merely stretching and stating, I observe that the magic energy you have accumulated should have long since met the requirements for ascending to sequence 7. Why have you not yet advanced? Is it due to a lack of potions or the necessary ritual formation? As Natalia donned her final outer garment, she succinctly replied, I possess both the potions and the materials for the auxiliary ritual formation. Only the components to prevent anomalous intrusions are lacking. That is easily remedied. Eros clapped his hands. Do you have those formation materials? And are you willing to part with them? Natalia abruptly turned to Eros, her beautiful eyes glimmering with a hint of hope. If she succeeded in her advancement, her power would undoubtedly enhance, bringing her one step closer to the goddess. Eros smirked and remarked, Look at what you're saying. Given the nature of our relationship, could I possibly deny you? Should you ever lack materials, do not hesitate to seek me out, and I can provide you with the methods for arranging the auxiliary ritual formation. He could directly petition the church for such items. As a demigod, it was only reasonable to expect a few concessions, was it not? Surely, they would not refuse him, would they? What? Do you harbor doubts about the whereabouts of those materials? How curious, for I am the chosen one, personally observed and evaluated by the divine. To question my integrity is tantamount to questioning the divine itself. How dare you doubt the Almighty? How dare you challenge the sanctity? You blaspheme, you traitor to your faith, deserving of being bound to the pyre. With the endorsement of the god of death and rebirth, Eros remains unfazed. Moreover, it is said that within the church, the chosen ones receive a substantial allocation of materials each month. However, why would he dip into his own salary when he could claim reimbursement from the church? Using the church's resources to indulge a lover is precisely the sort of act one would expect from a remnant of the night. When Natalia heard the implication of our relationship, her expression clearly reflected discomfort. Yet, in light of the materials at stake, she chose not to voice any objections. How should I contact you? She inquired after a brief silence. Eros pondered before asking, You haven't discarded the leaf I gave you, have you? A flicker of guilt crossed Natalia's delicate features as her gaze darted about. How could she possibly retain an object associated with the remnants of the night? Upon her return to Intellay, she had seized the first opportunity to cast that leaf into the sewer at the Church of Contracts. Recognizing her demeanor, Eros, with an air of irritation, beckoned, Come here. Reluctantly, Natalia approached him, only to be pulled into his embrace. He grasped her exquisite chin, capturing her soft lips with his own. Natalia's eyes widened, and in an instant, she felt a force emanating from Eros, penetrating deep into her soul. Fear flickered in her beautiful eyes as she attempted to resist, yet her strength was woefully insufficient against Eros. After a considerable moment, Eros released her, and Natalia stumbled back several steps. Regaining her composure, she touched her lips and then her head, her face a mix of confusion and lingering fear. Eros casually remarked, I have now left a mark upon your soul. Should you wish to contact me, simply activate that mark, and I shall come to you. Natalia paused, realizing that this mark also bore a tracking function. Did this mean her movements would be entirely under his control? After a few seconds of silence, she accepted this reality. For what choice did she have in her weakness? Observing the silent red-haired beauty before him, Eros continued nonchalantly, However, do try to reach me at night. It is only fitting that a remnant of the night appears in darkness. As for the materials you seek, I can gather them for you by this weekend. Natalia's eyes lit up, finally receiving some good news. Well then, I believe we have discussed enough matters. Let us have one more encounter before we part ways. Upon hearing those words, Natalia trembled slightly, acutely aware that she could neither refuse nor resist. Yet, she had already donned her attire, Why was this sudden revelation made now? Why not earlier? Biting her silver teeth, she struggled to suppress the impulse to strike back. After several deep breaths, forcing herself to steady her tumultuous emotions, Natalia reached for her collar. Eros stepped forward, drawing her into his embrace, gently nibbling her delicate, pearlescent earlobe, and softly murmured, "There is no need for such complications. Simply lift your skirt." Natalia's pupils widened in disbelief. Is it permissible to do so? After a considerable pause, her cheeks slightly flushed, she ventured to inquire. "May I see your visage?" Eros produced a silk handkerchief from his pocket and presented it to her, chuckling lightly. "Rest assured, I am neither ugly nor aged, nor deformed." While Natalia exhaled in relief, a hint of disappointment accompanied her sigh. Observing her reaction, Eros teased, "Should you wish for me to inscribe the mark of night upon you, I could dispel this shadow, allowing you to behold my true self." Natalia remained silent, her lips sealed. Eros smiled, gently caressing her crimson locks. "I shall take my leave." As his words lingered, Eros's form began to recede, leading to a faint thud as he collapsed onto the ground, dissipating into a pool of shadows before vanishing entirely. Natalia stood in place for several minutes, lost in thought, before abruptly turning and sprinting in a particular direction. The events of that day felt surreal, as if she had unwittingly become someone else's mistress, losing herself in the process. Reflecting on the sudden mark that had appeared in her mind, she felt a wave of confusion wash over her. After a prolonged moment, she sighed softly, deciding to take each step as it came. Following the deliberately left clues on the ground, Natalia ran for 10 minutes, until 3 elongated figures emerged under the silvery moonlight. In the distance, Aisha, spotting Natalia at the edge of her vision, transformed her anxious expression into one of joy, rushing towards her. As they drew closer, Aisha leapt into Natalia's embrace. Her voice tinged with concern. "Mother, are you unharmed? That remnant of the evil god did not cause you any distress, did it?" Natalia cleared her throat, suppressing her discomfort, and gently reassured her, "I am fine. He merely sought to inquire about us." Inquire? Rich and Onik, who had followed, exchanged perplexed glances. Was it customary for inquiries to take this long? Nearly 3 hours had passed. Judging by the moon's trajectory, it must be nearing 11 o'clock at night. Chapter 90. The Might of Our Ancestors, for Qianqian, the affluent lady, an additional update. Noticing the skepticism etched on her companions' faces, Natalia sighed. "He is a peculiar individual, whose actions are dictated solely by his whims. Just like last time, when he had subdued us, only to ultimately release us." Then this time Onik hesitated, uncertain of how to proceed with his thoughts. Natalia offered a wry smile, resigned to the absurdity of his inquiries, which appeared utterly disconnected in her eyes. Nevertheless, in the end, an agreement was reached. He assured her that he would provide assistance while they devised a plan to abduct the Duke's son. Upon hearing of this collaboration, the 3 of them finally exhaled in relief, as they believed that if he had truly forced and insulted Natalia, such an alliance would have been impossible. With a sense of relief flooding her heart, Natalia was grateful that she had managed to erase all traces of herself during her hurried journey. Eros strolled leisurely towards the academy, glancing at the ring on his left finger in astonishment, marveling at its ability to absorb life force. Had it not been for her, he might have been exposed during their first encounter, for such immense vitality was easily recognizable. Barbara remained silent in response to his exclamation, which only deepened Eros's curiosity. It was rare for her to be so reticent. He pondered, recalling that ever since Natalia mentioned the Silver Moon Temple and he brought up the Silver Moon Goddess, Barbara had grown quiet. In the past, whenever he found himself in the company of women, she would scold him in his soul space, calling him a pervert and a lecher. Today, however, she seemed unusually tranquil. Eros decided to extend a sliver of his consciousness back into the soul space, where he found Barbara seated on a small stool, her elbows resting on her legs, chin propped up by her hands, her expression a mixture of confusion and sorrow. It was the first time he had seen Barbara like this. After a moment's hesitation, he held his breath and softly asked, "What troubles you?" Upon hearing his question, Barbara turned to glance at him, her tone tinged with melancholy as she replied, "Did you know? The Silver Moon Authority was once wielded by our master." Eros was taken aback. What? Their ancestors had once held the Silver Moon Authority? Speak on, he urged, and with that, Barbara vanished from his soul space, only to reappear at his side, perching on his shoulder. Eros's gaze was involuntarily drawn to her long legs, elegantly clad in delicate white silk. However, being in a state of desirelessness, he paused for just a moment before directly inquiring. You just mentioned that the Silver Moon Authority was once controlled by our ancestors? Barbara lifted her gaze to the luminous silver moon in the night sky, softly affirming with a gentle tone. Indeed, the Silver Moon Authority was once under the Master's dominion. In addition, there were the authorities of the stars, death, secrecy, night, and shadow. There are also some fragmented powers that have yet to ascend to the divine rank. Eros was astonished. So many? Why do the clan records only mention secrecy, night, and shadow? At this, Eros felt a stirring in his heart, realizing that the authority of death had indeed once been governed by their ancestors. Is the dominion of death and reincarnation attributed to that act of betrayal? Barbara's voice was gentle, her tone ethereal. It must be those traitors who conspired to alter the annals of history. Consequently, all records pertaining to this have vanished. If the entire world forgets the Master, then the Master shall be utterly lost. Is it truly within human capacity to rewrite the history of the world? Oh, but no. They are gods. This revelation was overwhelmingly shocking, and Eros took a considerable time to digest it, only to realize something amiss. If they could alter history, why did they not erase the ancestors entirely from the chronicles? Why do we still recall the dominions of shadow, night, and secrecy wielded by our forebears? Eros voiced his perplexity. In response to his query, Barbara's soft lips curled into a light laugh. Sometimes, that foolish tone still proves quite useful. Eros, with a newfound clarity, remarked, the power of secrecy. Indeed, that foolish book is unlike me and Sarvini. She embodies the essence of secrecy, a complete manifestation of that dominion. It must have been she who concealed both me and Sarvini, rendering our existence imperceptible to those traitors, and thus they could not alter our history. Hence, the family records continue to acknowledge the Master's previous dominions over night, secrecy, and shadow. Yet, hold on, if you all still remember that our ancestors once held those dominions, why did you not voice this and prompt the family to amend those records? Eros questioned, sensing a flaw in their logic. Indeed, given the esteemed status of these three artifacts within the family, had they spoken up, even if no one else remembered, it would likely have been rectified. Barbara shook her head, her gaze somewhat perplexed. I too have no recollection. The force of history must have influenced us as well. However, upon hearing the title of the Silver Moon Goddess within your soul's space, a sudden influx of memories surged in my mind. Thus, I ventured into the outer world for a test. At this point, Barbara turned to look at Eros, her expression a blend of complexity and confusion. Upon entering the outer realm, the memories I previously spoke of are gradually fading. I suspect it won't be long before I forget them once again. This is the power of history, and your soul seems to be impervious to that force. Therefore, within your soul's space, I was unaffected by it. With just a single reminder, I could recall everything. Eros felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He had grown numb to the peculiarity of his own nature. With a soft sigh, Barbara suddenly vanished, returning to Eros's soul space. Eros understood that Barbara was currently in a melancholic state, so he refrained from interrupting her. After all, to discover that what once belonged to his master was now in another's possession, while the status of his master remained uncertain, was indeed distressing. Chapter 91. Confiscated. Following this, Eros chose not to speak further and continued on his solitary journey. Midway, he suddenly felt an urgent need to relieve himself. Hiss! He should not have seized those 2 cups of red tea from the insufferable sister. Thanks to the good habits cultivated in his previous life, he refrained from randomly marking a tree and instead resolved to address the matter upon his return. Thus, he hurried along, legs crossed, attempting to quicken his pace. After a while, the destination was finally in sight. He lunged into a shadow and reappeared in the dimness of his own bathroom. With a single stride, he stood before the toilet, promptly attending to the excess moisture within. It was a most liberating release, prompting Eros to exclaim in admiration. Then, he sensed something amiss. Why was the bathroom still illuminated at this hour? He turned to look behind him and found Wendy, that bothersome sister, idly soaking in the bathtub, staring at him in a daze. The atmosphere froze for a moment, and Eros forced a chuckle. Why are you washing up at this hour? Wendy pouted. Is it so strange? I am waiting for some dog to return. Wait, washing up, bathing, herself? In an instant, Wendy realized, her charming face flushed crimson. Fortunately, the bubbles in the tub concealed her figure entirely. How dare you barge in here? Wendy scolded, her embarrassment palpable. Under normal circumstances, Eros might have teased her, but he remained in a state of serene indifference. Thus, he merely shrugged and replied, I was desperate. How was I to know you were inside? Besides, you're nothing special to look at, just SOSO, TSK. Upon hearing this, Wendy felt a mix of shame and anger. She grabbed the nearest object and hurled it at Eros, scolding him in indignation. Get out of here, you dog. After throwing the object, it suddenly dawned on Wendy that she might have thrown the wrong thing, and a wave of embarrassment surged through her. Witnessing Eros casually catch what she had thrown, she let out a cry of despair. Return it, you dog. Eros caught the item with ease, glanced at it, clicked his tongue, and nonchalantly pocketed it, remarking, confiscated. With that, Eros pulled up his pants, pressed the flush button on the toilet, and exited amidst Wendy's mortified protests. Some time later, as he reclined against the headboard, he was suddenly seized by the throat. Return it, Wendy hissed, suppressing her embarrassment. Gazing at the flustered Wendy, her hair still slightly damp and her eyes brimming with shame. Eros chuckled, not a chance. Return it now, you dog. Wendy tightened her grip around Eros's neck, shaking him vigorously while gritting her teeth. Hey, I won tea. Go ahead and bite me. Who told you to throw it at me? Wendy, exasperated, glared at Eros. That belongs to me. You have no use for it. Eros wore an enigmatic smile. Guess what? Upon hearing this ambiguous response, Wendy's face flushed crimson as she pointed at Eros, stammering, Why you? You've been talking for ages without uttering a single coherent sentence. Witnessing the peculiar smirk on Eros's face, Wendy could no longer endure the embarrassment. She released her grip around Eros's neck and buried her blushing face into the pillow, emitting muffled sounds of shame and indignation. Amusing this cheeky little sister was truly delightful, Eros thought, the corners of his mouth curling upwards. He reached out to gently ruffle Wendy's hair, casually remarking, I'm off to freshen up. With that, Eros stood and walked into the washroom, shutting the door behind him. Once the sound of water filled the washroom, Wendy finally lifted her flushed face from the pillow. With her eyes brimming with shyness, she cast a glance at the washroom door, pouted her lips, and softly muttered in a voice laced with embarrassment, That rascal. After uttering her complaint, she seemed to recall something else, and once more buried her lovely face into the pillow, leaving only a sound of bashful lament echoing in the room. In the washroom, seated in the bathtub, Eros pondered for a moment before calling out, Irina, could you assist me with my back? As his words fell, a tall, graceful figure emerged from the shadows beside him. Irina, looking at Eros in the bathtub. A faint blush appeared on her cheeks. She hesitated for a few seconds, then took a deep breath, as if suppressing her own bashfulness, and stepped into the bathtub. The following day, Eros continued his playful antics with Aisha, the little white rabbit. However, Aisha occasionally regarded him with a somewhat complex gaze, likely recalling her involvement in the abduction mission. Eros, perceptive to the fluctuations in Aisha's expression, found it amusing rather than troubling. When he had engaged in a deeper conversation with Natalia the previous night, he had expressed his desire to join that very mission, undoubtedly receiving her consent. After all, it was common knowledge that the title of the Rose Duke was bestowed upon them by the church for their extermination of the remnants of the night. Thus, it seemed entirely reasonable for him, a remnant, to participate in the abduction of the heir to the Rose Duke's title. The blood feud was evident, and Natalia had even insisted that he refrain from taking lives, urging that they would prefer to act independently if he could not comply. Thus, this mission had morphed into a situation where he was essentially ensnaring himself. The thought of it made Eros chuckle. Observing Eros's inexplicable smile, Aisha shivered slightly, appearing somewhat frightened. Eros cast a sidelong glance at Aisha, noting that he would need to examine his little daughter's health later that evening. His instincts warned him that the divine favor Natalia received had been dubious. The Silver Moon goddess harbored ill intentions. Last night, during their second encounter, he had thoroughly checked Natalia, finding no issues. If Natalia was unharmed, the problem must lie within the bloodline bestowed by the Silver Moon goddess, which meant it resided in Aisha. As Eros's gaze remained fixed upon her, Aisha lowered her little head, attempting to evade his penetrating eyes. Eros gently patted Aisha's head, and the ensuing actions unfolded as they typically did. He amused Aisha during class, indulged in some leisure activities, and after lessons, was drawn by Wendy to partake in card games. Sometimes, he participated in various events organized by the students, meeting new faces and forging connections. At lunchtime, He would feed Aisha once more, and the afternoon activities mirrored those of the morning. As night fell and darkness enveloped the earth, Eros abruptly opened his eyes in the dead of night. With a swift motion, he transformed into a pool of shadow, slipping into the inky blackness beneath the bed, vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, Wendy remained blissfully unaware on the other side, soundly asleep, occasionally mumbling in her dreams. Chapter 92. The temporary vessel Eros strode leisurely through the reflections of the academy, progressing steadily toward his destination. Meanwhile, in Aisha's solitary dormitory, she lay quietly asleep until suddenly her eyes flew open, her instinctive perception alerting her to an unsettling presence nearby. Aisha, who had unwavering faith in her inexplicably accurate instincts, leapt from her bed, her beautiful eyes scanning her surroundings with vigilance. In the next heartbeat, her pupils dilated sharply, her heart nearly halting in fright. Illuminated by the silver moon outside, she discerned that someone had taken a seat at her bedside without her realizing. The figure was shrouded in shadows, obscuring any discernible features. Yet Aisha felt an unsettling premonition that it had been watching her. In an instant, Aisha's limbs turned icy, caught off guard by the fright. She had been peacefully sleeping, only to awaken and find an unknown entity at her bedside, seemingly observing her while she slumbered. Breathing heavily, she endeavored to calm the tumultuous emotions surging within her. Eros, observing Aisha's sudden awakening, blinked in surprise. Something was indeed amiss. Logically, Aisha should not have been able to sense Barbara's power encroaching upon her body, making it unlikely for her to awaken. Yet, at the very moment Eros activated the Eye of Eternal Night to assess Aisha, she had abruptly stirred. Such a level of instinctual awareness was not characteristic of a low-tier sorcerer of Sequence 9, nor even of the extraordinary. Aisha undoubtedly harbored a secret. Gazing at Aisha, huddled at the head of her bed, her expression alert and ready to spring into action, Eros tilted his head and softened his tone, saying, "Do not fear. I am your father." Upon hearing this, Aisha's internal terror lessened somewhat, though she remained perplexed by the statement. The fact that he could speak indicated a semblance of rationality, distinguishing him from the tainted, mutated monsters or bizarre entities. "Who are you? Why are you here?" Aisha inquired cautiously. Eros turned to survey the room before rising and walking toward a specific area within the confines of the room. Aisha's gaze was firmly fixed on the figure before her, ready to react at the slightest hint of danger. However, as the sound of a match striking echoed in the room, the gaslight flared to life, illuminating the space. Though not as bright as day, it was sufficient for her to discern the shape before her. In an instant, Aisha recognized what it was, an embodiment of the remnants of the night, a being she had encountered twice before. How could he be here? This was an academy established by the three great churches. Had he infiltrated it tonight, or had he been concealing his identity within its walls all along? Moreover, what was his sudden intrusion into her room for? Had he uncovered her true identity? A flurry of questions raced through her mind, yet she maintained an outward demeanor of vigilance as she scrutinized Eros. Eros raised his hands in a gesture of mock surrender. "Relax, Aisha." Her pupils constricted sharply. Indeed, he recognized her identity, or perhaps he was merely playing a ruse. Eros settled himself at the head of the bed and beckoned the girl, who was huddled at the opposite end, closer to him. "Come a little nearer. I wish to observe you better." "What do you intend to do?" Aisha neither confirmed nor denied his insinuation, but instead inquired about the intentions of this dark remnant. Eros shrugged, his tone somewhat frivolous. "Last night, your mother accepted my declaration of love and agreed to be with me. So I suppose I can now consider myself your father, can I? As your father, I've noticed some peculiarities about you, and I thought I might assist in examining them. There's no need for excessive gratitude. We are family after all. Just call me Dad." Aisha glared fiercely at the enigmatic remnant before her. What nonsense are you spouting? Were it not for the depths of his power, she would have considered taking immediate action against this insolent individual who dared to insult her mother. "Dear child, why do you not believe me? If that is the case, I shall have to resort to force." Eros snapped his fingers, and in an instant, tendrils of shadow emerged from Aisha's own shadow, binding her firmly in place. Simultaneously, a dense darkness emanated from Eros, enveloping the space and severing all sound from the outside world. As Aisha was drawn closer to him by the shadowy tendrils, Eros's left eye transformed into an abyssal void. Aisha felt a sudden surge of power invade her body, spreading throughout her being. She tensed, bewildered by the intentions of this dark remnant. After a long moment, as the invasive force began to recede, Aisha felt utterly drained, gasping for air. Despite this, her gaze remained fixed on Eros, a blend of wariness and fury still evident in her eyes. Eros paid no heed to her glare. He was instead inquiring with curiosity to the presence of Barbara in his mind. Have you discovered anything? Indeed. She was created as a vessel to harbor a fragment of divine will. You mean, a vessel for divine descent? Eros was taken aback. Indeed. It is precisely this uniqueness that enables her to perceive the force of my intrusion. A mere illusion, augmented by her inherent constitution, can deceive even the extraordinary. Barbara calmly elucidated. The divine descent of Entiles, 19 years ago. Did the silver moon goddess commence preparations for this very endeavor of Entiles 19 years prior? No. Perhaps even earlier. Yet what kind of undertaking necessitates the direct intervention of a deity's partial will? Or am I mistaken? Is Aisha unrelated to the mission of Entiles? Is she engaged in another task? Regardless, it is evident that the silver moon goddess is indeed attempting to descend to the mortal realm. What then would become of Aisha if she were to accept this divine descent? Eros suddenly pondered this question, his tone laced with concern. For she could be considered his daughter now. Barbara cast a sidelong glance at Eros, her voice devoid of emotion. She is not you. Her soul cannot bear the will of a great one, not even in part. Thus, at the moment of divine descent, her soul would utterly disintegrate, and her body, merely a temporary vessel, would be insufficient to sustain a fragment of a great one's will for long. Consequently, once the divine descent concludes, her body would mutate into a horrific monster due to the taint brought by the deity. Chapter 93, Gratitude to the Deity. For Teacher Meow 9 Lives Additional Chapter. Eros's expression grew stern, his demeanor increasingly grave. Although Aisha, bound by shadowy tendrils, could not see Eros's face, she sensed the atmosphere around this remnant of the night becoming increasingly oppressive. Instinctively, she held her breath, bracing herself for the fate that awaited her. Is there a solution? After a moment of silence, Eros inquired. To be frank, had it been someone else, he might not have intervened in matters involving gods. Yet this little white rabbit had been under his care for some time, and he found it hard to simply watch her fate unfold. Within his capabilities, he resolved to make an attempt. If beyond them, he would have no choice but to witness it and remember it. When he eventually resurrected his esteemed ancestor, he would pray for divine intervention to eliminate that vile silver moon goddess and avenge Aisha. Barbara did not disappoint him, providing an answer after a brief contemplation. There are 3 methods to resolve this issue. The first method is to enter the shadow realm crafted by the Master. It is shrouded in secretive authority, where even deities cannot penetrate, let alone descend. Eros stroked his chin, considering the feasibility of this approach. Though it would mean Aisha would likely have to reside in the shadow realm for eternity. And the second option? The second method involves having her leave her true name in that foolish book, allowing it to obscure her existence. However, this approach requires acceptance of the book's sole imprint. Essentially, it would mean switching allegiances from the malevolent moon cult to our illustrious night clan. Yes, forsaking the darkness for the light, which is indeed a viable option. Eros nodded, expressing considerable satisfaction with the second approach. As for what to do if they refused to sign, was that not a trivial matter? They could not overpower him, and compelling them to sign would be an effortless endeavor. Nonetheless, if they were willing to sign voluntarily, that would undoubtedly yield the most favorable outcome. It was preferable to avoid resorting to force unless absolutely necessary. And what of the third method? He had already resolved to adopt the second approach. His inquiry was merely a desire to hear opinions. The third method involved a ritualistic formation to entwine her fate with his, allowing him to bear the divine descent of the silver moon goddess. However, this would likely draw the goddess's attention to his uniqueness, potentially inviting unwanted scrutiny upon himself. It would be wiser to forego that option. Thus, he opted for the second method, planning to broach the subject with Natalia during their meeting that weekend. Having completed his examination and made his decision, Eros prepared to depart. He gently patted Aisha's head, smiling as he said, "All done with the inspection. I must discuss the specifics with your mother first. There is nothing further to be done now, so I shall take my leave. Sleep well, and good night." With that, Eros released the shadowy tendrils and freed Aisha. In the next instant, his form dissipated into a pool of shadows, vanishing into the darkness. Aisha remained in a daze for several seconds before touching her own body, finding nothing amiss or unusual. Just as her mother had said, he truly was a peculiar individual. Aisha murmured softly, dismissing Eros's earlier claim about her mother consenting to his confession. She found it utterly implausible. Upon returning to his own room, Eros climbed under the covers. For it was now October, and venturing out late at night was decidedly chilly. Though he could endure it, there was a significant difference between being able to withstand discomfort and actually desiring to do so. The following day at the academy unfolded much like any other. With one slight distinction, Aisha appeared somewhat lackluster during class, as if she had not rested well the previous night. Eros was well aware of the source of her fatigue but feigned ignorance, grinning slyly. That evening, Eros concocted a casual excuse to visit the apartment of Sophrea. One must not neglect a beauty. It was essential to ensure equitable attention. Upon his arrival, Sophrea's eyes sparkled, her lovely visage illuminated by a radiant smile. As night descended, the moonlight was truly exquisite. After a considerable time, nestled in Eros' embrace, Sophrea, her delicate form concealed beneath a blanket save for her alabaster shoulder, tilted her face upward, gazing into his eyes with a hint of shyness. I heard Miss Marie mention a new method recently. Darling, would you like to try it? What method? Eros inquired, genuinely intrigued. Sophrea offered an endearing smile, and soon after, Eros's eyes widened. The sensation emanating from a noble lady was indeed a unique delight to his heart. As Mrs. Julie strolled home, her gaze was abruptly captivated by a peculiar object nestled in the grass by the roadside. She bent down to retrieve it, cradling it in her palm for closer inspection, and discovered it to be a verdant-hued metallic ring, adorned with 7 distinct ancient patterns. Lacking formal education, Mrs. Julie could not identify the item. Yet its antiquated appearance suggested to her that it must indeed be the kind of antique spoken of by the noble gentleman. Casting a swift glance around to ensure she was alone, she exhaled in relief, her face brightening with a glimmer of delight. The prospect of having stumbled upon such a treasure was astonishing. If sold, it could fetch at least £5, perhaps even 10. £10. Her husband, toiling as a porter at the railway yard, earned a mere £1 per week, while her own wages as a washerwoman in the Baroness household amounted to just 6 shillings. If this object could be sold for £10, it would undoubtedly represent a small fortune for their family. Even if it were worth only £1, it would still be a profit, and the thought of selling it filled her with hope. Next week, she could visit the market to buy some minced meat, allowing her 2 children to savor the taste of meat for the first time. With this thought, Mrs. Julie felt a lightness in her step. She carefully concealed the antique within a hidden pocket sewn into her dress, glancing around once more. Finding no one observing her, she quickened her pace, eager to reach her home in Stinking Water Street, located just 4 kilometers away. That night, with a smile gracing her features, Mrs. Julie presented the copper ring to her husband. Though he too had never received an education, his intuition told him that this object was of considerable worth. Upon hearing that his wife had found the ring, he embraced her with exuberance, exclaiming, "Julie, you are truly remarkable. I am grateful to the divine for blessing me with such a virtuous, capable, and fortunate wife. Tomorrow, I shall take it to Tego. He knows a fellow at the pawn shop who can help us extract this divine gift of wealth. We can offer him a shilling, or better yet, 2, as a reward. You are simply splendid, my dear wife." With the prospect of extra money, they could afford to buy each of their 2 children a warm garment, ensuring they would have something to shield them from the bitter cold of winter. Mrs. Julie felt a touch of shyness at her husband's praise, sincerely acknowledging, "This is a blessing bestowed upon us by the great divine." Upon hearing that they might receive warm clothing, her 2 children, both under 10, rushed to embrace their mother, their faces radiant with joy. Observing the beaming smiles of her children, Mrs. Julie's heart swelled with gratitude towards the great divine. That night, the Julie family basked in happiness. Chapter 94. The Gift of Flowers. In the dead of night, a man was abruptly roused from his slumber by a series of unsettling munching sounds. In a daze, he reached out to nudge his wife, murmuring incoherently, "Julie, do you hear something?" Silence greeted him, and a sense of unease began to creep in. The sensation his hand encountered was distinctly wrong. The slick, viscous texture could not possibly belong to human skin. With a sudden jolt, he opened his eyes wide, the entire room coming into sharp focus. To his horror, he discovered that his beloved wife was no longer beside him. Instead, a grotesque, enormous yellowish worm lay in her place. The creature was covered in a myriad of delicate flesh-like growths, writhing slowly in a grotesque dance. Yet, What struck him with the deepest terror was the human head that adorned the top of this monstrous worm. It was unmistakably the head of his wife, Julie. At that moment, Mrs. Julie seemed to sense his awakening, slowly turning her head towards him. The horrifying truth behind the gnawing sounds he had heard became abundantly clear. She was chewing on an arm he recognized, for it belonged to their child, Kennedy. An indescribable fear surged within him, and he let out a piercing scream, desperate to distance himself from this abomination. However, as he moved, he felt an unsettling sensation within his own body, and to his dismay, he beheld his own reflection. Before him was a massive, writhing mass of flesh with arms, unevenly scattered with numerous eyes of various sizes. Another scream escaped his lips, but this time, he was horrified to realize that the sound issuing forth was far from human. Julie's head turned to glance at the grotesque mass that was once her husband before she resumed her gruesome meal with an unsettling calm. At the academy, as dawn broke, Eros interrupted the morning preparations of Sophria, insisting on cooking breakfast for her himself. It was astonishing to witness this noble heir, a scion of high birth, disregarding his own dignity to prepare a meal. This tender act brought tears of joy to Sophria's eyes, sparkling with emotion. Although the food he prepared was not particularly palatable, she ultimately took the reins, crafting 2 more satisfying portions herself. Nonetheless, Eros's willingness to set aside decorum and personally prepare breakfast filled her with profound happiness. After a considerable time, having enjoyed 2 servings of breakfast, Eros emerged from the apartment of Sophria, feeling invigorated and at peace. As he walked a short distance, he encountered a man approaching him. It was none other than Baron Larawat. Upon closer inspection, Eros noted that the bruise at the corner of the Baron's mouth had yet to fully heal. Had he received a loving reprimand from his kindly father? Had he just been released after a bout of discipline? Moreover, what was the significance of the flowers he held in his hands? Upon encountering Eros across the way, Baron Larawat abruptly lowered his head, a fleeting glimmer of resentment flashing in his eyes. He concealed it well, but it was merely a momentary flicker. Initially, he bowed respectfully to Eros, then attempted to swiftly pass by him with his gaze cast down. Just as he had maneuvered past Eros and taken a few steps, a voice called out from behind, "Wait." Baron Larawat's body tensed, and he forcibly steadied his emotions, turning around with a lowly demeanor as he forced a smile. "Your Highness, do you have any commands?" "Give me the flowers," Eros casually remarked. Baron Larawat felt a surge of indignation rising within his chest, and anger flashed in his eyes, his hand clutching the flowers tightening with visible strain. "Is that not permissible?" Eros raised an eyebrow. "And no, not at all." Ultimately, Baron Larawat resolved to endure, suppressing his inner turmoil, and with a forced smile, he extended the flowers towards Eros. Watching Eros accept the flowers, his heart felt as though it were bleeding. These blooms had cost him considerable effort and expense, carefully selected from the royal gardens of Indiles. He had risen early to travel to the royal greenhouse, intent on gathering the freshest and most exquisite flowers. Having been released by his father to return to the academy, he hoped to surprise his fiancée, only to have the flowers intercepted along the way. As he observed Eros's retreating figure, clutching the flowers, Baron Larawat's expression twisted in anguish. However, he soon realized something troubling. Why was Eros present here? Was he not residing in that villa district? What brought him out so early? Perhaps he was merely taking a stroll after breakfast? Eros, admiring the vibrant flowers in his grasp, nodded in satisfaction after ensuring their quality. Upon returning to his standalone villa, he found his insufferable sister seated on the living room sofa, wearing a sullen expression. Upon noticing Eros's entrance, she spoke with an emotionless tone. "Where were you last night?" "Look at this," Eros replied, lifting the bouquet of flowers. "Flowers?" Wendy paused, then, upon closer inspection, exclaimed in astonishment, "These are the dazzling stars of Indiles. This variety of rose is only found in the Augustine family's garden. Where did you acquire them?" Eros hesitated momentarily before retorting, "I wasn't home last night because I went to pick flowers for you, to present you with the freshest. I ventured to the blue-haired family's estate at dawn and then hurried back to the academy on the steam train. And here you are, still upset about my absence last night. I knew it. It's all my fault." Hearing Eros's explanation, Wendy's previous demeanor dissipated entirely. The realization that Eros had labored so hard just to bring her flowers, while she had unjustly accused him, brought a blush of shame to her cheeks. She approached Eros, wrapping her delicate arms around his, and playfully cooed, "I was wrong. will you forgive me, please? Noticing Eros remained unmoved, Wendini elongated her tone. Pretty please? Good little brother. Call me sister. No way. Upon hearing this demand, Wendini's previously soft demeanor vanished entirely, replaced by an unexpected firmness. Oomph, wretched sister, Eros retorted, before shoving a flower into Wendini's embrace and striding toward his room. Suddenly, he recalled that he had neglected to address the lingering scent of Cyphria's perfume on him. But fortunately, the floral aroma provided some cover. He needed to remedy that swiftly. Wendini pouted, yet upon gazing at the dazzling stars cradled in her arms, a radiant smile graced her beautiful face. Chapter 95. Returned to Intilas after attending classes at the academy for a day. At 2 o'clock the following afternoon, Eros and Wendini boarded the steam train back to Intilas. As it was Friday, the academy would be closed for the weekend. Upon disembarking at the train station, an opulent carriage that had been waiting for them glided to their side. Once they boarded, the carriage sped swiftly through the streets toward the inner city of Intilas. Seated inside, Eros casually lifted the carriage curtain to glance outside. However, upon doing so, he noticed something amiss. There seemed to be an unusually high number of patrolling guards. A squad could be seen at every short distance. What could have transpired in Intilas? He promptly inquired of the coachman, who respectfully replied, a few days ago, several grotesque murder and poisoning cases emerged in the western and southern outskirts of Intilas, resulting in over 300 fatalities, yet the perpetrator remains at large. In light of this, His Majesty the Emperor and the ministers are exceedingly outraged, mandating an intensified patrol by the police department to swiftly apprehend the assailant. Grotesque murders and poisonings, with fatalities exceeding 300. Surely, this must be a mysterious incident. The so-called poisoning likely refers to contamination, Eros pondered. Otherwise, with such rigorous patrols, even a limping fly could be caught. How could the assailant still be free after several days? The coachman, interpreting Eros's silence as concern, offered reassurance. Rest assured, Your Highness. The inner city's patrols are even more stringent, and there have been no murder cases within the inner city recently. Those heinous acts occurred in the outskirts, affecting only commoners. Eros nodded in acknowledgement, responding, I understand. After that, he fell silent, and the coachman diligently continued to drive the carriage. Upon returning to the Duke's residence, Eros encountered Estelle, who had just returned from the family estate, along with a person who both surprised him and felt entirely expected. It was none other than the Lady Florica, whom he had previously met in the library. Upon seeing Eros, her beautiful eyes revealed a complex array of emotions, mingling hope with fear. Eros discerned the thoughts swirling within the lady's heart. Casting a furtive glance around to ensure no one else was present, he softly uttered, Irina, come forth. As his words echoed in the air, Irina's figure emerged from the depths of Eros's shadow. She gazed upon the sobbing Lady Florica before her and gently called out, Mother. Florica rushed forward, enveloping her daughter in a tight embrace. The news of her daughter's sacrificial offering had nearly caused her to faint. Only upon learning that Irina had become Eros's shadow due to the Spirit Lord's intervention, and that there was hope for her salvation, could she finally breathe a sigh of relief. Consumed by concern for her daughter, she had accompanied Estelle, who was tasked with escorting the fragments of the ancestral divine realm to Intilas. Initially, Florica had feared that her daughter's current existence was reduced to mere shadow, yet Eros had bestowed upon her an immense surprise. Aside from the inability to stray far from Eros, Irina appeared to be as lively as any ordinary person. Observing the heartfelt reunion of mother and daughter, Eros felt a twinge of embarrassment and turned his gaze aside, for the sight of the four soft, tender forms was rather dazzling to his eyes. It was evident that Irina was indeed the daughter of Lady Florica. Nearby, Estelle watched the tender embrace with a hint of a smile gracing her lips. It was then that Eros noticed a subtle change in his mother. Her complexion appeared wan, and her eyes bore shadows of fatigue. What could be amiss? A flicker of concern ignited in his heart. He approached Estelle, taking one of her hands and resting it within his palm. In the next moment, a shimmering green light enveloped them, and the essence of life surged from Estelle's hand, coursing through her body. Estelle paused momentarily but did not resist. After a while, her voice softened. It's all right, Mother feels much better now. Wendy, sensing something amiss with her own mother, stepped forward to grasp Estelle's other hand. Her expression etched with worry. Mother, what has transpired? With a gentle sigh, Estelle's mood darkened. Yesterday, just after I returned to Intilas, your grandmother, Lady Bane, Sought me out. Did grandmother say anything to you? Wendy interjected eagerly. Yes, Estelle nodded lightly, her tone increasingly sorrowful. She told me that Alusha has returned to the side of the Master. Her lost soul has finally found peace within the Master's realm. Wendy opened her mouth, uncertain of what to respond. Noticing the concern etched on her daughter's face, Estelle softly reassured her, "Do not fret for me. This should be a blessing for Alusha. After nearly 2 decades of vanishing in that twisted domain of sin, I cannot fathom the suffering she endured. My mother has been burdened with worry for nearly 2 decades, praying fervently, and now, with her passing, it serves as a form of release for both her and myself." How did our grandmother ascertain Alusha's condition? Was it through information gleaned from the church's diviner? Eros inquired, voicing his confusion. Aster gently nodded. Indeed, your grandmother would visit the church every Thursday, spending £100 to consult the diviner regarding Alusha's status. Each divination prior had yielded responses, indicating that Alusha was indeed alive, albeit possibly trapped in some obscure place. However, since last week, the divinations have offered no replies, and the church has conveyed news of the collapse of the sin domain in the Martigaldan Mountains, triggered by the awakening of some malevolent deity. At this point, no further words are necessary. The collapse of the sin domain confirms Alusha's demise, and thus, the lack of response from the divination. How could there be a response when one has already passed away? Chapter 96. The radiant sun of the second-level sealing artifact Eros sighed lightly. Shifting the topic, I shall check on the progress of my bathhouse construction. With that, he made his way to the backyard, while Wintini, observing Eros's retreating figure, murmured, "So secretive." Aster smiled gently. Let him be. After all, he is merely dismantling a few rooms. Eros hastened toward the backyard, yet he had forgotten one crucial detail. Alina could not stray too far from him. Consequently, shortly after his departure, Alina, who had been conversing with her mother, abruptly vanished. Lady Florica paused momentarily, then quickly realized what had transpired, finding herself in a perplexing mix of amusement and exasperation. Knowing her daughter was unharmed, she relaxed her previously anxious heart, recognizing that there would be ample time for conversation later, and there was no need to rush. Meanwhile, Alina, having emerged from Eros's shadow, gazed at him with a somewhat forlorn expression. Eros blinked, then chuckled awkwardly. "Shall I return?" Alina shook her head. "No need. Mother tends to repeat mundane phrases." Changing the subject, Alina asked, "Do you intend to place that orb in the bath?" Eros nodded. "Yes, this way, the life force within the orb will permeate the bathwater, allowing anyone who bathes to achieve rejuvenating effects and delay aging." Alina glanced at Eros before softly commenting, "You are truly extravagant. Such a substance, formed from pure life force, if sold, Alina believed could fetch at least the price of 2 second-level sealing artifacts. After all, if this substance were transformed into a potion for consumption, it could genuinely extend one's lifespan, not merely by a decade or 2. Upon hearing Alina's remark about his extravagance, Eros's lips curled into a smile. "Isn't it meant to enhance your beauty?" Thus, the two continued their conversation as they walked, soon arriving at their destination. It was a beautifully designed spire-like structure, yet within it lay 2 rooms, each containing a rectangular pit carved into the floor. The pits were interconnected, separated only by a wall. Observing the large pits lined with stone slabs, Eros nodded in satisfaction. The bathhouse was merely awaiting the infusion of water. Alina, gazing at the bath before her, inquired curiously, "What will you do next?" "If it's cold water, it's already October. If hot water, the servants would have to keep boiling it." Eros stroked his chin thoughtfully. "We could employ a ritual array. That way, we could transform this place into a hot spring. However, the ritual array would require materials and spiritual essence, and the family's resources were currently rather meager. Isn't it a bit extravagant for just this purpose?" Alina expressed her concern. The family's resources in the realm of the arcane were hardly abundant. In truth, they were quite destitute. Eros was well aware of this. Thus, he had never intended to draw upon his family's materials. Inspired by the new energy steam train from the church, he pondered whether there were similar sealing artifacts within the family. If so, he could have Barbara isolate the pollution from that artifact and simply toss it into the pool, with servants regularly adding water. Resolute, Eros returned to the hall and approached Estelle, asking, "Mother, does the ducal residence possess any flame-type sealing artifacts? Anything that can generate high temperatures?" Although Estelle was puzzled by her youngest's inquiry, She earnestly recalled the sealing artifacts housed in the family's estate in Intellay. After a considerable pause, she replied, "We lack flame abilities, but there is a secondary-level sealing artifact known as the Radiant Sun. It can continuously purify pollutants within a 10-meter radius. The downside, however, is that it keeps the surrounding area in a sweltering state. Furthermore, if anyone below sequence 4 holds it for more than 5 minutes, their spiritual essence will gradually be purified away, rendering them an ordinary person." Eros furrowed his brow. The side effect was rather severe. Immediately, he mentally consulted Barbara, inquiring if this side effect could be sealed to some extent. Upon receiving an affirmative response, Eros exhaled in relief and said to Estelle, "I want this." "What do you need this for?" Estelle's expression reflected concern. "To create a hot spring. I believe this artifact is perfect for it. The spirit of the artifact just informed me that the side effect can indeed be sealed to a certain degree." Eros spoke with a nonchalant tone, unaware that Estelle and Lady Florica nearby were utterly astonished. Is that even possible? Using a secondary-level sealing artifact to create a hot spring? And the spirit of the artifact would assist in such a reckless endeavor? Truly, the spirit dotes on this child. Seeing that the spirit of the artifact had no objections to this course of action, Estelle, intrigued by her child's intentions, decided to accompany Eros to the underground chamber of the ducal residence. From the depths of the chamber, she retrieved a box sealed by a special method. Eros opened the box without hesitation, startling Estelle, who could not intervene in time. As soon as the box was opened, a radiant orange light emanated from its center, spreading in all directions. In an instant, Eros felt the air around him grow somewhat warm. Observing her impetuous child, Estelle reproached him, saying, "How can you open the box without any precautions? Fortunately, this is a seal with a slow activation. Otherwise, had it been another secondary seal, your recklessness could have resulted in contamination the moment it was opened." Eros scoffed at the thought that this secondary seal could possibly harm him. After all, what he possessed was far more potent in terms of contamination than this mere secondary seal. Not to mention, Barbara was watching nearby. Such a trivial seal was no threat to him. However, Estelle was unaware of his unique situation, so her concern was understandable. Thus, upon hearing Estelle's admonition, Eros merely chuckled and said, "With the spirit of the artifact watching over me, there's nothing to worry about." Estelle's lips twitched. She had no rebuttal. With the spirit of the artifact present, it was indeed unlikely anything would go awry. Eros reached for the orange orb that lay at the center of the box. But the moment he grasped it, the orb suddenly extinguished. "What is happening?" Estelle exclaimed, surprised, as she had never encountered such a phenomenon before. Eros quickly inquired in his mind, "What is going on, Barbara?" Barbara's expression was somewhat peculiar as she replied, "This is a sealing object with a degree of sentience. The moment you held it, it sensed your presence and was frightened." Well, it was yet another consequence of his own nature. What should he do now? Eros felt a twinge of helplessness. "Simply express your goodwill towards it," Barbara suggested. Chapter 97. The extinguished sun. Eros turned to Estelle, who was still in shock, and gave a dry laugh. This is because the spirit of the artifact sealed it just now. Whenever he faced an explanation he found cumbersome, he would defer to Barbara, as they had no means to verify his words. After all, sealing a secondary sealing object was a trivial feat for one wielding a divine artifact. Thus, upon hearing his words, Estelle did not doubt him. Instead, she expressed her admiration. "Truly remarkable. The artifact spirit can completely seal a secondary sealing object in an instant." Hearing this, Eros instinctively averted his gaze. Since he had obtained the object, he did not linger in the underground chamber with Estelle any longer. Holding the extinguished sun, he returned to the building that had been hollowed out to serve as a bath. He waved to the steward, instructing him to have the servants fill the bath with fresh water. Once the preparations were nearly complete and the servants had retreated, Eros wasted no time. He brought the extinguished sun to his lips and whispered, "If you don't shine soon, I might just eat you." Expressing goodwill was not that complicated, after all. In the next moment, a dazzling brilliance erupted from his hand, the blinding light making it difficult for those present to open their eyes. There is no need for such brightness. After adjusting the luminosity and sealing it with Barbara's magic, Eros casually tossed it, embedding it directly into the center of the bath's floor. Before long, the bath began to emanate a white mist, much to Eros's satisfaction. The purifying power of this sealed object, enhanced by Barbara's enchantment, was now rendered ineffective against the spirits within the human body. Its current purifying strength could only cleanse the water and floor of the bath, ensuring they remained perpetually pristine, thus sparing the need for frequent cleaning. Now, it sufficed for the servants to simply add water, making the effects of this sealed object surprisingly convenient. The onlookers exchanged glances, astonished that a sealing artifact was being utilized for a hot spring. However, the next moment, Eros produced an object that left them utterly stunned. Crouching down, he reached into his own shadow and retrieved a vibrant green orb. As soon as the emerald sphere appeared, a surge of life energy washed over everyone present, as though they were confronted by an endless forest. Under the influence of this life force, their fatigue dissipated in an instant. They began to grasp Eros's intentions, and indeed, he proceeded to embed the green orb into the bottom of the bath. After completing this final step, Eros clapped his hands and addressed the astonished women. From now on, you may come here to bathe at your leisure. This life orb contains a remnant of the essence from a great being of the elven race, imbued with the purest form of life. You should be well aware of the effects of life energy, so I need not elaborate further. At this juncture, Eros mused aloud. We should also create a sign to distinguish between genders. The women, having absorbed Eros's words, fell into a state of shock. If they had not misheard, he had just stated that the life orb was a remnant of a great being from the elven race. That was indeed a great being. Even a mere remnant of its essence was akin to divine grace. This meant that bathing here could bestow upon them a blessing from the divine. Wasn't that akin to sacrilege? They felt a mixture of excitement and trepidation. After all, they understood the benefits of life force for the body. But would the benevolent deity of the elves truly mind such a practice? Surely, it would not be a concern. After a moment's hesitation, Estelle cautiously spoke up. Might this action displease that being? Eros paused, having not considered this aspect beforehand, and a hint of worry crept in. He sought the counsel of Barbara in his mind, and she responded with unwavering certainty, no. Though he was unsure why Barbara was so confident, her assurance alleviated his concerns. Thus, Eros relaxed inwardly while maintaining a smile outwardly as he reassured Estelle, fear not, that kind and benevolent deity could never be displeased by such a trivial matter. Eros, having personally undergone the baptism of that great figure, reassured Estelle and the others with his declaration that he would not. With that, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Shortly thereafter, Eros inscribed the characters for male and female on the two doors, adhering to the tradition of male left, female right. Wendini pouted, questioning. You occupy such a large space for just one person. Eros retorted with a smirk. I shall do as I please. Mind your own business, dear sister. Upon hearing this, Wendini playfully shook Estelle's arm, exclaiming, Mother, look at him, just look. Estelle couldn't help but smile at her two lively children. As night fell, clad only in his undergarments, Eros luxuriated in a bath at the perfect temperature, while the spirited shouts of Wendini echoed from the adjacent room, coaxing him into a state of blissful relaxation. At that moment, the door to his bath was swung open, and Eros, lifting his eyelids slightly, was surprised to find it was Lady Florica, draped in a bathrobe. Not particularly alarmed due to his attire, he assumed she had mistakenly entered the wrong room and was about to inform her that the lady's bath was next door. However, he noticed Lady Florica raising a finger to her lips, signaling for silence. Simultaneously, she deftly locked the door behind her. Eros was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by her intentions. In the brief seconds of his bewilderment, Lady Florica stepped into the bath, approaching him with an air of intimacy. Eros felt a sudden unease rise within him. Though he maintained a facade of calm, softly inquiring, My lady, what brings you here? The lady's bath is next door. With a slight smile curving her crimson lips, she leaned closer to his ear and whispered, Your Highness, surely you wouldn't want Lady Estelle to discover our little secret? Chapter 98. No? Why would I feel guilty? Upon hearing her words, Eros instinctively glanced at the wall beside him, well aware that Wendini and Estelle were in the adjoining room. Yet, after a moment's realization, he was struck by the absurdity of feeling guilty. What could possibly exist between him and Lady Florica that warranted secrecy? Her implication made it sound as if they were harboring some clandestine affair. Regaining his composure, Eros's lips twitched, and he lowered his voice, offering a wry smile. If you require my assistance, my lady, please feel free to ask directly. No need for such ambiguity. At his words, the smile faded from Lady Florica's face, replaced by a hint of melancholy. Do you know? I am merely 3 years younger than Lady Estelle. Eros, upon hearing this, began to grasp Lady Florica's intentions, yet he remained silent, patiently awaiting her next words. As predicted, after a brief pause, she continued, her tone tinged with sorrow. I had not felt it before. But in the past year, I have distinctly sensed my body weakening and my beauty fading. Upon hearing these words, Eros hesitated for a moment, then sincerely remarked, my lady, you appear to be no more than 28 or 29. This was not merely a consolation. It was indeed a reflection of Lady Florica's current appearance. A faint smile graced her lips, but it soon faded, giving way to a hint of melancholy. In order to preserve my beauty, I devote a considerable amount of time daily to my skincare regimen. Yet even so, I increasingly feel overwhelmed. Time is the enemy of all living beings, Eros murmured softly. Indeed, that is why I have come to seek your counsel, replied Florica, her earlier melancholy dissipating as she regarded Eros with newfound seriousness. As an immortal being, as a scion of the elven lineage, and as one who has been personally sanctified by the great, you must possess a solution, do you not? Lady Estelle is a testament to this. Eros remained silent, tacitly acknowledging her assertion. Seeing his acquiescence, a smile returned to Florica's face. What price must I pay to obtain such a miracle? Nothing at all. It is, after all, a trivial matter for me. Eros responded nonchalantly. Indeed, it was merely a matter of drawing a bit of blood, a trifling sacrifice for a creature of his kind. However, disappointment flickered across Lady Florica's features. Noticing this, Eros's eyelids twitched, his mind racing with unspoken thoughts. What does this expression of disappointment signify? My lady, I sense that your inner musings are rather perilous, though somewhat disheartened. Upon receiving Eros's agreement, a glimmer of joy returned to Florica's countenance. She playfully remarked, observing the suddenly peculiar expression on Eros's face. I rather hope you would propose some extravagant demands, for one-sided transactions seldom endure. At this point, Lady Florica sighed softly, an air of regret enveloping her. Since you have made no requests, we shall leave it at that. However, should you think of any demands in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. I shall not refuse you. Rather, I would be more than willing to assist. My lady, something feels amiss. Eros managed a strained smile that resembled more of a grimace than a grin. Ahem, let us not dwell on this. After your bath, I shall have Irina bring you what you need. Eros emphasized Irina's name, his gaze imploring. Yet, whether it was the steam from the bath or Lady Florica's exuberance, she seemed oblivious to Eros's hints and continued, Are you concerned about your father? Worry not. Such occurrences are quite common among nobility. Moreover, if it concerns you, I believe your father would not only be indifferent, but might even tacitly approve of it. Besides, he is currently preoccupied with his new companions, leaving little time to attend to an aging woman like me. Mother, you are not old at all. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from behind, causing Lady Florica to stiffen, her face flushing crimson. Eros buried his face in his hands. She mechanically turned her head, her voice trembling slightly as she stammered, Irina, what are you doing here? She had deliberately chosen this time to come, believing that Eros would be bathing, and surely Irina would not be accompanying him. Yet, the response came. I've been here all along, Irina said in a haunting tone. Madame Florica lowered her head, nearly burying it in her bosom. The mortification of having her daughter witness such an incident from beginning to end left her with an overwhelming sense that the Croatian continent was no longer a suitable place for her. Irina fell silent, and Eros felt the awkwardness permeate the air. The atmosphere in the bathroom grew increasingly bizarre, with none of the three uttering a word as silence enveloped them. Ultimately, Eros could not recall how he exited the bathroom or returned to his room. Even as he lay on his bed, he felt a lingering haze enveloping his mind, as if everything that transpired that night was merely a dream. After a considerable pause, Eros arose and locked the door. His sister, Wendini, had chosen to comfort their mother and was sleeping with Estelle. As for Irina, she was likely downstairs having a heart-to-heart with her mother. Standing silently by the bed for a moment, Eros gestured, and the ring on his finger transformed in a radiant glow into a petite girl. Gazing at the exquisite girl lying on the bed, resembling a delicate doll, Eros rasped, his voice tinged with conflict. Is she truly not Alusha? He had previously posed this question, only to receive a negative response from Barbara. No. Barbara's crisp voice reiterated the denial. Then why does she bear such a striking resemblance, and what are the odds? During the collection of the divine realm, it was discovered that the area of sin overlapped with another domain of sin. Following the collection, The collision of these realms led to a collapse, and shortly thereafter, reports emerged of a collapse in the Sin domain of the Mardigaldan Mountains, occurring almost simultaneously. This revelation compelled Eros to ponder whether the overlapping domain of Sin was indeed that of the Mardigaldan Mountains. Could it be that Alusha's disappearance was due to her inadvertently crossing through that overlapping domain into another realm of Sin? Such thoughts were difficult to dismiss. All clues seemed to suggest that this enigmatic girl was Alusha, yet why did Barbara insist she was not? Chapter 99. What does it smell like? Barbara cast a glance at Eros, her tone calm as she stated, "She is indeed not Alusha. To be precise, Alusha perished at her hands." Eros stared at Barbara in astonishment, and she continued, her voice unwavering, "I have told you before, she is a strange entity. A juvenile aberration formed only a few decades ago." Eros's lips twitched. A few decades still constituted childhood? Was this aberration akin to the elven race, a long-lived being? Although puzzled, he refrained from voicing his questions, choosing instead to listen as Barbara elaborated further. In his heart, he had already harbored some vague suspicions, though he could not ascertain them. If my conjecture is correct, the locus of this grotesque entity might indeed be situated near the realm of its master. And Alusha inadvertently wandered into that territory, thus being consumed by the abomination. Eros interjected, taking up Barbara's words. He recalled the capabilities of this entity, soul consumption and soul theft. Barbara nodded affirmatively. Indeed, the entity devoured her soul and tainted her corporeal form. It is precisely for this reason that she could assume the guise of Alusha. This is one of her abilities. She can morph into the appearance of those she has devoured. Then why is she able to respond to divination? Eros inquired, voicing his confusion. According to Barbara, Alusha should have been consumed by this creature over a decade ago, if she had indeed been devoured so long ago. Who then was responding to the divination? Upon hearing this question, Barbara's expression turned peculiar. The one responding to the divination is also her. The nascent entity lacks consciousness, acting solely on instinct, until it absorbed Alusha's soul, at which point it birthed awareness endowed with Alusha's complete memories. Furthermore, due to the peculiar nature of the overlapping realm of sins and the secretive power of the master's domain, it has only devoured this single soul over the span of more than a decade. The memory of just one soul does not create a conflict within its cognition, hence, in the subsequent time, it may come to believe itself to be Alusha. Eros began to grasp the meaning behind Barbara's words. Yet he pondered how this related to her responses to divination. As if attuned to his thoughts, Barbara shot him a look, seemingly exasperated that he still did not comprehend her explanation. Noticing Eros's continued bemusement, Barbara sighed, because she believes herself to be Alusha, and in conjunction with having consumed Alusha's soul, her responses to divination would naturally point towards Alusha. Furthermore, driven by the entity's instinct, she seeks to lure other souls into that domain for her consumption. Thus she began to respond to divinations directed at her. Is it then simply a ruse to draw people in for slaughter? Is that her rationale for responding to divination? Eros appeared to understand. However, he now found himself ensnared in another dilemma. Did this mean she possessed Alusha's complete memories and believed herself to be Alusha, yet in truth was not Alusha at all? Precisely, Barbara confirmed, then continued. She has thus far consumed only this one soul, which does not lead to cognitive dissonance. If you refrain from allowing her to devour other souls, as her madness gradually subsides, she will reclaim Alusha's memories and rationality. Nonetheless, due to her consumption of Alusha's soul, she will emerge as an entity possessing Alusha's memories. Eros felt a pang of distress. The being that held Alusha's memories and believed itself to be Alusha was, in fact, the very murderer of Alusha. What a predicament this was. Is there any hope for Alusha? Eros, tormented by his thoughts, sought to fill the silence. Upon achieving divinity, one could endeavor to extract Alusha's fragmented soul from the enigmatic entity, piece by piece, and reassemble it, Barbara remarked with earnest intent. Eros, rolling his eyes, thought such a notion was akin to futility. Attaining godhood was no simple feat. Relying on him to ascend was perhaps less feasible than hoping for the return of their ancestor within this epoch. Nevertheless, salvaging what could be salvaged was preferable to utter despair. Yet, how was he to confront her? Though she was not Alusha, she possessed her complete memories and believed herself to be Alusha. What if, upon regaining her sanity, she were to exclaim, "Dear nephew, what are you doing?" Eros felt a tumult of confusion and vexation. Ultimately, He resolved to disregard her, for she was not the true Elusa. Hesitating was not his nature. He acknowledged his lasciviousness and depravity. Having been granted a second chance at life, why be ensnared in such turmoil? With determination, Eros bent down and lifted the serene girl, who lay on the bed like an exquisite doll. After a considerable time, he reclined against the headboard, contemplating the meaning of existence and the purpose of life. In his musings, he turned inward, pondering his own aspirations. Was it merely to resurrect the ancestor? To ameliorate the family's plight? Was it as simple as that? For millennia, the family had toiled towards the resurrection of their ancestor, yet results remained elusive, and the ancestor's return was still a distant dream. If he relied on this resurrection to improve their current situation, would it not be too late? After all, no one could predict the years until the ancestor's return. 10,000 years? Perhaps even longer? Would the family then remain in hiding for millennia more? Eros fell into silence. And suddenly an idea struck him. Given his unique nature, perhaps he could indeed ascend to the divine throne. To gaze upon the divine with mortal eyes. To embody the essence of the divine within a mortal frame, and even to cloak his soul from the forces of history in this world. With such exceptional potential, was divinity not his birthright? How curious that he once doubted his capabilities. A soft chuckle escaped him, a surge of ambition igniting within. There was no need to resurrect the ancestor, for he would claim the divine throne himself. At that moment, Irina emerged from the shadows cast by Eros. It seemed she had concluded her conversation with Madame Florica and opted to return directly to Eros's shadow. Standing beside the bed, she sniffed the air and, with a hint of confusion, inquired, "What is that scent?" Eros suddenly felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Chapter 100. As expected of you, Barbara. Eros stiffly turned his face, managing a few awkward chuckles. Thankfully, he had refrained from exclaiming anything earlier, or it would have been mortifying. Irina sniffed again, and as if realizing something, a blush crept onto her cheeks. With a gentle bite of her red lips, Irina gazed at Eros, who was awkwardly leaning against the headboard, her eyes reflecting a complex blend of emotions. Hesitantly, she spoke, "If you truly desire it, there are maids outside. There is no need to resort to your hands." The last few words seemed to require a tremendous amount of resolve for her to utter. What? Eros was taken aback, realizing she thought he was merely employing traditional skills. Did she not know of the peculiar girl's existence? Or was it that she had not considered that possibility? Clearing his throat, he refrained from explaining and instead shifted the conversation. What about Lady Florica? Suddenly, Eros found himself at a loss for words regarding this new topic. Fortunately, Irina understood his intent. She nodded and, after a moment of silence, replied, "It has concluded." With the topic exhausted, Eros found himself unsure of what to say next, and the room fell into a quiet stillness. After a considerable pause, Irina turned her gaze elsewhere and spoke with a hint of complexity in her tone. "She fears growing old. I shall do my utmost." Eros pledged earnestly. "Thank you." Irina turned her face towards him, her beautiful eyes meeting his as she softly uttered the words. Eros smiled gently. "Is there a need for such formalities between us? If Lady Florica desires, I could procure a vial of my purged blood for her at this very moment. Furthermore, she could indulge in that bath. Its effects may very well rival my blood." Irina regarded Eros with her enchanting eyes, contemplating for a while before softly agreeing. But there is no rush. Tomorrow will suffice." "Very well." Eros nodded in affirmation. Once again, silence enveloped the room. After a prolonged interval, Irina unexpectedly voiced a question that left Eros somewhat astonished. "May I inquire about the material adorning the legs of the spirit master?" Eros perked up. This was a topic that piqued his interest. His excitement bubbled over as he eagerly began to explain. "Let me tell you, those are called stockings, which come in various types: black, white, lace, fishnet, and gradient." As Eros animatedly elaborated, Irina listened intently, nodding thoughtfully. The following day, Eros found himself momentarily entranced by the sight of Irina's long legs. Her cheeks flushed under his gaze. Irina uneasily bent her perfectly shaped legs and trembled slightly as she asked, "Is the black stocking you mentioned like this?" "Magnificent. How did you manage this?" Eros marveled, for Irina's already long and fair legs, complemented by the black stockings that subtly highlighted the curves of her thighs, were nothing short of exquisite. Irina, feeling a touch of shyness, replied, "I consulted the spirit master last night." "I did not." Barbara's voice rang in Eros's mind. vehemently denying any involvement. Indeed, it was Barbara. She was ever the same. However, when had they begun to converse behind his back? Though this thought flitted through his mind, Eros dismissed it without further contemplation. Due to those alluring black stockings, Eros was unusually swift in his bloodletting this morning, even expressing concern that it might not be sufficient, resulting in him drawing an extra cup. Observing Irina, who was taking the collected blood away, Eros promptly entered his soul space, where he was met with Barbara's somewhat unnatural expression, prompting him to chuckle mischievously. "You claim to be oblivious, yet here you are, clearly well-versed," he teased. "It wasn't solely my doing. She conceived this herself. I merely provided the method to coalesce spirit into attire, along with a few suggestions." When he mentioned a few, Barbara playfully gestured with her delicate fingers. Eros nodded in understanding. He comprehended the concept of the universe between her fingers. Noticing Eros's apparent skepticism, Barbara felt a flash of irritation. She had forgotten to remind Irina not to mention her name. After handing over the items to her mother, Irina was promptly surrounded by Wendini and Sivir upon her return to the hall. Wendini expressed curiosity about the stockings adorning Irina's legs, while Sivir, intrigued, spotted a business opportunity. The two immediately began to inquire, leaving Irina with no choice but to recount the origin of her stockings. Upon learning that they were Eros's creation, Wendini silently fumed, realizing that he had been withholding this from her. Meanwhile, Sivir's eyes sparkled with excitement as she dashed to Eros's door, opening it without hesitation and entering, with Wendini and Irina following closely behind. Their hurried entrance startled Eros, who was in the midst of dressing while attended by a maid. Before he could inquire, Sivir boldly asked, "So, you are the one who created Irina's stockings?" After a moment's contemplation, Eros realized that stockings did not yet exist in this world, so claiming them as his creation seemed reasonable. With a slight nod, he replied, "Well, sort of. Do you have any other samples?" Sivir pressed further. At this, Eros glanced at the maid who was assisting him with his attire and gently asked, "Julia, could you please step outside for a moment?" Without hesitation, the maid bowed and complied. "Yes, Your Highness." Once the maid exited and closed the door, Eros continued, "There are no samples. They are formed from spirit." Irina nodded in affirmation. Upon hearing that they were spirit congealed, Wendini's curiosity intensified, and she reached out to touch Irina's leg, marveling at the texture. Sivir, unfazed by the lack of samples, shifted the conversation, inquiring, "Could ordinary silk be used to create such items?" Eros began to grasp Sivir's intentions and replied thoughtfully, "Are you considering turning this into a product?" Sivir smirked, her lips curling upwards. "Precisely. Such items, capable of shaping and enhancing allure, would surely entice the nobility." Eros's eyes lit up at this revelation. Indeed, this could be a lucrative venture. Why had he not thought of this sooner? It just so happened that he had a clothing factory under his command, and there were several within his family's holdings. There was potential here. Eros immediately began a conversation with his fourth sister, Sybil, regarding the matter of stockings. During their exchange, he shared insights from his previous life as sales philosophy, which seemed to ignite a spark of inspiration in Sybil, evident by the brightness in her eyes. Meanwhile, Wendy and Irina listened with looks of utter confusion, as if questioning their very existence. After a lengthy discussion, Eros, still brimming with enthusiasm, concluded their dialogue. Sybil, smiling with excitement, hurried away, no doubt eager to experiment. If her endeavors proved successful, it would undoubtedly generate revenue for the family. Thus, was he to be the one to introduce stockings in this world? Would they one day dub him the Duke of Stockings? The thought sent a shiver down Eros's spine, eliciting a wave of goosebumps. Chapter 101. Clumsy yet playful. After enjoying breakfast, Eros began to meander about his home. During this time, he encountered Lady Florica, who, upon seeing him, appeared quite flustered. Likely recalling the events of the previous night, Eros maintained a neutral expression and nodded at Lady Florica, behaving as though nothing had transpired. Noticing his demeanor, Lady Florica sighed in relief and returned a courteous bow. Just as Eros thought the day might unfold in tranquility, representatives from the Rebirth Church arrived. Among them was the regional bishop, Ando Calamanda, from the inner city of Entiles. The bishop's personal visit led Eros to surmise the purpose of his arrival. As expected, it was to address matters regarding his identity, specifically to request Eros to attend the church for his coronation ceremony as the Son of God. Given the confidentiality surrounding his divine status, the ceremony would be modest. However, The Rebirth Church promised compensation in this regard. Eros had already informed his family of his elevation to the Son of God through a message conveyed by Shadow Crow. Unfortunately, Aster had not received this news as she was en route back to Entiles at the time. Nevertheless, while Eros was preparing the bathhouse yesterday, he casually mentioned this development to her. Aster's expression had been one of shock and bewilderment, which elicited a chuckle from Eros. After a night to process the information, when Aster heard the regional bishop mention the event, her astonishment remained, though she managed to maintain her composure. Subsequently, the entire household of the Duke was invited to witness the ceremony at the church. Typically, the coronation of a son is a grand affair, replete with various rituals and pageantry. However, this occasion was simplified due to the need for discretion. They offered prayers to the gods of death and rebirth, after which Cardinal Anthony, in his capacity as the divine messenger, adorned Eros with a sevenfold crown and draped him in the ceremonial robes of the Son of God. Thus, the ceremony concluded, with compensation for the event to be delivered to the Duke's residence in the coming days. As for the church's bestowal upon the Son of God, it would be directly delivered to the family situated in the Duchy of North. After conducting the ceremony, Archbishop Anthony departed, much to Eros's relief. Although the other party could not detect his presence, it was still inappropriate for Eros to exploit the church's resources in his company. Shortly after Archbishop Anthony's departure, Eros beckoned the Bishop of Ander to a secluded corner. Upon hearing Eros's request, the Ander bishop waved his hand dismissively, stating, "It is merely some materials for a sequence 7 formation. If His Highness desires, I can prepare them for you at once." Perfect. Natalia's desired materials were secured. Soon after, Eros departed the church in a carriage, carrying the prepared materials. In the carriage, Eros reclined against Aster's lap, which she did not mind. As she gazed down at Eros resting on her thigh, Aster gently tidied his disheveled hair. Casting a glance at Wendini, who was leaning against the window, staring outside, Eros casually inquired, "Mother, do you know the location of Viscount Kenfeld's residence?" Aster pondered for a moment before responding, "I heard Mitchell mention it the day before yesterday. It is the family of the fiancé of that Viscount Sibber who sought your forgiveness." "Indeed." Eros nodded. "Why do you ask for their address?" Aster queried, somewhat perplexed. To this, Eros responded nonchalantly, "I have been getting along well with Miss Safreya, the daughter of Viscount Kenfeld, at school, so I wish to pay her a visit." "When did this happen?" Wendini, who had been idly gazing out of the window, suddenly perked up, her beautiful eyes wide with shock and confusion. When did this scoundrel become friendly with Safreya? How was she unaware? Eros cleared his throat, his gaze drifting as he replied, just around that time." "Huh." Wendini was baffled. "What time is that?" Aster, however, paid little mind to her children's exchange. After a moment of contemplation, she mused, "I believe I heard that the daughter of Viscount Kenfeld is hosting an 18th birthday ball. That makes sense. You are of that age now. I am not sure of the exact address, but you can inquire with the butler once we return home." Eros nodded, and Wendini, eager, interjected, "I want to go too. I want to go too." Aster shot her daughter a disapproving look, responding tersely, "Your brother is visiting. What need have you to accompany him?" "No. I want to go. I want to go." Wendini whined. Aster regarded her daughter with suspicion. "You will not be going." Eros made a face at Wendini. Enraged, Wendini lunged at Eros, pinning him down. Aster watched her 2 grown children, still bickering daily, with a sense of exasperation. Ultimately, the conflict concluded with Eros firmly pinning Wendini down with one hand. Observing the defiant expression on his obstinate little sister's face, Eros remarked, inexperienced yet playful. With a huff, Wendini turned her face away, her displeasure evident. "Not satisfied, are you?" Eros raised an eyebrow, a mischievous grin forming on his lips. "What do you intend to do?" Feeling the sinister nature of Eros's smile, Wendini shivered, her tones softening involuntarily. What do you think?" Eros, finishing his laughter, began to tickle his little sister. Wendini erupted into a fit of laughter, her body writhing uncontrollably, reminiscent of a hefty wild boar on the brink of slaughter. "Mom, look at him. Look at him." Wendini implored Estelle for help. In the midst of this playful chaos, she completely forgot her initial intentions. Just like that, perfectly controlled, Eros chuckled softly. Chapter 102. The Bell of Slumber. Upon returning home, Eros sought out the butler and instructed him to send a formal invitation to the Count of Kenfield, notifying him of his visit the following afternoon at 2 o'clock. He also requested the butler to prepare some tasteful gifts that would not seem out of place. In truth, Even without his prompting, the butler would have undertaken these arrangements, as such tasks are essential skills for a steward. Once these matters were settled, Eros returned to the backyard to continue teasing his little sister, who was both inexperienced and playful, truly an endearing character. Later that evening, after dining and strolling through the garden with Estelle and the others, Eros suddenly sensed a faint pulse from a certain mark within his soul space. He halted and called out to Estelle, who was ahead. "I need to step out for a moment." Without waiting for her response, his figure dissolved into a shadow, merging with the surrounding darkness. Alongside him vanished Irina, who was walking with Lady Florica on the opposite side. Wendini, pouting at the spot Eros had just occupied, turned to Estelle and complained. Eros does the same at the academy, running out alone in the dead of night without a clue as to what he is up to. "Mom, you must keep an eye on him. What if he gets into something dangerous?" Estelle smiled gently. "Your brother has been sensible since childhood. He knows his limits. Besides, the spirit guardian is watching over him." Wendini, dissatisfied, pouted and muttered, "He is not sensible at all. He never listens to me and always expects me to heed his words." After leaving the Duke's estate, Eros was somewhat astonished to find that he had encountered 3 patrol teams of night watchmen along his route. This was highly unusual. While there might typically be some clergy from the 3 major churches patrolling Antilles at night, such a number was unprecedented. He had not even exited the inner city, yet had already come across 3 teams from the Reincarnation Church. What was occurring in Antilles? He regretted not inquiring with Bishop Ando during his daytime visit to the church. Suddenly, Eros recalled the mention of a grotesque murder case and a poisoning incident by the coachman upon his return to Antilles. At that moment, he speculated whether those cases bore a connection to the mysterious occurrences surrounding them, and if the unusual actions of the 3 major churches were also related to those incidents. How could it be that his family's intelligence network in Antilles had received no news at all? Was it due to the timing of the events, or perhaps the high level of confidentiality? With such commotion from the clergy of the 3 churches, it seemed implausible that the intelligence agents were oblivious, implying it was indeed a sudden event. What could possibly be of such significance to warrant the church's immense concern? Perhaps it was the actions of the Moonlit sect? That seemed plausible, for it was led by the Celestials, and the church's heightened awareness would not be unwarranted. Contemplating this, Eros dismissed the notion of following along. Engaging in affairs involving the Celestials was far too perilous. Just then, a bell tolled suddenly above Antilles. Eros observed a transparent wave of light accompanying the sound. As his intuition offered no warning and Barbara provided no indication of danger, Eros remained rooted in place, allowing the sound and its ripple to permeate his being. After a while, he examined his unchanged form, puzzled, and inquired of Barbara, "What was that just now?" "The sleep bell, the one hung in the bell tower of St. Elvira Cathedral," Barbara replied calmly. "The sleep bell," Eros echoed softly, and instantly, fragments of information regarding the bell flooded his mind. It was a first-level sealed object known as the sleep bell. Its abilities were as follows. Ability 1. All beings who hear its chime will involuntarily succumb to a slumber, responding to the bell's guidance, effective only on ordinary people. Ability 2. It can actively differentiate a sub-body, which shares identical capabilities with the main body. Ability 3. It can awaken all beings that slumber due to its chime, effective only on ordinary people. Adverse effect. Beings within a 5-meter radius will remain eternally awake. So it is this artifact. Such bells are typically found in every church belonging to the Reincarnation Church, designed specifically for ordinary individuals. Adhering to the principle of secrecy, church clergy would ring the bell when addressing mysterious events, allowing nearby ordinary people to fall into slumber. This way, they neither hear nor see, thus reducing the risk of being tainted by the mysterious, unless they were in close proximity to the source of contamination or the source was right beside them. Previously, Eros had only heard and read descriptions of this bell, and this was his first encounter with its practical application. Moreover, the extent of its use was remarkable. Judging by the earlier scene, it seemed to have hypnotized the entirety of Antilles. It appeared that tonight's events were indeed significant. Sitting in the shadow upon a rooftop, Eros observed the throngs on the streets, their eyes glazed over, obediently following the bell's guidance back home to sleep. After approximately 10 minutes, the entire Antilles had descended into an eerie silence. Apart from the streetlights still illuminating the surroundings, it was nearly impossible to find a single house still aglow. Has the realm of the mysterious commenced? Eros murmured. He chuckled lightly, remarking that it was not his concern. In the grand game played by such influential figures, he preferred to keep his distance, lest he be utilized as a mere pawn. With that, Eros's form once again sank into the shadows, moving towards the destination indicated by the mark. Along the way, he encountered 5 members of the 3 major churches engaged in fierce combat with some grotesque, mutated creatures. No wonder the entirety of Intelace was under a spell. Tonight's pollution incidents seemed excessively numerous. Just from what he had witnessed, there were 5 occurrences. Surely, there must be even more throughout the rest of Intelace. It seemed likely that someone had deliberately released pollutants within Intelace, but what could their intentions be? Were they planning to wear down the clergy with those corrupted and mutated commoners? That notion seemed rather implausible. Thus, Eros navigated through shadows and traversed the realm of darkness until he arrived at a row house. Observing the same engulfing darkness that enveloped the building, he approached a door as guided by the mark. Eros knocked lightly, adopting a casual tone as he announced, "Open the door. I'm here to fix the plumbing." Upon his arrival, he had already sensed the surroundings through the night, discerning that there was only one person inside, a familiar face, someone he knew well. Shortly after his words, the door cracked open, and with his dark vision, Eros could clearly make out Natalia's lovely visage within. Natalia stepped back a few paces, and Eros, unceremoniously, strode into the room. After locking the door behind him, Natalia instructed, "Follow me." She ignited an oil lamp and, holding it aloft, led him toward a corner of the room. Eros trailed her, watching as she adeptly lifted a stone slab from the ground, revealing the entrance to a basement. Natalia descended into the basement, illuminating the remaining oil lamps with her own, which brightened the entire space considerably. Chapter 103. His abandoned pawn. Eros followed closely, observing her industrious efforts. After a while, Natalia placed the oil lamp onto a candelabrum within the basement. Her beautiful eyes regarded the shadow-cloaked remnant of the night before her, and with a hint of complexity in her tone, she inquired, "Where are the items?" Eros smiled, assuring her, "Rest assured, I have brought everything you need." He then crouched down, retrieving a small package from his shadow and presenting it to Natalia. She paused momentarily before accepting and opening the parcel. Inside, she found precisely the materials required for her ritualistic formations. Natalia's lips moved slightly, yet the words of gratitude never escaped her mouth. After all, it was indeed her due. Eros, undeterred by her lack of expression, shifted the conversation to the matters he had observed outside, hoping to glean some information from Natalia, who occupied a uniquely ambiguous position as a cultist. Regrettably, after listening, Natalia shook her head, her tone tinged with confusion. "I am uncertain. The church acted unexpectedly, and I have not received any communication from the organization." Eros felt a pang of disappointment. Could it be that the cult of the moon was not behind this? Or was it due to Natalia's insufficient status? Yet, was she not the mother of the divine vessel? Such a position should ordinarily suffice, even if she herself was unaware of it. Eros fell into contemplation, and when he regained his focus, he noticed Natalia was gazing at him intently. After a brief moment of thought, Eros discerned her concerns, raising his hands in a gesture of innocence. "Is your reluctance to conduct the advancement ceremony due to apprehensions that I might cause disruption during your ascension?" Natalia remained silent, clearly acquiescing to his implication. Eros's mouth twitched in exasperation. "If I intended to act against you, would I truly wait until your ascension to strike?" Inwardly, Natalia scoffed. Who could fathom the thoughts of this remnant of a dark deity? Perhaps he found the timing of such an action more entertaining. Nevertheless, Eros's candidness indicated that he likely had no intentions of harming her. If he wished to observe her advancement, so be it. After all, if he did decide to act, escape would be futile. Embracing this mindset, Natalia proceeded to the other corner of the basement, where she had meticulously inscribed the ritual array, albeit lacking certain materials necessary for activation. Eros's arrival provided the missing components. Thus, it was not long before the complete ritual array was arranged. After placing the final essence stone, Natalia consumed a potion she had prepared in advance. Eros leaned against the basement wall, his expression betraying a hint of boredom as he observed Natalia seated within the ritual array. He had long anticipated the outcome of this advancement. After all, with him standing by, failure was inconceivable. As expected, shortly thereafter, Natalia rose, her expression a blend of bewilderment and innocence. Astonishingly, she had not encountered any peculiar intrusions during her ascension, not a single one. This was perplexing, It seemed improbable, for this basement did not appear to possess the means to shield against such anomalies. At that moment, a teasing voice reached her ears. "What do you think?" Surprised? Turning her head, Natalia met the gaze of the shadowy remnant of the night, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of uncertainty. "Was this your doing? How did you manage it?" "This is the secret art of my night clan. I discreetly employed it during your ascension. How about it? Would you like to know what this secret art entails? Join my night clan, and I shall reveal it to you," Eros chuckled. Upon hearing the first part, Natalia's gaze flickered slightly, but upon the latter half, her demeanor shifted to one of cold seriousness. "My faith in the goddess cannot be shaken. Is that so? What if it were Aisha?" Eros inquired with keen interest. "What have you done to Aisha?" Natalia exclaimed fiercely, her demeanor akin to that of a tiger with its fur bristled, her gaze sharp enough to pierce. Eros, seemingly unfazed by Natalia's ferocious stare, casually pulled over a small square table nearby and nonchalantly perched himself upon it. Natalia's eyes remained fixed on the remnants of the night before her. If Aisha had indeed been harmed, she would fight to the bitter end, regardless of her own strength. Eros sighed lightly, choosing not to prolong the suspense. "When you mentioned that Aisha was a child bestowed upon you by the goddess, I sensed something amiss. Thus, a couple of days ago, I infiltrated the church academy, guided by the mark left upon Aisha, to conduct an inspection. Given your current demeanor, it seems Aisha has not been in contact with you over the past few days. Has she?" Hearing this, Natalia began to relax slightly, realizing that Eros had not harmed her daughter. However, recalling the mention of an inspection, she bit her lip, understanding the dark implications of his words. "What are you implying?" "If I am not mistaken, Aisha is likely a pawn," Eros intoned softly. "What do you mean?" Natalia's brow furrowed in confusion. Aisha is the vessel for the descent of your silver moon goddess." Eros smirked, his tone laced with mockery. Natalia's pupils dilated, and she fell into a stupor. Noticing her reaction, Eros's lips curled into a smile. Yet, what followed startled him. After a moment of dazed silence, Natalia's face blossomed with ecstatic joy. "What did you say? Is it true? Aisha has been graced with such an honor, receiving the goddess's favor. Could I have misinterpreted? Was Natalia truly a fanatic willing to sacrifice her daughter for her faith?" Eros furrowed his brow, his tone suddenly more serious. "Do you comprehend the consequences of a divine descent?" Natalia hesitated, then spoke with a hint of confusion. The consequences of a divine descent? It seemed that her esoteric knowledge on this matter had been purged. At that moment, Barbara's voice unexpectedly resonated in Eros's mind. "I see," Eros murmured to himself, then inquired within his thoughts, "Can it be restored?" Chapter 104. The Price of Divine Descent. Barbara shook her head, explaining, "The power that erased her knowledge holds a high rank, and in my current state, I am incapable of restoring it. Moreover, forcibly reinstating that knowledge could draw the attention of the one who deleted it, alerting them to potential complications. What then shall we do?" Eros lamented, feeling a headache coming on. Without this knowledge, Natalia could not grasp the harm a divine descent could inflict upon a non-divine vessel. From her earlier reaction, she perceived it as an immense honor, a sign of the goddess's grace towards Aisha. It seemed that for fanatics, sacrificing oneself to allow their deity to descend upon them was indeed a matter of great glory, as it brought them closer to the divine being they revered. Is Natalia truly the type of fanatic who would sacrifice her own daughter for the sake of her faith? Eros remained uncertain about this, prompting him to test the waters. If she were indeed such a zealot, he would act decisively, compelling Natalia and Aisha to inscribe their true names, thereby subverting their beliefs. Conversely, if she were not, he would attempt to guide them toward a voluntary transformation of their faith. Eros was reluctant to forcibly alter an individual's cognition and belief system, aware that such actions could precipitate profound psychological and emotional turmoil. The crux of the matter hinged on Natalia's comprehension of the harm that divine descent inflicts upon non-divine vessels. However, her knowledge on this subject had been erased and could not be reinstated by force. How could he facilitate her understanding? The situation appeared to reach an impasse. At that moment, Barbara cleared her throat, adopting a peculiar tone. "I merely stated that one cannot forcibly restore her erased knowledge. I did not imply she cannot learn anew." "Is that possible?" Eros paused, having previously assumed that the erasure of knowledge was akin to the methods employed by the church's deities to expunge certain ancestral information. Once knowledge was deleted, if historical forces could not be entirely severed, even if one were to relearn, The influence of history would inevitably lead to a recurrence of forgetfulness. He had believed the method used to erase Natalia's knowledge was of a similar nature, but it now appeared that this was not the case. Indeed, Natalia was merely a lower-tier sorceress. Such extreme measures seemed unnecessary. It would be akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito or a missile to hunt a wild boar, an utter waste. With the realization that she could relearn, Eros's demeanor softened. Natalia gazed at the silent remnant of the night before her, her expression a mixture of confusion and anticipation, awaiting clarity regarding the consequences of divine descent. Her spiritual intuition urged her that this matter was of utmost importance. Failing to grasp it could lead to a lifetime of regret. After gathering his thoughts, Eros looked at Natalia, who was intently focused on him, and with a light chuckle reiterated, "Indeed, the consequences of divine descent. Should you find it unclear, I can elucidate it for you." Without allowing Natalia to respond, Eros continued, "Deities are exalted beings of great stature, whereas Aisha is merely a rank 9 sorceress. Not even extraordinary. Her soul is currently at the level of an ordinary human. To bear the divine descent of a great being, even if only a fragment of consciousness descends, would overwhelm her fragile soul, reducing it to a void in an instant. It is true that Aisha's body may have been transformed by your goddess, enabling her to temporarily withstand such power. However, I can assure you that once the divine descent concludes, the residual power of the deity will utterly corrupt Aisha. After all, deities are the greatest source of pollution, are they not? In due course, your beloved daughter, dear Aisha, may transform into an eerie creature devoid of a soul, perhaps adorned with tentacles, or perhaps sprouting innumerable eyes. Such is the fate of a non-divine vessel burdened with the essence of a deity. In the end, Eros silently added an exception in his mind, himself. He bore no divine essence, a fact that Barbara had once confidently conveyed to him. As for how he could host a deity without being affected, full of vitality, Barbara could not provide an explanation. Natalia, who was nearby, fell into a stupor upon hearing Eros's words, her gaze flickering, her voice trembling. How can this be? How could the benevolent goddess do such a thing? This cannot be true. You must be deceiving me, right? You are surely deceiving me. If what you say is true, how did you discern it? At this point, Natalia's eyes grew more resolute as she cast a cold smile at Eros and continued, "You claim to have examined Aisha's body. If, as you say, she is a vessel for the goddess's descent, then undoubtedly, the goddess must be scheming something. If that is the case, the goddess would certainly leave arrangements on Aisha's body to prevent detection. If anyone could perceive it, what significance would the scheme hold? You assert that you discovered all this by examining Aisha's body. Do you truly believe you can see through a deity's arrangements? This alone reveals that what you said earlier is nothing but lies, though I do not know your motives. You wretched remnant of the night shall not sway my faith in the goddess." Eros smirked. While he could not see through it, he had Barbara. As a divine artifact with maximum ocular attributes, it was only natural for her to perceive such things. However, he did not expect to convince Natalia with mere words. It was a matter of planting a seed of doubt, to be nurtured gradually. As long as Aisha remained at the academy, not yet reassigned by the cult of the moon to other tasks, she was likely safe, for divine descents require preparation. Eros chuckled lightly and casually remarked, "So tell me, why would your goddess bestow upon you a child? Oh, it seems you are not the only one. By the way, do you know where the others, who also receive the goddess's favor, are? Are they in Intellis as well?" Natalia seemed to recall something, her pupils narrowing suddenly, and then she exclaimed in exasperation, "Be quiet. I do not wish to hear it. The goddess has granted us divine grace for her reasons, and we need only heed her divine revelations. You, who seeks to defame the goddess, are committing sacrilege." Eros clicked his tongue, his expression dismissive. "That is your goddess, not mine." After saying this, as if recalling something, Eros continued, "By the way, if Aisha is to be reassigned to other tasks, do inform me in advance. Also, regarding the consequences of divine descent, you should have studied such matters, considering the numerous historical incidents where cultists attempted to summon malevolent deities. However, I sensed just now that you appear to possess a profound ignorance on this subject. If you have the time, I recommend perusing literature on the matter. Should you lack access to such texts, feel free to request them from me." "Silence! You blasphemer! Do not utter another word. I shall not heed your words." Natalia glared fiercely. This detestable remnant of the dark night seeks, through veiled insinuations, to to undermine her faith in the divine.